have your asses blown away. So you better not snort, better not sniff, better not cheer, because I prefer tips, beggar laws. Income, it's down, is way down again. He's taking a sip of gin on ice and washing it down. So cherry juice, uric acid levels, they're down, I guess. Look, woo! He needs all of the monies children's parents make, or, you know, his YouTube views have not been good, so donate for the fuck's sake. There we go. Jan's an idiot. Bye-bye. Okay. You know, Amberlynn, Link, Spoonie, and Lupa, Chris Channel, Sean, and Wings of Redemption, but you may not read one of the most shameless beggars of all. Phil's crafty shyster stole YouTube revenue. I said yeah until Google said fuck you. We'll take all of your monies, no monies anymore. If you don't fucking like it, we'll kick your ass out the door. Then one froggy Christmas Eve, Panda came to say, oh, we don't make this shit ton of money, we are going to lose this goddamn house and all this stuff. Shit, I just can't sell that much, so I'm gonna have a panic attack. Panda, with your ass so tight, eat this pill and say good night. We don't need to worry about her. I'm sorry, that's really... Wow. And then I left her somewhere. And then I found out she left me. Phil's a fucking stupid shyster. And he'll go down and me.
Dashing through the snow on a
horse
open sleigh.
Through Phil's chat. Trolling all the way. Gifted subs aren't free. Troll bait Dave all night. Oh, fun to watch him beg to save the house tonight. Oh, jingle bells, chair smell, Sparrow laid an egg. But the pig roach skills is a automobile and the mundane flag away. Hey. Jingle bells, chair smell, Sparrow laid an egg. But the pig roach skills is a automobile and the boogie. Yay! Wish you a Merry Christmas, wish you a Merry Christmas, wish you a Merry Christmas, and a Happy New Year.
There we go.
Merry Christmas, you filthy animal.
Merry Christmas. It is Christmas today, after all. Oh boy, what a shocker. It surprised me this year. It came up out of nowhere. Who could have known? I've got plenty of tabs to watch some content, but mostly what I'm going to be doing is editing, because I didn't finish that Gundam video I was working on. I didn't finish it. What do we have? It was just small. Okay. That's a good size for it. Okay. How are you guys doing? Let's see. What is going on in the world? Let's start where it all ends. Over on Twitter. Let's see. I think that Goutmas video was like from 2019. It's a while ago. Oh my. When's the last time I made content? Let's check this out.
Would I be a good father, like a good parent?
This guy's so creepy.
Would I be a good father, like a good parent, if I had a kid?
No.
Would I be a good father?
He's inhaling galaxy gas.
We don't have a poll, but would I be a good parent or the worst parent?
You'd be the worst. You'd probably fucking abuse the child.
Oh shit!
Because look at
like
this.
A baby dinosaur. Do you feel good?
Oh my god! I've been inhaling the galaxy gas.
What is that noise?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Oh, don't vomit! Don't vomit! Don't vomit! You go. Ah!
Oh my god, okay.
Okay. So there's the part 2. This is gonna load. Here we go.
Josh, come back.
Oh,
I'm high on galaxy gas. Get away from me.
Oh my god. Where is he?
He's having a good Christmas.
Oh, Josh, you all right, Josh? Go home, Josh.
Yeah, get me
back,
more
go back.
coughing gallon
Yeah, God bless
gas.
you. Merry Christmas, guys. Let's just go home. Yeah.
Why won't they leave me alone?
Leave me alone.
Go.
I make $100K a year.
Go home, go
and
home.
that's not enough.
Look at that.
Go.
I make $100K a year.
Go home, go
and
home.
that's not enough.
Yeah, well, you live in New York, so yeah.
Come on, let's go home.
Maybe move. Fucking weirdo.
Where are you going?
Where we going?
Come on.
What happened?
No.
What's he doing?
No! I have to pay for that. Why would you do that? Oh my God, that's so random, Josh.
I didn't know it was gonna shatter.
You got to make a
I
lot of money. You got to
didn't
pay
know
for
it was
$2,000.
gonna
shatter,
What a fucking goofball. Hopefully these two get locked up, thrown away the key. Such goofy fucks. Why? Would I be a good daddy? Go fuck yourself, fucking for real. DSP played Stellar Blade, and he hated every second of it because he already hated the game. I like the effect of Linda with the cigarette. It's very fitting. He just nice. Everyone's got cigarettes. I don't know. We talked a lot about Stellar Blade. We know what our thoughts are. We know what his thoughts are. He just didn't want to play it. He didn't want to look at a sexy girl, but he didn't want to play a game that actually like challenges you in terms of combat, like Devil May Cry, because he sucks. And what have we got here? No, we're not watching Mr. Bass. That was the only clip I had lined up.
揺れ鳥よ風のように月見原をパドルパドル揺れ鳥よ風のように月見原をパドルパドル
The voice of an angel. Let's see. Anything else in the Twitter? We got this. It's pretty cool. He bought $153 Bell? You mean Taco Bell? I could believe he paid $150 in Taco Bell. But a bell? This is like the first piece of his Clock Tower dream house. A bell to ring a ding. Okay. Well, let's see what Bogcron has to say. Is it on Bogcron? Let's see, 11 hours ago. Christmas season with Cobra JFS. Does this have the Bell news? This one? Okay, I'll pull it up over here. Because I legit need to be editing. I'm gonna like stream all day if I don't finish this editing for real. For real. I'll stream all day. Come on. Oh no, not the ad stuff. Not the season for ads. Go fuck yourselves. Fucking YouTube. Okay, here it is. December 18th. Nice looking hair there, Code. Awooga! That's the thing. It's a bell. It's an Ozzy Osbourne branded bell. Long live Ozzy, rock and roll never dies. $153 engravable dark bronze finished brand bell. What? He got it for himself?
We're gonna start this string.
That's not how Christmas works.
some
Okay.
dough ball cookie dough whiskey, 35% alcohol by volume. And this stuff tastes exactly as advertised.
You
I
could
had
see
one
it
of
drunk
these
just like
earlier,
any
and
other
let me
bottom
tell you-
shelf.
Let me just tell you, Cobra
Bullshit.
makes some of the best drink combos. So we're gonna have to reuse the glass that I made it in earlier, and I'm not complaining. And on top of that, we're gonna add some Lacren eggnog. Happy holidays, you crazy wankers.
You crazy wankers. Those are some fat fingers.
Let's make bad decisions. Oh, or should I say good decisions, because holy shit. If you don't want to get like super fancy with the holiday cocktails for the adults, super easy to make, 2 ingredients. It's like, why was the snowman happy? Because he saw the snowblower. Why was the snowman happy? Because he saw the snowblower coming.
Yeah.
It's like, how do you
That's
make
okay,
a
I guess.
snowman? You add snowballs. How do you make a snow woman? Well, you add a pair of snow boobies.
It's not even a joke.
So I deck the halls with your balls deep inside Holly's of age, alive, cisgendered, consenting, unrelated pussy.
French. Help.
So I've been going to therapy to talk about my issues.
Really? Or have you been
I
doing
like
like
that
BetterHelp
I have.
telecasts?
He's easy to talk
You
to.
talking to a chatbot?
You know, and sometimes it feels good to just get shit off your mind and like speak your truth without someone judging you for it. You know what I'm saying?
Not really. No. Go off though.
Everybody was at the Christmas party feeling joy and merry, so Joy and Mary left. Like, why the fuck was one of Santa Claus's elves crying his eyes out? Well, YouTube, he stubbed his mistletoe. That tastes like heaven in a glass. Hold on, let me validate my parking. Oh, fuck me, it's got a kick to it. We got from Taco Bell some crispy chicken nuggets, a 10-piece. Side of Bell sauce, a side of Hidden Valley Fire Ranch sauce, and a side of jalapeno honey mustard sauce. 1 Cantina chicken quesadilla. Add black beans, add seasoned beef, add steak. Extra 3 cheese on that chicken quesadilla. And that comes with guacamole, sour cream, and avocado salsa packet. I take that packet of avocado salsa and add to the sour cream and guacamole for an extra kick of flavor. Now, I've already reviewed the Cantina chicken quesadilla from Taco Bell. It's delicious. I'll let the quesadilla cool down so that I can eat it in one piece without it falling apart. Chicken tenders, nuggets from Taco Bell. Jalapeno honey mustard sauce going in. Let's try the Bell sauce.
Like every popular YouTuber, he's exploiting the eating
Okay.
food in front of your audience meta.
Extra thick-alicious. Extra juicy.
Other people have to work for success, but these YouTube
Oh,
dynamos,
because I've been eating
these
till it
geniuses
cools
of
off, man, 'cause soon they're trying to pick
the
it up.
digital arts, they're just like, I eat
Oh, God,
food.
cheese.
You watch me
The
eat
cheese pulling on
food.
is ridiculous.
We don't like it, go away. I'm a food eater, okay?
Excuse me.
Cool.
It's tasty, man. That's getting the Cobra seal of approval.
December 20th, $232. These are all shit he's spending on himself,
Coming your way from Mickey D's.
not things he's getting other
Gonna
people.
have ourselves a snack. We got our Diet Coke. Mmm. The McRib is back, baby. And we're about to do a food hack with this McRib.
Very flamboyant. A booga.
It's got everything on it. We're gonna make a McRib. How are we gonna do that? Take a regular old McRib, everything on it. And we're gonna add
God, he's so gross. Bacon.
some other bacon to it.
You know you
And we're gonna
can make
stack all
bacon,
this
right?
Bacon on there. I got like, what was it? 4 or 3 pieces of bacon, like 12 pieces of bacon.
Hope you guys are having a good Christmas. I know a lot of people can't show up for this stream. I'm celebrating my Christmas a little bit later, closer to New Year's. So I'm just doing some editing in the background. Because I got a video to finish.
For that, to make room for our next ingredient.
And I like streaming because it keeps me
That's a nice thin
it keeps
layer
me in my
of
seat.
bacon.
Keeps me from leaving. And
Lay's classic
keeps me
potato
editing.
chips.
Lay's
Bacon
chips.
and potato
Okay.
Chips. Is our top bun. We're gonna sandwich it. The Make America Great Again McRib. Food hack from
The Make America Great
JFS.
Again McRib. What do you
Bacon
think?
and potato chips.
What do you think Trump is gonna buy that?
I'm finish eating the
Gonna
bacon in my
endorse
mouth
you.
real quick. Get the straw out.
Yeah. He's gonna pay me for a marketing deal.
Grab a Diet Coke. Unofficial Trump-inspired food hack from McDonald's.
Unofficial. We gotta make sure you let people know it's unofficial.
Because King Cobra JFS, he makes the best food hacks.
He
Yes, I know.
the best food hacks. This great impression. Hi, I'm Donald Trump. This is a Trump impression. Have you ever noticed how King Cobra eats his sandwiches like he's holding an apple? Very
You're not a
disrespectful.
sponsor.
Not a sponsor.
Now, I fuck with Diet Coke on occasion. Although it's so bad for your health.
What? He's so
We'll grab a
stupid.
shot of this
This is
cookie
such a
dough
fucking
whiskey
trashy
real
idiot.
quick.
Like, you know what's worse for your health than Diet Coke? Regular soda that's full calories and has, like, sugar and caffeine in it. Like, Diet Coke is 0 calories. Like, it's basically you're drinking nothing. You're drinking water, but you get, like, the flavor and the feeling like you're drinking soda, but you're not actually ingesting any calories. But, of course, like every white trash bag, low IQ, Twitter addicted idiot, he thinks that low 0 calorie sweetener is bad for you, based off a study of superheated massive amounts of aspartame force fed to rats. And you're like, some of the rats who were force fed massive amounts of superheated aspartame were more likely to get cancer than the rats who weren't force fed massive amounts of superheated aspartame. Well, I guess that means it's bad for you. Okay. If you want to know what's healthy, don't drink any soda. But if you want to be a little bit healthier, they get diet soda, obviously, literally.
Completely thawed. We'll take them and unwrap them.
And a giant
And the
cocktail
sauce
platter of shrimp. This is good for you guys. All the cholesterol contained in that shrimp, that's actually good for you, okay? Gotta look out for that diet soda. That's what you gotta look out for.
Some horseradish.
Yummy.
Sauces. This stuff is.
This stuff looked badass. You look cool, so I bought
I
some.
wanted to get the extra hot horseradish, but they were out.
She looked like a crazy bitch, so I
See
paid the
how
extra.
Spicy it really is. I like
Horseradish.
a good horseradish. Right off the bat, the
Oh, no.
thickness of it's got a nice thickness.
You're just straight up eating horseradish sauce.
That's definitely got enough heat to it. But it's
God, he
not
looks so
overpowering.
fucking
The
mutated.
nostrils just
Oh my god.
a little bit. What the fuck is up? I'm making some.
What the fuck is up,
shrimp cocktail.
YouTube?
I took the plastic off the shrimp and I'm
Well, good for you. It's a good thing he took the plastic off. Is he gonna remember to take the fucking tails off? Or is he gonna eat the whole thing?
For that fucking sauce. I'm trying to film a fucking video for part 2. And people are blowing up my phone. I'm not mad at that. But then the phone will fucking stay propped up and it's like, for fuck's sake. It's not coming out of the cap. This is bullshit. Can I just get a food hack done? Let's go.
This is
Sauce
bullshit.
on there. There's the fucking pepper at. Now for fuck's sake. And maybe a little bit of cilantro for flavor. So now we're gonna take some bacon up and some Country Crock Original. I'm gonna put them both into a container. We're going to melt it in the microwave and then drizzle it into our shrimp cocktail sauce. We got plenty of seasoning and spicy goodness in that shrimp sauce, but we're gonna take this bacon grease and this butter, Country Crock spread, and we're gonna margarine spread, and we're gonna melt it in the microwave. I'm gonna pour that melted goodness into the sauce, stir it around. Give it a 1 minute burst, and let's do a drink combo. That is melted. That little chunk right there in the middle is not quite fully dissolved. So just gonna wash it like a hawk until it's all melted. That's a hot bowl. We got some cruising mango rum. I'm gonna pour that in there. Get in there, you son of a bitch. It's all good in the hood. We just chillin' like rock star villains. That'll surely get you thinking about the Bahamas. The shrimp are starting to become almost completely de-thawed. So we're gonna mix the sauce up. Let's try this drink combo. That's melted. Pour it all in there. Just enough room for all of that. Now I'm going to stir that around. Then incorporate the grease from that butter and bacon grease into our cocktail shrimp sauce. I don't think we could add any more flavor to that even if we tried. It's buttery. It's also got a little, the best of both worlds.
Butter? And what are the worlds? Who knows? Cobra knows. Okay. Got it, Cobra. It's mixed. You're mixed. It's mixed together. It's all mixed. The stuff is in the stuff
Stir that around.
with the other stuff.
Buttery
Alrighty.
bacon grease is gonna get
Okay.
mixed in there with the sauce.
Alrighty then. Okay, so it's bacon
They
grease.
may not completely incorporate into the sauce, but we're gonna get it mixed up as best we can.
Oh my god.
That's not
Got
looking
it.
too
Are you done?
bad. It definitely changed
No,
the
he's not.
consistency of the cocktail sauce.
Holy moly.
Check this out, YouTube. We got some food hacking and snacking to do. There's our shrimp ready to go.
But he's all
Nice and
alone.
de-thawed. At the right consistency, you can see it's squishy, but it's also
It's
still
de-thawed.
cold.
You like how he says
Sauce.
de-thawed
And this
when he
one here,
means
we got
thawed?
some
Literally couldn't be
delicious
more wrong.
Italian pinwheels.
Oh, I thought he made those
1
pinwheels. I
second.
guess he just bought them. Sure, why not?
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna try this food hack. Right there, we got our fresh shrimp. Let's dunk it in our custom-made butter bacon grease sauce. It's got a nice spicy kick to it. And then it gets a little savory.
And then you taste the sweetness. Oh my god,
that is
dude.
complimenting that shrimp. A little bit of sweet.
He's literally like DSP. He eats something and he doesn't really know how to describe any flavors or anything because he doesn't actually know how to review food. So he just tells you all the flavors that he knows exists. There's sweetness, there's savoriness, there's tartness, there's a bit of flavor, there's a smokiness, it goes down smooth, there's an aftertaste, and there's the spicy, it really complements, and it's good. Thanks for giving me money to eat food. Bye.
Dude, that is complimenting that shrimp beautifully.
That's what
man.
people do when you
We're gonna get
get money to
back
eat
to
food. You
pinwheel.
just list all the flavors that you know, and then you say bye.
Okay, are you seeing this, YouTube? This is some food.
Thanks for the
hacking
food, idiot.
Snacking. Now, pinwheel sandwiches.
Oh, and you get footage of it going into my mouth.
Party hors d'oeuvre.
I gotta make sure I hold it up to the camera so you know what is going inside of my body. $358.
So there was a mass shooting at this school called the Abundant Life Christian School.
So I'm gonna get drunk in honor of Ozzy Osbourne fart.
They're just critically injured. I hope they make a speedy recovery. The only person who died in this shooting was the shooter herself. 6 people are injured. Can you believe this? 6 people injured because some 15-year-old was having a bad day. Maybe she was on her period. Maybe
Yikes.
she was being bullied. It's a private school. You know how that is sometimes with private schools. The snooty attitude.
Damn snood.
When I was a kid,
Damn it,
I was
Snood.
getting bullied in school, and I gave the teachers plenty of warning, and the teachers didn't do shit about it. I beat the fuck out of my bullies.
No, you don't.
I might have got suspended from school for fighting, but they learned real quick, don't fuck with me. And then on top of that, I get to
I thought
say
you were
about my
bullied
life
every day
being
of
a
your life.
successful YouTuber.
That's what your dad
So take a
said.
note out of my
So did you
book.
beat up your
I've been
bullies, or
bullied my entire
were you
life.
bullied all the time?
And the only thing more satisfying than ending it for these assholes is continuing to shove it in their face. You bully me, but look at me, I got 100K, 1,000+ subscribers. The fuck do
Woo,
you have?
woo, woo,
That's how
woo,
much
woo,
over
woo,
that.
woo.
The person they hate has
What a
more
winner.
subscribers than they could ever dream of. The
Cares?
school system actually has a zero
Guys,
tolerance
I'm a
policy for
yo-cow.
bullying.
Yeah, you look
You
like
should
they're
actually
doing.
enforce it.
Living
And
a
especially
normal
around the
life.
fucking holidays. It's the worst time
Not
of year
eating
to
dumb
have
shit and
such a horrific thing.
being a joke.
You know,
You know. sad like a
Without each
puppy.
other's help, there ain't
Cancer.
no hope for us. Your higher power may be God or Jesus Christ. It doesn't matter much to me.
Huh?
They get to see and go, oh, the dude we hate has like 100,000 plus subscribers. And
How did he make
growing.
this about
A lot of
himself?
people
Huh?
support Josh. He has all these good things going in his life.
I thought
And
we were
it's all
talking about like
going
mass
shit.
shootings, but
The
I
only
guess
thing
we're
they
just
have
talking
is,
about subscriber
oh,
count.
okay, how can we fuck with Cobra today? It's miserable.
They're
Right now,
miserable.
just chilling, sipping on a Budweiser.
Why do you smell it?
That last drink combo I made with the Cruisin' Mango Rum and the Peach Mango Body Armor Lights sports drink.
Yeah, he's plumping up for real. He's ballooning up with all the sugar and the mead he's putting in there.
That's different too, but I
It's okay. He's
You notice that cobras in the wild
cultivating mass.
They don't
He's gonna
wanna be
get
fucked
ripped in
with. If you corner
2025.
them, they'll hood up, and if you get too close, they'll bite. And that's because they feel threatened and cornered. I.e., that's how you should be as a person. You should not fight unless you're threatened, unless you're being cornered, or unless your life is in danger. I said my fucking piece. I'm gonna drink my beer and smoke a cigarette and leave you with it. I'm not trying to pick on women or men. I'm making it about politics. Beer and cigarettes. That could be a country song, man. God damn. And like the thing you're gonna realize when you get out
No,
of
thank
high
you.
school is that you're gonna miss it, and that we're all just people trying to live our
Imagine how
lives.
much bigger he would
And
be
the
if he
second
didn't
you
smoke
realize
cigarettes.
that, you're like, shit, your childhood's gone, and you're sitting there drinking a beer because it's the weekend.
Wow. So like all that's said and done now is like around $1,000 in what 5 days, 1K a week. Oh, it's pretty. I haven't seen that version of Arcade. Guess I should play more Tsukihime. Arcade's majestic form. Very nice. But yeah, we got plenty of tabs here of things to look at. Let's see. Got Ruffelmonger talking about fighting games. We got Omegon talking about Amberlynn phoning it in for Vlogmas. We got Theo talking about DSP shenanigans. I'm gonna have to put up some long form videos because I need to edit. We got Rev. We got Rev news to get caught up on.
Dude, do you guys,
This is Keemstar makes a disabled woman cry for
Becky
views.
is the content. All right.
I'll BRB.
If Becky is gone, there is no show. There is no show.
Hey guys, Lebrowski here, coming in again with another video. So it shames me to admit that in the last few days I have been watching a lot of LOLcow Live, and a lot has happened in the so-called LOLcow universe.
In front of the whole LOLcow Live universe.
Boogie and Wings have been fighting each other again like children.
You said I've done everything you've done. How many shows have you produced? How many dockets have you worked on? Tell me.
Keemstar has released 2 new shows, LOLcow Queens
This is LOLcow Queens.
and LOLcow Rewind.
LOLcow Rewind.
I mean, this guy is milking the LOLcow thing even harder than I am, but today, instead of talking about the staff making fools out of themselves, I want to talk about Keemstar because I have my suspicions that despite this guy being the biggest LOLcow of them all, he's an evil mastermind. Well, maybe I'm going too far by calling him a mastermind, but I digress. A few videos ago, we took a look at the big meltdown that he had over Becky Boop, one of the female LOLcows that is part of the main staff of LOLcow Queens.
It's all been given to you. Given a PC, given a fucking thing, given a fucking mic. And did you appreciate it? No, I get a fucking call and 45 minutes is being taken on my day that you want an additional $1,000 for fucking wardrobe. Wardrobe!
In said meltdown, we could see how Keemstar got really pissed at Becky for being hard to work with, to the point that Keemstar just said that he hates Becky.
Becky. I don't like Becky. Becky. I just don't like Becky. I don't.
And not only that, but he said that he would never work with her ever again.
I will never work with you ever again.
But then, surprise, surprise, for the first episode of LOL Cow Queens, Becky was in fact there, and not only that, but also she was running the show, because apparently she was the only one out of all of the other ones that knew how to run OBS.
I think because they're threatened. I think Grace she openly spoke for hours on her channel about how she was going to be the glue of the show and how she had all these creative ideas and that she was going to produce everything. And I think she got really pissed that I'm handling OBS.
So yeah, if Keemstar went live and dedicated almost 1 hour on ranting about Becky, why then he decided to give her a place on LOL Cow Queens? Well, for those that watched the first episode of Queens, the possible answer to that question started to reveal itself.
Disaster!
Are you done yet? Are you done yet? You always tell women,
This isn't me
excuse
having
me.
an ego. You
Shut
are
the
only
f
here
up with the
because
dog
of me.
piling.
That
Enough
is a fact.
already.
Who the f are you to talk down to me, you poor ass bitch? You ain't got shit.
Not only the first episode was kind of a disaster on the technical side, with Becky having issues to balance the audio and hiding her Discord notifications, but also the other two hostesses were continuously dogpiling on Becky, calling her out for her inability to run the stream properly.
Becky, you don't have a soundboard or anything? Beep, 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 beep. Hello? Wake up.
And on top of that, she had to deal with Lynx, who by the way was also fired, but was brought back just to annoy Becky.
She's trying to take
ownership like she usually does. I have horse teeth, but you need to see my horse teeth.
Not to mention that the first guest was Review Tech USA, Becky's ex, that got her stress levels through the roof.
A 4K Sony camera that I gave you. I also gave you a Switch at that time. And the reason why I gave you those things is I did feel bad about what happened when you came from South Korea.
Richard,
The reason.
shut the f up. It's not your show.
So after watching the first episode, I didn't think much of it. I just felt that all what happened was due to Becky failing at running the show properly, and besides, it was their first episode, so something like this was to be expected. However, this kinda changed after they kept streaming, because after watching most of them streams, yes, I know, what am I doing with my life, right? But anyway, after watching the second and third stream, I realized that this wasn't an accident at all, and I genuinely think that Keemstar set up Becky to lose her mind. You see, during the second stream would be when Keemstar's plan would come to fruition, because the second episode of LOL Cow Queens started really bad for Becky, because again, Keemstar, this time acting through Boogie, kept fucking with Becky's ability to run the show by bringing in Lynx again to basically screw with Becky the whole time.
Okay, we're bringing in Tina, and I see Lynx here. You're not coming in yet, Lynx. No. I'd love for you to do both, but first, Lynx, who brought you in here? Did you bring yourself in here?
No, Boogie brought me in here. Thank you very much.
Why did Boogie bring you in? Because I didn't.
Because he wanted to, but Becky, shut the f up.
But it wasn't only Lynx trying to get the worst out of Becky, because Grace would also constantly talk over her, which at some point made Becky lose her shit, and she ended up doing one of the most cringe moves you can make. She decided to mute Grace.
Leaked it. Becky, if you're not gonna get on your knees because you weigh too much, you break your
move
fucking
on. Let's move on.
Can you
because
at
I
least-
have more.
No, we're not moving on. We're not moving on. No, we're not moving on. We're not moving on. We're not glossing over that. We're not moving on.
You don't get to control who runs the show, Grace. You just got muted. Because why? Because I'm the fucking producer. And you know why? Keem didn't make you a producer, even though that's what you want to be on the show, because he can't trust you either. Nobody can.
Oh, yeah, but he also said you're a fucking like a hemorrhoid hanging out of my asshole.
And this would only get worse through the show, because she kept muting Grace, and then she also tried to do the same with Lynx, and it was just funny seeing her freaking out and the Discord menu popping up while she was at it.
If people knew whether he was coming on
Because
ahead
you
of time or
don't
not,
leak.
it was good hype.
First of all,
Okay,
because it
first of
wasn't
all,
even, no,
can I
excuse
please
me,
say
no,
one
you
thing?
can't,
Yes.
you
in
can't
charge when
talk
the
right
guests
now.
leave.
Can I
You'll
please
talk-
say one
No,
thing?
you're not part of this show.
Link
You'll
speak.
talk when I tell you to talk, okay? Don't make me mute you.
Whoa.
I would prefer not to. This is too important and needs to get out, okay? Please just
Listen
let's
here,
have
you
a general-
fucking slob. Who the f are you telling when to talk?
After that, Grace and Lynx would join forces to keep bullying Becky, which would end up with Grace getting muted again, and Becky getting so nervous that she mixed up Lynx's name and called her Leak.
Oh, because how did that
Oh, yeah,
start?
good
You said,
point, good
excuse
point,
me,
Lex, good
Grace,
point.
shut the f up. How did that sentence
No,
start?
I'll tell her it's a good.
How did that sentence start, Links? It started with you saying when you were host of the show. You are not host of the show.
No,
you are not. That's exactly what you just said. Rewind the fucking video.
First
You
of
are
all,
not host
way
of the
behind.
show.
Rewind
You
it
are
'cause
not
I
even part
misspoke,
of the
but
show.
okay.
Anyway, after that, even Tina would join in to dogpile on Becky, and they started yelling at each other like crazy people. And then Becky would start threatening to mute her as well.
Good job running the show
I think
last
she did.
time.
She did. She did. She looked good
Yeah,
doing it
no,
at
she
least.
didn't.
Becky,
She didn't.
every show is now about you ignoring the chats, failing as a producer, and failing as a streamer, and then coping about it. Why don't you just do what you're paid to do?
Why don't you do what you're paid to do and get away from your fucking father and live your own
She
fucking
did.
life?
She did.
Yeah,
So
no,
shut
she
the
didn't.
f up.
Michael
Kim
had
just
to
said
bail
she's
her out.
innocent. So
Michael
mind your
had to bail
business,
her out.
brains. Nobody gives a f, Becky. Leave Grace alone.
I
Don't victimize her anymore, you
alone.
fat
How about
bitch.
you leave me alone,
Fuck
you
you,
fat
motherfucker.
fucking
Shut
bitch?
up.
How about
Shut
you
the
leave me
f up,
alone?
Becky.
No, you
Shut up,
the fuck
Becky.
Tina. You
Nobody
shut
gives
the
a
fuck up. You shut the fuck up. You're
Grace,
lucky.
go ahead and
You're
leave.
lucky
Fuck
you're an
that
old
bitch.
ass
Mute her.
bitch.
Link,
You're
mute that
lucky.
bitch.
You're
Fuck
lucky.
that bitch.
You are
No,
lucky
yeah,
you're an
yeah,
old
yeah.
ass
You're
bitch.
lucky, you're lucky,
I
you're
would have
lucky.
muted you
You're
20
lucky.
minutes
Team
ago.
feel sorry for you.
You're lucky I
Bitch.
respect my elders. Shut the fuck up, or else I'll just mute you too.
This resulted in Keemstar having to call in to humble Becky and tell her that she shouldn't be muting people, which only reinforces my theory of him doing all of this on purpose because he gave her the power, and then when she started using and abusing of it, she got clowned live in front of 5,000 people.
Ladies, I just want to clarify a few things. Like muting each other, you can't really do that. That's not fair.
No.
As far as the hosts of the show are Becky, Grace, and Tina, and the producers of the show are Becky, Grace, Tina, and Link. You're all producers. Like, you all make the show together. You know what I mean?
So the constant dogpiling, the fact that her worst enemy Lynx was on the show, despite not being part of it, and Keemstar humbling and clowning her at the same time, had as a result Becky completely losing her shit.
She acts like we're fucking slaves and shit. She's kunta kinte.
She's acting like a 4-year-old on her phone.
Look at her. Look at her. She get ready to cry. Stop it, Becky. That's beyond you.
All of you
Come
bitches
on.
are out for yourselves, except for maybe Tina. She does her own thing, but you two are not team players. You don't do fucking shit. You know who thinks about the whole show and not just me? I do. So go ahead and have your little
Merry Christmas, Mallow. I know this isn't the best content, but we're getting caught up on locale stuff here. We'll move on from this shortly.
It's got the guests.
Got about 5 minutes.
Go ahead. Run the fucking
Wow.
show. Run
Uh,
the show.
What a show.
Jerry, why your beans in the audience? Throw $20. She'll shake her tits. Bread, Becky.
And then to make things even worse, the moment we all knew was coming finally came, and Becky, after getting attacked back to back through 2 full episodes of LOL Cow Queens, she couldn't take it anymore and started crying, and you know for a fact that this was the moment when
Crying.
Keemstar's evil plan came through.
Becky, I think you got this. Becky, don't get upset. You gotta be a fucking boss in your life. Stop being a baby back bitch. Get your ass up and take your job. Stop crying. Stop crying. We don't care. They care.
She started crying.
They care. Cut it out.
What a great director.
You're the one who came down on me hardest, Sheila. So you're the one who's responsible for this.
I did it. I'm proud of myself. Santa Claus is bringing me a present.
Dude, imagine taking all this shit just to be on a freaking podcast. Like, I may be greedy, but damn, dude, even I have a limit, and this would totally be it.
Is this
woman, Becky,
RTU's
is either extremely
revenge?
resilient, or she's extremely broke and needs the money, or she's just too lazy to work a real job. Who knows? Maybe she's just stupid like that. Anyway, even the chat
let's add
started
some more
roasting
images
Becky
to
for
her
crying
layout.
like a big old baby, and this resulted in her lashing out at everyone again.
Okay, now we have 3 super chats to get through. Matthew Harris for $20. Becky, you need to be the bigger woman. No pun intended.
I am the bigger
and
woman.
Support each other and stop attacking your coworkers.
As in fat.
Who's
Momo,
attacking
you
who?
hit the goal.
I've had
Thank
3
you, Momo,
people
again.
versus. Shut the fuck up. I've had 3 people versus 4 people versus 1.
Oh my God, that
because
image is
I'm the only
huge.
one who could fucking handle it. These bitches besides Tina would crumble. Nobody can put up with it.
You didn't handle it. You cried, you little bitch.
Yeah, I
You cried like a
though.
pathetic
What?
little
At
bitch.
least I cried and delivered some fucking value. What have you done besides sit there and look stupid? You look stupid.
So after that shit show of an episode was over, just like the first time, Kim would call in again to say some nice words to Becky for her to calm down.
Hi, Becky. How are
Hello.
things?
I'm fucking pissed.
Well, look at your phone. Look at your phone. Do you see how much money the show made tonight?
I have no idea.
Just read the text message I sent you.
Okay.
So the show did very, very good. Okay. Once again, over $2,000. But we got to figure this out. You're not like blending in with the other girls. Why do you think they're so after you?
I think because they're threatened.
Then, after Keemstar gave her a false sense of security, Becky would start crying like a babe once again.
And even the chat's calling it out, is I have sat
She
here
cried again.
and taken the bullshit from them constantly. Do you know how frustrating it is to sit for hours and not even be able to talk? I can't run a show.
And after that, Keemstar would continue to be nice to Becky, in fact way too nice. And this was the moment when I realized that just like the first time, this dude was not being nice at all, he was just trolling her time.
They never let you talk. They always interrupt you every time you're trying to lay some facts down. It's so frustrating.
You're so
It is
mean.
frustrating because I feel like aside from Tina, I'm the only one who actually cares about the show as a team.
This is just so bullshit. I don't like how they're constantly ganging up on you. It's always 3 versus 1, and then I'll bring in Xylee, and then Xylee's after you. That other woman's after you. Anyone we bring up here is after you. It's like everybody's against Becky. It's just not fair.
Dude, you know for a fact that this
Becky.
guy was rubbing his hands with an ear-to-ear smile. This was his plan the whole time.
Becky, just so we're on the same page, motherfucker. Now every fucking bad thing you've ever done, every little fucking annoyance that you've ever done is now compacted to, I will never fucking work with you ever again.
So I don't think for a second that Keemstar let go of that grudge he had against Becky for screwing him over that one time, and he just put her through all this shit that brought the woman to a couple of meltdowns because it was part of his Machiavellic revenge plan. And like I said, you don't even have to take my word for it. This guy basically admitted to it the other day on LOLcow Rewind.
Well, I don't know. I don't really know how to control it because my whole thing is she was getting an ego, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna develop a monster. So I was trolling her, obviously, and I was like, you're doing great. No one's letting Becky talk, and I like fed into it, right? And I'm the one that created this goddamn monster.
So yeah, I don't know about you, but it seems that this guy really can't hold a grudge, huh? Not gonna lie, watching the LOLcow universe feels almost like watching the WWE at this point. It may be scripted all you want, but it is still funny to see these losers cry and make fools out of themselves for a fucking paycheck, dude. So yeah guys, that's pretty much it for today's video, and you know what to do. Subscribe, like, and comment, or else Becky's going to show up at your doorstep and she will cry till you let her in. Also, go join our Discord.
It's funny he included that clip of Keemstar
Server.
admitting that he was just like, oh yeah, it was gassing her up and making her feel good, being like, man, it's fucked up. It's unfair that they don't let you talk.
Yes, who had another gender adventure.
Here's a Gundam. Need to get back to that.
Anime becoming popular in the West was a mistake.
Ranma, 1/2, makes you bi and trans.
Great. The Hollywood and Netflix adaptations of cult classic animes are another sign of the creative rot we have to endure, marketed as made for modern audiences. More often than not, these live-action
Not live
adaptations
action
are trash.
One Punch Man
And if
before
they
we
aren't
get season
good dog food,
3.
people believe them to be great shows because this time they didn't get pink eye from the creative equivalent of a fart in the face.
Kakegurui, live action American adaptation revealed by Netflix.
Netflix adapting an anime and making characters randomly black? How creatively brave and not at all predictable or tiresome.
Hello, YouTube. I'd like to report a hate crime on the YouTuber known as It's the Gundam.
For those of you that don't know, there's a war going on. It just happens to be taking place on Twitter, or X, whatever you want to call it. And it's between the black Twitter anime editing community and the Japanese people on Twitter.
This is fine.
This is a common art style that has become prominent on Twitter in the last few years now. And it's called, and I quote, blackwashing of characters. This is where people edit screen caps from anime or draw popular anime characters to make them black. Now I want to preface this by saying the same people turning anime characters black and cheering are the same people that are so quick to scream if a character that's perceived to be a minority is even made one shade too light in fan art. Or, God forbid, someone uses a hairstyle that's only for black players, and I quote, on a white character in a video game.
As seen in 2020, the year that gave us the summer of love and the wacky equity wars.
A female gamer is chased off of Twitter for her Animal Crossing character.
Cute space bun. Ma'am, they're not space buns. They're Afro Puffs. Not sure the correct name.
What?
And they are meant for black girls. Us white girls cannot use them, so I advise you change them before it's too late.
Do it and do it now!
Too late until what happens? Till others cancel her and put her name out there.
Oh, no.
So you want others to dox her for wearing a hairstyle. She shouldn't be wearing the hairstyle if she's white. Simple as that.
This
It's
is mental
buns.
illness. Wanting to
Isn't
ruin
like
someone's
Chun-Li
life
have the same
for a
hairstyle?
hairstyle choice in a video game that was wildly popular during the lockdowns. Make it make sense. You can't, because you're probably a functioning human being.
Hey, these are not called space buns. These are actually called Afro Puffs. No buns. Could you please stop being a racist? And they spell racist wrong. With the new hair topic and be thankful that we have new things? This is a kid's game, and little ones do not need to see this content.
You know, some people should just...
That's not space buns, that's Afro Puffs for black people, not you. Space buns. She knew what the f she was doing. All the people saying it's a video game or under the tweet have no common sense. Like it's not hard to not appropriate our culture.
Yeah, she knew what she was doing. She was enjoying a video game and using a hairstyle that she thought was cute in the privacy of her own home. What a cave woman she must be. In the culture.
23-hour lockdown, somebody called your little nephew was shot down. The culture's involved. Stop him!
They really couldn't. They are clearly textured based off black people's hair. Very few white people could pull this off. Black people have been fighting for more representation. White people get it for free. Stop using black hair if you're white.
Oh my God, I can't keep up with this.
Why are you using these space buns? These are puffs. Or I call them bonbons. These are for POC, not for people that are not POC.
Not for
This
colored
represents
people,
black Please stop
separate,
using them.
but
This
not
represents us, not
equal.
you.
Doesn't that sound like racism? This is a space only for us, don't you dare come here. God help you if a white person said that.
You get the point. Progressives drunk on power during 2020 and low on common sense or even human decency went after this woman till she deleted her account over Animal Crossing hair.
Weird.
Lest we forget the Splatoon drama of October regarding fan art of a character called Marina not being considered black enough. The female voice actor for the character made the mistake of liking the art and retweeting it. She was then dragged on Twitter for being a racist.
Where is your guard? Where is your guard now?
It all started on October 10th. This little fan edit that any normal, rational person would look at and wouldn't think twice about was then retweeted by a woman called Shadow, Wear the Damn Mask.
You are a thief of joy. Anybody else?
Why do you lighten her skin color? The eyedropper tool exists. It's crazy that people get criticized for not matching the RGB of the skin perfectly.
This sparked a chain of events that would span months. The damage she created with her virtue signaling could last for years from the way things are looking. So she did what any progressive would do after
Yeah, I
kicking
did
a
see that.
hornet's
G
nest.
Frosty
She
Beats.
ran off the internet, never to return, because apparently people are waiting for her.
I would just leave the internet at this point. LOL. She did irreversible damage to Black and Japanese Twitter, and both of them are waiting for her to unlock her account. Japanese Twitter finds out about American nonsense and bitching over skin tone fan art. The actual voice actress for the character loved the OP's art too, by the way.
Yes, we have to burn her at the stake.
Suspect acted suspiciously, was belligerent sexy, and behaved as if he had something to hide. Surveillance terminated.
Marina's English voice actor just deleted all of her tweets pertaining to the fan art drama due to all the harassment she received. I wonder how hard this will be swept under the rug.
I singled out a few of the unhinged tweets from this little video clip. Get ready for copious amounts of undocumented autism from the American school system.
I mean,
Yeah,
undocumented.
you're just
It's being documented
anti-black,
quite
LOL.
well.
There's no valid excuse.
And
You
it's
can come
probably
with
even
through this.
diagnosed.
There's too much access on the internet to history and research for you to willfully be this ignorant about it. Like, they can say whatever about skin color. Cute is cute. And if it's gorgeous, it's gorgeous. Girl octopus can mimic color. Not the point? Also being like, but I'm mixed doesn't take away your anti-blackness.
Person writes like a retard.
Unambiguously black people face the brunt of it, not mixed folks. So you quite literally don't get to have a say on what is and what isn't okay.
So there you go. So if you're mixed race, you can't say anything about this. You can't have an opinion about it. You're practically white to them. In this person's mind, they're fighting fascism and not being a terminally online dweeb that's pretty much racist as all hell.
This is a clear case of Alice just being ignorant on why whitewashing is harmful or even what whitewashing is. I just hope that she'll be educated on the matter for the future, but it is tragic that her words will be used to undermine the valid concerns of dark-skinned people. Yes, 100%. Speaking of which, I advise that once this post inevitably gets into the wrong crowd, that you shut off the comments and limit your DMs as quickly as possible, but keep speaking out about this.
Yes, you're a freedom fighter. You're a hero. You're harassing a voice actor. You're saving the world.
Yeah, white supremacists and other weirdos have been on my ass since last night. I'm just tired of all the bigotry in the world. To be fair, shit's low-key tiring.
I'm not even reading the rest of this because it's so stupid. It's an echo chamber of ugh.
Me harassing a voice actress for liking fan art that I deemed whitewashing, that's fine. People telling me I need to go outside and touch grass, they're white supremacists. I'm speaking truth to power.
This turn of stupid events caught the eye of Japanese netizens, and we had a full-fledged internet war on our hands.
Congratulations to the Americans who decided to harass B-Cube over art. Because of your shenanigans, you broke open the floodgates, and now many Japanese netizens are finally picking up on all the art fixing happening with their shows by Western tourists.
It is a good point. They are tourists. No normal person who enjoys anything sits there and goes, I would like to see this character look like me. There hasn't been a day I ever looked at Batman and said, I need Bruce Wayne to look like me. Because he's not me. He's Bruce Wayne. He's Batman.
You are racist. Don't worry, they're doing it too. However, black people are crazy about drawing fan art that ignores the original settings and making characters look black.
The Japanese were now fed up with the American progressives to the point of where it was understandable. They even made a massive post explaining to Japanese artists how to avoid autistic users in America.
I won't read the whole thing. I'll just pick out the funny parts because it's massive, dude. Now we're we'll go to page 2.
What to do if you're approached negatively about your artwork. Please check the account information about the user who is disparaging or demanding you change or remove your artwork. If the biography or header image contains any of the following: age information, usually represented by a number, below 18. The following acronyms: BLM, ACAB.
I don't even know what that one is.
Gender pronouns: he,
All cops are
him,
bad.
she, her, they, them. The
He doesn't know what
following
ACAB
emojis.
means.
Alternate
All cops are
lifestyle choices,
bastards or all cops are
polypandemic,
bad.
Imaginary gender
Really stupid.
identification, i.e. gender queer.
Bleach?
Any
No, I don't think
other
DSP is going to
word
play.
that. Any reference
I don't think
to
DSP is going to play a
K-pop,
Bleach
any
game.
reference
He didn't want to play that
mental
One
illness,
Piece game until
bipolar,
Slayer forced
autistic,
him to.
Asperger's syndrome, etc. An avatar or header with characters from Pokemon, Super Smash Bros., Animal Crossing, or My Hero Academia.
Jesus Christ, this is so on the nose, it's vicious.
You may ignore any criticism from these accounts. They should be considered warning
Yeah, I
signs
saw
that
this,
the
Billy,
user
and I
you
shared
are
it with
dealing
the-
with is either a person under the age of 18,
The Anfleet.
a person lacking
The
mental
Anfleet Discord.
stability, or a person otherwise lacking mental maturity. All of said users have one goal in common. They are here to push an agenda. They wish to
Bleach? What's
silence you,
bleach?
to suppress
That
your
stuff that
ability
people
to
keep telling me to
present your
drink?
artwork because it does not fit their
Yeah.
ever-fluid standards. If you're targeted by an account that is met with the preceding criteria, you may do any of the following. Ignore, block, and mute. Report the user for targeted harassment. Here's a sample of a user account, which...
This is so on the money, it's funny. It's so crazy. But you get the gist of it. Even the Japanese have pretty much have it down to a formula of human being that has gone stir-fry crazy from being terminally online and lacking any natural social cues with normal human beings. You might think that I'm crazy for saying this, but common sense isn't very common.
On December 6th, Lynn Combs decided to do a race swap of the now popular Dun 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 character. If you were to look at the echo chamber in the timeline, people loved it. But keep in mind, some of the tweets were hidden by the author. The American voice actor for the main character in Dun 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 used her art as his PFP. The too long didn't read on this guy is he complained about black characters should be voiced by black people, but he didn't have any bones of taking the lead role for a character that obviously isn't black. Rules for thee, not for me.
Every time there's a black actor cast in a role in a fantasy where their source material version is lighter skinned, someone always has something to say about it. So tiring. It doesn't affect the character whatsoever. It's okay.
Same guy just a year earlier.
The reason white people in common cases shouldn't be playing POCs isn't a matter of color, it's culture. Speaking for black people, we know what a barbershop sounds like on Sundays. What a hot comb smells like when it's going through your hair. It's not the color, it's the culture.
Tristan,
What?
it's gone.
After facing
What?
1% of what we face from the other side on a daily basis,
he locked his account.
We know
And
what
guess
a
who went to Blue
comb
Sky?
smells
It's our boy,
like.
AJ.
I deactivated
That's
my
an
Twitter,
experience
so the
you
races have
can't
nothing to
match and
interact with.
replicate.
Don't worry, I'm
It
fine,
affects
guys.
you
The
to the
reactions
core.
outside of the echo chamber of the timeline for this Dun 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 re-edit was less than stellar.
This is a declaration by the overseas voice actor that they support the racism that disrespects the original work by turning characters black and excluding Japanese people, changing the icon image of the X account to a Japanese exclusionary black and hate image. It expresses blasphemy against the original work and discrimination against Japanese people. This is an international issue. Officially, please remove this voice actor from his role immediately.
Damn.
I really don't understand them. They are hypocrites. There are still many racists who say that changing the face of a Japanese character is not discrimination. And as you can see from the quote, they say it's great drawing because the character is not Japanese. If you point this out, you'll be called a racist. Their IQ is too low to even understand what discrimination is. When Japanese people speak up, they are told you're just a white person pretending to be Japanese. Then Japanese people shouldn't have dreadlocks. Looks like 2 bombs weren't enough. Wow. If this isn't racism, then what is?
In the middle of all this drama, the artist posted another re-edit. Then she was community noted about re-editing screen caps from anime and selling them. When she was found out, she quickly hit her Twitter.
New commission sheet. If interested, DM me. I'm not selling or editing anyone else's art. These are all anime screenshots, by the way. Anyways, bye. Editing and selling screenshots of anime violates Japanese copyright law. Even if the copyright infringement occurs overseas via the internet, the infringement is deemed to have occurred in Japan and the Japanese copyright law may apply.
And as you can see, Black Edit is $15. So if you look at her own thing, she did technically out herself.
You are racist.
Oh, well, what does it matter, right? I mean, she's 16. I can't expect her to be on the ball. Let's face it. The teenagers today, the future's not looking bright.
Do you know how many months make up 1 year?
Is it 12?
Yeah. Do you know what the first month is?
September. I'm stupid, no? September.
Do you know how many continents there are?
There's at least 30. I know that.
The overarching issue is that the mindset around blackwashing of popular anime characters while simultaneously condemning any character for being whitewashed is a double standard. And people of America have grown tired of those. And the rest of the world, especially Japan, has no interest in facilitating such things. This creates, for lack of a better word, racism between the two groups. It creates anger, it creates animosity, it creates a division. And when you have people over here, especially liberal white women, saying things like this,
whitewashing seeks to deny a character's race. It comes from a place of hatred and racism. Blackwashing, or rather the act of making fan art of a character as a black person, is made with the intention to see yourself as that character. It's made with love.
It doesn't make sense, because you could say the same of whitewashing. You can't really make these sort of, is it a false equivalency? I'm a little tired of all of this, and I can't really articulate myself well. Forgive me for not being verbally dexterous today. But all in all, it's just another day of stupid minutia. And frankly, I'm of the mindset if I don't like seeing things changed, call me crazy. But if I'm attached to a character or I respect or admire a character, I admire that character for who they are. I don't need them to look like me or be me to relate to them. This stems from a generation of people that are incapable of relating to anything unless it pretends directly to them, unless it mirrors them. I dare say that we now have a generation of people that suffer from narcissism on a massive scale. And what can be done about it? Probably nothing, because
people have to be willing to change themselves. And most people find themselves infallible. As much as I make fun of Darkside Phil, he isn't an outliner. He may be the norm when you really think about it. And that's enough of this today because I just had a real moment that was unscripted. Let's get the hell out of here, Stu. There was nothing funny here.
DSP is normal.
Stupid American.
Don't let him hear that. Even my detractors, you know, the people who hate me, you know, the people who make like a million bagillion videos every single minute of every single day and making like $1 bazillion and they're like filthy rich and stuff. Like, even they're admitting that I'm like normal, okay? Snort. Okay. What's this? Maybe I'm not the outlier. Maybe I'm just normal and everyone else is crazy, right? That's what he said. That's literally what he said, okay? RGB paper plates.
This is perfect. Heyo, DSP Projecting here. First off, let me thank each and every one of my subscribers. I would never have hit 1K without yous, and to Broside Phil for giving me that final push with his community post. He gave a complete stranger a really cool early Christmas surprise, and stuff like that is what makes this community so great. Hilarious content backed up by robust and meaningful actions. When I hit 1K, I knew I wanted to make a special video, but couldn't come up with anything that I felt displayed how grateful I truly was. Then, I had an idea. What if I were to steal Lechero's idea and disguise it as my own content? Delightfully devilish, DSP Projecting. The second I saw the RGB paper plates bit, I knew I had to rip it off. Let's be honest, like 50% of my shtick is like calling DSP paper plates Burnell, so this was right up my alley. Clearly, since I have this channel, I am obsessed with DSP, so I thought, what would DSP do? Make YouTube content about a grown man using paper plates and playing with lights. Because I want to thank you, and it's Christmas Eve, I will spare you a DSP clip, for now at least, and get right to the point. Using my coding prowess you can see on screen and a microcontroller, I did the same exact thing Lechero already did and brought RGB paper plates to the detractor sphere. Behold, the intersection of DSP's two greatest obsessions. I got home from work and made it a reality. While I was breathing in a bit of solder fumes, Raw Phil was on in the background, and an absolute legend coincidentally got him ranting about RGB paper plates too.
Am I going to have RGB paper plates tomorrow? Yes. In fact, our entire meal will consist of edible RGBs. The spiral ham actually is a spiraling RGB that goes around the ham as you know, as you cook it. It's pretty amazing.
Thank you, Review RGB USA Real. I have no idea how you were spared a ban. But once again,
could have made that so much more funny, but
he knows you can't eat RGB, but that's his coat.
Not
he
very
wishes
smart.
he had RGB
like, you know,
while hiding behind that
the whole
sad
ham's
excuse
gonna
of
be
a
like
joke.
an RGB,
Unlike
okay?
DSP,
Right?
DSP Projecting doesn't wish, he takes action. I made Phil's dream our reality. Once again, thank you for helping me get the 1K. It took every like and comment, but you did it. And feel free to do it again on this video. I wish everyone a Merry Christmas. Your true gift is that you're not Phil. And the rest of this video, which is just an RGB paper plate style Yule log situation for you to enjoy with your families, cats, and horses. Deuces.
Very well done. Hope you guys are having a good Christmas. I'm working on Christmas Day like a lot of people are. Nothing wrong with that. beautiful RGB paper plate. Watch someone put one of these in the microwave. Sets on fire. Thank you, DS Projecting. Very cool. That could be like a background for a lot of things. Got Rev News. I already saw this one. Delorio, what do you want us to watch? What we got?
I disrespected my wife to the point of almost divorce.
You'd rather bully your wife? Once Kelly's gone, who you got left?
Go ask Becky, who has been talking to her every time.
Did we not watch this one already? I feel like we did. It'll probably come to me if I have.
I disrespected my wife to the point of almost divorce.
You'd rather bully your wife? Once Kelly's gone, who you got left?
Go ask Becky, who has been talking to her every time she feels like the world is against her.
Hold on, you've been talking to Becky? I am so confused on why you're talking to Becky so much, Wings.
Oh, you know why?
Yeah, you haven't made it home yet, have you? You've been going since 7 a.m. this morning.
Why are you bothering your sick wife?
Wings. Kelly should leave you. You have no good skills and just a slob.
I think we did see this. Still good intro.
Say my name.
Breaking Banquet.
You're goddamn right.
I'm moving to South Carolina to make it easier for you. I'm moving to your town where you live to
Did he
make
ask
it
for that?
easier for you. I'm moving my girlfriend 1,000 miles away from her.
She's
dying
just a
dad.
little
Tell
girl.
me what you're doing. You do it. One goddamn time.
Time out.
You do it.
That's
One
fine.
goddamn time. You do it.
What did you do yesterday to required you to work from 11 a.m. to midnight?
I have an 11 a.m. phone call with Tina every goddamn day to start my day so I can calm her down and talk her through. What do you do that's the equivalent of just that one thing? What one thing? What do you do that's the equivalent of that one thing?
Well, first off, that one thing you do that for is charity, right? Because Mike should be paying for that.
I do it for the show.
Go ask Becky, who has been talking to her every time she feels like the world is against her.
Hey, what were you doing last night when I was working on our brand?
Hold on. You've been talking to Becky?
Yeah, I've been talking to her on Discord every time she gets dogpiled on.
Don't change the topic, Keem. You're gonna do some work. I know you didn't want to do it today. You're going to do it today. Jordy what were you doing? What did Grace ultimately get fired for, Keem? Was it going live when her show and the other shows were live? Isn't that why Grace got let go? Jordy, what were you doing last night, friend?
Playing Call of Duty.
Competing with the brand I'm bleeding to build.
So you're trying to say the 240 people is what was derailing Queens.
You don't think 240 more people would help right now? You don't think how much did you make last night? You want to share?
$72.
Look, can I
$72?
Time out.
Is it worth? Is it worth? Because Grace got fired for it. That's $72. Is that worth everything?
Time out.
Is that worth everything?
Time out.
Because Grace got fired for it.
I don't want to be involved in this. You guys got to figure it out. But I can say for a fact that you definitely do more for this brand than Wings. All right?
All right. Here's
and I
the
get
thing.
paid the same.
Boogie, you're no longer the host of the show. I will do it because it's nothing. What you're doing is exactly nothing. You're clicking a button and you're talking 3 minutes.
Then why did you make excuses to not do it? Then why did you make excuses not to do it for the last 2 months?
Because Keem told me not to do it because I am banned off of Stream Elements and Stream Labs, and
You're not logging into those. You don't have to log into those.
I have to log into those to make the donations
editing.
play through the stream.
No, you don't, and you can just read them instead anyway.
been
Then
doing that job for
have
8
you
years.
never done it?
I will do it. I'm
He
telling
never
you, I will
did.
do it. I'm gonna
He
take that
never
away
did.
from you.
When I give up my best
One
friend of
VTuber.
30 years, when I
Fuck your
move out of
friend.
my home, when I rip my dog
When I rip my daughter, I mean my
strange
girlfriend.
place where we have people coming and going every day. When I give up my Saturday night group that I've given my friendship to for 15 fucking years, when I walk away, from
he
the
put a
only
lot of
home
money
I've
into
ever
buying
known
those
and
friends,
felt
and now he's
safe in,
leaving them
and the only
behind.
town
What a
I've
wasted
ever known and
investment.
Never felt safe in. You think we should get paid the same? Do you think we should get paid the same?
What did you have to do today, Kelly?
I had to drive an hour to her house.
What'd you have to
drive
do
an
today,
hour
Kelly?
to the doctor so that they could get. I'm still not home.
Have you made? Yeah, you haven't made it home yet, have you? You've been going since 7 a.m. this morning.
Why are you bothering your sick wife then? What does that have to do with any of this?
No, because your complaint.
Make your point. Leave your wife alone and make your point.
Parents are sick. You act like you're the only person in this world that has sick parents, Boogie. You made these choices.
Are you willing to move 1,000 miles away from your sick family? I am.
See, here's the difference.
I am. I'm willing to rip that girl away from her family.
That little baby child, toddler, little
on
infant
Christmas
baby
Day,
girl.
when I sit down in front of
That
him,
poor
looking like Uncle Fester,
swollen baby.
and I say to him, I know you're
you
sick.
gotta leave her
I know
home.
you're dying, and I know I promised you that by the time we got engaged at the end of June, we would live closer to you. Instead, I'm taking your daughter 1,000 miles away so that if you have your stroke or heart attack that you're due, she won't be able to be there for you.
Time out. All right.
Bet you
Kelly
felt
should
really
leave
cool
you.
about that.
You have no good
I'm
skills
pretty
and
sure
just
that
a
made you
slob.
happy because
Do
you're a
better.
sociopathic sick fuck.
Oh, I could.
But
easily
you're
prove
sitting there
Boogie
presenting
wrong.
it like
I'm
it's a
better at Boogie at
complaint.
Everything on this
Do
planet.
it. Then
Magic
do
the
it.
Gathering.
Then do it.
Do
then
it.
Do it.
Have you? Let me ask you this: have you ever reached out to me?
But
and
you're
said,
letting
hey, this is what we got.
everyone know that
This is
you're
what I need
doing
from you.
that.
Have you done that?
Yo.
Which satisfies your
Where? Show it to me.
sociopathic
On the phone several
narcissism.
times.
Show it to me. I haven't seen it.
What did you buy the
can
boss
you guys,
a personal
can you
gift?
guys,
It's
can
a
you stop
curious
talking?
question.
Can you guys stop talking about this one thing? If you guys got me a gift, I'd like to be surprised. You're ruining it.
I'm not telling you what it is. I'm just saying there's something coming,
but
boss.
it's like, guys, I know
Boss.
chat wants me to moderate this and like decide who's right. Let me speak
We'll
for a minute.
decide it.
Let me tell you this, Stephen. I'm
How many
looking at-
phone calls have we had in the last month where I've called you, said,
Steven.
please come up with something, please give us something good? Well, how many
One.
times have I set you? Let's talk
One.
about the having
Oh,
you
my Lord.
review
You
your
are-
shit.
you
I
are
talked to the same guy. No,
over-exuberating
I
this.
talked to the same fucking guy 10 minutes ago before this show. He's like, when's the rematch? I'm still working with that guy. You gave us nothing. You gave us nothing.
You're trying
Tell
to say
me
if
I'm
you-
wrong. Keem,
you are
tell me
wrong.
I'm
You
wrong
are
about
wrong.
that one. What
You
did
are
he do
wrong.
that night other than sit there?
Fake ass acting like you
We
always
give
do.
opportunity to entertain. You said no. How about, okay, we've already gone over hosting OBS, hosting the show. Now you're going to do it. Great.
Well, how about we go over this?
No,
How
we're
about we
going to
go
do
over
it.
this?
No, we're going to do it. We're over that one.
Shut the
Oh,
fuck
I'm going
up,
to get through
Boogie.
my list.
Shut
Shut
the fuck up.
But you better be prepared.
All right, so Boogie, here's what I want to talk about. Right? How about you?
Then
How about I call you
talk,
Kyle
you
and
witless
Blake?
idiot.
This is the
Why
same shit
mute
that
someone
PK
and then
fell
just sit
apart
there
on
being
me
like, so this is what I
Because
want to talk
I'm not
about.
even given a chance to be
Right?
a part of the group because you guys are making
Say
these
it,
plans,
dimwit.
and setting me up with ringers and all this other shit behind my back. You don't even know you can't talk, Boogie. I got you server muted.
He does have.
No! Why would I call you just to be told no? I already know the answer. The answer is no. I already know the answer. Why waste the time? Why waste the time? The answer's already no.
Okay, time out. That's
I
fine.
wanted to have this conversation with
No,
you.
no, because here's
before
what. Here's
the
what
stream
here's
today,
the
but I
reason we're
already
having this-
knew the answer.
here's
The
we're
reason
having
we're having the
this
conversation in
You
text
both
before
are
the
right.
show
Time out.
is
You're
because I was
both
hoping
right.
to get this
Boogie.
done.
Man.
You don't work. I regret that you don't work.
I've done the exact same
I
thing
regret
you're mad about right
carrying
now.
you
I've
this
shaved
far,
my
and I'm
head
tired
and
of
my
doing
beard
it. I'll
because it
shave the
doesn't-
rest of my head right now.
for
But
it.
what will
I can do the show and be better than you. And when I do it, I'm gonna dogpile and disrespect you and pretend that you're worth less than me because all you have is one note. Your one note is to scream and talk over people. And you complain about things that I do. You do the same exact thing.
The main reason why me and Boogie get on the phone is because we work together easy. We come up with the stuff. If we involve you into the conversation, you'll derail it or you'll be like, no, or you always have horrible
I'm not a
ideas.
yes man. I'm not a yes man.
No, you're a no man. It's
You're a
only
no
no.
man.
We know the answer. We know the answer. The answer is
Boogie,
no. I'm not
Boogie, how
interested.
many
Let's just.
shows have
Your
you hosted?
suggestion for tonight's show was let's just do a
true.
docket episode.
You
It'll be
are a
great.
no
Let's just
man.
do. Let's read a fucking docket.
Because this is what we call audience separation. This is bad for the show. This is putting the audience into different
Yo,
camps.
you're telling the
against different
6,000
hosts.
people in here right now watching that they're bad for the show? Well, sorry, guys. You're
No, no,
bad
no,
for
no.
the show. We
No,
have
I'm saying
higher
what
numbers than we've
you're
had
doing
all
is
week.
bad for the
Well,
show.
but it's bad for the
You're
show. We've had
creating
higher
division.
numbers. You're right. We do so much better if we read a docket. While you sat there like a lump. You're right. That would do so much better.
Lump.
Oh, but
Look at Tina. Here's another one off my list. I'm skipping ahead. Look at the job Tina does. Tina does your job
Kim
just better.
didn't understand that Phil was not cut out for this.
Catchphrases, one-liners, jokes.
He didn't really plan for any of
says
this,
shit
which is
that's
why
funny.
it's just a disaster
She
for
does
him.
things that are funny.
Boogie, let me ask you a
He's not
question.
as smart as
agree
he
with that?
thinks he
Let me ask
is.
you a question.
staying out
Keep
of
him out of it. Let me ask
Boss,
you
you
a
agree
question.
with that? Audience,
Let me
do you
ask
agree
you a
with that?
question, Boogie. No. Quit looking for help.
Audience, do you agree
Me
with
and you.
that?
Quit looking
Shut
for help.
up, Boogie. Let him talk.
He does more and works harder than Tina? Go ahead, tell me.
Boogie, let him
What?
respond.
How many times has me and Tina been on the same call together?
I don't know. I've been on the call with her about 4 times in the last 24 hours. How many times you been?
No. Answer the question. How many times have me and Tina been on the same streams together? We did a whole week of them. There's at least 7, right? Has there been a time that Tina's outshined me so badly that you'd had to question this?
Everyone.
If you think talking to Tina
every single
is-
time. Every single
For what
time.
was she said spread for bread? She screamed and said spread
What
for
have
bread.
you
To
said
the
that's
point
even
that-
close to spread for bread? Even close.
I disrespected my wife to the point of almost divorce for the fucking show.
Well, you shouldn't do that, huh? I'm never going to
You
disrespect
shouldn't touch
Desi.
a beard for
I'm not going to
pennies
put
either.
Desi through.
But you're literally on the phone saying that you had to kill your fish to move to South Carolina. Like nobody in the world knows how to take care of a fish.
No, we have been trying to figure it out. We have a sick fish. He's a fair fish. He's been crossbred to absurdity. He's lost an eye. We are constantly having to put antibiotics in. We're constantly having to take care of that fish. He's struggling to stay alive. I don't think he'll survive the move. We're trying to find
Notice
a
how
home for
Boogie
him.
just
We
goes out
literally
of his
had the
way
conversation
to
last
get
night
pets that are
euthanasia might
deformed.
be the best plan.
I mean, Boogie, my cat died literally 24 hours before I had to get
Did
on
it
a plane
die
to go to
because you
London
were
to fight
moving
you.
1,000 miles away for the show?
I'm just saying, you're over here acting like my
Some
heart
form
should
of
bleed
a-
for a fish that you were so dumbfounded you let him rip his own eye out.
No, it's Desi. Desi's fish, and I
You
love her.
blaming Desi
And if
for this
she's
fish
in
ripping
pain,
his eye out.
I am
Even
in
worse.
pain because this hurts her because she loves animals. When it hurts her, it hurts me, buddy. I don't know. You might try that sometime. You might feel empathy and love for your wife. Give it a shot. Because don't give me. And here's the worst. Here's another one that's on my list, by the way. I moved to South Carolina instead of you moving to Arkansas. Now I'm not going to lose Desi. She's my ride or die.
first off,
But
Boogie,
Kelly's
reason
on
you're
her
moving to-
fucking last legs. When Kelly is gone, who do you have left in South Carolina?
First
What am
off,
I there
Boogie,
for?
you're moving to South Carolina.
Once Kelly's gone, who you got left?
You're moving to South Carolina not just because of me, because Tina's here, Ken's here, and Grace
I'm
was going to be
asking.
here.
When Kelly's gone,
it made the
when
most
Kelly's
sense for
gone, who
everybody.
do you have left?
Where's Kelly going to go?
Back to her family, hopefully.
She's not going to
To
divorce
someone that
me, bud.
fucking loves her. She's independent. She's got her own money.
I spend almost every day of the week.
She's entitled to half of what you got anyway. She'll be fine when she walks out.
Oh my lord.
Oh my lord.
I can't believe Wings
Oh, my
said
lord.
that he purposely disrespected Kelly to the point of tears for the show.
I would never.
What
I
do
would
you- it wasn't on
never.
purpose.
I would never. Every Francis video we filmed, me and Desi sat down. We go through the script. What are you comfortable with? What are you not comfortable with? I would never. And I
It's a
100%
highly
Keem
scripted
would never.
ordeal.
That's a bad
Francis.
choice. But
I
yes,
don't say no
about
to being
bullying your
entertaining.
wife, you'd rather
The
bully
show he
your
doesn't
wife.
even do
How
anymore.
wild is that?
I made the choice to put it on camera for the show. I could easily mute my mic and had that conversation.
I'd recommend that. I
that's
think
a
the audience
sacrifice.
would recommend that. I think we would all recommend that. I think we would all recommend just don't bully your wife. That one seems pretty reasonable.
I just don't understand where you feel like you're putting in this great level of effort. You've hosted what, 5, possibly 6 shows in
About
the span
10.
of like 3
About
months.
10. Well, let's talk about our
10.
solo streams. I did a bunch of those. I have the record for the most donations.
We're burning out too. I'm doing home
because
construction.
Jordy got up at 11 o'clock, got on a call with Tina, started talking to Becky. He got up,
Calling
talked to
Tina's
Jordy. I
not
talked to
fucking
Keem
work,
3
Boogie.
times. He then hosted an entire show. Then he watched Locale Queens. Then he went on React. Or did you sit on your ass and do
Boogie,
your
can
other
I
jobs?
can I call-
Or just sit on your ass and do your other jobs?
But-
What did you
Boogie.
do yesterday? So walk us
Boogie.
through your day. Walk us through your day.
Boogie, can I call the hour that I sat in Discord talking to the fans a job?
It is the
To hang out with the
minimal
fans?
amount of effort, and I'm so glad you
I
do,
do
it
it
because
more
they
than you
appreciate
do.
it.
Do I not be on there more than Boogie? Like if Becky needed to call me for whatever reason, I wouldn't be like, Boogie, I had a 25-minute conversation with
I go
Becky
out of my
today."
way to talk to the girls. I go out of my way to talk to Keem. I go out of my way to do this.
I am so confused on
Yeah,
why you're
DSP
talking
just
to
doesn't
Becky
have
so much, Wings.
the level of maturity to even reach this point.
Don't talk to Becky that much.
You know why?
You just said it multiple times. There's a whole Reddit of you like
As
flirting with
immature
Becky.
as these people are
Like, I've never
behaving,
flirted
it's
with
still
Becky. There's
more
never-
mature
there's
than
never one
DSP is
screenshot with me
capable
flirting
of
with Becky.
acting.
Oh, by the way, guess who won the poll? Me, because I'm on the Discord more.
Yeah, but Boogie won. Yeah.
I don't know why
yeah, I
you're
do the
holding all
Discord
this
more.
resentment for me.
Because, Jordy, I've called you how many times?
He's
And
burnt
asked
out.
you
very
to
few,
do
very
more.
few.
In the last
call me
week,
one-
we've had
no,
two
no, 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 no.
conversations.
You're
In the
about to
last
make me
week,
flip
we've had
scripts
two
here, Boogie.
conversations about
You're about to
doing
make
more.
me
You
quit.
told me
Boogie,
no
you're about to
both
make me
times.
quit.
No,
Careful,
you called me
careful.
one
Calm
time
down.
in
You're
the last
going to
week.
cross that arbitrary
was for-
line that I set
I
up for
can't say it.
everybody.
He is burnt out. I'm burnt out, but I don't
I'm
understand.
burned out too.
I don't get that. How
You're
are you
burnt out by doing a
on
fraction
what?
of the work.
What are you burnt out on?
I don't doing a show every day. I don't sleep well when I have a show.
Oh my
scheduled
God!
every
You have to
day.
talk into a microphone for 2
I
hours.
don't
What about the
sleep
rest of the
well.
work that's around your job? You're not doing it.
What'd you do, Boogie? I just did 3 hours of my personal stream. Jeff, maybe
Exactly.
have a phone
Instead, you could have been
conversation?
spending that 3 hours working on the brand. That's my entire
sleepy.
point.
I have
That's
more
my
than one
entire
job.
point. Instead of watching Queens, instead of watching React, you are live
I was
streaming
playing
your
Call of
shit.
Duty.
You're doing your third and fourth job. This is my only job. I miss playing video games. I miss going out on dates.
Literally getting lectured by a guy that's working for free.
I work for free when I work for myself. I work for my business. I work for my future. I don't care if the paycheck's there now because I know the paycheck will be there in the future when I do the work.
What'd she
How
say?
many times has he been like, I don't care about my future. I'm just running everything into the ground as fast as possible. I thought that's what a thing that he said. This was all just bullshit for pity.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
It's very weird. I used to be subscribed to TLDR, but he recently like re-uploaded all of his videos, I guess, or just uploaded them. Look at the time that they were uploaded. Like 36 of them are from like 4 hours ago, which is weird. I don't know. Guess I'll investigate it some other time. Rooflemonger has videos about fighting games. I'm going through a lot of content quickly. Got Theo. Theo talking about this. You can just put this on. I don't know if it would. That's what a account reactivated would look like.
Hey gamers,
But anyways.
welcome back to another
Hey,
DSP
Theo.
video. That's right, I'll be watching this insane clip. Everyone's been talking about this clip, might as well throw my 2 cents as well. But I will say I was debating
Merry
watching
Christmas,
the initial
Dominic.
news
How's it
story that
going?
triggered this, but I decided not to because
How's it going, Dominic? I was planning on like sort of gaming marathon, but work is work. Duty calls. I've got to finish this Gundam video before I can relax. My own Christmas is later on. It's going to be like the 28th, so I'm just sort of chilling. Everybody else is enjoying their Christmas. I've got Christmas Neko arc here, down chilling, putting her butt in my face. But I'm happy everyone's having a good day. Alfred is gone as well, so I guess I'm just going to be like streaming longer today until I finish this video.
a lot would be repetitive. It's just like, okay, he's just complaining that there's too many people to talk to. And I get that he just wants a more efficient system. Sure. But there's also a lot of like reasons why they need to have all these like departments and all
Alfred's
this
coming on
because
now.
YouTube is a big website. Like
Maybe.
they can't consolidate these kind of things to like one person. That would be insane. So they need all this like all these measures so that they can like deal with it. Whatever.
Oh, thank you, Dominic.
So there was
Thank
just
you
a
for the
lot of
gift
that.
sub.
But the one thing he did bring up was the Comcast employee that happened. And this,
costume change.
I was raising my eyebrow a little bit because I don't recall it taking forever or him talking to a lot of people to fix it. It just seemed that like he was just going through.
This is Marie
like,
Rose.
the support ticket, and he just had to wait to get an actual like person to talk to, and he just was getting impatient. Whatever. But then he said in January, this is the part that I got really confused with, right? He said that he was talking to someone in January, and they also dropped the ball because they didn't resolve the issue. And I listened to that thinking, what issue wasn't resolved? The person that was fucking with your systems, with your internet, got fired, and they restored all this stuff back to what they were supposed to. So what wasn't resolved? So I don't know what he was talking about. That like, so if it wasn't resolved, does that mean it could happen again? So someone else can just fuck around with his internet settings? Like, what wasn't resolved?
Almost had it.
Unless he
It
was like,
close.
he's talking about like he was trying to get them to do something that they didn't want to do, or
Merry Christmas, Corodox. Thank you. Oh, that reminds me. I need to text the family.
that they couldn't do. And he was like, see, they didn't resolve it, I guess. I mean, that was just kind of weird
Wanted
to
to do
say
it
that
early,
they
but it was
didn't
a little
resolve
too
an
early.
issue, and it's like, I feel like that they did. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, that's not what we're here to discuss. We're here to discuss this insane little segment he did after the fact. So let's fucking go.
I received a $5.65 tip from Ponage 101 tipped,
Wow,
but
that
it was
took
in
a long
relation to the
time.
previous story.
It
Okay,
took a while
so
for him
hold
to
on.
get the name. Like, why did it take so long for him to say Ponage 101? He said no pay pig. Come on. Come on now, dog. Come on.
So Ponage 101 did a $5.65 tip. Let's get him up on the leaderboard.
Get him up there.
And he says the following. The saddest thing about the whole scammer situation, if there was no negative stigma attached to you because of your longtime stalkers and detractors, people would listen to you more, and you'd have.
But this is insane though. Already off the bat to say that, well, it's a shame if you weren't trolled, people would listen to you. My guy, the fucking thing that was going on is like basic knowledge, and a lot of people who fall for these, they literally said, well, I guess I should have vetted the URL a little bit more and this and that, because there's a lot of like stuff that goes on, little like wrenches that are thrown into the situation. Like this, he was talking about how it was targeting the FGC, and the only one the FGC I saw this effect mostly was that I think he was talking about was Rafflemonger. Because Rafflemonger was talking about how he lost his YouTube channel because he clicked on a phishing link, and he immediately was like, oh, well, you know, I should have like vetted the email better or something. Like he felt like, you know, it was like, you know, like, oh yeah, my bad, this is fucking stupid, whatever. But this is stuff that's like everyone knows, like, hey, be careful what you get emailed, like, and they've only been getting better. Like that's the other crazy thing, is that before it's like, okay, yeah, if you see a wonky paragraph that, you know, that's a giveaway, whatever. Now it's to the point where even the email can look very official. Like there was, like you could like get an email that actually seems that's so close to a company email that it's easy to mistake it. But you have to like, and I would just recommend, like, if you see an email that looks official, always like Google that email and see if it's like, you know, put in the company name, like, does that company email from this account? And then maybe it'll bring up like a page of, these are the emails we used. If you don't see that, you know, that's a scam. I've done that with a lot of like junk mail. That's like, okay, then I block the email because it's like I don't want to see this at all anymore. I don't want to get like tricked overnight, thinking like, oh wow, it's this, and then bam, scammed. So I always block that kind of email so I don't see it. But that's the point it's becoming, where it's just, they're tweaking the email and just enough to almost seem official. And but this is stuff that's like common knowledge on the internet, and things just happen anyway. I mean, people make mistakes. People accidentally click links anyway. And the funny thing is, this dude clicked a Super Puppy link. During the whole thing with Super Puppy, he was like yelling at like, don't take down my streams. Then he goes to his Twitter account, clicked the URL, and everyone, like, as far as the detractors are concerned, we knew, like, okay, guys, this URL like logs IPs, don't click it, whatever. And it's like, okay, yeah, I mean, of course, I mean, why would we, whatever. This dude just clicked it immediately, and then it was like, oh fuck, and then it was like in panic mode after that, and it's like, you want to listen to this guy? like this guy has, even if no one was trolling him, he's not very smart about anything. So this insane thing where like people should listen to you more is insane. Come on.
Have helped a lot more people, maybe other content creators, to avoid this situation. Yeah, this is what people don't realize is, oh, the memes, the jokes, the lulls, right? So what you
this is like
they don't realize
so to have
the
this
memes.
much self-importance, because even let's say there were no trolls. I mean, again, look at the FAP incident. That was literally done by DSP. The trolls did not like egg him on to jerk off or something like that. Didn't that happened on his own. So that would already like discredit his like fucking stance in a lot of ways, because that's all he'd be known for. But even then, let's say that none of that happened, and he's still where he was in 2010 or whatever, right? In 2010, same guy. I don't think anyone would have listened to him, and he did bring him like Pippa and Sopa, and even then,
the word Pippa just means so
I
much.
would argue other people have already talked about Sopa and Pippa enough that it was already like a hot topic. DSP, in my opinion, just kind of rode the wave of what other content creators were doing, because this dude is not creative at all. He didn't even know what Sopa and Pippa was. He just knew it was bad. Meanwhile, other YouTubers literally has explained what it is and how it would have affected the internet, that it made people like, okay, yeah, these are bad. DSP didn't even know what it was, did a video saying it's bad, and then called it a day. So I would think this is a dude worth listening to, because he doesn't even research what he wants to talk about, and DSP Politics is literally the poster child of that situation, of that issue. It has not gone away.
you did is for a decade, you made DSP the butt of your joke. And when you did that, you destroyed my ability to ever help anyone on the internet, because no one takes.
But that's not even true, right? Because this dude acts as if like he was helping people, and then other people replied to him saying, you fapped on the internet and had a "this is how you don't play" video. Why would we listen to you, Philip? Bye. Like, that never happened. That never happened. And then when he tried to help other people, they did listen to him. This dude is so dedicated to thinking that since he had trolls, it discredited what he was saying, when it's matter-of-factly just how he carries himself in life is what that makes people discredit him the most. He has lied about so many other things. He openly tells us he lies every day to us. Well, not every day. That's an exaggeration. But he lied to protect his family. And then he went back on a lot of things. He said he'd never do this, and he ends up doing it. He said LEDs are dumb. He does LEDs. Like, these actions make him a uncredible person, because this dude has no backbone, has no way to, like, prove that he means what he says. So why would anyone listen to him anyway? He has besmirched his own credibility on his own. Like, everyone has basically said that about him anyway, because again, no matter what you read, no matter the context, he never stands for anything. Last of Us 2 is a low-hanging fruit example at this point. He will tell you what the political agenda is in that game, depending who he's talking to. If he's talking to a dude that says that there's too many liberal things like trans people or whatever, he's gonna say, yeah, man, that game is very propaganda, man. Yeah. Then someone will reply to him saying, no, Phil, there's no such thing. So it's not a political thing, whatever the fuck. And then he'd say, no, I'm talking about the reviewers giving the game 10s. That's the agenda. And it's like, what are you talking about? What's your stance? Like, he has like torpedoed his own credibility by just not standing for anything and just going back and forth on a lot of other things. I don't want to go back on Twitch, goes back to Twitch. I don't want to stream on YouTube, streams on YouTube. I don't want to do politics content, does politics. Like, he's his own worst enemy than any other troll out there. If he wasn't being trolled, people would eventually realize this dude stands for nothing and not take him seriously at all. This dude is a joke.
Me seriously, right? Now, to some extent this year that did change. Okay, and I'm happy for that. Really, I am. Like, I'm happy that now there are some
How did it change? What changed? He got fluffed up by Kino Casino, and that's it. He still gets the same amount of viewers. He's still carried by the same few whales in his community, and people still laugh at him. Like, how did it change? What clout did he gain?
people who listen, and you know, it's I got a little bit of clout back, at least, okay? But when you make someone,
but like, what does that mean? I got a little bit of clout back. What does that mean? That they got clout because he was able to do interviews? I mean, everyone was already willing to do interviews with him. He just turned it down because, get this, he perceived everyone else that they were only getting interviews to make fun of him. So he put himself in a cage and said everyone put him there. And then, like, Kino Casino, like, broke him out of the cage, and they said, see, I got a little bit of it back. But it's just, everyone was already, like, doing that for him, right? Everyone wanted to do an interview with him. It's just, he put himself in a cage. Just because he felt like that he got Keemstar on his little podcast, that he thinks that he has all his clout. But Keem was already, like, wanting to discuss shit with DSP and wanted him on Lolcow Live. So there was already a predisposition for Keem to, like, acknowledge DSP. Like, that's where it is at this point.
The laughing stock of the internet, and you run with memes and you just make them a living meme even though they have nothing to fucking do with it. That's what happens. Remember, before all that happened, I used to be someone who could make a video.
DSP has nothing to do with the memes about DSP.
Law or bill that was going to be passed in the United States. That
none of the memes have anything to do with him, actually. It's pretty cool, right?
Again, he didn't know what the bill was, and again, if you just go back in like 2010 or whatever the fuck Sopa and Pippa were a thing, other people were already discussing it. By the time he uploaded a video, to me, I would argue he was just doing it for clout chasing. He wanted to be put into the algorithm with other people who were talking about it. That's why he did it. Everything this dude has done in his career has always been based on what other people did. I don't believe he did it out of the goodness of his own heart. He just did it because other people were doing it. Oh,
Hey, Lonely Sully, Merry Christmas.
And these other YouTubers are doing it. I should do it too.
Hope everyone's having a good Christmas. I'm going to be streaming for a little bit today because I have a Gundam video I need to finish. And my own Christmas is a little bit later in the year. So I'm not really doing anything today. Just the usual for me today. But I'll celebrate it a little bit later. Hope you guys are having a good Christmas.
Like, everything he has done is because other people did it. Like, come on.
I made that bill about SOPA, Pippa, S.97A, all that shit back in the day, over 10 years ago. Those videos got hundreds of thousands of views.
Yeah,
barely
everyone was
100,000.
Everyone was making videos about it,
Thank
so
you.
your video about it got thrown into the algorithm. Like, this is why it was really dumb of him. Because he supposedly got an offer to be put into a book. He supposedly turned it down. And I'm sitting there like, yeah, you didn't get an offer. Like, I'm sorry. This is why people like want proof of things, because you can't make statements like this and have people believe you. Come on.
And got people talking about the subject. They got more people informed and involved and active in our government, and to stop it, and none of that shit passed. And
What makes you think
then,
you
all
had
of a
anything
sudden,
to do with that?
Oh, Phil's a joke because
All of a sudden,
this is how you don't play.
But again, like, the reason he was a
Like,
joke
this
for
is-
this is how you don't play.
He just
was this how he
assumes
reacted.
he just assumes he had something to do with it. This is another example where DSP would be a terrible DSP detractor. He would make a video making fun of DSP, and then DSP would change something. Like he would change or like react to something, and DSP would be like, "See, my video got to him. He saw my video. I created this change." And it's like, no, what, you shouldn't assume that. But he would fall into that habit that detractors try to avoid. Godzilla Christmas tree in Tokyo. That's cool. You see those Christmas drone shows? I saw that one where the drone fell out of the sky and landed on a kid and hurt him. And it's like, uh-oh, here we go. This is why we can't have good things.
To it, and
Here
he
we
told
go.
us, I reacted very poorly. So it was already an issue with him himself. Because again, when you look at the chain of events, a lot of this was egged on or just made worse by him himself. So it's had nothing to do with this how you don't play being made.
It's
it
the
was just how
drama
you
king.
reacted
Like,
to
come
it,
on, kid, move
which
out of the
is
way.
A point of character. It's his own issue. And he blames other people for making the video. No, dumbass. It's how you reacted to it. Because guess what? When you respond to something like that, it's gonna make people want to make fun of you even more. And the way you act made people discredit you. And you yourself have hurt your own reputation and your own validity all by yourself, man. Like, again, if you take the trolls out, and the trolls never existed, it would have naturally happened. People would realize this guy doesn't stand for anything, and he lies. He's dishonest to his own viewers. He's very opportunistic with things he's against. When he has nothing to gain, he's against it. But when he can gain from it, then he'll change his mind and say it's actually pretty good, guys. So it means nothing. It's immaterial for him to sit there and act as if like, guys, the trolls, they discredited me. No, you did that to yourself, man. If you just laughed at this how you don't play and just went and rolled with the punches, people would have probably more respect for you anyway. But instead, this dude decides to call people crazy and like get mad at people and then just treat his audience with passive aggressively. Like, again, he has yelled at his own audience multiple times, and a lot of the times it's not because of the trolls. It's because the audience isn't doing what he wants them to do sometimes. It has nothing to do, again, he could, because if he truly was a virtuous person and he was doing stuff to help people, then why does he need all these ass pats for him to help people? If you want to help someone, you're not asking yourself, will they believe me or this or that? You would do it, right? Like, it's really like this fallacy of like, a nice person will not sit there and say, guys, I'm so nice. I'm such a nice guy. Guys, I'm so nice. I'm so nice. I'm so fucking nice. They would just do it.
Nice.
And
God
just
damn
do
it.
that naturally. Or
I'm
whatever.
the nicest fucking
Like,
person in
it's
the
something
world.
that you have to lead by example, I guess. That's the phrase that I'm trying to think of. But you can't just gain trust by just waiting for people to be like, yeah, man, let's respect him. No, you have to like actually work to get that. And if you're gonna sit there and say, guys, no one's gonna trust me, man. Like, come on.
Because of this reason or that reason. It's like, you
could just do the thing.
Fucking excuses for humans.
Hold on, let me go full screen.
Allow me to repeat myself. You pathetic fucking excuses for humans who thought.
I think the pathetic one is the guy who begs for money.
Keep myself.
He had
You
to
thought.
like find the button on his little Stream Deck.
You pathetic fucking excuses for humans who thought
that
it was in everyone's best interest.
It was in everyone's best interest.
No one made fun of DSP thinking about the greater good of society. Like, this is really, and this is a very like self-righteous nonsense that people would like hate someone more. Like, if someone said this to you, you probably would not think this guy is cool. You probably think this guy's a piece of shit.
No, he's super cool.
To try to make
guys.
someone a living joke.
We just
for
tried
decades.
to make him a living joke, and now everyone thinks he is one, but we tried.
Again,
Wait.
just because someone made it, this is how you don't play. Of you playing MGS3 and MGS2 and 3, and people are like, wow, this guy sucks at video games. That doesn't really mean anything. But the fact that, like, you're getting mad at your own audience about this. I mean, again, look at about the capture card situation, right? People were telling him, why don't you get a capture device? It's gonna make your content look better. No, I'm not gonna do that, you piece of shit. Let's do it. I wanna sit there and do this and sit in a comfortable chair and do that. I wanna sit here and point a camera at a TV, idiot. Like, was that because of the trolls? Did the trolls, like, possess you and make you, like, yell at your own audience that tried to help you? No. And then guess what? He went back and got a capture card anyway, or a capture device. So this firm stance he had about how he wants to keep filming with the camera immediately went away, and he bought a capture device, and he never once apologized for yelling and screaming at his own audience that tried to help him. Look at back when he built the PC. He got angry at his audience when he was setting up the gaming PC. He had to go on the podcast the next day and be like, guys, I'm so sorry I yelled at you. Like, but he only apologized because someone either complained or he was like, oh, you know, or people were making fun of him over it. It wasn't because he was genuine. Nothing this dude is sincere at all. And he's saying, oh, it's because the trolls made fun of him. No, dude. It's because of you. You did this to yourself.
Who used to actually try to go out of their way to help people. But it's, you know, as long as...
Wait, what?
To try to make someone a living joke for a decade. Who used to actually try to go out of their way to help people.
What's stopping you from helping
Did he help
people?
anyone? Again, the only time he talks about
Who
doing
used
charity
to try to go out of his way to help
yeah,
someone.
charity, whatever.
Okay,
Was
well,
when
congratulations.
He was doing Habitat for Humanity, and guess what, guys? He did that because the school required him. So you're telling me, right? Like, it is insane to me that he uses that to brag about helping people when the only instance of him doing charity work is when his school required him. That's not really anything to brag about. My school also required me to do volunteer work. Should I brag about that? I'm so helpful. I did volunteer work for my high school guys. They told me I had to do it, and I did it. Aren't I cool? No. You did it because for a school assignment. If I did this on my own without anyone telling me to do it, then I can brag about it. But again, who brags about fucking charity work? And this dude is like, oh, see, I used to do this. This to me is not what charitable people do. No one sits there and is like, oh, you know, I used to help people and get attention for it, and now you made fun of me, so I couldn't do that anymore. If you're truly a helpful person, you wouldn't care about that. But every time he has helped anyone, he always brags about helping people. Because I'm sure there are instances of him helping people as a content creator, and a lot of the times it's just to make him look good. So it comes off disingenuous how he does it, because he does it for ass pats. Because if he was truly like a virtuous person who did charitable work or was willing to help people, we wouldn't have this little segment today. He wouldn't have talked about this if he was truly a helpful person.
But it's, you know, as long as everyone can laugh.
It's
at
like,
just
you
memes that
know,
they
man.
recognize, that's cool.
You know?
Forget about the fact that, you know, I've been around for 16 years. I'm well informed on internet, gaming.
He's well informed
YouTube
on internet,
issues.
you guys. Leave him
I can
alone.
definitely give.
But a lot of his takes about this is anyone can have the same
Leave him
take.
alone. He's trying,
Guys, I think
you know.
people who are paid off by video game companies is bad. What a take, Phil. No one thought that ever. Wow. Guys, give him a round of applause. Wow, this guy is so brave. He said what everyone was thinking. Man, what's going to be the next thing? Murder is wrong? Wow, what a brave take from Philip Burnell.
informed takes and things like that. No, who cares about that?
What
Yeah, who
informed
cares?
takes? This dude he's not informed at all about anything. At all.
Right? No. Instead, we have to laugh today collectively at something like a bunch of brain dead.
Brain dead.
But guess
People who
what?
laugh at things
he
are
does this
stupid.
too, though. He did that to Rich. And he wants to talk about how he wants to bring down Rich, and he got revenge. By the way, DSP has made it a personality to say, guys, I don't hold a grudge. I would never hold a grudge. I don't take delight in seeing people's downfall. But this past few months, he has taken delight in Rich's downfall. What he perceives a current downfall. Meanwhile, Rich has been a lolcow for years. This isn't the first time Rich has been made fun of. Who the fuck's calling?
Who the fuck?
It's Scam! Ah, of course. Of course, it's Scam. I am not talking to you. I don't know you. But he took delight in Rich's downfall. He then says that, oh, I got back at him for making fun of me, man. Well, what a nice guy. He waited until Rich's downfall for him to suddenly bite back. Wow, man. And now he's saying how dare you make fun of me to help someone? So then why are you bringing down Rich? What if Rich wants to help someone? What if Rich has informed takes? But no, since Rich did the grave sin of saying, well, guys, DSP fapped on May 1st. We gotta bring him down, right? Like, just out, like, everyone has a lot of issues with Rich. Everyone dislikes Rich. Rich is a piece of shit. You all know this. But what did he do to DSP that was so bad that DSP is in the right?
Made
in
money.
Him down? He isn't.
Made money.
He isn't. Just simply not. It's not
That's
equivalent or proportional.
A terrible sin in
what
DSP's
Rich
mind.
did to
He's
DSP.
making money, except for when it's him.
In this kind of way.
He can make
But
as much
again,
money
if
as he
DSP
wants.
is such a man of the people, he wouldn't be focusing on bringing down others because he was wronged. So everything about this dude's personality is flawed, and not flawed like in an interesting, like a character flaw kind of way, just flawed in a piece of shit kind of way, where this dude is a fake ass person.
Those sheep have to have this
Sheep,
herd-like mentality of just dunce level
cows.
intelligence. So let's just degrade DSP.
Again, I want to just mention that he said it was okay for people to laugh at This Is How You Don't Play. He even uploaded his own channel. Keo Gaming had a few videos that other people made that were This Is How You Don't Play. But now it's bad. It's back to being bad. See how opportunistic this guy is? When he's willing to use something to like prop himself up on some kind of pedestal, he'll do it. He'll do whatever. He'll do whatever that suits the situation. And that's not really a good trait to have.
No, it's a trait that good people have.
Even though
Sure.
he has stuff
Good,
to say
decent
that can help
people do that.
Ignore all of it because he's a joke, right?
But again, look at the chain of events of the scam situation. He only talked about it after the fact, and when he covered it, by the way, it was just stuff that other people knew or other people covered in some kind of way or whatever. Like him saying, "Guys, don't click on phishing links" is basic help 101.
No.
Basic internet help 101.
That's
Like,
Geek Squad level
and it's
expertise.
Not even new. What he said.
He
over
exposed
this
the
week,
account.
talking
Now
about
it doesn't have as many
internet scams,
followers.
Isn't even new.
They changed
It
the
wasn't
profile
even a new
picture. Got 'em.
tactic that he was exposing.
Exposed.
I have seen more people expose actual scams that are
He thinks he's Kit
actually,
Boga.
like, stuff that you wouldn't expect. Like, this is a vague memory, so don't quote me on this or whatever. Maybe someone knows what I'm talking about, but there was like a scam that was going around where it's like someone will come out on a YouTube video, and depending on what's typed
Godzilla,
and
like
how you
Coffeezilla.
reply to that is what they use to like scam you or whatever. It was some weird like YouTube comment thing. It was very bizarre in that kind of way, and it's like I didn't know that could happen. And it's ever changing. There's people who are going over more and more stuff that's like, yeah, this is a new way to scam. Look out for this. Look out for that. Like all this other stuff that is far more like nefarious and like other level. But DSP's big scam segment that he talked about was guys, I got a DM from on Twitter at X that was trying to get me to click on a link. Wow, man. Wow. You know, like, if you talk about Twitch emotes on Twitter, you'll get DM'd. I heard you're looking for Twitch emotes. I have commissions, and I'll make you an emote for you, or whatever.
Hey, how's it going?
You'll get all kinds
Merry
of
Galtmas.
weird-ass DMs like that. Is that, like, refreshing? Wow. Guys, that's new. You guys never heard of that, right? It's not even new, and he's acting as if he just discovered this.
No.
This is how he
fuck
keeps
you.
Cat happy.
Fuck
You
you.
really
Fuck you.
mouth-drooling fucking
You
morons.
really mouth
Because
drooling.
for a greater part of a decade, you're the ones who degraded human existence and fried everyone's fucking brain.
And then to, like,
Mouth driller.
heighten up the detractors to this level is also cartoonish. It's both. This is insane. He both inflates himself by saying that, like, he had a lot of things to say that, and he could have helped thousands of people. And he also inflates the trolls that now we are diminishing society for saying DSP is a lol cow. I mean, there's worse things that has happened to people on the internet than what has happened with DSP. Like, just if you look at it, I mean, come on.
Brain cells with your idiotic,
Your idiotic,
triple
just
shit.
bullshit.
Maybe
I
someone
try to
knows how
talk
to
about,
talk
but my words
before
don't
he
come
says-
out
You're
because
the
I
ones
guess
who
I'm too
degraded human
smart.
existence
My
and
brain moves
fried
too
everyone's
quickly.
fucking
That's what
brain cells
happens.
with your idiotic,
With your idiotic
Drivel shit.
drivel shit.
But this dude is sitting there saying, "I don't do hypnosis. I don't do this." But then he's saying that we're apparently frying society. What?
It's just so trivial.
It's so
If it's trivial
trivial.
what we do, then it shouldn't affect you, correct?
Trivial, nonsensical garbage. But you got your lols, you got your
But it
laughs,
needs to
right? You made a buck
stop.
on the internet, right? Yeah, and now we're all dumb.
Now we're all dumb.
What buck did I make? I didn't make a
Now
buck
we're all
doing
dumb.
this.
Now we're all
Come on,
stupid.
Come on, now, dog.
Now look at the
What the
fucking
fuck?
world.
What are you
right?
talking about? So stupid. What are you talking about? It's like in Horizon Zero Dawn, where like they have a plan to outlast the machines by hiding underground in bunkers, and then just re-educate humanity through educational training modules. But then the guy responsible for the robots ended up deleting the whole of human history. So that's why in Horizon Zero Dawn everyone is basically just like caveman tier, because they didn't get to get taught everything that humanity knew before going underground. Like that's what I could understand someone saying, now you made everyone dumb. You made everyone dumb. You deleted the archive of human knowledge. Now we couldn't teach the new generation anything that we knew. Now we're all dumb. DSP using it in this context just because we made videos making fun of them is so ridiculous.
But this, what?
You made everyone
I'll never
stupid.
understand, like, how does he conflate where our society is to the existence of DSP detractors? That is insane. That's an insane take. We're not that important. And
No,
neither is he.
we deleted
Even if
human knowledge.
Again, even if
Made
he
everyone
didn't
stupid.
exist, I don't think anyone would be listening to him anyway. There's so many people that give out good advice that no one listens to anyway. I mean, come on. It's just how people are. If I come down the street and I tell you, guys, listen to me, it's very important that you drink bleach. Drink it right now. Does that mean that you're gonna distrust me off the bat? No. You're like, I don't know who you are. Why are you telling me to drink bleach all of a sudden? No, crazy. I know what bleach is. I mean, come on, dog.
Look at how stupid people are on the fucking internet.
What do you mean?
Because this is what you did. You made a joke out of everything. So now here we are in the modern day.
So
I thought he was happy.
You know, maybe I'm over analyzing, because maybe in general what he's addressing is just the notion of like making everything a joke. But it's like, again, it's very situational. I mean, people can make a joke of anyone, but that doesn't mean that person has, loses their right to like stand up for themselves, correct? Like, if DSP is truly a person that has a lot to say, that is helpful, he can still go on and say things that he wants to say. The fact that he's so willing to, that he's insinuating that he can't, that he won't speak up because he thinks that no one will take him seriously, means that this guy doesn't have any faith in himself. So why listen to someone that has zero faith in themselves? Like, I'm sorry, if you have no confidence, I'm not even gonna, like, no one's gonna listen to you. They'll just be like, okay, cool, man, and then they'll walk away. But if you have confidence and you, like, talk about what you think what should be done, sure, someone may still disagree with you, but you said your piece on the matter. Like, and it's insane for this dude to have this kind of take and have a politics show, because half the time when you do a politics show, you have to have at least some confidence in what you're saying, or have at least some kind of insight or knowledge, or just an idea, just a backbone. Again, like, if you're right, left, or whatever, you at least have to understand what, like, your own viewpoint on something. That's why, like, half the time when he does his politics show, I try to at least, like, understand what story he's talking about. So I try to read up on something. And that's why, like, some of these politics shows, I do bring up, like, what I've read and what I think about it. I'm not gonna say, well, you know, like, whatever. But it's like half the time you have to, like, kind of know, have some kind of confidence and not care about what other people will think. The only time that you have to really think about that is if it's all situational.
Merry Christmas,
I guess.
Mexicano.
But this dude is saying, like, you made a joke of everything.
I'm just here chilling, editing this video. I got quite a bit ways to go. I'll probably be working on this all stream, if not all day, because I got this huge chunk here completely empty. I got everything before it pretty much done, and everything after it seems to be pretty easy. But yeah, I'm just editing, doing the usual. My Christmas will be celebrated on the 28th. So today isn't a very special day for me necessarily, but I'm glad everyone is enjoying their day today.
Yeah. But the thing that people are making fun of him for is just the stuff he says, like this. If he was sitting there and if he just did the segment about the Comcast thing that was going on, or the hacking,
Yeah,
shit,
it's
right?
the guy who bug sprayed the
Sure,
Walmart
that's
food.
fine. Leave it at that. He
That
said
dude.
his piece. But then he goes on this whole tangent about, I would have helped so many more people if people didn't make fun of me. No, it's your actions that speaks for you, not what we determine to listen to. The fact that he brings this up, it just discredits him in my eyes, because you can't just sit there and keep talking about how other people won't take you seriously. I'm not gonna take you seriously if you bemoan how no one else will take you seriously. You're asking to be not taken seriously at that point.
Okay? And I get approached by a scammer, all right? And I tell you guys about it. And thankfully, some people did listen. You know, I'm happy that some people listened, and hopefully this helped avoid some people having their businesses, their livelihoods, their YouTube channels messed up. I really hope it did. But if I were anywhere near...
But, you know, in reality, though, his audience doesn't even listen to him. Think about it. He told his audience, don't tie any of your accounts together. Don't do this, don't do that. All of them, in one way or another, did the opposite of that. Like, that's why, like, people figured out about Darziak, because he linked everything together, basically. Like, they made it so easy for other people to realize who they are, because they didn't listen to what DSP told them to. So his own audience doesn't even listen to him. You know, his fans.
As big as I used to be, and people actually took me seriously rather than, oh, it's that guy, that joke on the internet that everyone makes fun of, probably I would have helped a lot more people. Do you understand?
No.
So you got your law, and people actually took me seriously rather.
But it's what you say will make people take you seriously. If they listen to you and you say dumb shit, they're gonna be like, yeah, this guy's he doesn't know what he's talking about. And half the time he does, because like the Argentina memberships that he keeps complaining about. He's like, I try to tell YouTube about this, but it's like a deeper... The thing with the Argentina memberships is that it's a global currency, and this is the internet. So, like, all this stuff gets affected in different ways. And, you know, I don't know how YouTube works with currencies, because, again, how would it be... Because how is it that... Because I think Twitch has a universal sub price, because I don't know if, you know, Twitch subs are cheaper in Argentina either. If that's the case, then wouldn't that be an issue on Twitch as well? Like, what does Twitch do that curtails or change or isn't affected by that versus YouTube? It's affected by that in that kind of way. Like all this stuff, it all like has other things that are affecting it, but he doesn't understand that, and he just assumes, well, they need to fix this. This is a loophole. But like, what are they gonna do? Like, what is the proposed solution? Like, if you're not even understanding what their problem is, then what are you complaining about? Like, come on.
Other than, oh, it's that guy, that joke on the internet that everyone makes fun of, probably I would have helped a lot more people. Do you understand?
But he doesn't reach out or try to help other people. He tells us every day he wants to stay in his lane and play games and have fun. Again, how often is it that DSP reaches out to help someone and they say, oh, you're the joke? Everyone he has reached out to has responded to him as a person. Like, he replies to so many people, and I don't see them reply back, well, you're the faps. It's other people that reply to him that the other dude doesn't care about them because they're not talking to them. This dude is insane. He thinks that, like, his clout is so important, but all clout kind of is just, like, what you can pull off with other people and what kind of, like, deals you can have. But he's not trying to make deals because that's not the kind of content he makes. He's a streamer that wants to play video games, and he can ask people to be on his show. He chose not to do it. He had people for the when he did DSP Asks It for DSP Reacts, they ended up canceling because of the side scrollers. He had people lined up, and did they back out because he's a joke? He did, because he felt that he was a joke. They were still willing to do it. None of them backed out. But when a person actually backed out of an interview with him, it was because they didn't like his reaction to VTubers playing Street Fighter 6. And they thought that what he said was toxic. But he says, well, that's because the trolls clipped me out of context. But what context would be added? Literally the reason why, like, why that person perceived that DSP did not like VTubers was because this dude just responded negatively to these two VTubers excited about playing a match that was random. They didn't know they were going to be in the match. It was like, what are the odds? It's equivalent to DSP getting matched with Snake Eyes. Like, was it bearable as in a Snake? Like, oh, I got a Snake Eyes!
Yeah, I know, right?
And doing all
no, don't do it, no!
Shit. But guess what? People made fun of him for doing that cringe shit where he was basically not even playing. And Snake Eyes was like, okay, this guy must have, like, might have been too busy to play, and he didn't
no,
do
don't
a match.
hurt me. I can't believe it.
There are people in fighting
it's
games.
It's a number one sound
if you put the controller down, and if you just, like, don't play, and they feel like you're not trying, they will not do a set with you. They will just leave. And then if you ask them, why do you do a set? They're like, I'm not playing a guy. Like, sure, sometimes people will rematch and get a free win, but a lot of times other people are like, I'm not going to play this guy who's just going to put the controller down or whatever. And Snake Eyes probably figured that's what's going on. So he's like, I'm not going to play this guy. Because he was not even trying. But he watches VTubers freak out. He's like, oh my God, they're hurting my ears. My ears are bleeding. Oh my God. All this stuff. So it has a negative connotation versus if he just said, oh wow, they're like very excited. Oh man, they're, you know, like he could have worded it a different way, I guess. It was just the way
he was like, I literally can't keep watching this clip, but it makes my ears hurt. Oh, my ears.
Again, all of this has nothing.
Like, he's fucking Andy Ditch, bro. Andy Ditch is pretending to be autistic. And even he's not this over the top. Like, someone plays music in his house and he's like, my ears, it makes my ears hurt. Because he read somewhere that autistic people get sensory overload. So he's trying to convince people he's autistic by just throwing a temper tantrum over just normal noise. You can just put some headphones on and drown it out if you really wanted to. But DSP, the undiagnosed Spurg, he's like, oh my God, you're laughing. He just hates the sound of women having fun and enjoying themselves.
Nothing to do with trolls. It's him. He's the one. He reached out to Kat to help her with OBS. And Kat said they're like, oh well, it's the guy who fapped. No, she ended up marrying him. That's what happened. And again, she knew he had trolls. That's why a lot of people were like, well, you know, Kat should have known, right? Kat knew that he had trolls. They're just part of the victim blaming situation that goes around. But guess what? She still married him, regardless. Okay.
Understand?
Like all
well,
is
to be fair, she
superfluous
regrets it. So.
To the issue at hand. DSP is complaining how no one is taking him seriously because trolls make fun of him, but that's not the case. The reason why no one listens to Chris Chan is because this person is so far gone. Every chance that someone tried to help Chris Chan, this person did the opposite or didn't listen or kept sewing themselves into further nonsense. Like it is just a roller coaster ride with that person.
I don't think she regrets it.
And that's where DSP is kind of teetering on. It's not worth helping this person because this person doesn't care. The only help he wants is people to give him attention and money. That's the only help he cares about.
So you got your lulls for a decade, but now people have lost their livelihood. And I could have helped them, but
he's
don't care.
lost his livelihood?
Then
no, other people.
If that was the case, why did you talk about scammers? Why did you talk about scammers? You know what? I got a question for Philip. Why did he when he was going through the Laveria situation, right? Why did he wait until that situation was dealt with for him to discuss that these were a scammer? Why was he so willing, right? Think about this. He was, if it wasn't for the SOK and the trolls that were highlighting that Laveria was a scam, this dude would have signed up for them. He signed a contract despite feeling that these might be shady. And I'm saying if you thought that Laveria, Poltavi, whatever the fuck was a scam, why did he go so far to then sign a contract that had typos in it? And you say well, it's not legally binding because there's typos in it. How do you but yet even then you still signed it? I mean, I'm sorry. If you give me a contract that and you're shady as fuck and has typos in it, I'm not signing it regardless. I'm just gonna block you. Because because when you sign a contract, it's kind of a scary situation. Especially when it deals with your YouTube channels. And he was willing to sacrifice KO Gaming for that. KO Gaming was a sacrificial lamb for Laveria. That's why he was doing all this weird shit about it. And it's and he waited and he signed it. And did he thank the trolls? Of course not. Because why would he? But this dude has no interest in helping anyone because scammers that have existed on Twitter for years and he didn't say a peep, didn't say anything until, in my opinion, the only reason why he talked about this fucking scam was because coincidentally all these YouTubers channels were getting hacked at the same time. In my opinion, DSP got a DM about a partnership with an LED company. And that's why he made that connection, because this dude is so full of himself that he thinks he's still in the FGC when he kind of isn't anymore, by his own admission. And I don't think anyone in the FGC gives a fuck about this guy to even consider him part of the FGC. They might consider him as part of the problematic FGC, if anything. But anyways, he ropes himself in with these people, and then says, well, see, I got a DM too, but anyone can get a DM from a scammer. Scammers don't give a fuck. They target everyone. Everyone gets emails from scammers. Oh, your FedEx package is shipped. Click the link to track it. And it's I didn't order anything. And this is texted me? That's not how this works. Huh? And then you're just gonna be block. Everyone gets that shit anyway. I mean, it's really just the only time that you get, and this is all typical, because I feel that these kind of scamming emails, phishing emails, I feel get ramped up more in the holiday season because of all this other surrounding stuff, ad revenues high, Christmas time, whatever the fuck. All this stuff gets overbloated because of that. And DSP is so dented. He thinks that this is a coincidence. Oh, they're targeting me, Come on.
Well, maybe.
And again, I'd much rather listen to some like Rufflemonger when he was discussing it. I would much rather listen to what Rufflemonger had to say than DSP.
Maybe in the scope of things, you're the insignificant person who doesn't matter. Did you ever think about that?
Wait, what?
And I could have helped them, but you don't care. Well,
why would I care about helping other people? Like, there's so many avenues for people to find help. Just to find it, and he's sitting there like, oh man, you know what? Like, blah, blah, blah.
maybe in the scope of things, you're the insignificant person who doesn't matter. Did you ever think about that?
You ever think about that?
Just because you got to laugh for a decade at me?
Oh my god.
Well,
was it Anne Lee?
maybe in the scope of things, you're the insignificant person who doesn't matter. Did you ever think about that? Just because you got to laugh for a decade at me?
I'm assuming it's Anne Lee. Anne Lee must have, like, had an alert. Or was it DSP? Or was it the guy?
At my expense, right? You've fucked stuff up. You get the person who doesn't matter. Did you ever think about that?
Wait, what?
If we're, he told us for years that we're insignificant. And if that's the case, if we are insignificant,
you're stupid for laughing at me.
Why does he have rants about us all the time? He told us before that we wouldn't matter if we got Thanos snapped away. No one would miss us and no one would care. And yet we have multiple rants about the trolls on DSP Gaming. And this dude is having another rant about how we ruined his life and how we have made it so that he can't help anyone, apparently, even though he has helped people regardless.
Just because you got to laugh for a decade at me, at my expense, right?
Just because you got to laugh at me? I mean, wait, that sounds pathetic. I mean, at my expense?
Right? He tells us that if you rolled with it, it would have been different.
Who gives a fuck about people laughing at you, bro?
Like,
big baby.
I could have been someone to help people with this kind of stuff. I would have liked to. I was at one point.
You don't know anything.
You just had to laugh. Well, now people have lost their livelihood and their YouTube channel.
That happened before you said anything.
I would have liked to.
This dude is not savvy at all. Like, man, he struggled. When he did the Medica React, he was making fun of Mundane Matt for not having a clean window to show his YouTube history or whatever the fuck. Like, he had all these tabs open. He's like, okay, so this is what you do, right? You do that, okay, and then he, struggled to open a new window. He struggled to do that. And he's telling us that that he would help people. When the side scrollers were asking about the mobile game, he couldn't even hold the conversation. He was darting all over the place. Not even with that question, it's in general. Again, his character is the problem here. Not the trolls, not how other people perceive him. It's how he carries himself. Again, if he went to help someone, it's up to that person to take him seriously or not. And that's for them to decide. They're not going to think about what other people think of this guy. They're just going to read what he tweeted at them or what he says, and they'll decide for themselves. When you watch the news segment about the scammer, it's very obvious that this guy is just delusional or deluded. Like, this guy talks about how there's too many departments in YouTube or Google to handle this when it should be consolidated into one person. But it's like, anyone would tell you that's not the case, and there's a reason why it takes forever. Is that the important thing is that it should have an easier way to get some kind of help for these situations. But it's also unreasonable to expect them to have one person to handle all these things, or even multiple people to handle all these things at once. Like, it's just unfeasible. There's all these issues that are there that are the problem.
I was at one point, but you just had to laugh.
At the end of the day, when your account gets hacked, you're gonna ask the internet for help, but you're gonna be mostly looking for people who have went through it before that can help you. Did DSP
You're not
go
going
through
to
their YouTube
fucking
channel getting
DSP
hacked?
Gaming.
No, he never did. The only
Maybe you should have presented yourself as like a tech support channel.
And like scariness,
Then people would go to you for tech advice.
Employee that was
That's your fault.
him. He had a bank leak, and that's it. He never had his YouTube channel shut down. He actually had a YouTube channel shut down. He didn't care about it. He didn't even care enough to get it fixed.
Well, now people have lost their livelihood and their YouTube channels. Is it funny?
Like, how did his YouTube channel?
Sorry, Phil.
How
I
did
called
he
the
get
cops and they
hacked,
told me
right?
they only deal with human trafficking.
So we want so you know what? Let's think about this, right? I think it was DSP Red Dead or Red Dead DSP that got hacked. Or no, it was Final Fantasy 13 DSP, that one. Or both, whatever. That one got hacked. And people started uploading sports games, and then that channel got shut down. How did that get hacked, DSP? Why didn't... So what do you know about reversing hacking or whatever the fuck? And when you look back as to how he explains, I don't think he even knows how it got hacked.
Are you laughing?
Yes.
What if it was you? Ha!
I wouldn't have fallen for it.
And it's your fault.
It's my fault.
Again, there's so many other
my
people
fault.
that are out there to help people who got their accounts hacked. There's other people that have spoken about this. All this stuff. Like,
It's my fault.
there are thousands of YouTube channels and YouTubers who have talked about this subject alone. DSP's not special. He's not the linchpin of this whole thing. If DSP had clout, this would never happen. No, it would still happen. Scammers are not saying this think, oh, thank God DSP is a joke on the internet. If DSP had power, we would not exist, guys. Thank God.
You're to blame. Any of you out there
You're to blame. You know what?
You. Yes, you.
who just thought, let's make Phil the butt of the joke just to get a rise today and do this.
Again, how
It's a
self-important
consequence
is
of your
DSP?
actions.
Right? So if he wasn't the butt of their joke, would all scammers be bodied? Would they all be gone? No.
Apparently.
They'd still exist because guess what? He wouldn't care. I guarantee you, he wouldn't have talked about this in any meaningful way regardless. He only talked about it because you know what? Think about it this way. The only reason he even talked about this fucking scam, these scammers, is that the FGC, group of people, were getting hacked, and this was a trending topic on Twitter. That is the only reason he talked about this. That's
Pause this for a second. Let's look at this. Another World of T-shirts highlight. Let's take a look.
Claire?
Viewers unleash a vicious TTS donation about Mr. Beast's mother.
Claire? Yes.
Anonymous sent $15. You never had a real daddy because your whore mother couldn't stop deep-throating everyone at the synagogue.
Jesus
I might fuck her
Christ.
bones tonight. I've never tasted dead Jew.
Oh.
All right, you know what? Someone should arrest you for that. That you crossed
Arrest.
the line, motherfucker.
Arrest him! Arrest him! Police! Police!
Claire?
What a bitch.
Anonymous sent 15.
What a baby. He made fun of my dead mother. Arrest him! Arrest him! Like Mr. Soy.
That's the only reason. And yet this guy is saying like, oh, I would have helped 1,000 people.
It's not very based of you.
He only talked about this kind of stuff because it was trending. This is bullshit.
This meme on the internet. It's your fault.
It's my fault.
It's your fault.
Not even indirectly.
Congratulations.
It's directly your fault.
How can it directly be multiple
I
people's
would have
fault?
given him a little bit of credit if he said it indirectly, but he wants to say directly. Let's hear this again.
Let's make Phil the butt of the joke just to get a rise today and do this meme on the internet. It's your fault. Directly.
It's your fault.
Not even indirectly. It's directly your fault because you thought it was okay to try to destroy someone and their public, you know, their
public of their
reputation.
He's very confident
Do this
about
to
what he's
yourself.
saying.
Dude, no one will take you seriously because of the shit you say. You're the problem here.
You. Yes, you.
This dude is insane to say that his reputation was besmirched by trolls Did trolls make you fap on the internet? No. The trolls did not make that happen. You did that. Yes, you. He did it, not me. I didn't do that. He did.
Public opinion about them. You just thought it was funny. There was no other reason to do it. You just thought it was funny. But you didn't think big. Instead.
But why do people think it's funny? Why do they think you're funny? Because of you. Again, this is a prime example of that. Listen to how he's talking about himself as if he's some grandiose figure. Like, oh, he's the reason. Like, if he had power, the scammers would be bodied. Like, that kind of attitude is why people think you're a joke, my guy. Not because, he played games in dumb ways. Because if he had good takes, then he would have good takes. But what are his good takes? Game journals are paid off. Okay, I mean, a lot of people have made that claim, and it's been true before. You know, all this stuff, that's not new. Crunching devs is bad. Wow, you're telling me that it's a little fucked up to crunch people to the point where work takes a huge chunk of their life? Yeah, okay. I mean, that's a take that people can have, and everyone has that basically. You know, whatever. That anyone could say that. And murder is wrong, basically. You know, whatever. I mean, these are not big brain takes. He acts as if he has such huge takes that would change the world. But everyone has the same takes. You can find the same takes he has with anyone else. Like, this dude, and he's saying, like, oh, you're making fun of me directly. And you're affecting people's livelihoods. Because we make fun of DSP.
You thought in your own little brainless mouth drooler bubble that the memes of the internet and
bubble, but there's more of us than there are of your community.
Then why do you love the memes
Are
as
you
well?
in a bubble?
He brings up his own memes.
Because
memes
your bubble is
himself.
smaller than ours.
He made fun of the Wings chili meme every time. Isn't that being negative? Aren't you participating in toxic internet culture? We need the drama content, right? See, if this is such a big deal to him, then why did he participate with Kino Casino doing drama content? Why did
That's different when they do it.
Propagate Ethan Elf's content? Why did he propagate COD content?
It's different.
If this is
it's different, okay? If you don't get it, why it's different, then I don't know what to tell you.
Society as a whole, why was it okay for him to participate in it? Oh, he was dipping his toes in it. But if you're such a principled person that we need to listen to you and take you seriously, then why did you go back at it to dip your toes in content that you say is toxic and bad? So, off the bat, I can't take you seriously. Again, he said before, he had Kima on his little podcast, that Lolcow Live is a dangerous show. It's going to lead to people dying. Aka, the Anna Nicole Smith show, where Anna Nicole, she's dead now. Right? Remember that rant? Yeah. And then he has Keem on his show and says, I wish you the best on Lolcow Live. The show that he made that connection with. So you're telling me, over you're saying that, oh, Keemstar has blood money, he sleeps on, with blood on his hands, and this and that. Made Keem to be this huge villain that's very toxic and negative and awful, right? And then to say, well, you know, I'm cool with him. So, even off the bat, your own fucking reason why you dislike Keem is invalidated. Your own reputation is demolished by your own actions. All they can really say is that the trolls propagate the lolcow nature of DSP and made people less inclined to take DSP at his word. And meanwhile, people have done that regardless. So many people check him out anyway, and then when you look at people who find him as a joke, they only find him funny as a gamer, not as a person. And yet he combines all this stuff together. But you can be bad at games and still be a smart person. A doctor can suck at video games. Does that mean that they're not a good doctor? No. What kind of logic is that? Yeah, this guy is saying that since we made fun of him and how he plays games, we besmirch his public reputation. What kind of public reputation do you have to have where your gamer skills is equivalent to your real life reputation or the kind of rationale you have. The reason why people have made fun of him and called out his integrity or his character is off of his own actions. Like, you watch any video from anyone on the internet about DSP, anyone, and you'll learn very quickly that the issue isn't the trolls. It's not how that he plays games wrong. It's how he behaves and how he acts to people. That's why people feel many different ways about him. And he doesn't get it. Get it?
So all during this time frame, when the YouTube adpocalypse was happening, and I had concrete data to show what was going on, everyone ignored me. During the
Where's the fucking data? If you wanted to be the fucking whistleblower, release the data. Show it to everyone.
Guess what?
I didn't show it because I didn't think anyone would take me seriously, and that's the troll's fault.
About the adpocalypse was when he was kicked out of Machinima and all this stuff. And by the time that he was talking about it, everyone already knew it existed. And when he talked about it in any meaningful way before it affected him was on DS3X, and he was only talking, let's go on a field trip. Ladies and gentlemen, DSP reacts.
I would have released all the data about the YouTube adpocalypse, but my reputation was already too besmirched, so I just kept it hidden.
We may have to scroll
And that's the troll's fault. I kept it hidden.
Phil reacts. Here we go. Let's see. Monetization should be removed. Let's see. Fees for Slim, verified, delayed.
I could have helped so many people, but you decided to make fun of me for being stupid. You happy now? Just because you wanted to laugh?
End of Wii U, man. I gotta read that.
Who is he talking to? This.
No advanced reviews.
That's agreeing with these.
I think it was the one
idiotic takes
about ads being removed, but I want to make sure it's not that there's nothing else. Oculus Rift. Okay. All right. Okay. Here we go. It was this one, which was done September 5th, 2016. But by this time, this was kind of when people started to realize there's something going funny with the ads, I think. If I remember the thing correctly, it was either earlier in 2016, during 2016, near the end of 2016, I guess, but I think it was just around this time people were talking about ads being removed already.
What's going on, everyone? Dark.
What's going on, everyone?
Seems to be affecting quite a lot of YouTubers.
Sergeant Darkside Phil of the KO Gaming Army here.
That affected other YouTubers, which would mean naturally they would talk about it. So it's already in the talking sphere. Oh man, hold on. I'm going to I don't know what YouTube will give me if I do this. So I'm just gonna hide that. I'm gonna just Google this. When YouTube ad happen. So across an 18-month period starting in 2016, YouTube was subjected to major advertising boycotts. Today, it is most often referred to as adpocalypse. Okay. So it was pretty much 2017, because I think 2016 they introduced, you may get demonetized for certain things, and that's kind of what he was talking about. Okay. So that's what he's talking about in this. Hold on, I want to make sure you. Okay, good. You can still see YouTube. But yeah, that's what he's talking about in this. So I was kind of wrong. It was still in 2017, but everyone was already talking about it. That's the point I'm making. It wasn't like no one was in denial, and Dijou was the only person that knew, and we didn't listen. We didn't listen to Phil, guys.
And I had concrete data to show what was going on. Everyone ignored me.
What was going on?
When YouTube was cracking
Whatever
down
that
copyright
means.
issues on YouTube. adpocalypse was happening, and I had concrete data.
The data that he was showing, people were not really like swayed, and it was about his videos that people were not believing him. Because get this, DSP just has a knack for saying nonsense and begging. Like, again, this dude, like, you know, I'm gonna keep bringing this up. He was telling in 2016, guys, I may not make it, guys. I may not make it next year. It's gonna be bad, man. Whatever. The end of January, he had a weekend preview, and he said, guys, I was worried, but I guess I was worried for nothing. I still was able to make money. I was fine, guys. And it's like, he made so much money off of that, of the fear of not making a lot of money. And then he tells us in the end of January, I overreacted. And then but he shows all this stuff like, guys, look, my ads are down, my views are down, and this and that. No one was refuting that. They were just saying, okay, then get a job. Oh, okay, like, find some other way. Like, not a lot of people were disproving that. They were just saying that, like, it can't be that bad because he's not getting a job, basically. Like, he's not, like, he's always been able to pull through and all this other stuff, and he has all this stuff, like, and it continues even to this day. If you think about it, again, he was able to live off of $50 streams per stream to make $50, but now he's telling us that he doesn't want to go back and all this other stuff. Meanwhile, he told us that was successful at the time. So what's to believe, right? He made less before and was able to continue living in the pig pen, but now he says I need to make more. I can't live off of $50, even though he did for months. Like, it just doesn't make sense when you think about it. But back then, when he was talking about the adpocalypse and all this stuff, it was surrounded by stuff that no one was denying. People knew the apocalypse was happening. People were just mostly mad that he was begging all the time, and just like, okay, then make good content, basically. But again, he soured the well when he literally was like, doing all this stuff, but he could have just found other ways, because he made similar begging videos and begging vlogs and panic vlogs before. But the other thing he could have just done was figure out ways to make more money anyway. By the time that he was not satisfied with Machinima's help, he was kicked out of Machinima, and then he decided, okay, I'll become a live streamer, which a lot of people did at the time. See, this is the key difference between what people were criticizing of DSP and other content creators. Other people saw a dip in their income, and they found other ways to become profitable. Like, you know, they try to make other things profitable and work for them. Again, you know, I bring up Mega64 because a few weeks ago, and sometime in November or so, they brought up that they weren't making a lot of money off of their videos anymore. They were not getting a lot of views as they used to. They couldn't make the same amount of money because of all the situation they had with chargebacks, all this stuff. And through that, they found other ways to go, okay, I guess we could like either add more tiers to our Patreon, change the way that, you know, add end credits to the podcast, open a new like donation page like Ko-fi, Coffee, whatever. They did all this stuff, and all this stuff was like them that they figured out through the help of their fans, sure, but a lot of the stuff was stuff that like they figured out, and look at them now. They're not saying they're like, guys, we need to be, but in the same breath though, Mega64 has more of an investment stuff too, because they have a warehouse that they work from. They make videos, so they have to get materials for that. They have to pay other people to work for their videos, all this other stuff. So they have more of a venue than what DSP has, right? DSP's not paying other people to make his content. He's not paying. He's not investing in all that stuff. A lot of the money he makes is off of his own content that he could put into his own business that is made to like make money. He has no crazy investments to make. You know, the most crazy investments he's gonna make in the future would probably be upgrading his PCs and getting consoles. That is it. Meanwhile, Mega64 has to pay like per video, depending on what they're making, whatever, and same with merchandise. All this other stuff that costs money. DSP doesn't even make his own merchandise, so he has less of an investment capital in his own business because all he does is stream games.
To show what was going on. Everyone ignored me. during the time frame when YouTube was cracking down on copyright issues on YouTube. And everyone was having
YouTube was
their videos
cracking down on
content ID match,
copyright
and I had
issues
all
on
the data,
YouTube.
'cause I had tens of thousands of videos.
YouTube was on YouTube.
But this is stuff everyone already knew at the time. Even at the time, this wasn't a new revelation. DSP did not educate us on these things. These things were already educated. We already knew how copyright claims worked back then. We knew how copyright strikes worked back then. We knew all this stuff back then. All this stuff is information that was out there already. And he's saying it as if like he was the arbiter of this information.
And I could help people. People ignored me. All these times when things could have been helped out or better.
But
all these times that people could have been better.
When he was getting all these copyright claims.
What?
Guess what? It was just, oh, I got an email from YouTube saying I can't make money on this video anymore. Wow, I got another video. And it's like, okay, yeah, things get claimed. Wow. And then like when he talked about like the I think it was Apex Legends. Was it Apex or some Call of Duty thing where the composer said, "Oh, I did not mean for people's videos to be claimed," and all this other stuff. Other people were already bringing that up on Twitter anyway. DZ was not the first person to bring that up. All this stuff isn't because of him.
Hey, Batman.
This is really brain dead. To sit there and say, I knew all this and no one listened.
Hope you guys are having a good Christmas. Mine is, I'm celebrating a little bit later in the month, so my day is just going to be spent editing videos, as usual, as you can kind of see. Hope everyone else is having a good Christmas. I'm having a nice chill
People knew this already.
editing session.
But, you know, let's have a laugh today at DSP because, he had an incident in 2016. And
But 2016, that incident was you yourself doing that. And of course, people are going to bring it up because you did that. Hello?
He plays WWE Champions, right?
Yes, only just because he plays a mobile
because,
game.
oh, wow, he played it. I mean, you could think it's really silly you played a mobile
Master
game.
of context
he thinks
here.
it was funny people play mobile games too, actually. Go back and listen to him discuss any other mobile game. He makes fun of people who play mobile games just as much as the next guy. And this dude is like, oh, wow, people bill me. But it was because this dude was like, guys, I'm going through a bankruptcy. I need money. I need money to pay my bills. I also played WWE Champions, and that was my account that spent a lot of money in the game. Like, and he doesn't understand how that makes him like look.
Of course not.
And it's also not really a good look when you consider that he lied about playing WWE Champions throughout the time, as he's saying that we should have taken him seriously. So we should have taken him seriously during the time
He was
where
lying.
you lied about playing WWE Champions.
Should have taken him seriously the time he was lying, of course.
Meanwhile, if anyone else was caught lying, right, would DSP say we should listen to this guy because he might have had a reason to lie, right? No.
All right? So, in truth,
I'm a liar.
sorry for me, I'm about to drop a little holiday truth bomb. on
Holiday
everyone.
truth bomb. Are you ready?
Guys, get ready. Wait. Well, I guess I could. Okay, I'm gonna get ready. I'm gonna get ready.
Are you ready for this one?
Are you ready for this?
Are you ready?
I'm not ready.
If I never existed, if I had never made a YouTube video, if I had never had any prominence on the internet, if I had never bothered turning on a camera, pointing at a TV, and doing really stupid commentary, if I had never made tens of thousands of videos, all right, here's the truth. Tons of people never would have been YouTubers. Tons of content never would have been made. People wouldn't have been inspired to do what they did. And the world would be a
What does that
very
mean?
different place.
He just runs out of brain power in the middle
I'm
of the
so shook.
sentences.
I agree, Jacko. I'm shook. I'm shook.
People when you've done the things that they do. Huh?
All right. This dude is so silly. This dude is so silly because you don't know that. Anyone could have found anyone else to be inspired by to make content. Technically, I was inspired by Mega64 to make videos. I made videos before I made DSP videos. Anyway. And I was inspired by other things anyway.
He basically just
he's gonna
feels
bring, like,
inadequate because of
he
Mr.
vaguely bring up
Medicare.
PewDiePie, and because
Like,
supposedly,
Mr. Medicare matters
allegedly,
so much more than he
PewDiePie
does.
was inspired by DSP to make videos. Who is to say that PewDiePie would not be inspired by anyone else? Like, again, it's not a big picture idea to make a YouTube channel of playing video games. Like, even by that time he was doing it, people were probably already thinking about it in their head. I mean, there was already walkthroughs at that time, and capture cards were probably already being made available to people at that time as well. I mean, they might have been expensive at the time, but, you know, like, it was getting around. So it had nothing to do with DSP. The nature of YouTube still existed. So this is a nothing statement, and it's kind of arrogant to assume that you yourself has that kind of clout. I mean, usually people just say, that they get moved by people being inspired by them and this and that, but they're not going to say in the same breath, wow, we inspired. Unironically, I want to make that very clear. No one unironically says this shit, and if they do say it, you know they're probably joking, and they're probably being facetious about it. Like, Mega Sleepers joked about how they were the first to sleep on stream because they got banned for that, but now it's like a Twitch category, and you can watch people sleep on stream or whatever the fuck. And it's like they jokingly would say stuff like that, and it's very clear that they're being facetious about it because, like, who fucking cares at the end of the day about that category anyway, right? Like, all this stuff, like, it's just stuff that, like, no one cares that much about because to some law of probability, someone else would have done it anyway. So is this really a bragging thing? This is like a low bar thing to mention when it's more like and it's more like awe-inspired if it's something that's like a technique. Like, oh, I did this one thing in a movie that was so unique and cool. Other people were inspired to do that, and that changed film from then on. And that changed how people made movies and this, that, like, that's more of a thing that people talk about than, like, oh, I decided to make a video about me playing a game, man. Like, it's just, that's gonna happen eventually. That's not big brain thinking. Or creative.
Okay, if I never existed, a lot of positive things never would have happened on this planet, whether directly or indirectly as a result of my actions. My existence has actually...
So, directly or indirectly... Well, okay, let's think about the positive stuff that would come out directly from DSP. I'm omitting detractor channels because we're not positive, obviously. He helped Cat, even though after he helped Cat, she didn't stream ever again. So for some reason, I don't know why that. I don't know what happened there, but he helped, and then she just couldn't stream anymore. I can't think of anything else. I don't know. Oh, he helped people not, like, post geotagged photos. But I mean that's anyone would say that. So I mean, I don't know if I would really give him the point on that one. Like, I'm trying to think of something he did himself that no one else was doing because I'm omitting the Pippa and Sopa thing because everyone else was talking about it, so I'm not gonna, like, give him credit for that. So I'm ignoring that. I can't think of anything else, so I don't know. I give up.
Prominently impacted the internet and life, quite frankly. All right?
Life? Wait, what?
Life
As a result
itself.
of my actions. My existence.
Life itself would be
has
different.
Actually prominently impacted the internet and life, quite frankly. All right? And I'm happy.
Humanity!
What did he do in life for us? Because he didn't talk about politics for years. He doesn't care about Syria. He told us that himself. He doesn't give a fuck about Syria. So he's not, he doesn't care about the other side of the planet. Okay. The only thing I could think of is that he complains about healthcare a lot. He just complains. Imagine if like in Luigi's manifesto it says, I was watching Hate Live in 2016 or 2015, whatever year he was talking about it, because he talked about the healthcare system before, where he was saying that he was mad that illegal immigrants was getting healthcare and they didn't have to pay and all this other shit. And then, like, you know, we pay such high premiums or whatever the fuck, blah, blah, blah. And then Luigi was like, I watched DSP's content and I was like, oh, this is fucked up. And then I found Brian. Then you know what happened after that. So I mean, maybe that's the case. You know, DSP did talk about healthcare a lot and he complained about it. But at the same breath, he did say that the only good thing about Obamacare was with Leanna, where she's covered through her parents' health insurance. Which, you know what? It's even funnier. It's really the Leonardo DiCaprio meme, right? Because everyone dogged on him for being with a girlfriend up until she's too old to be on their parents' healthcare, so that's when he dumps them. And that's what DSP kind of did, if you think about it, because she was still covered by her parents' healthcare. So, and then she loved the pig pen. but then Kat came along, and you know she was 30 or something.
I'm proud of that fact that at least my existence on the internet has had a positive impact on so many.
According to
All
what?
those people who made
the only impact you could say is like the individual. Like if someone's going through a bad day, they'll watch.
What are you checking to get this information
You're on
from?
the internet. This person could have found someone else that would be there for them. Like you're a dime a dozen. Like it's cool, sure, that people will watch your videos and they can find something and they can get something out of them. I mean, but that's general. Anyone could feel that way. Like, I've said this even about my own videos. When I see a video that's not even DSP related, that gets like 20 views, like, yeah, that's not a lot, but that's still pretty cool. Like, 20 people watched and they're like, oh, wow, this guy thinks this about this or that. Like, it's still kind of cool. Like, even in my old channel, I have a video about House season 5, and I reviewed it, and I got like 500 views. That's insane. That's the highest. I feel that's the highest viewed video on that channel. Every other video is like fucking trash anyway. But these are, but they still got like 10 views, 20 views, which is still pretty cool. I mean, it's like 20 people gave a fuck about me talking about Persona 3. That's pretty cool. Like that's really all it is. And then this dude is like, I impacted everyone's life. Like, get over yourself.
Negative memes about me for the last decade to get a joke.
To get a joke. You are the joke.
Impact on so many. All those people who made negative memes about me for the last decade to get a joke, to get a laugh. Literally, if those people never existed, they'd have zero impact on anything.
You could say that about you as well.
If people didn't exist, they wouldn't have an impact.
Again, the novelty of his videos wear off very fast. And it's just like literally in DSP's words, a quick pop. Because it's just, even when he started, it was like 10 minute videos. Like a quick pop video that was just spam uploaded. That's meaningful content? And then when people look back at it, guess what they look back at the most? Videos of John Rambo. And every time that people try to think of of the good times they had with DSP by himself, it's him fucking up in games. And guess what? This is how you don't play offers. A quick montage of all those moments that people like, right? Come on.
Zero. The whole mentality.
If people didn't exist, they wouldn't exist.
Then if he says this,
the nonsense
is
nonsense.
True, if you think about it, right?
This is a smart person. Everyone else is dumb.
Only gave him attention because he was such a lol cow that they wanted to milk him, and they wanted to inflate his ego because they know that this dude has an ego problem. So they inflate him. He's gonna be fucking crazy, and look where we're at. So if it wasn't for the trolls, he would never have been in the sphere of Kino Casino. That never happened. So this little clout he's bragging that he got back was also caused by the trolls, which were also caused by him. So it's all meaningless. at the end of the day, who fucking cares, man?
It's nonsense. Oh, jokes.
Nonsense
for
is
joke's
nonsense.
sake, and it's all just jokes.
The jokes
Yeah,
are
but
just
what
jokes.
expense?
Yeah,
What
but
did you
like,
do?
what expense?
You fucked with the
At your
fabric
expense.
of
That's what.
how things worked because you wanted to have a memeable.
You fucked with how things
Fuck
work.
with the fabric of how things worked. Like people were copyright trolling people for years. Like the copyright strike thing was affecting like
You
a lot
fucked
of
with
other
how
people.
things
People lost
work.
channels that
I
they
was
shouldn't have
supposed to be
lost because
rich
of
and you
that.
fucked with the
Whatever
timeline.
the fuck. Like this stuff has happened to many people, and it would have happened probably without him.
This
full
is
existence
super
for
villain
10
rant.
fucking years. You know?
You know.
You guys you're out of your minds. But again,
You're
you look in
crazy.
the mirror and you don't want to acknowledge that.
You don't want
sat
to
on the
admit
internet
you're
for 10 years,
crazy.
turning DSP into a joke.
I thought
What have you done with
we were
yourself?
trying
But
to
he
turn
did
him
to
into a
himself,
joke. I guess it.
People react to the shit he says, and that's what they're talking about. Like again, I have only made videos because there's something he says that's so dumb that I just want to talk about it because it is so dumb. That's why like some of the gaming news stuff that he covers, I specifically make a video about it because he says such dumb things about video games. Or that there's something that he's ignorant about that I want to highlight. Because the stuff he says is dumb. Like, it should say something that when he did the Daniel Penny story, I still have people who may not agree with me politically still understand my point and say, yeah, you know, it was fucked up what he said about his dad, basically. And that is like, that says something about his own takes. Because he is so dumb with the shit he says that you just have to talk about it. Like, I think to a degree, the stuff I say, I mean, again, people don't agree with the shit I say, and I'm fine with that. I'm still going to stand up for what I say, and I still think what I'm going to think at the end of the day. The best I can ask of people who watch my videos is to at least understand at least where I'm coming from or why I think the things I think about or whatever.
Sure.
And I do see, at least from the comments I've read, that people at least understand where I'm coming from or understand that, like, look, I may not agree with you, but, like, you know, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
And that's fine. I'm not going to sit there and tell you how to think and what's the right way to think and what's the wrong way to think. I can only tell you how I think and my perspective on some things. But the way DSP carries himself, and this is a problem that I've said about his political channel, he has the attitude that what he says is gospel truth, and we should all listen to him because he's the rational voice. No one who is rational goes around saying that they're the rational voice, or carries themselves that way. They can feel that what they think is correct and all this other stuff, but that's what everyone feels. Everyone who goes around, they think what they think is the correct way of thinking how things should be done, and that's just how it is. That's how disagreements are formed. That's how people have conversations with people. And that's why, like, as much as they like to say that the Congress cannot see eye, they're like children and they stomp their feet. But, like, they go through discussions and they try to argue their own point of view. I mean, a lot of stuff is whatever. You can argue about a lot of things, how the government's run. But it comes off of the basis of, like, my constituents don't agree with this. Their constituents agree with that. And we gotta find something, we gotta compromise. And through compromise, that's you get that by arguing and trying to rewrite the bill and this and that. I mean, there's a lot of discussion to be had about a lot of things. But this dude is not interested in that because he thinks he's right all the time. And you're not gonna go get anywhere with him with that kind of mentality that he has. Because he's a stubborn piece of shit.
Right? These people who are full-time DSP detractors, who would they be without me? In a day when I decide not to turn on my camera or not.
Again, when I upload my own content, it's just, in my opinion, it's a humbling. Because I get to see either, like, how far would I be able to, like, get attention for my own content. It may not be a lot, and, you know, that's to be expected. Because, of course, I understand, obviously, if I upload DSP content, it's going to get a bigger audience because people tune in to drama content or people like who want to dog on other people or whatever. I mean, that's why a lot of things are the way they are. again, DSP isn't the first person to like come to this conclusion or anything. And Ponage says your videos of how to handle the content ID issues were the first videos I watched of you, and 10 years later, here I am. Ponage, okay, does Ponage 101 even upload videos? Let's go to his little channel. Ponage. Well, let's see. Okay. I'm assuming this is a channel. I don't think it is. But it is 11 years. But these are all his videos. 11 years ago. And this is assuming this is him, by the way. Like, let's filter this and filter to channels. Pure Ponage. Okay, I'm assuming this is the real Ponage 101, and his videos are just this. DMO reading. Okay. Oh, it is. I scroll down. This I guess confirms it because it literally says Dent. It is DSP's wife's BF. How did you take the video I've been working? How did you take the video? I have been wondering how people do that. I remember the guild. Oh man. Laggy as fuck. But look at this. And he's like, wow, DSP, you're amazing. And this is the video he uploads 11 years ago. Is he gonna talk? Oh man, that's not a pleasant noise. Are you a functional Derek? I have to ask. Imagine supporting DSP for 5 years and still going in 2022. Make sure your anxiety text. Oh my god. Oof. Dude, this is a menu segment. He uploaded a video that's a menu segment. Oh my god, dude. I see why he loves DSP. He probably saw DSP's menu segments and said, "This gameplay is lit." Man, and this dude is like, and you need to watch DSP to understand how to use Content ID, dude. When you go to the dashboard, it literally explains to you how to handle Content ID.
Not to broadcast, they have nothing to do in life. They actually depend on me for them to have.
But what about these other detractors, right, that moved on from him? Like, again, Anlete sometimes does DSP kind of like this. He may react to it sometimes here and there, but for the most part, he just streams games. He mostly streamed SMT5 when I would drop into his streams, like, etc. Like, they do other stuff. Like, come on now, dog.
Have some kind of a meaningful existence. Get it?
Get it?
So, as much of a joke that you wanted to make me out to be for 10 years, but you wanted to think about what might have happened.
Wanted to make him out
in the
to
last
be.
10 years.
You mean, did we or did we not?
Guess what? Nothing. You want to know why? I have seen so many YouTubers that are not DSP talk about the copyright system. Dude, even then, even during the pivotal arc of DSP's life, he never talked about it in any meaningful way until it affected him. Other people have talked about the YouTube ad revenue and copyright system way before, and he never signal boosted it. He never signal boosted their tweets. He never signal boosted what they were saying or anything. He didn't care until it affected him. He is full of himself in this video.
Interesting topics. Actually be respected for my opinions. Gamergate.
What is to be respected? What opinion can I respect from this guy? Dude, come on. Be real. Get real. Yeah, that's right.
All these journalistic controversies that have happened, and I've
And
been very
Gamergate. This is insane he brings this up. You go back to the videos where he talks about Gamergate and he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He talks about one angle of it, one like portion of it. There's other things, other ramifications of Gamergate that seeped all over the place that, you know, whatever. Gamergate have a lot of impact. But he only talks about the journalist side of it. But he doesn't understand, he didn't listen to the other side of it. I mean, did he listen to like the other aspect of Gamergate? Did you look at other perspectives of Gamergate, or just listen to the people that say Gamergate's bad or Gamergate is against journalists' early copies? Because that's all he talks about it. He doesn't understand the other ramifications that it had with other people. And then he says,
What do you talk about? I always talk about how money is corrupting and they just do it for the money.
Man.
That's what the whole Zoe Quinn thing was about, right?
How the
Money?
news was focusing on women getting death threats during Gamergate. But he does ask, like, why were these women getting death threats? Was it right for them to get death threats? But he was mad that they weren't also talking about how the gaming journalists are not ethical or whatever the fuck, and this and that. As if that would excuse the death threats. I mean, that's what it insinuates. You watch that clip, and it's just like, so you're mad that the news about women getting death threats is not mentioning that people are criticizing how they review or handle early copies or whatever the fuck. I mean, in the grand scope of things, what is more important to talk about? People getting death threats over something that you don't need to give death threats over, or people having, or that, I mean, you could argue that, like, you know, you should hold journalists to a higher standard, or that they shouldn't be bought off or whatever. That is an opinion, but the story that he was complaining about was a story that was focusing on people getting death threats. And that, of course, is gonna get the focus because people are getting death threats, my guy. And then he says, I don't know what Gamergate was about. And now he's saying, well, I had good takes like Gamergate. The thing you don't know anything about? Huh? Okay.
vocal about. I don't like how journalism has handled gaming in the last 10 years, but no one listens
I don't like
to me.
how journalism has handled gaming.
What does he say that
What does that
no
mean?
one else has said before?
There's so many people out there who are like, I like how journalism has handled
Has
gaming.
handled stuff and no one listens to me. DSP, you're not the first person on the planet to say early copy bad. Everyone has said this before. I mean, dude, I watched old Cesar soapbox videos of even Cesar talking about it. That's how old it is. Everyone's been talking about this. And to a degree, like the most I've like looked at this is, yeah, I think, you know, when companies pay off people to get a favorable review, that is wrong. But I also think it's in the same way, it's a dual-edged sword, because you're also blaming other journalists that may not even do that. And it goes in the line of like, you just have to be careful who you're reading the reviews from. Yeah, it's bad that this happens, but what can you, the viewer, do? Just read reviews that you trust. That is the best anyone can do, or read user reviews. I mean, it's a big topic, but game journalism, in my opinion, is not the end-all be-all on bad reviews. Because if you look at like even user reviews, a lot of time can also be not accurate or fair.
Yeah, but those people don't make money.
And review bombs can be in good faith. They could be like, oh, this game is not functional. We got a review bomb, so they pay attention to that. But that also bears in line with who review bomb over dumb things that don't deserve the review bomb. It's all like situational, and it's a bigger topic that you can't just say a definitive stance on something, because it's all person to person. And people, in my opinion, over the years, I think people have kind of gotten to the point where they will call out journalists that they don't agree with, whatever, and they'll either stick with people who they agree with or whatever. I mean, it's all situational, and the best that people can do is just go on their own like enjoyment of what they find. I mean, it's a loaded topic, and to sit there and act as if he is the arbiter that he has huge takes that no one listens to is insane. It is insane. And then when he gets news stories about like, these influencers are highlighting parts in the contract that say that they must say favorable things about the game and this and that, and he acts as if like no one knew this was a possibility, and he has only said this for years, as if the public now discovered this possibility. The reason why it's news when it happens is because it's not that it never happened before and or this or that, is that it just happened and people want to bring it up because they want to spread awareness of this. No one is saying that this never happens. When you see people bring up that, oh, this company is paying people, no one is saying this never happened before. What? It's just, wow, this company did this, and be like, wow, that's fucked up, and whatever. And that's it, because it's just stating observation, but he acts as if this is a observation of something that never happened before. Because he wants to use that as a way to butter himself up and say, see, I knew this would happen. See, I'm smart, I'm big brain. Like, my guy, anyone can say this. The reason why it's trending on Twitter is because people are discussing it, that it's either done blatantly or it's just that they're bringing it up.
Right? All these things that have come to fruition that I predicted would happen, and they have.
All these
now is
things.
all so fucking milquetoast and done just for the
Gaming
money
is
because-
bad. Well, that's your fault,
Gaming
actually.
is milquetoast and done for the money.
That's because of you.
You can say that about anything ever that is made so that money is being made. People say that about movies. People say that about Marvel movies. Like, people accuse, like, people say that, like, this Marvel slop. Oh, they were making these movies just for money. But but you can also see a Marvel movie, and then you can see that maybe there's a vision made for this movie that they want to tell. Whatever. There's all these other like windows of some kind of vision sometimes. Like it's not unique. It's not unique. But of course there's gonna be people who make gaming channels just to make money. Just like how DSP opened a vlogging channel to just make money. Literally, he has told us that in the past, when he couldn't make money uploading gameplay, he made videos vlogging to make money to support the gaming through that way. So he directly said he made a vlogging channel to make money. But that's not seen in the same ire as I just seen making a gameplay channel. Why is she not allowed to make a gameplay channel, DSP? Why can't she? Why can't Toby Turner make a gameplay channel? Because they're not a gamer. Why are we doing, like, because this is the other aspect of Gamergate that he doesn't really seem to acknowledge, or he just doesn't understand the ramifications of what it actually means, or what it can be used as, I should say. Because when you start saying, well, this person's not a gamer, why is he playing games? It's ridiculous. The company does not make games just for the gamer. They make it for everyone to play. And people can say they don't like that and they want to gatekeep some games so it doesn't dumb down the game. But at the same time, you could argue that people who gatekeep are doing it in vain, because guess what? The company don't give a fuck about the gatekeepers. They're still gonna make the game they're gonna make. They're not gonna change what they're doing, because at the end of the day, they want to make money anyway. Like, it's a whole thing, and people can argue that it's not fair to gatekeep people from enjoying a game because at the end of the day, this game is made for people to play. Like, why not let people play this X game so that they can experience it? Or whatever. Why are we gatekeeping this? At the end of the day, isn't it pointless? And you can say that there are people like DSP that exist solely for gatekeeping to exist, but it's also used in bad faith, in the sense that it will target other people that may have a better take. Like, let's say that, like, you have a DSP and DSP2. I'll just say DSP2. But DSP2 is like, he is more open-minded. He'll play anything and he'll vibe with whatever. but we're gonna gatekeep DSP. And in turn, they gatekeep DSP2 away from games. But DSP2 is actually a gamer and a cool guy. So, right there, you see the problem with gatekeeping. Because on one hand, it's like, yeah, get this guy gated away from games. Fuck this guy. Gatekeep that game from him. But you're also targeting DSP2, who will not get to experience the game and actually have fun. Like, that's the problem. And also, like, it is such a loaded topic. I could rant about this till the cows come home. But this is the dumb nonsense DSP says that makes me want to make videos. Like, listen to this.
No one listens to me, right? All these things that have come to fruition that I predicted would happen and they have. Gaming now is all so fucking milquetoast and done just for the money.
This is criticisms people thrown at him, by the way. Just in a different language. Just with different words. Because his content is literally milquetoast. What is so unique about him playing video games? Let's go to DSP Gaming and let's actually look at the quality content DSP has in gaming, because he's such a quality individual.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to an impromptu schedule update. Indeed. And so during that, we'll cover all the early support for mouse and keyboard. Thank you.
Wow, it's just him talking about stuff.
Earlier today on Kid. We have one gifted sub over there for the entire first Marvel Rivals. Let's get some support going over there. Come on.
Let's get some support going. He's not doing this just for the money, guys. This is the meaningful content.
No, I would never actually tip myself. Andy says he just hit Master Prestige. I have
Oh, Andy was there, so this
the
is the
gaming soulmate.
He talks to Andy.
Hey,
he tries to work
good for him.
That we were going to be doing
more money.
These were how the stream went. Oh, wait a minute. No. Word selections again.
Yeah, this isn't milquetoast or anything, right? By the way, I like that he has his little border here for no reason. Like, why is this here? It just looks really bad. But whatever.
Am I gonna wait?
He has to be this size, by the way. He can't shrink himself.
Until I'm done with
only for fighting
Indiana
games.
Jones and Stalker before the year-end series? No, there's no way. Like, how long would I wait? The middle to late January? I can't.
Okay. This is meaningful content.
That is right. I mean, not that I think.
See, other people's content is milquetoast, but this is fun. Let's go to poorly played. Since I talk about Mega 64 all the time, let's load up a poorly played clip. This is 1 year ago. Yeah, let's do this. Leon's remake. Why not?
Not even really an NCR fan. I was too young during like their
they have
real
Discord
big
calls.
time. So like, had I been a little bit older, I probably would have been way into it. But
sure. But I've seen I've seen you take a photo in a la the lead singer. You you guys had a very similar.
So he's talking to the caller about whatever. I don't know the context of this, but this is like a little bit more interesting.
Is that a lot of times you
right
have
off the bat
that super fried.
So there's more stuff to kind of chew on this versus what DSP uploads every day, but. What everyone else does, that's milquetoast. Unlike Phil, who uploads such quality content of him just talking about the schedule. And what he did for dinner.
What the fucking shit was
and
that?
Saying, what the fuck?
Morphine injected.
Because he can't talk or do anything meaningful and play a game because he has to be
Wait a minute, if morphine was injected, why did I not just get up? That made no sense. You're supposed to get up. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't get my auto revive. The game cheated me out of it.
They cheated me.
That's not what I.
Yeah, that's all he does. And that's not to say that I'm any better, because maybe I'm not as good as a gamer, man.
Funny because people just take bags and run and get
take bags and run
and shit like that.
Maybe you should try running.
Mr. Beast, the fakest motherfucker.
Dude, like
the fakest motherfucker.
So what if they take sponsorships? This guy wanted sponsorships, by the way. He got mad that he got kicked out of the bounty program because of trolls. By the way, he keeps harping on that. He was against sponsorships, yet he was in talks against sponsorships before, like with Laser Mods and all this other stuff, right? Okay.
On the planet who just exploits children left and right.
And then he brings up Mr. Beast, the easiest target. Anyone who's
Thank you, Ivica.
has said, "Well, Mr. Beast sucks. He's a piece of shit."
Merry Christmas
and
to
he's
you.
acting as if this is some like big revelation only he.
My Christmas is being celebrated a little bit later, so right now I'm just editing a Gundam video. Making slow progress, but it's happening. Just thought I'd fire up a stream and get caught up on videos and stuff. Hope you're having a good one. Hope everyone is.
He came up with. My guy, everyone has shat on Mr. Beast before you did, actually, factually.
These are things I called out a decade ago. Get it? I
Get
did.
it?
I predicted all this would fucking happen, but everyone just wanted to laugh at DSP for a decade.
Again, he thinks this is like a little boy who cried wolf situation where people just didn't listen to him. But that wasn't the case. Everyone knows about like the dangers of sponsorships, but is it really worth anyone's energy to just knee-jerk react at people and yell at them for taking sponsorships? So what should they do? Just sit there and beg their audience to hit a goal so they don't have to eat their dumb wife's cooking?
Of course.
Like this
begging is
you know,
better than
yesterday.
than
Sunday,
taking
this is Monday as I'm
sponsors.
recording this.
Just beg.
He was sitting there like, let's hit the goal, guys.
You see
Like,
how-
we
how-
talk
how
about-
well it's working.
Guys, we gotta do it within an hour because if you don't do it within an hour, I gotta tell Kat to start cooking dinner. You know, I mean, it was factually worse with Popeyes. He was being, and he doesn't understand the how it sounds. That he was like, oh, looks like I'm not gonna have Popeyes. I was really craving it.
Oh
but
man, I
I'll
guess
be
I'm just
eating
gonna have to have a lunch meat
meatloaf or whatever the fuck she was
sandwich.
cooking. I gotta tell her to make this. I guess this is what I've come to.
This is
know
what
I
life
gotta
has
eat this.
become.
I mean, if we hit the goal, I'll be able to eat Popeyes. I mean, guys, Popeyes. Let's do it, Popeye Day. And it was just like, wow, man, do you hate your wife's cooking? And then she used to brag about her cooking. And was getting excited. He was like, that's why everyone kept asking, what's your wife cooking? And now it's just, oh, she warmed up this. Oh, it's
She made a hot dog with rice.
That. Wow, it sounds
I
very
love my
exciting.
life.
Good for you. I hope you like the present. I hope you're enjoying
Yes,
the
I do.
existence of, how everything went.
I hope you
culture,
enjoy the
on
existence
internet,
of, you
all this
know.
shit. I hope you like where you are right now.
Mhm.
What?
Feeling okay.
Like the present. I hope you're enjoying the existence would fucking happen, but everyone just wants.
But predicting people to get sponsorships is not a high bar to guess. I mean, when esports was starting out with Evo and this and that, like, it wouldn't take a rocket scientist to assume there'd be leagues
It's
for
so
esports
weird.
and it would be taken more seriously.
Like, how does that cognitive dissonance work? I'm happier than I've ever been before. I'm the happiest ever I've ever been. Life couldn't be better. I hope you stupid idiot trolls are happy that you ruined humanity and made everyone stupid and dumb. I love my life. Everything is great. Everything's working out for me. By the way, you stupid detractors, you set off the timeline and dove us into this ruinous existence. I love everything. I'm so happy. Everything is great. You go crazy trying to reconcile those two beliefs.
Over
Jesus.
time. Like, that's
What
not
the
a
fuck?
big brain thought that there would be sponsorships and this and that. Like, it's kind of like baby brain kind of predicting. Like, anyone could predict that.
Wanted to laugh at DSP for a decade.
Yeah.
Good for you. I hope you like the present. I
Yes,
hope you're enjoying
sure.
the
It's
existence
fine.
of, how everything
Hope
went.
you
in
enjoy
culture,
the,
on
know.
the internet,
Colin?
all this shit. I hope you like where you are right now.
I hope you like where you
All of you who
are.
are so dependent on me
Eh?
to get any kind of attention for
Okay, I
yourself.
want to hear this again. Let's hear
shit.
this again.
I hope you like where you are right now.
You don't have to do anything. Just
What does
do
that
whatever it is, the dumb shit you always do.
So, because we didn't listen, we have to like where we are right now. So right now, DSP has got some clout. So I guess that we have to eat it on that, I guess, right?
All of you who are so dependent on me to get any kind of attention for yourself, I hope you like the fact that you have to be a DSP parasite for the rest of your fucking existence.
No, I don't.
I don't have to be anything. Like, this isn't my end-all be-all. I mean, I am what I am. And it is what it is. Like, who cares? Like, other people can pivot away from this. Some people can't. Whatever. But at the end of the day, like, you know, I'm not gonna burden people with my life. Like DSP. So, there you have it. Like, that, because that's ultimately the problem people had with DSP, is that this dude made his own personal problems your problem. Like, I'm not sitting there telling guys, I got bills to pay, guys, let's pay bills. You know, yeah, I'm not a successful artist. Wow, shocker. Because being an artist is such an easy profession, right? Everyone can be an artist. Everyone can make money off it, right? Correct? No. It's a hard profession. And me not being successful doesn't mean that it's like, oh, it is what it is. And sure, I may be considered a failure, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to try to get something out of it. Like, because at the end of the day, like, if I'm not doing what I like doing, and I don't try to make it work, that's on me. I mean, there's things that I have to do that I may not like. But I'm not gonna sit there and make my problem everyone else's problem. If I can't make something work, I have to figure something else out. Like, that's how life is. If something doesn't work out, you have to find some other way to make it work. You can't just sit there and be like, guys, I don't know, and it's kind of bothering or bothersome, whatever the fuck, where he just sits there and waits for money to come in. Like, it's so bad. During the streak, that it got to the point of, instead of finding ways to continue the streak or whatever, it was him just sitting there staring down the chat until someone gave him the money. And it's like, this is what you can do to get money? You're not going to find another way. Like, you're not going to just eat the L and be like, okay, the streak is done, and we'll just continue it again, and we'll find some other way. Instead, he just sat there until someone wheeled it out, until someone didn't. And then, instead of finding other ways to continue it, his solution was, well, let's just have the goals hit be accumulative. So it's nothing really significant or meaningful to the content that changed. It's just how he counts it. Because the bigger problem about the streak ending was his ego. That he wouldn't be able to brag about having 100 streaks of support. So instead of it being a streak, it's just accumulation, which allowed him to aggressively beg for more, which is very funny that you'll start to notice that it's, as far as I remember, or from what I've seen, he only begs for double goals hit on the night stream, which is kind of insane because it's a 2-hour stream at night and he wants to hit double the goal. Meanwhile, on the day stream, he's more okay with hitting one goal. So why is it okay to hit only $150 one time on the day stream, but at the night stream, he wants to double the goal only on the night streams, it seems? Why? You stream less at night than in the daytime, so why are you begging aggressively at night? And that's all that has done to his content. It has not improved in any way that made people want to give him more money. He has not uploaded new merch on his merch shop that it's merch that he didn't even make, by the way. Like, there's all this stuff that just didn't work out. That he's not doing. He's not finding other creative ways to get paid. Come on.
Because you have no actual value on this planet outside of sucking blood from me. You're nothing but a mosquito, and one day...
This is literally childish, what he was saying. This is like a Chris. He was channeling Chris Chan, and a lot of people were making.
He's wearing the sweater,
like inverted Chris Chan or whatever the fuck, and that's what it is. But he doesn't need the shirt. He does it anyway. That power is so strong. He doesn't need the shirt to channel his inner Chris Chan. He can do it on command.
Hey, you're going to get swatted.
And then
He's gonna
this, like,
swat us, I guess.
nonsense is insane. You gotta get
Okay.
It's not gonna be me.
I got a couple shout outs to do, and then we're going to end the show. We don't have time
Yeah,
to
dude.
do in one day.
I'm crying.
Now, does it sound like a cool guy? Because remember, this guy says, I'll go after people. I don't agree with that because I'm such a nice guy and I don't want to waste my time doing this. I don't. Oh, so I do that. I sue a detractor. So what is that? I won, but the detractor was 12 years old or whatever. And now we're back to fantasizing about suing detractors.
Swatting
Man, DSP, you can't really brag about how you're a cool guy and fantasize about doing the thing you said you don't do.
You're going to get swatted.
He's coming after us, you guys.
Okay. I got a couple shout outs to do, and then we're going to end the show.
So,
We don't have
anyways,
time to do
that was a
Steam
very
Year in Review
positive
now.
segment, right, guys? Right.
Took too
right.
long.
Right.
Okay.
I agree with me.
He talks about suing people. I wanna react to that.
Father.
Man, when did he? I know he brings it up there, but does he bring it up in this podcast? Let's find out.
Have a panel there to click on, like almost mirror images of each other.
Okay.
Visit it. You'll try local places you did for the show before. From Nico, I'm looking forward to your year-end. I wonder how many calories.
Okay, he's talking about this. I don't
So,
care.
ladies. All right.
All right.
So, here we go.
Oh boy.
It was actually my fourth most played
Oh man.
of the 80s and 90s. What it was like to be a game. I don't get people, man. I don't. Mr. Hanky? No, not Mr. Hanky.
Let's see.
No, not the new washer dryer. Basically, when we were out a couple
Oh.
weeks ago, remember a couple weeks ago, my day off, I said we were out all day. It was very busy. It was the holidays. Everyone
go.
was out. Yeah. Basically, we did some Christmas shopping then. Got it done.
Okay, so it was.
Can't just say, hey guys, I'm taking a week off now to sue a detractor, and I'll be back in a week. Then I have no money for the week, right?
No,
So
no money for the week. No. Christmas week begins. Okay.
it's possible that people completely raw restream and rebroadcast. Good for you. I hope you like the present. I hope you're enjoying the existence of, how everything went in culture, on the internet, all this shit. Hope you like the fact from me. You're nothing but time to do the Steam Year in Review now. It took too long. Okay? All right.
All right.
I received $1 tip.
$1 tip, a dollar. a
It's
day
possible
keeps
that
the-
people completely raw restream and rebroadcast me because YouTube doesn't take action on anything unless you have a lawsuit. So if
He took down Raw before, though. It was for the React stream. He did that before. Huh?
I had if I called a lawyer right now and I said, I'm a full-time broadcaster and content creator,
He
and
did
there is a
talk to a lawyer, by
YouTuber
the
who
way.
literally only 100% steals my content and re-uploads it or live rebroadcasts it somewhere with no commentary.
But he's not
criticism, or
talking
anything to
about
make it
them. He's
transformative.
talking about
It's
people who make
blatant
videos
fact.
making fun of
I could
them.
immediately have an injunction slapped on that person, that channel.
An
I could have it
injunction?
completely shut down, and I could
An
immediately begin
injunction.
the process to sue them for damages for any estimation of loss of income that I would have gotten from them rebroadcasting me. So, for
But
example,
what income would he get, though? Think about it, though. In reality, he wouldn't get a lot.
Example, let's say, for example, right now on the stream, I have 300 viewers. I don't even know. I didn't look. Let's say on their stream, they have 600 viewers and they're monetizing. So I can argue whatever
What are they doing
monetization I'm making on
monetized?
mine, double it, and that's what they owe me legally. And I would win it in a court of law. But the
No,
problem
you
is
wouldn't.
the U.S. court system is so
It's very
convoluted,
is.
it would take me years upon years upon years to actually sue them properly.
Again, this is what he's talking about, and just remember, he's again. He doesn't care. He doesn't believe in taking down channels.
It would take insane amounts of money, effort, and time. And I'm a content creator. I don't have time to sit around with lawyers all day, in a courtroom all day.
But
I don't
aren't
have time
trolls
for it.
content creators
I'm
too?
a blue collar worker. I have to be here to earn money. I can't
I'm
just
sure
say, hey,
everyone
guys,
loves it when he says he's a blue collar worker. They are like, yeah, Phil, you are, man.
I'm taking a week off now to sue a detractor, and I'll be back in a week. Now I have no money for the week, right? So,
but you're suing for the damages, and you could say that's part of it, and then you'll make the money back.
To me,
but which is also kind of funny because he gets residual income anyway, if you think about it. So he's not really losing money because go back to when DSP Gaming was in jeopardy, and he'll tell you every day, every second he can, I make the money off the legacy videos. That's the bulk of his income, according to Philip Burnell. And now it's that if I don't stream, I can't make anything. Isn't it funny how that works? Some days the legacy content is the big payday. The other day it's the streams and not the legacy videos.
it makes more sense to just continue to make the positive content and move forward and ignore the lawbreaker. You get it? So
The lawbreaker?
essentially,
Yeah.
So
Usually
it
it's
just
smarter
doesn't
to
make sense
just
for me to do
ignore
it.
the lawbreaker. That makes sense.
If there ever was someone who was so egregious, I have
What
the
does
legal
that
right
mean?
to do it whenever I want.
What is egregious? what would institute an egregious thing that would make him want to do that, right? Because he
Call
has
him
people that are just
really
straight
fat and
up
stupid.
rebroadcasting as it is. Like, that's not egregious enough? What's egregious? Would they literally have to make more money? Yes, that's what it would take. They would have to make insane amount of money that he's motivated to take that money away from them. So if someone ever makes $1 million off of DSP, guess what? DSP is coming after you. Even though
Just need to post
you have
pictures
$1
of, like,
million
massive
and
wealth.
You can probably hire better
Drive
lawyers
them
than
insane.
DSP and somehow steal the copyright from DSP or whatever the fuck.
You know, all I'll say is this: these
Thus.
motherfuckers better hope I never win the lotto. Because if I win the
Keep
lotto,
buying tickets, Phil. You'll get it someday.
all of a sudden, out of nowhere,
By the way, he said this. If I win the lotto, that's not gonna be the money will go away pretty quickly because I got bills to pay, man. That's how real life works. But guess what? When you win the lotto, half the danger is that since they report the winner, they're gonna find you're gonna be a target to be stolen from. You know what I'm saying? That's why, like, you know, some people say I don't want to do the lotto because if I win it, then you know, half the money is gonna go into security or whatever the fuck.
as if you never expected it, but it'll happen.
As if you never expected
I'm gonna
it.
have a lot of free time.
Oh my god, I'm
That's why
so
you wanna
terrified. I'm so
Even
scared.
if you
Go
win the
fuck
lotto,
yourself, you
don't you
stupid
wanna stream
bitch.
too? But this is like a bluff. This is him just saying
I'm
it because
gonna
he
win
knows
the
it's never gonna
lottery
happen.
and then
If
I'll
you
have
don't say it's
time
not
to
gonna
take
happen,
your money
you'll say
away from
anything.
you.
Guys, I'm gonna run for president. And
How would
then
that look,
when
by the
I
way?
become president, I'm gonna make it.
How would that look to basically anyone, to Keemstar, to all the commentary community? Darkside Phil wins the lottery, and the first thing he does is try and take money from other people. Like, don't you think the overwhelming majority of the commentary community would just be like, dude, you won the lottery, leave them alone. like fucking take your money and just fuck off. Quit trying to make people's lives miserable just for making fun of you. You thin-skinned bitch. Like, how pathetic would that look? Like, Seattle man wins lottery, immediately goes to war with people who made fun of him.
Legal to
Okay,
live for
that doesn't
free.
look petty at
No one
all.
will be able to buy any. No one will need money for anything. Housing.
Go ahead,
free.
Phil.
Food,
Stupid fuck.
free. Water free. Healthcare free. Everything will be free. If I become president, yeah. And then like because no one's gonna vote for me because maybe if they're super duper crazy, maybe. But
Coming for you.
I mean, anyone can say anything if they know it's not gonna happen. That's the point I'm making. Like, DSP knows that he'll never win the lotto because he doesn't do the lotto, guys. I hate to break it to you. This guy probably doesn't do the lotto. He probably says he does.
He says he
so
does.
that he can continue the LARP of being poor. He loves LARPing as a poor man. He loves it. It's one of his pastimes. Guys, I live within my means, guys, as he lives in a gated community.
And I won't care if I make money. I'll just care about getting back at those who tried.
But if you don't care
But
about
you're
money,
gonna be
it's about the
taking their
principle.
money.
Why do you need a lot of money to do that?
Yeah.
Right? Wouldn't the principle
Wouldn't you
outweigh
be
the
suing for money?
risk of
So
suing
what? You're gonna
someone?
take the money and then what? Just give it back and be like, it was never
Don't think
about the money.
It, because
It was
obviously
about
being
getting
paid
back at
bills, this guy
you
makes nothing, right?
for
To
making
suck my
money.
blood.
That
Get it?
makes sense.
Get it?
No, I don't get it
I hate
actually.
this get it thing. I'm telling you, this is a new DSPism. Get it?
Better hope I never buy a lotto ticket.
Yeah, you'll never.
Mhm.
You're not though.
Sure, dude. You
And
better
because
hope your
that's a
wife
waste of
doesn't
money.
leave you and take
You know
half
what-
your shit.
You know what? It is a waste of money. Think about how much money you had to spend to buy a lotto ticket, and how long are you gonna be doing that until you get a winning one? What if the amount you spend outweighs the amount you win? Right? It's a sunken cost fallacy. So you're losing money. You're bleeding money off of a possibility that something may or may not happen. And this is the guy that doesn't want to sue someone directly because it would take too much time. Okay.
Anyway, I just received a $2.25 tip
Fuck him. Fuck him,
from Mr.
Phil.
Puffy Nipples.
Of course.
He says, speaking of these stores closing, I found out these department stores still have a website. Bed Bath & Beyond, Circuit City, Radio Shack, Sears. Yeah, they're but they don't exist. The companies went out of business, and what happens is they have what's called intellectual property. Their logos, their name brand.
Yeah, okay, he has to explain to him how the internet works. Of course he does. Of course he does. Now let's go to the Daily Wrap.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening,
Welcome
everyone.
to the Daily Wrap.
This is the old one, though.
What was
This is not new.
Friday, the 20th of December, 2024. My including, as you can see, the final form of my streaming setup.
The final
After many weeks of
form,
upgrades, many weeks
you
of technical
monkey.
issues. I think I'm damn cool, I would say.
Until
In
I
my
want
opinion,
more.
like every day I'm going to have a new setup here with lighting.
Okay.
A whole to scam me and get me to click a link to do a as they couldn't use it anymore because I exposed it. Well, guess what? Oh, who this happened to and how incredibly asinine it is. I got into a lot of that, and
There's something I want to bring up in this.
by the end of it, basically the podcast was over. I was like, oh, so I guess we can't do the Steam year in review. We'll just save it then,
Whoops.
which we are. We're going to save it for
This is
Sunday
very
morning
weird.
show.
What do you
Now,
mean,
FYI, just to squash any complete nonsense, okay? During this segment, someone had brought up, they tipped me and said, hey, Phil, isn't it unfortunate that, say, 10 years ago, when you talked about this kind of stuff on the internet, people listened and you could spread the word
No,
about
they
a scam
didn't.
or something bad like this.
Name
and
one
people would
person
care
who's
and
like,
actually,
I didn't know about
learn from you and then maybe avoid it. But in this case,
then I
you
contacted
talked
my
to us on the
senator,
podcast earlier
and he
in the
said,
week,
"Thank you,
but,
citizen.
no
I will
one
look
outside
into
of
this."
Your circle really pays attention anymore. So you wonder how many people.
No one would listen to him anyway. Even before the trolling, he didn't have that big of a reach. He thinks he does because of the Sopa Pippa thing, but again, that's writing on the algorithm of other people doing it. No one reacted to it because of what he did. Again, like I think Nostalgia Crit talked about it, AVGN talked about it, Ego Raptor probably talked about it. Everyone was already talking about this fucking bill.
People actually got hit by this scam, and if only these morons on the internet hadn't basically dragged you through the mud for a decade, people would actually.
I mean, that's
have
not what the
learned
person
ahead.
said, but
again,
we
people
never
got
got
hit
in
by
trouble
the
for
scam.
putting
They
words
didn't
in
get
people's
hit
mouths
by it because
before.
They didn't know it was a scam or whatever, or they didn't know that there's a scam like this or whatever the fuck. They fell for it because they either did not like. I mean, anyone could fall for anything. I'm sure there's a good possibility that people who like that anyone and everyone on the planet has fallen for a scam one way or another. Like, that's how things happen. And the best you can do is once it happens, you just deal with it. You take the L and you come back from it. Now, of course, when you lose your channel, that is pretty bad. But again, that's just part of the risk. Things happen. People's accounts get hacked. But he acts as if like he is if he wasn't a lolcow, no one would be scammed because DSP would stop the scammer
ahead of time and been helped. So I went on a little bit of a tirade.
But you know what? No, actually, you know what? I'm glad I'm watching this part because I almost forgot this other tidbit. That by the time DSP started talking about the scammer, guess what, guys? People were already scammed. So it didn't matter. None of this matters because this, you know, I think that's what I was struggling with saying earlier. But you know, everyone came to this conclusion. It didn't matter. It didn't fucking matter. When he started talking about this fucking scam, people were already scammed. So if it was truly about stopping people from getting scammed, why didn't he talk about this before people were scammed?
Shut up. You sound like a detractor.
Why did other people have to be scammed for him to talk about it?
Shut
That's
up.
not how that works.
You're stupid. I'm smart. Obviously, you just don't get it. You missed the point.
He didn't say anything before that.
It's regardless.
And I don't think you could see the date of when he got that DM from the LED company or whatever the fuck he got a DM for. I don't think that was dated. I think it might be timestamps, but it doesn't have the date. Because that would be a very interesting thing to see as to when that happened and then when people started talking about the FGC getting hacked. Because I guarantee you, it either happened the same time or after. Because he didn't talk about it until after they got hacked. So this whole thing of if people listened to me, this wouldn't have happened. You didn't even talk about it until it happened already.
About it, quite frankly, because I agree completely.
This is like trying to stop a murder after the murder happened. Like, you can't stop a murder that already happened, dumbass. I should have said something, but no one would believe me because I read in the story that this murder happened, and I could have stopped it if I just said murder was wrong before the story was produced. What?
And basically what I said at the very end of it was, listen, these people on the internet who defame me, who illegally restream me, it's all illegal what they do.
It's all illegal.
The thing is, I don't have the time, resources, money.
If it was illegal, you could just call the cops and be like, look, they're committing a crime, and then we'd be arrested.
Awful stuff that they've done for me.
He said that after. Not before the swatting thing. He said that after.
For a decade, which I very well could. All right. But essentially, I'd prefer to just do positive stuff moving forward, but they better just be very happy that I'm not filthy rich. Because if I were a giant YouTuber, if I hit the lotto,
I would go after people for making fun of me.
And maybe I would actually sue one of these idiots into the ground just on principle, not even to actually.
That's retarded.
This dude.
I'll do it just as vengeance. I'll just do it frivolously. Just send him a lesson.
Like,
way to sink your own court case before it even gets off the ground. Stupid idiot.
And he's making like I can't like live my life now because he's suing me into the ground. I can't afford health care.
Like literally.
I can't afford food. And these like,
all the defense has to do is point to this video and point out the fact that DSP doesn't actually suffer any financial damages from these people who make fun of him, and he just wants to sue them just to send them a lesson. And then the judge will just throw his case out of fucking court right then and there. This guy's such a fucking buffoon.
I can't.
Such an idiot.
This person is apologizing.
I just do it just to send him a lesson. Okay, case dismissed. We're not here to send lessons to people. We're here to actually seriously redress grievances.
DSP wants to be
your
that
fucking
guy.
Ego, fucking
secretly
loser.
Deep down in his little pig brain. Because this dude's a piece of shit. Like, honestly, you know, I just remember growing up, my mom would tell me, like, wow, everyone in America just seems to be so sue happy. They all want to like sue people to solve anything. They don't want to talk to you. They just want to sue.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucked up.
It's true.
This would never
A
happen.
very
in Greece."
litigious society.
And I was like, damn, I guess not. Wow, man. But DSP is the stereotypical businessman that will go after people and sue them into the ground. But guess what? Actually, you know what? I just realized he did do this. Nintendo has the right of their games, and they're like, well, we should get their ad revenue for them playing our games. So we're gonna exercise our right and claim that. And he's like, they can't do this. That's fucked up. And then he would also complain if they targeted an emulator guy. Or whatever. If Nintendo would sue anyone, DSP would be the first to say they're in the wrong. But DSP, given the opportunity, would do anything Nintendo would do. He'd be the streamer equivalent of Nintendo. No lie. This dude, it would do the same shit. He's Nintendo incarnate. See, Nintendo is a business, and you can at least chalk everything up what Nintendo does as a business decision. But DSP loves the LARP as a CEO guy. He loves being that guy. He wants to be CEO man. He wants to be that. That's his calling. But he's a failure. He's a failed CEO. He's a CEO that couldn't become one. And he's left as a streamer. Because everything he's acting is exactly how a CEO guy would act, if you think about it.
Money, but just on principle. And the way that I used an analogy, I said, maybe one of these mosquitoes that's been buzzing around and biting me on the neck all along, maybe one day they're just going to get swatted.
Now, this is how little DSP thinks of the common viewer. Normal viewers would just say, okay, yeah, he said, like, saw them like a fly. Okay. Like, it's self-explanatory. Anyone would come to that conclusion. I watched WPIG react to this pre-stream, and they only mentioned it as like, oh, it's threat, doxing. Oh my god, threatening to swat someone, and it's very clear that they knew that's not, like. But then when he said like swatting a fly, like, okay, he's not saying that. But imagine if he did. Like, it's that kind of situation. Like that's what most people are saying. But whatever. Okay.
Like a bug, you swat the bug. So I'll leave it at that for now.
So he brings it up, and then he clickbaits you to watch the whole video for him to talk about it again. Why? You're talking about it right now.
I'll tell you why I'm bringing that up at the end of this daily wrap. Why? So then today we were talking on the podcast about, we were talking on the Stalker stream about what we should do in regards to the reward. If we hit 20,
okay,
I
don't care about
of 20 right now, but hopefully it's a fun one too. $1 contribution. So if we get, I am hoping that people will watch this and say, "Hey, we want to see a double."
He has been swaying, people have been noticing this dude has been swaying way more lately. Like, he is literally going metronome mode. Just this is like what I do when I do the DST tries it shit. Like, it's that level of cartoonish to this point, where he's literally going out of the camera to sway. This is insane. This is, like, I'm telling you, when I do DST tries it, I try to do the most insane rocking back and forth you can imagine, because it's just funny. It's just funny, and he's doing it unironically.
DSP tries it, one on Sunday and one on Monday. And if that's the case, if I hit 2 goals, like if I guys can purchase your ticket, get a big over the world, the top contributor.
By the way, this didn't happen because a lap test, we changed the schedule the day of, and as DSP says, people freak the fuck out if he ever did anything like that. And I was freaked out. I was like, what the fuck? He's not doing Flight Sim? Oh my god! And then I threw my computer down the stairs.
Contributor gets to pick where we're actually flying, which is really neat. So I hope that it works out. I hope that people will show up and enjoy on Sunday, get a big setup, and hope. Okay, we'll see what happens. All right. So I'm out of here to upload, to edit, superb system, all these, getting the recording, the streaming, the editing, the RGB lights, the stupid processing that wouldn't work, and me changing on Sunday for holiday week.
Where is the thing?
Ward, if we hit 20, now, unlike the Vatican, which is you're confined to the Vatican, here it's like an open
He
desert
said he was gonna
with
talk
areas
about
to
the end.
explore.
Did he
And
forget?
on the podcast about,
Oh, here we go.
well, actually, we were talking on
It's not
the
really
Stalker
at the
stream
end.
about what we should do in regards
Wait,
to the reward. If we hit
what?
20,
No.
I can do DSP Tries It during the Christmas event
What?
on Monday.
Oh my god, this dude, I'm losing it with
The
this
problem
dude.
on top of it, like 2 chicken nuggets that just on Sunday. By the end of the first stream on Sunday, Aaron's, it's going to be you can pick the characters that I.
Did I mishear him when he mentioned it? Because I thought he said he was going to talk about it more.
But they better just be very happy, just on principle, not even all along. Maybe one day their daily wrap. So, like a bug, you swat the bug. So I'll leave it at that for now.
I'll leave it for that for now.
And I'll tell you why I'm bringing that up.
I'll tell you why I'm bringing that up
at the end of this.
At the end of this daily wrap. Okay, so let's fast forward.
Highlight of the day, so we'll see if I want to do that or not. And so there was other funny stuff too. There was other moments where I was trying to find an item I could do, and a lot of the times you end up wasting time. It's gotten dumb in that regard. But I still enjoyed the stream, and we actually hit our support goal. So we actually got, I believe, to number 18 now. The Great Circle, Indiana Jones and the Great Say.
Oh.
That I said I was going to.
Oh my
why
god.
I brought up.
See how dumb this fucker is? He said at the end of the daily wrap, my guy, this isn't the end of the daily wrap. It's 5 minutes in. Oh my god.
That whole story I talked about on the internet earlier today is because if you can believe it, my detractors are actually trying to say that I said I was going to swat people.
Who? Okay, you know what? Did Duty Stream say it? Did he say it? Let's find out. We're doing some fact checkery. Let's see. He wage quits the political content. That's not it. $300 DoorDash. No. DSP becomes a real PC gamer. Starts Christmas begathon demanding $300. Clean up his mess after threatening detractors with harm and litigation. Okay. Oh, it was a Duty video. Oh, dude, he loves Duty. He keeps talking about him. Wow, it was Duty after all. He doesn't want to say it by his name anymore.
Because I said they're mosquitoes biting my neck, and one day maybe I'll take the effort to swat them. They actually are now trying to take that out of context and put it on the internet as if I said I was going to swat people, which I never did. So just so you know, if you hear
you
it,
literally
see it out of
said that
context,
you
that's what
would,
it means.
but okay.
These people are deranged, and will do anything they can to try to make me
I mean,
look
you
bad.
sound
It's just another
deranged. You're the
case.
one talking about
Okay.
like
Well, I got more context.
killing
I showed
people.
The video he was probably talking about.
So anyway, then we had Indiana Jones and the Great.
And then he talked about Indiana Jones. Again, this is out of order. He said he'll talk about the end, and he talked about it in the middle. That's not how the language works, my guy. But this dude is insane. Insane. Let's see. He's not streaming now. He's gonna stream soon, though. So I'm gonna wrap it up here, guys. Thank you for watching. It's been fun making vids, and hope you guys enjoyed it. So it is what I'll let you guys go. Have a good week. Have a good rest of your life, and just remember, don't be fake. Keep it real. Keep it real.
I feel the vibe.
All right. Bye-bye.
Time to skedaddle on out of here.
Thank you, Theo. We got plenty of tabs of content here. Let me reset the transform, bring everything back to normal, because he had a unique layout for sure. Let's see. Vegas, is he streaming? No, that's an alt stream. Thought it was streaming and saying hi, stopping by. Not a whole lot of people are going to be streaming today. Marked One is streaming. He's just playing some video games, hanging out. Tony One Leg with King Cobra. We got a Reverend Tillywink song.
Plugged into chat.
chatter, sing. Give money to the Gowdy King. Peace in chat, let's keep things chill. Hit the goal for Darkside Phil. Felt it all, detractors are. Eat it all, you dumb retard.
I shouldn't say that.
The stream is dense, will wheel. To watch DSP gaming real. Act the dented chatter, sing. Give money to the Gowdy
Thank you, Poorly Made.
King.
Thank you, Reverend Tillywink. Big ups. Is the season. Hope everyone is having a good one. Again, mine's going to be a little bit later. I'll stop repeating myself. Everyone knows by now. What do we have here on the Twitter? Let's see. Very nice. Thank you, Billy. Much appreciated. Good Twitter stuff going on right now. Salah is in trouble. Oh no. We saw the Christmas episode, didn't we? We saw a lot of different stuff. Rooflemonger, talking about fighting games. Omegon. Let's see what Omegon has to say about the news. The non-tint Vlogmas. Wasn't that just fantastic?
Well, isn't this just fantastic?
Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. It's December the 24th today. We have had quite the busy month. We are nearing the end of what Amber calls Vlogmas, and yes, the thumbnail for her more recent
Yep,
video
she's
is
eating
on
the Taco
screen
Bell
because,
nuggets.
Yes, she chose
Those things are
this
getting around.
image. She
Jeez.
doesn't make thumbnails, but you can pick individual stills to go with, and this is the one she went with. No doubt to try and drive up the interest in her videos this month. Her viewership has well and truly dropped off to the tune of, over the course of the year, 60%. She's still getting residual
Heard they're good?
views, yes, from older content, but her main channel content that comes out more recently,
They have
no.
good stuff. I
She
like their
started
taco
the year at
fries, their
50,000.
nacho fries.
Now she's in the 20s.
But
She's
they don't
not
always
doing so
carry
well,
those.
so a bit of clickbait would surely help her. As with all her videos, the like-to-dislike is heavily in favour of the dislike. Ignoring my comment, we'll read some of the comments left on this video. At this point, I think you're just trying to be annoying. Trying, well, can we not, after all these years, pretend that
It
you
is
get
Christmas,
creeped
my
out by
dudes.
nuggets? We've all seen you eat an entire chicken before with no care in the world. Her ASMR really flares up when she has nails. Bruh, you cannot act to save your life. We all know you turned the camera off, gobbled the rest of that food down, and ordered another 4,000 calories of takeout to end your day. And finally, I can't wrap my brain around the fact that she has so many food phobias, yet weighs almost 600 pounds. Girly pop, seek treatment. At this point, Amber would require all the professional help, but that requires her doing things to help herself. And I don't mean in the sense of helping yourself as an all-you-can-eat buffet help yourself. I mean help yourself to impact meaningful positive change. Therapy, surgery, and going to the sodding gym. Now, there aren't too many spoilers in these comments that we've just gone through anyway, but there are some points that will undoubtedly come up really early on because Amber just can't help herself. So let's dive into what will be one of the last videos of Vlogmas for Amber Limree.
Hello, welcome to another day of Vlogmas. How are you guys doing?
Better than
Today's no
you.
makeup, hair up, and this crazy big hair tie I got from TJ Maxx when I was in Wisconsin. When I was in Wisconsin, I would go and do things, but I never like vlogged. You guys are just seeing me do more here in the good old Oklahoma because A, it's Vlogmas, like hi. And I'm actually like vlogging, but in Wisconsin, I didn't really vlog. Didn't really post at all, actually.
Amber, we all know the reason you didn't film in Wisconsin. You had claimed in November that the reason you didn't was because you were just so happy. Bitch, Tommy was working. You were miserable and alone. And you being a creature that requires company all the time, you struggle to be alone with being alone. You were miserable, and you acting like you can explain why you're more active now without saying the obvious that it's because Tommy's not there making you miserable, is hilarious, quite frankly.
Anyways, I want to show you guys what I got my grandma for Christmas. Grandma, if you're watching this, look away. I'm gonna give you 5 seconds. You guys want some ASMR?
I'm gonna kill you.
You could clean the dust out of a computer with
God,
that
that
nose.
is
No one cares
annoying.
about the ASMR, but you inserting it as a quirky little Amberlynn thing, a modern situation type deal, is something.
Holy
I guess.
shit. That's
Certainly
the
more energy
kind
than
of
previous
shit that
things
makes you
you've
want to
done this
violate the
I
OS,
literally
doesn't it?
used to watch ASMR of people literally
God damn.
just tapping on the back of their phone.
Since you're a TikTok
I would
star with a viral video
fucking
over there, I have no doubt you still
holy
watch that kind
shit.
of content literally. You said it twice in the space of 6 words. Literally. Literally. Alright.
Of course.
That
No
was,
wonder her
like,
brain
over a
is so
decade ago.
rotted.
That kind of ASMR does not.
I
work
watch
for me.
videos of people
So-
tapping on your
so when I
phones,
showed you guys
and
my
look how I
Christmas
turned
card,
out.
Like, why does Amberlynn have so
Right?
many pillows?
In that video, I had said the reason why you have so many is because you practically live on your couch, and only you reside on it. It's why only one area of it had very few cushions, and that was an area that could encompass your rather, well, large, rotund frame. It made perfect sense, even if there's not much of a back to your couch. All those extra cushions will allow you to sit or perch in the way you are able to sit and or perch, because you can't get up from a beanbag.
Well, let me explain. This couch actually is a pillow-based couch. This isn't a back.
This is a
Like,
pillow-based
back.
couch.
Watch. Let me show you.
It's a
guys.
pillow
You see what I
style
mean?
couch.
Like, it's just wood with whatever this is.
Wood with whatever.
The real
Thanks.
reason you can't use a couch as a couch, and is why you have one that's more cushion based, is because you don't have the leg length and thinness and mobility to sit back in a chair. In fact, just then when you tried to lean back, that was because as far as your legs go, and because you've got too many cushions, you can't go in any other direction. Your 2 optimal positions for life
God.
are to sit upright because you can't
When you're so
slouch,
fat,
frame
your
won't
legs
permit
are
it,
just
since it's pushing
short
you
because of
forward,
it.
so you'd be assuming the gamer position at best, and the other is laying down because, well, you are near 600, so bedbound is definitely in your future, and that's no doubt because you live on your own, one of the main reasons you're trying to lose a bit of weight, so you don't skirt across that line too heavily, because you know damn well your mother is not washing your ass.
These pillows, the black ones and these like really dark gray ones, actually came with the couch because it's a pillow-based couch. This is literally in replace to like what a normal couch would have as like a back cushion. That's how just this couch has been made. And it honestly came with even more pillows than this, but I got rid of the other ones because they were not my style at all.
Amber is doing her damnedest to promote American capitalism. And I say American capitalism because over here in the UK, when we hear about Americans taking for granted, we consider it a part of your culture. Because over here, if we have cushions that go with furniture we don't like, we take the cushion cover off and replace it with one we do like. We don't throw the cushion out, but you got rid of them. You're not the type to buy the cushion cover, you'll buy the entire thing. Because you have shops that sell monstrous amounts of them. We don't have the space for this. It's also wasteful. It really is. Then again, if Amber buys something and it's not her style, it's because she hasn't really looked at the product in a shop. She's gone and bought it online, which wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. Wasteful Lynn Reed, at her finest, and trying to use mental gymnastics to explain why she has a couch for many, but only really useful for one. Hence all the cushions, so it props her rather large frame up when gravity fails her and her spine decides to collapse.
Any hoozle. We don't really exchange gifts, but I wanted this Christmas to be special for my grandma because she is kind of going through a lot right now. So I wanted all her gifts, I wanted it to be cat themed because she has quite a few cats and she loves cats. They're everything to her.
Well, that seems a bit ironic, doesn't it? Maybe you should have left your cats with your nan. This feels like bait, by the way, because a small part of me thinks and believes you're the type. You would take all of Rarity's stuff, put it in new packaging, and then give it to your nan instead. I also say that because we saw you buy some of the things for your family members. Some of them, nothing for your nan. So for the next 2.5 minutes in Amberlynn's vlog, she talks about and shows all these presents she's got her nan. And I take no issue with any of them because it's the presents for your family, right? She hasn't made it all about herself. She's not used it to talk about Rarity. I do feel like talking about presents that are cat related in the context of family when yours went missing, something about that optic wise feels wrong. It really does. It reeks of wrong, in fact. and getting her grandmother's partner a gift as well, which is lovely, of course it is. Amber wanting to have some of these items, unsurprising, but that's because Amber is, well, she's a girly pop and a hoarder. Now, this video, much like all videos back in Oklahoma, all surpass, this one the longest so far this month, the 8-minute mark to get mid-roll ads, meaning Amber is shooting for rewatchability on this one. Don't know why, but she does also say something else, and it does prove my point about when she's filming the videos. She will claim that she is 2, maybe 3 days ahead of schedule. In this she says 2, which means that she has, well, she's claiming it's on the 23rd when it's being filmed, but actually it's more than likely closer to the 20th, because Amber is out of time. She does it on purpose, because then she can take more time off. I firmly believe she's doing nothing right now. I could believe that. More than likely watching her haters and the clip channels that have gone out of their way to prove to her she's a complete and utter smeghead. Also, isn't she meant to be going on LolCal Live at some point? She also continues by showing us her doing the Tetris game of putting everything into a trolley. These trolleys are very useful. My dad uses one to get wood and coal down to his narrow boat because those pathways aren't the easiest to operate. They're very useful trolleys. I mean, this is the most we've seen her do, so I guess it's something, right? I've noticed, by the way, we're a fair chunk of the way through her video, and we've yet to get to the food part, which means she really has baited her audience out. Not just with the ASMR bits here and there, but by using food much later on to get people to get to that rewatchability part, which does prove my point, by the way, that you chose that still for the thumbnail. I can't wait to find it.
Alright, you guys. ASMR. I know so many of you
I hate you.
That, but
Yep.
so many of you think it's funny, so
whatever.
Do point to them, those 1 or 2 people who say that, so we can beat them with Toblerones. There's nothing fun about watching you tap on a can. It's more amusing watching you try and twist your finger and then bend it back the wrong way to open a can. I'm somewhat surprised you bother with cans when you could just have a bottle instead.
I'm just gonna keep doing me.
Yeah, you're definitely rage baiting here. Because while it's not your thing anymore, and you said so earlier in this video, it is still very much something you want to make about yourself, or make something for you that you can insert into your content as an additional little quirky thing Amberlynn Reid does. People understand you far too easily, and I think the majority will agree with me on this one. You're not quirky or original, you're just desperately trying to bait your audience. Because it gets more comments. For every video you get hundreds of comments, I get tens. I wish I got the engagement you got, but in the positive, of course. But I can't draw that much interest or energy out of my audience. Hi audience, hope you're all well today. It's not a shot at you, it's just a statement of observation of fact. I can't change that part. Well, unless I shame you guys into doing it for one video and then everyone drops off again, because that's what happened. With Amber, it's a commitment.
I still have to put away all my wrapping paper. I'm not gonna put it away until after Christmas, just in case I get my family something extra. We have some cherry Coca-Cola, 0 sugar, and we have Taco Bell. I was supposed to get a strawberry lemonade with it, but they didn't deliver that part.
I don't think anyone cares that you've not gotten your lemonade. I think fizzy drinks, you need to ditch them all entirely anyway. I think people are more interested in the fact that you're doing Taco Bell. I know you say you've reduced your intake down to 1 takeaway a day, but you're still doing takeaway daily. I've often wondered when you have mentioned bits of your order missing, if you're doing it on purpose in your content to shame the company. Because with you, it would be the opposite effect. I could believe many of your haters would go to Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and thank Taco Bell for ballsing up your order. Because you're Amberlynn Reid and no one likes you.
So, alright. We have napkins. And we got the chicken nuggets, you guys. Taco Bell with chicken nuggets. Let's do a first impression.
Hold up. Are you telling us you've never had them before? Which means surely your food insecurities and paranoia would come to the surface. Your anxiety would be at the surface here. You'd be so nervous about being near this. You really must be desperate for clicks that you've gone and ordered another food in the space of a week, because you did it at a restaurant. You've had another food, although the previous one did look like something you push out after you've had too many curries, and you are remarkably sick. Yes. In this case, though, you yet again had something you don't have or never had, no doubt, because then you can be the taste tester of it. Though years ago there was a creator, he did a unboxing of Taco Bell for a video, and in that video he was sat on the toilet. His unboxing was very literal, evacuation of the Taco Bell from his body as an unboxing. He was sweating and pushing. It was hilarious. Bad, and you shouldn't upload that to YouTube, but a close-up of a guy's face when he's squeezing it out and you hear the sound on the water in the toilet is very funny. Although, if you listen hard enough, I think you can start to taste it through your screen.
They look overcooked, which for me, not an issue. For the average population, they probably are not gonna like that. One of each sauce. So we have Bell sauce, a jalapeno honey mustard sauce, and last but not least, fire ranch sauce. Let me open each of these. Sorry, I noticed that they actually do smell really good, I'm not gonna lie. The sauce is a little thickums. All right, I am gonna try this without a sauce first.
Oh, would you look at that? It's Nick Ocado before he lost 350 pounds.
Not me getting the creeps already. I don't know why, but I just like have the creeps because it's all multi-textured and colored, and I'm like, what is happening?
Amber, why did you even bother buying it?
It's Seriously, a nugget.
Did you get a recommendation from someone you know? Or did you just go with it?
What is happening?
And Amber is a dainty queen, not a half-ton heifer.
What do you think is happening?
Some nuggies because she's the child.
All right, let's go for it.
It's a chicken nugget. I'm kind of freaked out right now because there's like different overlying textures, and I'm just like, what is going on right now?
White meat, which is what I prefer. Dark meat isn't always my favorite.
Chill
I will
out.
say the breading is super thick. All right, let's try the jalapeno honey situation type deal.
Situation type deal.
Whoa. That's good. So this is the Bell sauce. Not bad. It's okay. Definitely prefer the honey jalapeno.
I like that she's doing taste testing because she can't be asked to commit to a full mukbang. You know, if she went and committed to a full mukbang, her views would triple. She knows this. Treble, even in this context. She'd rather phone it in even when it comes to the eating side and act as if we're going to be interested in her review of the food. We're not. I just want to get to the part where she pulls that face that's on the thumbnail. This thumbnail. This image is everything. I want to know exactly where it resides.
All right, so this is a chunkster, and really big pieces of meat creep me out.
Yes, we get it. You claim because of food insecurities, the rest of the internet will say because of every euphemism you've opened yourself up to. Double entendre. Play on words. Amber can't handle big lumps of meat in her mouth. We get it. We understand that. It explains so much.
So, is it gonna pass the Amberlin test? Let's find out. I am absolutely dipping in this guy, 'cause
Amberlin
this one's my
test?
favorite of the three. Gotta say.
Rawr.
Excuse the heck out of me. There's no weird tendon parts, there's no weird hard parts, there's no weird texture. Perfectly cooked. What is going on?
What is happening?
A really long answer. I could bore you with a shorter one that simply says it's a fluke, or I could go with the much simpler answer of Taco Bell is one of the lowest common denominators when it comes to food produce. When it comes to the quality of the chicken, it's easier for them to make the chicken seem bigger than it is by simply injecting it with shitloads of water. Since you like your chicken dry, no doubt your chicken's not actually chicken at all. More than likely dehydrated chicken sold in powder form like milk, and then shaped to look like chicken because your taste buds will never be able to tell the sodding difference.
Taco Bell, okay. Wow. I'm shocked, to be honest. They're not half bad. Drink break. This one is like the most overcooked thing I've ever seen. Let's see how
Ever?
I found it. It turns out it was something that was overcooked even by this idiot's overcooked standards. You well do your steak and you have your chicken dry, and you're going to moan about something else being overdone? Bitch, no. I found it though, guys. It only took forever, and it is, by the way, a single frame. One single frame. Do you have any idea how hard that was to find?
That piece at a moment. A weird flavor moment that I'm not into. That might have just like ruined the whole thing for me.
What?
Now I'm looking at all of them and I'm like, oh no.
She's gotta be like on some kind of
Look for something
spectrum.
to moan about to make this video interesting, because it was quite boring, let's face it, so far. but you've intentionally found it.
Whoa,
and now you're going to latch
crazy.
onto it like a good bish and make it your...
I don't know if I can eat this
for the rest of the
anymore.
video. We all know the comment, though, in your video was correct underneath it. That you would have, once the cameras went off, wolfed that down like there was no tomorrow. And more than likely emulated your senpai, Everyday Mariam, Biza Productions, Big Beautiful Me, Foodie Beauty, Chantel, who's back in Canada, we all know it, and had your bonus Taco Bell sandwich of sorts. So it would have been bonus Taco Bell nuggies immediately afterwards. You'd been flicking those into the air to catch them in your mouth while you lay on your couch, fit for one person.
I think I just got turned off by it. And that one just got juicy. That one was juicy. I don't do juicy chicken.
What?
How did it like start off really good and now it's like a flopsicle? Let's try this piece.
I love that you think that's a flopsicle, but you keep going back to eat more, which tells us you need your food. You need your protein, because you're a hungry queen. Flopsicle. Again, you're setting people up with euphemisms when it comes to you and having issues with meat that's juicy in your mouth. Come on, man. We all know you're doing that on purpose. You're baiting us out, because you want one person to make a dick joke. Just one dick joke. I will not rise to such bait. I will not rise around you at all.
What? What about the rest? You're just throwing it all away? What a stupid bitch. What a stupid fat bitch.
So gross.
Yeah, that was gross.
Gray and slimy looking. I don't know.
Of course you don't know. Even Taco Bell don't know what they put in their food. Yet you still go back and eat their shitty food, you smeghead. Well, I should point out, there are Taco Bells in the UK. We know what's in ours, because it turns out we have this thing called food standards. And while we like to get mocked, because we don't really mind people calling us beige
everyone
food
knows.
people,
The British have
we
the
at least
best
know what's
food.
in our beige food. The same cannot be said for those that consume chlorine chicken. You like your chicken dry? Okay.
I'm never getting these again. It started off great, but I know, as someone who is like low-key creeped out by chicken, some pieces are promising, but majority of the time, they're disgusting. So I had to keep going. I had to keep trying different pieces, and I done knew.
God,
deep down within my soul.
This fat whore is so
Find
cringe.
something not good, and I was just like holding on to hope.
Yes, because while you are known for having nothing more than a smooth brain and low IQ smooth brain at best, you are, after all, a prophet, a psychic, a medium. You can speak to dead chickens and you know where the good ones are. Congratulations. It's funny for somebody who is so anti-poultry in her attitudes when it comes to fast food, especially because of her food insecurities. It's interesting that she eats meats like kielbasa that is hardly the driest. Turkey kielbasa is quite wet in its sort of delivery, right? But you're okay with it because it's baby food in texture, and that's important. It's how you, Amber, eat. You would rather have it intravenously fed through a straw down your nose so it's easier for you to deal with it. So you can carry on talking and have your earpiece in so you can have a phone call at the same time, because you're a real multitask Lynn Reed. Personally, I think you're Plonker the first Lynn Reed, Smeghead the first Lynn Reed, Dipshit the Lynn Reed the first. Now, the had to be in there twice, because you like to say literally, and I thought if I just do the instead, it'd be less egregious. Literally. Compared to other videos this month, you've made more of a concerted effort to do something vaguely, but you're trying to make it seem like you're not doing a mukbang, which you were doing one, and then you wanted any excuse so you could say something negative about it, yet you still ordered Taco Bell, knowing it's crap, because Amber's got to Amber, which isn't something you should be proud of, really shouldn't.
Moistmas. Very moistmas. Ew.
Okay. That was weird. Like, you know she ate the whole thing. Like, it was great, but then one of the chicken had juiciness in it. And y'all know how I no with the juiciness. It's a good thing she doesn't eat in the restaurant, or else she would go back to the counter and just like complain. What is this? What is this? What the hell is this?
Without a doubt, a lot of us go through life and experience things that irks us greatly. It can be justifiable, irrational, or it can be incredibly trivial.
Can we talk how
rage is
bad
a
British
very
food
deep
is?
emotion that can bring out the most vile side of a person that sometimes they didn't
Yeah,
even
go
know
ahead.
they had it in them. And there's many different kinds of it, but there's nothing on this planet that can come close or even
A few weeks ago, I actually put some beans on toast because I wanted to try it out. Not that bad, actually.
compared to the potency
That's beans on
that is
toast.
gamer rage. It is truly unlike any other. It's something that all of us possess, whether we like to admit it or not. And the consequences of gamer rage almost always negatively affect the person raging, whether it's breaking your controller or keyboard, absolutely dicking your monitor,
Fucking what to do. Oh! Yeah, look what I did. Oh, fucking well.
Way to go.
or punching a hole in the wall. Gamer rage could prove to be a very expensive emotion to bear. Now let's not get anything twisted. There are people out here who can control their emotions far better than most people tend to do. And those people should be very proud of themselves for being so well conditioned. But now we're seeing on the internet a rise in people who make rage in their video games a part of their personality. Some content creators see major success in making crashing out over video games a normal occurrence in whatever they're playing. Because truthfully, we as humans tend to find this kind of stuff pretty entertaining to watch. Seeing a guy lose his mind over a game is something that we all find very relatable in ourselves. And when you're really angry, you can end up seeing some of the most ridiculously hilarious stuff you wouldn't have come up with otherwise.
Oh, I'm flat.
I just spit a little bit.
Oh my fucking god! Dude, why is it that when I flash somebody, it's like I just slapped them in the face with a fucking napkin from a little kid's birthday party? But when I get fucking flashed, it's like some big brolic black dude named fucking Raquise pulls a fucking bedsheet over the head of my head and just proceeds to skull fuck me!
But it's not all sunshine
Yeah,
and
it's pretty
rainbows
good.
with this kind of thing. There are those out there who take their rage to the next level, and instead of it being fun, it becomes extremely trivial and worthy of pity. And the simple question I have for us today is, why does this happen? What makes somebody completely explode in anger over something that's supposed to be pretty fun and competitive at best? Well, there's a little moment that happened all the way back in 2011 that might have the answers that we're looking for. A simple 1v1 that created a viral moment and an inescapable situation for a man we all know very well at this point, Wings of Redemption. So join me as we turn the clock back 13 years and revisit one of the most pettiest internet squabbles in history, which was the Syndicate 1v1. Alright, so let me just set the stage. I don't want to waste a lot of time here. For those of you who don't know, Wings of Redemption was one of the hosts for the PKA podcast. The PKA podcast was a show that generally covered gaming content, primarily Call of Duty back in the day. And on each episode, the host would invite a guest on, typically ones that were also Call of Duty commentators, as Call of Duty content was at its prime in this era of YouTube gaming. Well, there was a guy known as the Syndicate Project, who was known for being pretty good at Call of Duty Zombies, as that was the game mode he played the most. But he was also pretty decent at the multiplayer as well. So the guys felt like it would be a nice idea to have him on for their next guest for episode 67. And the podcast started off pretty decently. Everyone was talking about different topics and taking calls from the fans. There wasn't really nothing that told us things were going to turn out the way it did. That was, until the conversation started to shift towards Call of Duty. And Woody May noted this on his podcast with Medicare, that while everyone else was just being playful and joking around, Wings was just flat out insulting the guy for basically no reason.
Wait.
If I was to go back to that, right, dogs are great, but I would chuck the tanks. Yeah, I'd get rid of them.
Oh, I love the tanks. The tanks added a strategic element to it.
They were good fun, but it was just like, so stressful. Like when you had
Yes,
like.
you suck, dude. I could take every tank out in the. You just never watched me play World at War.
Set for it though. No, honestly, I've not seen you play the World at War. I'd have to say.
I will single-handedly kill 6 or 7 tanks each game. I look at a tank as a free kill because it takes. You can kill them with 1 satchel charge.
Honestly,
because Call of Duty
any gun
4, in
on
my
Call of Duty
opinion,
4.
was the easiest to do well on.
It's like crushing my game that I love. Like,
It
I
is.
could get beat down by really good players.
I personally myself, I am a very good player on the stick.
And you know what else? He's modest.
There's no reason to be humble. It's like I know I'm a good player. My stats prove it.
Yeah,
I mean, I've proved it
I
time
used
and
to say,
time
like,
again. I'm a super good player. If you see me play where I wasn't really good at. Like I just posted Dead Space. I started playing Dead Space 3 days ago, and I did the toughest achievement in the game within 2 tries.
Like having confidence behind yourself is always a great thing. If you go through life going, I'm not the best, someone else is the best. You know, you're not exactly.
I know I'm not the best Call of
You need
Duty
that
player.
motivation.
but-
If you've got that motivation behind you, just like from having it and not just faking to yourself, like I could go, like, I'm the best multiplayer. You know, even though I know I'm not.
I look at it this
I'm
way.
never gonna say like with multiplayer, I am the best, because there's some really good people out there. But with zombies, you can be the best to the standard of you can teach anyone who's never done it before.
I look
how
at
to
it
do
like this. I'm not the best Call of Duty player, but I bet you if you put me in the same room as the best, I could hang with him.
Yeah,
What's
I
they
never.
up to as how good they are?
He might beat me, but he ain't gonna blow me out. That's all I ever care to be. And by the way, anybody that told me to shut up, you're getting banned from the stream.
Wings was just letting his ego shine during this podcast, and the tension only began to rise as Wings told Syndicate that zombies isn't hard, and if he wanted to, he could do the same thing he does, even if he doesn't even know the map.
I've had this debate with people so often. Let's just go back to multiplayer. That's where my experience is at.
But wait, we're not talking about multiplayer, right? Like I think Syndicate would.
No. There's no difference. What's the difference between a zombie behind
Zombies,
you
I always
and a
say-
guy with a gun behind you? What's the difference?
The difference is if you're facing one way, you're going to turn all the way to turn around to the zombie, and you haven't got quick revival.
I look at it like
You're gonna
this.
knife that zombie 'cause you've got an instant
If
kill.
you get yourself in that
He can go down.
position,
He's gonna
you
hit you
deserve
twice
to
and you go
die.
down. Not at all, because zombies. So
See,
I'm
to
just gonna
me,
say this: you're talking to a guy who's probably 4 times the multiplayer than you are.
No,
and
we're talking
you
about zombies.
no matter. It doesn't matter. There's no
okay,
difference.
I'll do
I
this.
bet
You're
I
talking
bet
to
you
a guy
right,
who's
I
4
bet
times
you
the
right
zombie
now.
player you are.
I bet you right now I could get on zombies and stay toe for toe with Tom and not even know the fucking map.
Let's stream.
You know
it.
why?
oh, let's do it.
Oh
baby.
yeah, there
You know
it is.
why? You know why?
That really worked out for
I
him.
use my brain. I think, well,
I
where's
have
my
a
bad
brain,
guy?
okay?
Yeah. Let's show
Unlike
it.
my redneck hick family, I am a frontier scholar.
What?
I read a book at one point, okay?
anyway.
I'm smart.
Well, this didn't sit well with Syndicate, and this led him to challenge Wings to a 1v1 to see if he was as good as he was claiming to be.
So like I haven't played you, so I know you'd slam me down in like most of the games, but like I could put up a fight against in like COD 4, Modern Warfare 2, World at War, but then throw me
Dude,
against Black Ops.
You would
and
get
I'd
destroyed in World at War. I have never lost.
That's the most common ones I've played, and the most is COD 4 and Modern Warfare 2, and I could probably beat you in them too. In all honesty, because if I run the guns, I can run any guns I want to run. There's no kill streaks. There's no bullshit going on.
What, you want to go M16s on Bog right now?
That could go.
Let's do it.
So what map are we playing? I'll get my ass slapped, I know I will, but I'd still do it.
See, the thing is, Bog, you said Wings?
Yes, Bog.
we doing?
We're doing this shit
1v1
now.
on Bog. We're doing it right now.
Be my guest.
No.
Be my
You can set that
guest.
up, right? Already up server?
Yeah, if you want to set that up, like either. Well, we
How
can do
much
it later.
money
We
you
can do
pay
it on
me?
later tonight, but I'd have to.
It's
go
not a
on
matter of if I win,
much
it's
money
when
you
I
pay me?
win,
I'm not getting
bitch.
none of my money.
You can do it for free right now, or you
I
can
don't want
pay
any
me like
of your money.
$1,000 later.
So they were able to get everything set up. Woody was going to be the host, they were going to be using M16 on Bog, and it was going to be done live for everyone's entertainment. Now remember, this was supposed to be a normal friendly 1v1, no stakes on the line whatsoever. So keep that in mind as we head into the match. So as for the match itself, upon rewatching, it was a lot more competitive than what I thought before. Wings even started out getting the first kill. But as Syndicate started to build the lead, that's when all the excuses came out, primarily about having radar off. And as the timer wore down, and Syndicate began to rack up
I ain't
more
gonna stream
kills,
that shit, man.
this would begin to stress Wings out, and complain that Syndicate was playing way too passive.
Oh, come on. All I can see was his head.
And Pro Syndicate goes prone, face down, ass up. That's the way he likes to fuck. How about that?
Yeah, I should be doing it. I should be doing it better. And Syndicate's up 3-1. Shots on target. Shots on target. Went 4-1. 4-1. Wings, you can mute me if you like. Oh, Oh, Syndicate goes down. Wings of Redemption closing the lead by a little bit. Wings of Redemption takes the trash pile. Now Wings of Redemption has the trash pile. We'll see if he can make good use of it. 4-3, 4-3. Anybody's game. Miracle Nade almost hit its target.
Oh my god.
Oh,
he hit the flamethrowers.
Miracle Nade.
Black Ops, that wouldn't even have touched him, you know.
Nobody on the trash pile. Uh-oh, Wings knows where he is. Does Syndicate know where he is? Game on! Syndicate gets the shots on target. 6-3 Syndicate.
Is he still sitting over there, just crouching?
I'm sorry, I can't tell you where he is.
Tell me where he is. Is he still over there?
Yeah, you're supposed to put radar on.
You're supposed to tell me.
Okay. Well, we didn't talk about that until the game started.
You have to tell me all of a sudden where he is.
5.5 minutes to go.
You're on my side,
Why is there
right?
a timer on it?
Lately,
Look here,
watching
let
my
me.
videos.
Why don't you go and make a comment that there's not been a shot fired in almost 2 minutes because Syndicate's laying on his belly somewhere.
No, he's not. He's.
All right, how about we end this shit and just go and cut the radar on?
All right, I lost Syndicate. Did he Skype me? I can't find him, and they.
Dude, he's just fucking hiding. Look, I'm looking at the fucking map right now. Where's he at?
Oh, I see him. I see him. He's not hiding. He's looking for you.
I'm standing out in the fucking open. He can't see this because he's too busy laying on his belly half the time.
That's not true. Like we can all see what he's doing. He's hunting for you.
Yeah, he's not doing a good job.
Not doing
See,
a
I
good
wouldn't have to worry about this
job.
if radar was on. I know exactly where he's at.
Sounded
He's
so
done
different
on
back
gun
then.
Confrontation. Now I got to worry about getting first shot on him because M16's a one shot on this shit.
Like I've seen Wings. I guess it's fair to say falsely accuse Syndicate of playing, totally not playing. And I've seen Syndicate looking in totally the wrong direction.
Yeah.
You know, they're playing straight up.
I'm just glad they're playing, because there's a lot of people that would not play. That was just
I probably won't be on Painkiller Ready again.
I just need to pause it right here for a sec. It's just really funny to me that Wings was ready to give up on the entire podcast just because he was getting his ass smoked in a 1v1. But here it is, the moment we've all been waiting for, the main event, the moment Wings turned a simple 1v1 into a viral moment that will live on for decades.
Yeah, I'm with you right now. I play too.
Yeah, I saw
I don't
this.
always win, but I'm there. You know, like you.
I gotta
commentator
stream
program
that
goes
shit,
on, like,
man.
I knew that was a tough lobby to do well in.
I'll probably never go talk to my friends ever again now, because they saw me get beat. Oh my god. What a baby.
Wings, are you in the game?
I can't handle this shit no more, man. I need some pills.
I broke my controller.
You broke your controller?
Yeah, it's so funny.
laughing, you fucking
Keep
faggot.
laughing, you fucking F slurs. I'm a proud ally, by the way. I'm a Democrat. Take this shit no more, man.
Yeah, we've all been there, man.
Fuck you.
Me?
Fuck you. Fuck me? Wait, what? Why me? You were supposed to tell me where he
Why
was.
the fuck you stream that shit?
Because you asked us to.
It was your idea.
It was your idea. It's so perfect.
I thought it was your idea.
I thought it was your idea. You're the one who said that you were going to totally win.
I'll play.
Right, Nick, I'll take you. You ready?
Damn. Yeah, I'm not no sound whore. I'm gonna have my Riddler. We're using the
Oh my
same
God.
stuff. The M16.
Yeah, I'm using the same stuff.
Please cancel the stream.
It's just me playing.
Cancel the stream,
I don't
man.
give a fuck. Please cancel the stream. I do not want to hear these fuckers talk.
I don't want
All
to.
right.
I don't want to hear
Okay,
people
guys.
say that I lost.
To help out my friend Wings here, I'm gonna end the stream. Thanks for coming, and I'll see you guys next week, I think.
To say that Wings was upset about this loss would be an understatement. That nigga lost his fucking mind. In fact, Woody mentioned that off stream Wings continued to throw out insults and threats of physical violence, stating that he was willing to murder him.
What do you mean?
Just for beating him in a 1v1.
I want to murder you, man. I'll bust your fucking face with a pistol grip.
He says he's going to break his teeth out with a mag light, that if he was there, he would kill him. And he goes like nuts on it. And Tom, on the other hand, is also known as Syndicate, is just being cool about the whole thing. Like, look, man, you know, you win some, you lose some. Like, don't make too big a deal out of it.
Why is he getting so? I guess this would be my mindset. You said this guy's really good, top of the rank, right? Like
at zombies.
Zombies, yeah. But I mean, so he just the game in general, then he would be proficient at, I would imagine. So
sure,
yeah. You know, if you're going against somebody like that and you lose, you'd be like, okay, well, I lost. Maybe you talk a little bit of shit, but you'd be like, well, the guy's good, right? I got a loss. I got a loss.
Wings thinks he's
You would
great.
think so.
Wings is self-appreciation is out of this world. You know, he legit thought for a while that he was better than all the pro gamers, that he was better at quickscoping than the quickscopers, better at zombies than the zombies guy, better anyone that at everything. He plays all his games on hard mode, right? As if that was some sort of like, you know, qualification to be an outstanding gamer. So he was surprised that the #1 zombie player on the planet was better than him. He didn't see that coming. As soon as the call ends, he starts threatening Tom. He's going nuts about it. He's like, lots of violence. I'm going to bash your
I ain't
teeth
got no
out.
bitch in my blood.
I think he said he was going to have teeth soup. I think that was one of the things where
No
he busts
bitch in my
his teeth out
blood.
with a mag light, and then he's just there with a bloody mouthful of teeth. And this is what Wing, he said he would kill him. He said if he was near, if he was closer,
What a
he
tough
would
guy.
literally kill this man for beating him in a 1v1.
And this really isn't uncommon when it comes to people raging in video games. The threats of physical fights, doxing, swatting are all things that have been thrown out, especially if you're in the FGC community.
Oh, I'm Draco. I'm Draco. Better respect me. Better respect me.
The fuck up, nigga. You
Oh,
get beat
better
up.
respect me. I'm Draco. Draco X. The X is for extreme.
Get beat up. You'll get beat up in real life. I don't know why you're talking like that behind that screen. I don't know why you're talking like that behind the screen.
Come find me and do it.
If you can't fight, nigga, don't talk shit. If you
Okay.
can't fight, you can't. Don't talk shit.
Okay, then I'm
Simple
gonna
as that.
continue to talk shit. Oh, I'm Draco. Oh, I'm
You
Draco.
can't fight. You can't fight. You're white.
He's such a
You're
fun
white.
man.
You can't fight, my nigga.
Fattest of all
You're
men.
white. You don't fight, bro. You don't fight. You're white. You have a mole. You're not fighting nobody. Bro.
What?
All you need to do is
You're
worry about your
white?
fucking kids, my nigga.
My mother.
Yeah, you can beat me in a fighting game, but guess what? I'm gonna punch you in the face. You're white.
They start extorting the tournament.
I love that. No, I don't even play the game for real, nigga. You the one bitching.
I don't even play
I will
that
rock your
much.
shit, bro. Trust me, bro. All right, bet. Say that. All right, say that.
Bro, you're crashing out, bro. You're crashing out.
You crashing out over Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, my nigga. Listen to you. Listen, you a grown ass man. Listen to you, bro. You is. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit, nigga. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. You was not living like that.
I'm not gonna say it.
You was not living like that, nigga. You not living like that.
Not gonna say it.
You crying over 200?
You not living like that. Trust me,
he's
bro.
not
You was
crying.
not
He's
living
crying
like
over
that, bro.
100, bro. Not 200.
You was not
100.
living like that, bro.
And sadly, some people actually do commit to their word, and tragedies have even occurred thanks to some people not being able to take a loss. But before I delve too deeply into the reasoning behind all of this, I feel like we should cover some of the aftermath of what happened after the 1v1. The meltdown Wings had didn't sit right with a lot of people. Some thought it was funny to see Wings spaz out and break things over a fucking game of Call of Duty. But there was also people who didn't like the attitude Wings took, and especially taking his anger out on his friends afterwards and making Woody end the stream, which was justifiable when he practically started the whole thing and made excuses nonstop about the match while it was going on. The feedback for Wings was so harsh that Woody and him had to do a dual commentary to address the criticism and hopefully fan the flames Wings was under.
Hey guys, it's Woody the Unexceptional Gamer, and I'm doing a dual com with Wings of Redemption today. Towards the end of Painkiller already, actually during the post-show, Wings of Redemption and Syndicate, Tom from Europe, well-known zombies guy, great channel, they did a 1v1, and it was on BOG M16s, and Wings of Redemption lost. Now,
why you gotta say that shit, man?
I think it might be hard for most people to understand, like, the significance, the impact of, like, how much a publicly live streamed game might feel to us, right? You know,
Shucks, I bet
anyone who's played Call of Duty or any hardcore gamer has had rage moments at one point or another. Games are lots of fun, but they're also incredibly frustrating. And when you add to the fact that, this is the game that puts food on the table, this is the game that is your livelihood, and in just like I think anyone professionally, your sense of self-worth is somewhat wrapped up into how well you do your job, then the disappointment in not doing well is so much greater than it would be for someone who plays casually, someone who plays just for fun. And that's where you were last night. And at the very end of it, you kind of went out of your mind. Like that's the way it went down. And you're an emotional guy, and those emotional guys, sometimes it's really great. There's the softer side, there's the genuine side, there's the sensitive side, and then sometimes it's that angry side.
I'm gonna pet a puppy.
And sometimes that angry side
there's two ends of the spectrums.
Yeah, and you fly
two ends of the
from one
spectrums
to the other sometimes.
Way off the handle.
Yeah, and that's what happened last night.
Yeah.
It flew way off the handle, and then
some.
Go ahead.
Then
I said some people would go ahead and say what you think, because I totally forgot what I was about to say.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'll keep going. But Tom is a well-known Zombies player. He's actually a beast at multiplayer. He has a lot of multiplayer experience. He's a beast at Modern Warfare 2. He's a beast at COD 4. He's been doing this for a long time. But to the world, he's a Zombies guy. We know better. We know how good he is. But to the world, they see him just as a guy who plays Zombies. They forget he's the guy that got second place in Commentator Showdown in one of the games. So, he's actually not a guy who's embarrassing to lose to at all. But people who don't know that might think that he is. And that made the loss even tougher to stomach. And then came today. And today was, like the repercussions of that. And sometimes it seems like in this community, there are these vultures, these guys just waiting for somebody to make a slip. And they take so much joy in beating down guys who make any kind of mistake. And, I've been the victim. And right now, I think you are.
Oh, poor victim.
What?
Wings is just a victim, you guys.
I use the term NASCAR pit crew. I mean, literally, within 2 hours after it happened, there was a full-on remix with a beat made for it.
Fuck you.
See?
Fuck.
It's pretty funny.
I mean, it's easy to point out the flaws I made and the stuff I do.
That's not easy to make that song. It sounded like it was a lot of work.
In that position,
it's so easy, man. It's easy to make fun of a kick a man while he's tired.
I guarantee if you put 10 guys in my position, 8 of them,
I would eat all 10 of them
in a similar fashion. Maybe not to the extreme I did, but that's something I do with my own
I promise, if you took 10 guys, I would weigh more than them.
Similar to that. Of high regret, high disregard, especially when it's to do with your livelihood. There's a couple things that you hate messing up with, and that's your livelihood. You've ever had a job where you tried to make a stand and you knew it could get you fired, and you get that weak butterfly feeling in your stomach? Mm-hmm. That's the feeling I get when I don't succeed. Like every time I lose, especially on Black Ops, I'm thinking, how many people are going to sit there and watch this in my file share? How many people are going to see? I'm constantly under stress in that form, and it's actually, to be perfectly honest, it's hurt me sexually to the point where I'm so stressed out I don't even want to have sex. I mean, just to line up. I can't even get a boner, man.
I'll tell you what.
You ever been in that boat, Woody?
Sexually, I'm an undeniable beast. You're in a public position, but you're not really good at public relations, it seems.
Call of Duty ruined my penis.
And, it could have been buried more easily, but we are where we are, and, hopefully tomorrow's a better day.
But it also doesn't
Call of Duty
end there,
fucked with me sexually.
Out of nowhere, Keemstar gets involved. He wanted the two of them to do a rematch. And Wings, seeing this as an opportunity to gain back some of his dignity, wanted to rig the match and privately message Syndicate in an attempt to bribe him.
And a little time passes, and Keemstar gets involved in this. Keemstar was always opportunistic about when he found drama, and he's like, "We'll set up a 1v1 with you guys. We'll put, I forget what it was, like $5,000 on the line, and then winner take all." And Wings came to him and said, "Look, we'll do this. We'll do a 1v1. You throw it, Look, I'm gonna win anyway because I'm Wings of Redemption. But you throw it just to lock that in.
And he never did that again, especially not with Boogie during the boxing match.
It was to his.
See, that's the best part. Wings would keep the
I'll
lion's
just hit
share
you.
and get the victory.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's not how a bribe works.
That's not how bribes work.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So I genuinely didn't know whether this still gets told to this day, but Wings of Redemption reached out to me being like, hey, so this guy at the time, I think his name was Alki David, is like, he wants to stream this again because it's got so much traction of people caring about the scenario. Was like, hey, he wants to host a live stream. He wants to get the numbers, get the traffic, be part of the hype, and he'll pay us. The moment he tried to pay me off, I was like, fuck this shit. I said, nah. I was like, you made a massive mistake. So not only did I beat him, he tried to pay me to lose again. So I just screenshotted the chat, put it on Twitter, tagged the world in it, and was like, well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. He just tried to pay me off. And I didn't know if people still to this day remembered about that scenario.
Hey, 450-pound fraud. I didn't bribe Syndicate with anything. That was actually Alki David money. I'm going to bribe Syndicate with $3,000 when I'm saying, I need to make this money. Put 2 and 2 together, man. Use some logic.
What?
Since then, the Syndicate 1v1
I
is looked at as the beginning of
scam
Wings'
anyone. I
downfall.
scammed someone
People saw
else.
just how toxic and out of control Wings could become, simply from losing in the video game. This moment proceeded to haunt him for a very long time, as people stream snipe him in order to bait out a reaction. And since Wings never changes, he falls for a hook, line, and sinker every time.
Webby, fucking leave, dude.
It's been really hard for him to let this shit go. And years later, he still tries to make excuses about it.
One of the chat said, Wings of Redemption said you got lucky in that 1v1. Well, Wings of Redemption is a piece of shit, so I don't give a fuck.
Yeah. What happened to him, by the way? Oh, yeah.
It became absolutely
Nobody
nothing.
knows.
Trash machine.
Nobody knows.
Syndicate, on the other hand, saw a decent rise in popularity from this. He was able to joke around with known figures in the COD community, and was often praised for being the one to put Wings in his place. But his positive notoriety wouldn't last for long, as Syndicate found himself in cooperation with T. Martin, and promoted a CSGO gambling site that was targeted towards children, and was found out to be a complete fucking scam. I'm not gonna go too deep into that story, as damn near every commentator on this platform made a video covering the situation.
I'm a 450-pound dude that
I'm
can
a
barely walk.
450-pound man.
My life can't get much worse.
My life can't get much worse.
Go bother somebody like fucking Syndicate who steals money
bother
from children
people who
are
less pathetic.
And drives Lamborghinis and shit and be's a total fucking douchebag his entire life.
That British motherfucker is a liar. And to top it off, it was recently discovered that even his zombie runs that put him on the map were faked. People like Who Needs Jugs and Carl Jobster, however the fuck you say his last name, already have videos exposing how he fakes his runs. And I suggest you go check them out if you haven't. So with all that being said, Syndicate proved to be just as bad, if not worse than Wings of Redemption. It's even been recently theorized, mostly by Wings himself, that Syndicate cheated in their 1v1.
Kane, you talk about the Syndicate thing? I don't know if you remember, but Syndicate cheated against me, bud. And I still almost beat him.
But this is all just speculation, and nothing has really been proven.
Years and years and years ago, you lost a 1v1. You might remember it.
Yeah.
How do you
Actually,
feel
you got
about it
cheated.
Now that it's all it's just ancient history. Still
Don't
not
care.
like the guy. Don't care. Like
I don't like the guy.
Where is it in your head?
I don't like the guy, but I don't dwell on it. Like I never liked Syndicate because I always got a bad vibe on his personality. Which
really
time proved me right on that. But
you talking about the CS:GO thing?
yeah, like, and I'm sure the CS:GO thing's not the only thing Shady's ever got into because he always seemed like to me he's always come off as a guy that puts money ahead of friends. Like I've always got that vibe from him.
I always thought he was friendly.
Yeah, well,
His car salesmen are friendly, Woody.
Dude, my real estate salesman still writes me like we're old friends. And I feel guilty for not doing my part to maintain this relationship, even though I really don't want it. I can't stop. But yeah. So man,
Why did I never rematch?
Did you
him?
challenge? Oh, go ahead. You were saying something about a rematch?
I got asked in my chat, why did I never rematch him?
Mhm.
I was down to rematch him when Call of Duty 4 Remastered came out. Because at that point, I was completely over it. I didn't give a fuck if I won or lost because I didn't play Call of Duty every day. So if I lost, it's like, oh, scapegoat. You know, I was not in my prime anymore. Let's put it that way. So the reason I didn't rematch him is like, honestly, it would have benefited nobody. Like, it would have benefited me the most.
No, it would have blown up. It might have benefited you. I could totally see
it would have
how
benefited me the
people-
most. But like at this point, like most people that watch me don't even know the Syndicate 1v1 unless they went back to look for more shit.
Maybe. I don't know.
Like you got to understand that happened in 2010, 2011.
It's weird.
Like 8 years ago.
So why do we rage? Maybe it's the adrenaline rush or the sheer intensity of a game. When we invest our time into something, we really want to make it feel like it matters, that this wasn't all for nothing. And when that goes wrong and we lose, then we tend to lose our temper as well. I guess the answer varies. Gamer rage is inescapable. It's something that's gonna plague us, and that's perfectly fine. Maybe you've had a bad day at work, or you're simply just burnt out. Maybe you've just been playing way too many illicit players, or maybe your team is just selling the fuck out of you. Maybe luck just isn't on your side today, or you've been making far too many mistakes than what you're used to making. Whatever it might be, I believe the worst kind of trait that could affect you and how you respond to losing is your ego. Pride often proves to be a man's biggest downfall, and had Wings taken a different route and been humble in defeat, I'm pretty sure no one would have cared about this match. I mean, hell, look at people like Low Tier God, DSP, Perfection, and so on. People wouldn't consider them such lolcows if they wasn't so fucking full of themselves and throw a tantrum just because they can't take a loss. So, it's a very strong emotion, and it's something we all go through. I know some of us play games to have fun, but there are people just like Wings that look for more than that. For these people, it's more about just winning for them. It's about the bragging rights, the sweet satisfaction of saying that I'm better than that player. Then when that ego gets crushed into the dirt, all hell can break loose. So in closing, gamer rage isn't going anywhere. It's always going to be a part of the experience, but it's how you handle it that's going to make all the difference. So if you ever catch yourself feeling like Wings and ready to abuse the fuck out of your poor controller, take a deep breath and remember these wise words. Just don't.
Just don't. Just stop.
Why the fuck you stream that shit, faggot?
Whoa, no.
That's right, motherfuckers. Painkiller Ray's back.
Yeah, baby, it's back.
Dude, what? We are at the end of 2024.
I didn't mean to click on that. Don't need to watch that. And degenerate furries. Yeah, they had to hit me with a parting shot. It's on the way out. What do we have here? Not a whole lot, really. PUBG from Detractorism.
I love watching him explain the gay love to us.
For sure. Let's see. I mean, there's more Theo. There's more Theo vids. We kind of watched a long one there. Thank you, Teal Deer, for completely clogging up my sub box with a bunch of bug eating videos. Sweet. Okay, Decepticon. What about this? Hate Army.
The Hate Army trick.
Hate Army, bro. It's Hate Army, bro.
Army, bro.
Hate Army.
Shout
that
out
guy.
to Hate Army. Good vibes to the
Shout
Hate
out to
Army.
Hate.
Shout out to Hate.
Shout out
Shout out to Hate.
Shout out to hate.
Shout out for hate.
Dude, I can't remember the last time. It's been years since I've been this drunk.
Ralph Succi, I always get charged arm and leg going to the vet. What does that mean? Oh yeah, no, you get fucking bodied. Yeah, oh yeah, dude. And then they try to have like pet insurance, which it's like you're better off just paying for the exorbitant amount for the pet visit with how much they make you pay for the pet insurance. Like, come on, man. Then they try to have pet health insurance. Did I ever tell you I woke up with my cat fucking my hand until he came? A cat came up. I had my cat, baby kitty, rest in peace, came on my hand.
What?
I'm not kidding.
What?
You're the
What?
lolcow. You created it. You.
Why did you guys choose the declawed Jasper? It's inhumane, Mr. Burnell.
What I tell everybody.
Oh, he's declawed. I'm mixed on that if you have an indoor cat. I know many people are against that. But if they're an indoor cat and you're never going to let them out, it's kind of like
ripping their fingers off is what it's kind of like.
It's like, are they really going to get out, though? Are they really? Me and Intro Guy have had debates about this because he's pro not declawing a cat. He doesn't want cats declawed. I'm like, but if they're indoor cats, I don't know. I'm 50-50 on it, to be quite frank with you. I'm not totally
'Cause you're a fucking
for declawing a
scum
cat.
sucker.
I'm not totally against it either. I could see how you think that, Danny the Foot.
We will.
Like, here's the thing. I'm always going to have a cat in my life. If it was like a law put in place that you couldn't declaw them anymore, I'd be okay with that, and I would never declaw my cat again. Let's put it that way. And that's not me trying to placate my audience or placate Intro Guy. Like, I'm okay with never declawing a cat again. Keeping it 100 with you. It's illegal to declaw cats here in New Jersey. Vets refuse to do it. And that's the thing. Like, I'd be okay. Like, I'm always going to have, like I just said, a cat in my life. I'm never going to not have a cat. And if I was in a state where I could never get my cat declawed, okay, then they keep their claws. It's fine. That's my statement on it. And that's not me, like, putting a fence up my ass and sitting in the middle.
Derek.
What a piece of shit. Isn't that kind of fence sitting? I would declaw my cat unless it was illegal. Like, why, dude? It's another piece of evidence that Rich is a piece of shit. This is a Snort Burnell video. Take a look at it. Snort Burnell.
That's how I play the game.
Sound good?
Sounds good to me.
First off, something that I had a few years ago, I absolutely loved, but then I never got it again. I don't know why, because I loved it. It's called Winter Jack Tennessee Spiced Apple Punch. This is a product of Jack Daniels. Okay. Now, it's not ultra strong or anything. It's not meant to be. Okay. It's meant to be like a festive holiday drink. It's very, very good. Okay.
It's not meant to be strong. It's meant to be a festive holiday
It smells
drink.
like sweet apples. Okay? It does. It sounds like sweet apples, and I really love it. It smells great. Yule Nog. I don't know if this is new or not. I've never seen it. So it's called Premium Holiday Nog. And what it is, they've combined eggnog with Fireball whiskey.
The guy's a fucking alcoholic or something. He won't stop guzzling.
Now, I haven't tasted it yet. Smelling it, it definitely smells like eggnog, but it has like a bite to it. And it's weird because usually eggnog has like brandy in it, but this is definitely different. Like it has like a spice to it. And I'm wondering how strong, because Fireball whiskey is very strong cinnamon flavor. And cinnamon is, a lot of people like cinnamon. Some people think it's too strong. So I'm curious how strong this will be. Again, I would think that this is going to be more like a refreshing drink that you can drink slowly. As opposed to, you wouldn't take a shot of this. You just like sip it, right?
What?
Okay. Now.
Right.
We also have, the Winter Jack is 15.2% volume, I'm being told. So it's not that strong. It's way, 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 more light.
No, yeah, sure, yeah, totally. You don't need, say no more.
I need a drink. Woo! That green alcohol's good.
Another unique thing we have today, Whip Shots. Peppermint flavored whipped cream. 10% alcoholic volume. No, I have never had alcoholic whipped cream before. I saw it at the liquor store, and I said, I'll just buy it, and we'll just try it on stream, and we'll see if it's any good. I have no idea if it's going to taste good. How good could it possibly be? Now, I'm sure it's incredibly high calorie, so I'm not going to be eating the whole bottle today. But, you know, someone might want to see me take a shot and do a contribution, say, hey, Phil, try the shot or something like that. You know, we'll see. Okay?
We'll see.
That's in there.
Usually have a couple drinks at night to you know, loosen it up.
And then, of course, we got the real deal. All right? We've got the big guns. We've got...
Like it's a fucking fireworks festival.
Ladies and gentlemen.
The Big Bertha.
Finally, after over a week of waiting, today I get to have the Smokehead High Voltage Islay or Islay Single Malt Scotch
Islay or Islay or whatever.
Finally, I get to partake in this baby. It is a whopping, overwhelming 58% alcoholic volume. 5.8. That means this is more than 100 proof liquor. It's that
doesn't make any
dang
sense.
Strong.
Trying not to stay up too late tonight. All right, just late enough to finish the whole handle of gin.
Okay? It's insane. It's incredibly potent. So, in light of this being so strong,
Is it anything over 100% of whatever
that I can just
it is?
drink
You're just
nonstop. If I start drinking this now, I'll get drunk. And then I won't be able to do a day-long marathon. Keep in mind, this marathon is running till like 8, 9 p.m., depending on, you know, how long we go with certain games and the like. There's no way that I could just drink this all day. So it is single malt, too, so it's the good stuff. This is not a blend. It's single malt, meaning it's going to be, like, incredibly good.
meaning it's gonna be good. That's what I mean by that.
$300 a contribution.
Sounds like he really knows what
marathon,
he's talking about.
I had a good day.
What that means is this is gonna be
Could
good.
do better than that.
Okay.
That would be amazing. Keep in mind, every $150 counts as one goal. This will be in effect today. Depending on how much people contribute today, we could jump tons of goals today. And by the end of today, we could be at a big high number.
A big high number.
Do another DSP tries it soon. And remember, when we hit 50, we're going to do a special event, either a marathon that you guys will guide, or possibly the return of Viewer's Choice, which we haven't done in a very long time. Oh my God!
What the fuck? Whoa! Oh, man. All right, guys, good night. So today we could get big headway towards our next milestone goal. Okay? So, this is going to be great. I'm excited. It's going to be a great
gonna
day.
eat
All
burgers.
kinds of stuff we're going to be doing together today. All right? So here's what I'm thinking. Let's see what you guys think. Okay? Some of these other drinks I'm going to casually drink over the course of the day. Like, I could easily sip on the Winter Jack or try the Yule Nog, you know, see what they taste like, and that's fine. But when it comes to the serious business, Scotch, I think I'm going to take one shot every $100 that I raise today.
Do I drink gin after the streams? Yes, I do. I jump into an entire bathtub full of gin and I submerge myself for several hours. It's the only way to live.
It smells good, man. All right, my first ever shot of not blended. So what is it called when it's not blended? It's called single malt Scotch whiskey. Salute, everyone. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to everyone. Let's do it.
So corny and lame. Let me taste all the flavors. It's spicy, savory, salty, sweet, and meaty, beefy, all the flavors. There we go.
A Holly Jolly 50 sub bomb on YouTube. Excuse me, 50 member bomb. Whoa. Whoa, there's a whale. A giant whale. That's cool, there's a giant whale. A $100 tip from Lisa Lou. Is it
Remember when this gay retard used to get $1,000 tips? Those days are long gone.
He's got a big old eyeball.
And he knows it.
Listen, my soft goal for today was around 700. I was hoping we could hit 700. My
That's so
stretch goal for
cringe.
today is 1,000. All right.
And then he
Now,
didn't hit it
I'm not
because he can
expecting
go
we're gonna
fuck
hit
himself
either of
because he's a
those.
retarded
We're at, like,
fucking
560,
cocksucker.
But I'm going to be here till like 8, 9 o'clock. So it'd be great if we could hit those. I don't think we're going to. But if we hit those, that would be stupendous. That would help a ton. What I'm shocked at is that, like, only Real Tricks has gifted anything over on Kick. And none of the Kick regulars seem to be here today.
Come on, Kick, you
So,
bitches. Give me your money.
I don't know what happened. I don't know where everyone is. It's certainly not like they're
You
distracted by
know.
anything else. Kino Casino's not even
Whatever.
around today, so...
Kino Casino's not even
bad.
around today, so it's not like they deserve your money. I do.
By the way, for the record, over on Kick,
Blow yourself,
you've
man.
been chilling with me all day. Guys, the only person who contributed on Kick today was Rare Tricks, and that was in the first, like,
Boo-hoo!
someone on Kick. It's the Christmas Marathon. Support the stream, support the content. Someone, let's get some support over on Kick. For 20 gifted subs, you get the VIP badge and the OG badge only this week. Let's get some support. Let's get it going. What's going on Kick? I'm gonna go over there, and I'm gonna personally spank your butts.
Ew. How gay are you, bro?
Okay, that's disturbing.
Save some
What's going on, Kyle? How you
cock
doing? The
for
marathon
other
actually has been
people,
great, Kyle. I had a
man.
good time today. But,
You sucker.
on Kick, it's been ridiculous. I don't know.
I'm
I don't
gonna
know what's going on.
spank you.
I feel like if Kick,
You
if Kick had
naughty
been supporting,
boys.
I feel like we would have had an amazing,
Oh my God.
like over-the-top supportive stream. Oh, what happened? Where's everyone on Kick who supports my content? No one's there today. Oh God, more blood.
I'm like a super greedy dude. And all I want to do is milk my audience for money and constantly guilt trip them.
But if we hit 750, that's kind of what I was going for. That would mean 5 goals hit in one day. Anything counts. And like I said, I'm doing a special thing. For 20 subs over on Kick, you get the VIP badge and the OG badge. For only 10 subs over on Kick, I will give you the VIP badge, which actually means I owe Diet Pepsi Rich the VIP badge. I'm sorry, Diet Pepsi Rich, because I didn't say anything. Hello? Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh.
This is allegedly for adults.
To DSP's Christmas annual marathon. for
Adults watch this and go,
2024.
man, I'm so entertained. This is amazing. This is great.
Boys. Oh, 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 oh. It
uh,
has been many a year since Santa has made an appearance in DSP's content. He's been a very, very naughty boy this past decade.
Sure
but now
fucking has.
things are different.
Little bastard's going to hell.
Oh my god, zero effort. Zero.
Easy mode checkpoint, of course. The next reloading.
Just has no rhythm, he has no style. Like, games like these are celebrations of video games.
Can I mash buttons for God's sakes?
I just want to mash buttons!
Take this!
For some reason, Santa Claus sounds like an Arabian Sultan. This is my Santa Claus accent. I am Santa Claus. Make sure you're at pump 4. No credit allowed.
Oh, look, another star. How original.
We are out of hot dog buns today, sir. So there is no unleaded.
Amazing. A dodge mechanic that doesn't actually have any reaction from an enemy.
Yes, it is I.
Wow. You suck. Past the arbitrary field full of arbitrary enemies.
Oh.
To the arbitrary tower. Very
Yes.
exciting. Very original.
Uh-huh. What the fuck is a video game, dipshit? It's arbitrary. Yes, it's optional. It's entertainment. Fucking moron. Imagine watching a movie and being like, this scene didn't even need to be in the movie. Like, okay, I guess it wasn't literally technically necessary, but it's a fucking movie, bro. Here to waste your fucking time. It's arbitrary. Get fucked. You suck. You're an idiot. Arbitrary.
I like how you're laughing too.
Well, it's funny.
Oh my god, look at that hair. Holy shit. Maybe you
Well,
need
you
to
have it now.
cut back
Put
on
the intro to
the
that.
shampoo, man.
I'm sorry, that game is fucking stupid. It's
No,
the
you just
same as
suck at
every
it.
Other fucking generic combat game ever. There's nothing special about it whatsoever. What the fuck?
So is it
That was
stupid
so
or is it
fucking
like
boring.
other games?
I
Are other
rather
games
would go to
stupid
sleep
too?
for an hour than play that. But
Oh my god, man.
what the fuck, man?
What the fuck, man? Yeah, you suck.
Seriously.
You
Like,
suck ass.
All day we were having a chill time. We were having a good time playing random
fucking
games.
suck.
And we play that shit. It's like so fucking boring.
You're boring.
Like, it's exactly what I thought it was.
Okay, so are you
Literally,
gonna
it's a
refund the
fucking
money that you begged for in order to
generic
play it? No,
combat.
you're not.
Do some little parry, do a
Fucking
little dodge
scumbag.
here. It's boring as fuck.
You're boring. Go
Oh my
fuck
God, he's
yourself.
drinking toxic toilet juice. There's still this back here. And it's still in the back of my neck, the back of my head, the back of my mind, and it's always telling me
It's WWE Champions time.
I
love
love it.
But yeah, he just sucks. He's just a fucking idiot. He's just a low IQ dumbass. He can't handle games that require style and finesse and combos. Can't play Astral Chain. He can't play Bayonetta 3. He hates DMC 5. Like any game that encourages you to have fun, you just can't do it because it's diametrically opposed to fun. It's just an absolute dimwit. Just nothing going on upstairs. Hates Bayonetta. Bayonetta 3 was like, it's like one of the best games you can get on the Switch. But he completely skipped it. And Astral Chain, which is very underrated. Astral Chain is a very, very good game. I don't think we have anything here in the sub box. Rev, help me out here.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rev here.
Oops, pause.
So today we're going to be talking about Disney and some of the most recent failures that have this company quite nervous. We all know it's been a very rough
Yeah, I
couple
played
of
Astral
years
Chain
for
too,
Disney and pretty much
twice.
every facet of their company, whether it's at
the male and
box
female
office,
run.
whether it's in the video game industry, their park revenue, and even with their live streaming service, Disney Plus, it's all been really, really bad. It's gotten so bad recently that the leadership over at Disney have
fine.
basically waved the
Marvel
white flag
Rivals
of
was a
defeat.
success.
They're trying to make it clear
So
to the public
Disney is
that they are
saved.
no longer interested in politics, saying politics is bad for business. Essentially saying they're going to be dropping all the virtue signaling and other slop that they've been injecting into their business and their products for a very long time. However, for many people, this message is great and all, but it's too little, too late. Everything is tainted at this point. We're going to see that with some of the reports on their recent projects and the bombing that's going on there. But yeah, you know, for many years, people were kind of putting up with the virtue signaling. It turned a lot of people off. And eventually, it made so many people annoyed with Disney that they couldn't sell their live action slop. You know, their bi-monthly live action slop. When people are just not happy with Disney, they're not going to tune in for that garbage or anything else going on, whether it's the balloon budgets of their Disney Plus shows that nobody cares about in the first place. They just can't reel people in like they used to. And now they're basically, like I said, waving the white flag of defeat and saying, please come back. We'll stop all this virtue signaling that we mistakenly thought was good for business. Now let's look at some of the recent reports coming out about projects from this year, beginning with Star Wars The Acolyte, because apparently it's even worse than we thought. So we all know this show was a woke disaster. Very bad ratings, very high budget, and somehow so boring that it made the concept of space lesbians look lame. Okay, that's how bad it was. But to give you an idea of how little interest there was in this show and the reason it was canceled for a second season, this is that, remember the petition from earlier this year? The people from the Star Wars fandom, a particular part of the fandom, saying, oh, The Acolyte, the criticism of that show is just the vocal minority, and we are the main force here. We're going to come together and show that this deserves a second season. Well, right now, months and months after the cancellation of The Acolyte, it's sitting at 82,000 signatures. Okay, to give you an idea, that Hoyoverse boycott petition had well over 100,000 signatures. A bunch of Zoomers on Twitter were able to mobilize better than Acolyte fans, and that is pretty pathetic. But looking now at some of the reflection upon this series, you can see right here this headline from That Park Place. Disney Entertainment co-chair Alan Bergman confesses the Acolyte was a financial disaster. Oh, wow. Fork found in the kitchen. I think everyone knew this was a gigantic failure for Disney, but it's very interesting to see them finally admit it, at least sort of. You can see the quote that's actually being referenced. They start off by saying, "We were happy with our performance," referring to the Acolyte. But then they go on to say, it basically did everything to not encourage us to pursue a second season in terms of its cost structure and anything like that. So yes, it is in fact a financial failure, despite the fact they're trying to assure all of the shareholders that it was quite the performance, that they were satisfied. Well, clearly not. And also now we know that that budget, that balloon budget for the Acolyte, is actually worse than we thought a few months ago. There was a number floating around of $180 million for the first season. Well, it turns out it's actually higher than that, approximately $231 million US. Yeah. That is very, very painful, and it is not surprising that they're not getting a second season. Now, focusing more on Star Wars here, another headline that looks really bad for Disney. Disney Lucasfilm spent over $500 million on Andor budget. Where is the money going? Yes, that is an alarming level of budget for 2 seasons of a live streaming show. Like, what are they doing? Where is this money going? How would they ever think it'd be possible to make a profit on something like this? In fact, the second season that's in production for Andor, it's got a budget of nearly $300 million alone. How on earth will they turn a profit on this series, especially in the second season, especially when the first season didn't do that well? It had 674 million minutes watched on Disney Plus, which, by the way, is about a few hundred million, like 200 million more minutes watched than the Acolyte, to give you an idea that this was not a huge success in season 1. And now they rewarded that with a $300 million budget and growing for the second season. What a terrible set of choices once again for the Star Wars side of Disney's projects here. And on top of that, we have to talk quickly about Star Wars Outlaws. We all know this game was an abject failure, selling only 1 million copies in the first month since its release, and now it is released on Steam, only pulling in just over 1,000 in-game players as I speak. This was a disaster, and recently we talked about this. I just can't get enough of this. The devs came out recently and said that nobody had obtained a special mount in-game, and all you had to do was complete some mini-games, and no one did it. Despite the millions of people who played this game, nobody had enough interest in it to discover this very easily obtainable mount in-game. And yeah, they had to come out and basically say, hey guys, nudge, nudge, just please complete these basic tasks in the game and get this mount so we don't feel so stupid. That is how bad things are for Star Wars Outlaws. Now, let's talk about another big failure and a recent one. Only a few days ago on the 20th, the live-action Lion King Mufasa released in theaters. And yeah, another live-action piece of slop that nobody asked for. And also, can we stop with these hyper-realistic animals in their movies? It just looks so unappealing. It's very, very weird. And clearly, a lot of people agree because films like this are absolutely bombing. But you wouldn't get that impression from Disney on their official Twitter account saying this: the #1 movie in the world is hilarious and will take you on an epic adventure. Get tickets for #Mufasa, The Lion King, now playing only in theaters. Okay, wow. Must be doing really well. It's the #1 film right now. That's great in the whole world. Unfortunately, they're distorting the truth a little bit. You can see this community note absolutely bodying Disney, saying full context required here. For domestic box office, Sonic the Hedgehog 3 claimed the #1 spot for December 20th through the 22nd, that weekend, of course. And it's only in the international box office that Mufasa took #1. And even that you take with a grain of salt because Sonic 3 hadn't opened in all international markets yet at that point. So Disney was being very sneaky with their wording, trying to make it seem like Mufasa was the #1 film in the world when it was only beating out Sonic 3 because Sonic 3 just hadn't opened in all the international markets yet. But domestically, you can see the numbers here from the 20th to the 22nd, that opening weekend. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 almost getting double the gross of Mufasa, and that is a pretty impressive thing for Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Not exactly surprising, and has established itself as a very good trilogy, but Mufasa only pulling in $35 million, an absolutely terrible number. And if you look at some of the predictions, it was predicted that this was going to bring in about $180 million on opening weekend. And obviously it's not even close. And even that 180 being a very low number for a Disney film, and probably means that they're not going to come even close to breaking any sort of a profit. But let's go back to Sonic the Hedgehog, okay? These films came from very humble beginnings, okay? Obviously a beloved franchise. But do you guys remember the first previews of the first film of this trilogy, when we had this design for Sonic and people on the internet absolutely trashed it? Remember how they responded to that? Not like a lot of current media creators would, where they would just double down and basically mock all the incels and things like that. They actually went back, took the criticism, took more time to release this film, and spent a lot of extra money to fix the design to what it is now and make it more appealing. And that's what people mean when they say, I want to see a more appealing design in my media. They don't mean they want something that they're going to go crazy over. You know, you say like, I want a more appealing design on Twitter, you're going to be called a gooner by a bunch of people with 50 mental illnesses in their bio. But this is what they're talking about. Just wanting more appealing designs that just look better. It's as simple as that, but people can't wrap their minds around that. And if you want to talk about domination in the film, this whole Mufasa situation, the hidden replies are just chef's kiss. The hidden replies are a complete Sonic takeover. This is the top one saying, how can I watch Mufasa when Sonic 3 exists? Getting 5,000 likes. This one saying, I don't care. This one saying, shut the F up, Mickey. This one saying, bow your heads low, all hail Shadow, F off. And it just goes on and on and on. But yeah, total Sonic domination there, and it's quite deserved. So what did Disney do with all these live-action flops recently? Well, about a week ago, they announced a live-action Tangled movie is now in the works. Yes, that's exactly what people were waiting so long for, a live-action Tangled. And that's like the worst part.
They're going to replace the female love interest with Zendaya.
Nobody really wants. They're taking something that's good here, and they're trying to make a quick cash grab out of it. And it's really frustrating, because personally, I really enjoy Tangled. I think it's one of the best
never saw it. Too old.
Disney movies that's come out in the past bunch of years. And now they're taking it and making a soulless cash grab. It's like a Joker 2 situation, and it's just annoying to see. It feels like they're just not learning their lesson. And like I said, when your reputation's not in a good place when it comes to your company, nobody's going to bite on these live-action slops anymore. They were already pretty hard to sell in the first place, but when people are frustrated with your company, yeah, they're not going to check this out. They're not going to give it a chance. They're going to have a much more jaded attitude towards it before they even consider giving it a chance at the actual movie theater. But here's really what led to that headline we talked about earlier in this movie. So this was a very controversial thing they did. Pixar has removed a transgender character storyline from their new series, Win or Lose. When it comes to animated content for younger audience, we recognize that many parents would prefer to discuss certain subjects with their children on their own terms and timeline, which is a big switch up from the sort of stuff we have been seeing in recent years with Disney. Now, of course, this post is controversial, just basically how you view this sort of topic. You're either going to be cheering this on or you're going to be critical of it. You know how Twitter goes with this sort of stuff. But yeah, this shows a great switch up for Disney, something that's very different than what they've been doing. And now, of course, we have that initial headline from the Los Angeles Times with the headline here, Politics is Bad for Business, Why Disney's Bob Iger is Trying to Avoid Hot Buttons, which, yeah, especially when it comes to kids' films, I think that's a weird thing to do in the first place. And like, why are you trying to put hot button social issues and things like that into movies that are supposed to be directed towards kids. It just doesn't seem very smart. It's not certainly going to appeal to the kids who have probably no idea what's going on with these hot button issues. And then you're just going to piss off the adults who are considering watching this or bringing their kids to the movie theater to watch these things. But yeah, it's been a very weird change up. Okay, in the article here, they talk about how much things have changed, where only a few years ago, in wake of the George Floyd situation in Minneapolis 4.5 years ago, the top Disney executives, including the now CEO Iger, vowed in a message to employees, "We intend to keep the conversation going for as long as it takes to bring about real change." Oh yes, I always love getting my my social justice and related efforts from Disney, because I know they have everyone's best interests at heart, of course. But anyways, that's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Thanks, Rev. Appreciate it. Any more news? Any interesting stuff? Let's see. What we got here? Did we see this one or not?
Hey, what's up, guys? Rev here.
Hey, what's up?
So it's no secret at this point, the year 2024 has been one where a lot of woke media has failed. Now, one thing a lot of these projects on the screen have in common is that someone at their studio got caught making disparaging social media posts about potential customers. It appears that Naughty Dog's Intergalactic is continuing that trend because the actress behind the controversial main protagonist, Jordan, has made some social media posts disparaging potential customers and also embracing wokeism. Yes, another absolute disaster. Now, before we get into that dumpster fire, I'm going to take a minute of time to share some very good news with you guys. Just in time for Christmas, the Rev gift shop has opened with a new Rev and Straub limited edition Christmas collection featuring many new items at Advanced GG.
Very
Now, there's
cool.
a lot of YouTuber wall art.
That's some good art.
Very, very new drop flavor, any sort of day or whether
Gamer Fuel.
on your day. So it's been no secret here that the trailer for Intergalactic has been a huge failure for Naughty Dog. The trailer having 96,000 likes and around 246,000 dislikes. Now, there's a lot of shortcomings with this trailer, but one of the biggest points of contention is that people don't like the design and some of the choices surrounding the main protagonist, Jordan. A lot of people feeling like this is not a very appealing design and one that is not suited to the type of gamer who might be interested in a genre of game like Intergalactic. Now, while all this is happening, the actress behind this character, and then the person that this character is based on, Tati Gabrielle, has spoken out and saying that she's very grateful and excited for the opportunity to work on this game and with the video game god himself, Neil Druckmann, and the whole Naughty Dog team. Thank you, Neil, for seeing me and trusting me with this new baby of yours. I promise to make you proud, dude. Well, unfortunately, I don't think Druckmann's going to be very proud with headlines like this. Intergalactic, the heretic prophet actress Tati Gabrielle attacks gamers, ignites further controversy. Ah yes, alienating your potential customer base over stupid social media posts. Who would have seen this coming? Now, you can't downplay how significant stuff like this is. Yesterday we talked about Indiana Jones and the Great Circle and how there was many different factors that limited the sales of that game, but one of the things that did a part of it was the fact that there was this one sentence, a 5-second clip of a senior narrative designer saying this game will appeal to modern audiences. And a lot of people dropped any interest they had for that game the second they heard this clip. And that was just a narrative designer. Now we have a situation where the actress behind an already controversial main protagonist is making disparaging remarks about gamers. This is even more serious than what we talked about yesterday. So to address something right off the bat,
Take it, Roberts. How's it
this
going?
actress behind the character is definitely someone who is an activist. Here's some of her comments about gender ideology.
And then as far as with non-binary and transgender, I hope that we just start seeing that the future is here whether we like it or not.
What does that
Not just accept
mean?
it, but embrace it. Embracing something and seeing not only the beauty of it in it, but the way that it contributes to the world and
Well,
contributes
just
into
accept
the
and
way that
embrace losing every
anybody of
election.
any gender,
How about
race,
that?
creed,
Can you do
color
that? Can you
form their
like put a shirt on too while you're at it? Because
walk
you
through
look
the world
fucking
with pride and their
gross.
chin up high, like I think is
The
is
fuck
so
are you
important for the
doing?
generation coming behind us.
So there's that, and also if you go to her Instagram account with a very large following, she also has Black Lives Matter in her bio. So by pretty much any definition, people would consider her woke, and that's already a concern for a lot of gamers when someone like this is involved with a game. However, the concern becomes very real based on a recent Instagram story that she made where she has gone after gamers. Now, for context behind that post, she was including this artwork. So we talked about this about a week ago. This artwork got clowned on by a lot of people for attacking what is supposedly only male gamers who were upset with the masculine design of Jordan from Intergalactic. Now you can see this very organic post getting 100,000 likes despite
And all you
pretty
women
much
who don't
every
like how
interaction
it
with the
looks,
post being
you don't
critical
exist.
of
You're
its
not a
message.
real
And
woman.
the only way you'll find some of that negative response is to go to the hidden replies where the
You're an
original poster
incel
hid
lady.
literally, manually hid literally hundreds of negative responses to this post. And this has been clowned on by many people across YouTube, across social media, and also, again, it's just a very disparaging message and one that's not directly connected to Naughty Dog in any sort of a way. However, in her infinite wisdom, Tati decided to repost that artwork with the caption, "You mad bro." So basically, they're co-signing this message from this art and making it an official tie to the Naughty Dog studio and Intergalactic as a result. So right off the bat, an incredible
Like, when
cell
your
phone,
game doesn't
by the
sell,
way, posting
don't
this
cry
artwork where
over it.
They quite literally made this character more feminine looking to mock the people who are criticizing it for being too masculine. But anyways, the message is that basically a very large majority of gamers are not welcome here. And we've seen that play out many times before, and it's not going to play out well for Intergalactic. And right off the bat, answering the question, you mad, bro? No, I'm not mad. I'm just not going to play your game because you've made it very clear that me and at the
not
very
mad, but
minimum,
you will be.
all of men are not the target audience of this game, and we should spend our money elsewhere. On top of that, it seems like with the message, you're embracing DEI and wokeness while also dismissing your critics as incels and making fun of fragile masculinity. And again, this whole tactic of dismissing people as incels, all for what? Having a preference on how they want the characters of video games to look like before they purchase it. Very strange. And also it's weird because they drag in the Witcher 4 drama by posting this, which obviously has nothing to do with Intergalactic, but that's just another little side effect here. And also to clarify, this post has now been deleted. However, I'm not sure if it was manually deleted or deleted automatically because Instagram stories are deleted automatically after 24 hours. So I'm just pointing that out there. But the other criticism, of course, is that, well, it's not just men who don't like these sorts of designs or would rather have a more appealing design than what we're being given. It's completely dismissive of any women who might be critical of the design, and I think that's pretty offensive. It's kind of like male feminist type energy right there, speaking on behalf of women. I am sure there are plenty of women who prefer a design like that of Jordan, but I also think there's a lot of women who would rather have a more feminine or just traditionally appealing design like something from E from Stellar Blade. I think that's very fair to say, and the market has really proven that time and time again. However, that previous post and this actress here are saying that's not even a possibility. It's all these incel men who are upset. Just a very, very ill-advised post. And of course, she also mentioned Neil Druckmann earlier. And as you can see, he's someone with a very large presence on somewhere like Twitter, but he has, of course, jumped ship and gone to Blue Sky for many of his posts. Now, one thing that has been true is that people have criticized Neil Druckmann for being very pretentious. And I think the summary of Intergalactic is proving just that, where he says this. The story is quite ambitious as it centers on a fictitious religion and what happens when you put your faith in different institutions. Ah, yes, the very stunning and brave plot here, right? It's going to be a little plot twist where let me guess, the religion is bad and the Reddit atheist is good. Is that the kind of approach
Probably.
we're going to have here that people have been doing for ever, basically when they want an edgy plot here? But of course, like I said, Neil Druckmann has retreated to Blue Sky, throwing away hundreds of thousands of followers on Twitter to hide on the echo chamber that is Blue Sky for 1.6K followers, where he made this post a few days ago saying, "You think you know, but you have no idea," obviously referring to the criticism of Intergalactic. "Naughty Dog's 5th franchise is our wildest adventure. We cannot wait to show you more." And yeah, some of the messages here from previous franchises saying it's about love. You know what? I don't think a lot of gamers are feeling very loved right now with the comments that your actress made about basically the majority of gamers, disparaging them, mocking them, antagonizing them, all for nothing. They don't feel very loved in this case. And with the comment here about Intergalactic, it says, "It's all about faith." Well, it is all about faith. It's true. I don't think anyone has faith in this product. I don't think anyone has faith in Intergalactic. I don't think anyone has faith in this actress. I don't think anyone has faith in Naughty Dog because of what we've seen. They basically did the worst PR stunt they could have possibly done and have the actress behind the already controversial choice of main protagonist come out and disparage gamers, attack them, and do everything in the playbook of woke, failed products that we've seen happen over and over again, especially in 2024. It seems like 2025 is going to be a repeat of everything that's happened this year, and that's just a shame, because it appears that the people in the industry have learned literally nothing. They've watched all of these major AAA titles flop, and for very similar reasons, and they just don't learn anything. They can't stay off of social media. They can't stop attacking gamers. They can't stop virtue signaling. It just keeps happening over and over again, and somehow, some way, it's got to give at some point. And maybe they'll learn their lesson before their doors are shut down forever. But anyways, that's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
I don't know. They'll commission China to make a gacha game, and they'll make all their money back that way. Something like that. I don't know. Siri and Witcher 4. The thing is, the cutscenes that they make before the game releases a lot of times don't even look like the characters in the game anyways, so there's no guarantee that Ciri's even going to look like that in the game. They definitely did change her face. It's not the same face, especially if you look at the area between the nose and the lips. That is drastically different. That isn't explained by anything like age or getting in better shape or injuries or anything. Like, her face is literally shaped different. But she looked okay to me. She looked okay. I'm not gonna not play Witcher 4 because of one bad introductory cutscene. Carrie, what's Carrie talking about? Carrie's talking about Shani and Rev, which is what she usually talks about. Let's stop in for a peek and see what she's taking a look at.
A couple of years.
A different Rev.
That's it.
This is Jason, Revelation News. No relation to.
And now they are here
Rev says Desu.
in Pennsylvania.
But yeah, that Neil Druckmann game, like, fuck that. that Neil Druckmann game might as well not exist for me, because
as far
there's no way I'm playing that.
You know, the uncle is the one that basically has to say so. And
that one's a lot easier.
If he was to say tomorrow he doesn't want them in there,
way.
they would have to go. But literally all the stuff that you see in their house, like the furniture and things like that, that was all there. None of that is their stuff that they brought. None of it. Everything they had, they literally just fucking left it. But for a few items, they did pack some stuff in the vehicle with them, but we're talking about very, very few. So they didn't even pack. They didn't keep.
So there's one point in the Gundam video where he's like, some people with incredibly low IQs, and I'm like, I wonder what visuals I'm going to associate with that one. And it says, some people with incredibly low IQs. I don't know. I tried to find footage of him like holding the fork upside down, you know how he does, but I couldn't find it. I'm out of time anyways.
Like mattresses or beds for the boys. So when the boys got there, when they got to the well, not I guess not that house, because I think they did have a bed at the uncle's
Keep
house. But
trying, see
when
if I
they
can
moved
find
into
it.
the G-Man house, they didn't even have a bed or like a mattress or anything. They were sleeping
Eating a chili
on
dog with a
the
fork.
floor, and G-Man bought them mattresses or whatever, so they didn't have to sleep on the floor anymore.
Yeah, that one doesn't show his face, so can't use that one.
Like, they just have, they literally, and whenever they're faced with a dilemma, whenever they're faced with a choice,
God, what is that
they
face?
always choose wrong.
That's from the same
They
video.
always try to take the easy road, the easy way out of shit, the least amount of effort. Like, that's their thing at this point.
By making us move over, you hadn't coalesced into the cancer yet that you were. So we had plenty of money. We were in a place we could afford 16 times over a month. Everything was perfect. We had to go
Shani
to
claims
Social
she's had cancer for like
And
the
that's
past
straight up
10
finance.
years. If she had cancer,
That's
she'd be
right,
dead by
Sailor.
now.
That's a long story
She's lying
short
about
for you,
it.
Gare. Gare? Also known as G-Man. Geary. Oh, you son of a bitch, fuck prick. You're a fake. You call me. I have forgiven you. I said I actually enjoyed the guy's company. He blessed my sons, too, which is amazing.
Well, it'd be pretty impossible to
That-
not be, not have her forehead be hit by something. It's so
That is the gratuity
Here we go.
that I get for literally handing a man a house for $1 and I gave him the dollar back. This guy was out on the street.
Keep in mind in a
What an
second when
idiot.
she's about to start going off
So-
about me that they're accusing me of bullying and that I need to like be arrested and thrown in jail for 6 years for bullying her. But listen to the things she's about to say.
Street with nothing, nobody, no job because he was harassed out of his job. And this guy and that woman gave him a house that my mother paid cash for. And this is how, you're not a Christian, Gary. You're a narcissist fucking G-Man. Gary.
Gary.
It's Gary. You're not a Christian, fuck. Oh my God, I'm so angry.
You should be angry at yourself.
You're gonna
Like,
burn in hell, Gary. You like it.
like,
Daddy!
like Shani and Jason together when they got married had like $700,000, $700K, and they just blew it all. They gave this one dude that they knew a house for like $1 because they were just out of their minds, thinking they would be rich forever. And now they have nothing, no place to stay. They live at Jason's uncle's house or something. Like they can't afford anything because they don't make any money. Shani's too fat. Rev's too stupid.
The fucking computer.
No way, dude.
Bro.
There's no way.
Bro.
These are classic lolcows from
Particle board.
even before Phil.
Particle board.
Particle board.
Particle board is all I can afford. Particle board.
My mania is at the peak. Sorry. I peaked.
Okay, I use different footage. I think this footage is better.
Jeez, honey.
Not that image.
Sorry. You're
This,
nuts.
when he looks at the chili.
All right.
Some people with really low
isn't
IQs.
I'm not putting on. This isn't acting.
No.
I haven't slept more than 3 or 4 hours in 10 to 11 days.
You look
Nick,
like
you've been doing
you look like the kid from Mask.
because there's no other fucking way. I don't give a shit how manic you might get. 10 days on that amount of sleep, you're definitely doing drugs.
And there's nowhere to go for medical care. They all want to kill us now. Woo. Oh, this is Joker's time to fucking shine.
Oh yeah, and he thinks he's the
Will you
Joker.
be safe, Red?
He thinks he's the Joker.
Yeah, I'll be
What?
safe. I'll be
Like
safe.
legitimately.
Why are you gonna not be safe?
He has these like
You know what they mean?
Yeah, what do you
manic
mean, be safe?
excitement
Thanks for
moments
40
where he's
viewers. That's kind.
Thank you guys.
Appreciate
crazy.
that a lot.
Hey.
Mania sells, folks.
But who's
Right?
buying?
Oh, fuck me. You know they were calling me the Joker in prison? Why?
Maybe they knew who you were.
Holy shit, because I dressed up like them.
Your reputation
One of the
precedes
best
you, honey.
Jokers ever, I agree.
Wow.
Like literally, Aries said you.
Maybe
would
they were saying it to
fucking
make
do
fun of you
could
because
do
you're
the
acting like
movie.
a fucking
Oh my
spurg.
god, this guy is fucking delusional.
I like Carrie.
Delusional. He thinks he could do the movie. He could play the Joker.
I could play the fucking Joker in the movie, okay?
Never ceases to amaze me, these two. The shit they say.
Right? Oh, fuck me. You know they were calling me the Joker in prison? Why?
Maybe they knew who you were.
Holy shit, because I dressed up like them.
Yep.
And it was one of the best Jokers ever, I agree. Like literally.
I agree with
Aries
myself.
Said you would fucking do it. You could do the movie. Like your character's good. Your version. Fuck it is.
That's a good one, Freddy.
Huh?
Freddy Krueger said they are running budget cuts on billboards in her city. I heard she volunteers her forehead for ad space. Since she's demonetized and could use any money she can get from it, allegedly.
Oh, that's awesome. See? Carrie.
Oh, that didn't age well for you, Shani, did it? Because guess who just lost their monetization? Guess who doesn't have whose channel is not monetized anymore and isn't offering memberships anymore?
Aha! You want that one? Okay.
Yeah, that would be Shani. If you didn't know. Shani.
Makes a lot of weird noises.
And who's guess?
Allegedly. I heard she volunteers her forehead for ad space. I heard she volunteers her forehead for ad space.
Hold on. Audacity, come on. Open.
Since she's demonetized and could use any money she can get from it, allegedly.
Oh, that's awesome. See? Carrie.
Oh, that didn't age well for you, Shani, did it? Because guess who just lost their monetization? Guess who doesn't have whose channel is not monetized anymore and isn't offering memberships anymore? Yeah, that would be Shani. If you didn't know. She ain't monetized anymore. So, tell me again all this, Shani.
Since she's demonetized and could use any money she can get from it, allegedly.
Oh, that's awesome. See? Carrie. Do you understand that you have a career as a billboard?
Understand?
Your forehead is literally like this.
A big old
okay?
AI induced.
I thought we didn't make fun of
See the
people's
fucking
physical
veins
appearance.
popping out on his fucking head. Look at this.
Understand that you have a career as a billboard? Your forehead is literally.
Look at that. Look at that. He's got a fucking V in the middle of his fucking head. Well, not the middle, but the top middle. Holy crap. I've never seen him have that before that I can recall. Like, Rev, it's the mark of the beast, bro. It's all coming together. That's what it is, Rev. It's the mark of the beast. You're the Antichrist.
Like this.
A big old
okay?
AI induced forehead.
That's right.
and she has to use the AI to make her forehead look like a normal person's.
All right? Carrie, just put on your forehead McDonald's.
Hmm.
What?
He's the Joker.
What? Carrie, just put on your forehead McDonald's.
So Carrie's like the
Bro.
duty of the Shanty people. Like the Shanty people just
I feel
always
like
blame Carrie for everything,
this
even though
is
she
like
just watches
a
videos
fucking
and
12-year-old trying to roast me.
laughs.
The shit that the fucking two of them are saying. Ooh, your forehead is so big that like grow up, you dumb fucks. Like you want to talk about something and go back and forth and talk shit. Let's talk about the fact that you're a fucking child abusing fucking piece of shit that faked fucking cancer, that lies to this
There it
day
is.
about it, lies when
It's kinda
when there's
funny.
no fucking need to, like lying that you're fucking broke up when you never were, like lying, saying that it's your tablet making noise in the other room when we heard clear as day that it was Shani asking if you were still if you were done. Are you done? All these two fucking do is lie. It's insane. But again, keep in mind watching this, they are in this other stream. In fact, let me show you a little bit from the other stream. We're gonna bounce back and forth. Listen to what they're saying here.
Come on. It's been too long.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah. This bullying needs to stop.
Come on.
It's been too long.
yeah.
It's
I
been
mean,
too
if we did
long.
Nothing. Now we're ready
It's
to
been too
fucking-
long.
You're gonna move again and cause it to crash.
This is what we say with like her. Ew, God, she's so gross. With her
You know I'm
fake Southern
right.
accent.
Don't put me on camera. If I crash the phone.
You
Just put it. You're pretty. Like,
Ew.
you're gorgeous.
Thank you.
You're
If you
gorgeous.
put your hit
You look like
fingers
you're
in
wearing a
makeup for 5
curtain.
seconds, the people go, "Holy shit, is she?"
Okay, let's time that.
Let's prove it.
Okay.
Now she's about to put on makeup and shit. But watch a little bit more of this one just so you get the more of the bullying that they're accusing me of is more the type of shit you're about to see here.
What a noise.
These people think it's so funny.
Which let me make it clear, I don't care if they bully me. I hope they do bully me. Like, give it all you got. Give it all you got because you know why? It just turns into content for me and drives more people to my channel. Shani and Rev trying to go and like talk shit on people or whatever, it has the opposite effect. You know what I'm saying? Because people hate them so much that it's like, then whoever they hate, I you know, I'm willing to give them a chance because it's probably somebody that is not willing to take their bullshit.
Funny, these reaction people. Do they realize that the two of us could be the two most vicious people that's ever done that?
Yeah, it's called being me.
Isn't that kind of localish? Isn't that what all
worst
locals
than
say?
this.
These detractors, they don't
Let's know that.
understand. If I wanted to be really vicious, I could be way worse than they are. I could be. They don't know how to troll like I do.
It's like Michael Keaton. It's like Michael Keaton says to Jack, right?
Mm.
In Batman 1989.
Yeah, you're the Joker.
He goes, "You want to get nuts? Come on.
Carrie's forehead.
Get
Let's
nuts.
get nuts."
Hey,
You don't want to get nuts,
Carrie's
Rev.
forehead is so big and white that it reflects the sky.
Incredible.
Whoa! It reflects light? That's
Did
amazing.
You know that
Are you
Carrie's
hearing
forehead
this?
is the actual.
Tell me that this is a grown woman. Listen to what she just said and tell me this is a grown woman. This is so fucking juvenile.
and white that it reflects the
Come on.
Carrie's forehead.
Let's get nuts.
Hey. Carrie's forehead is so big and white that it reflects the sky.
Incredible.
Amazing.
Did you know
Burn.
that Carrie's forehead is the actual Israeli dome system?
Did you know that Carrie's forehead was the original project?
Concave. Oh my God.
What the fuck?
Whoa, we gotta go. Bye-bye. Who's that?
Hey, what's up?
Customs and Border Protection.
I know.
That was a false...
Customs and Border Protection.
They impersonate law enforcement.
I know.
That's a crime.
I know.
Was that traitor? Was that traitor?
That's why Carrie's husband prefers G-Man, because Carrie's teeth.
Holy shit, dude.
I have no teeth
That
in my mouth.
is vicious.
Feels like butter.
Do you realize how cuts that you make are the deepest, man?
They just
Not
enable
as
each
deep as
other,
Carrie's
just tell each
forehead.
other that they're
Holy
great.
shit, see?
Just the worst people.
This is
Like
so
even
like, are you serious? You are gonna talk about someone's fucking teeth, Shanny? You?
I like that this is what Carrie's doing for Christmas.
You? Hold on. Do I need to
Fatal
remind
Walter
you
put out a
what your
video.
fucking teeth look like, Shanny? Here. Here.
Oh no.
Honey,
For real?
just unplug it.
Is it charged? Maybe, I guess. Okay, cool. Close this. The song I was thinking of. I don't know.
We're gonna sing in just a minute.
I'm a guy. Which this pencil one?
Sure do we
Like
smoke a lot of
this?
weed.
That's a little too small, but a regular size brush.
This is being a husband. She expects me to nose this. I don't do makeup. I put my fingers in shit and then you say I have a black eye. How about that? Goldilocks.
That'll work.
Goldilocks. There we go. Not the right size brush, guys. Sorry about the wrong size brush, but I don't know. See, Shanny gave me this palette, you know? The cremation thing. Because it's blacks and whites, so why not, right? You know? I wonder how that works now. Do you still make Rev's rice? Oh, that was good, but no. That was literally a situation where we had no food. Really, that was of any substance because the boys eat most of the food. They did. So
Bullshit.
I had some rice and peanut
What a
butter.
weird thing to say.
Shit.
The boys were eating all the
did not
food.
eat most of the fucking food. Shanny ate most of the fucking food.
Clearly.
The boys were fucking malnourished and underweight, and Shanny was as big as ever. Do not, for one fucking second, try to act like they were eating all the food. No, sir. We're not about to do that. No. Mm-mm. Nope.
Really, that was of any substance because the boys eat most of the food. They did.
Nope.
So I had some rice and peanut butter and jelly, and I put peanut butter and jelly in rice, and it tasted good.
Gross.
You know?
No.
It doesn't go any farther than
It sounds
that.
horrible.
You know?
No, I don't know. You can stop saying you know now.
Peanut butter and jelly and rice.
I got
is
some cherry.
disgusting.
What do you call those guys? Crisscrosses. Cherry ones. But I ain't gonna have any of them yet. No cherry ones yet. Yeah, see, it's like I'm gonna be proven right. It don't take long. Hey, Shanny, really, it's amazing, man. She'd take 2 minutes with a palette and do some stuff, and she looks like a movie star, you know, and it's crazy. A little floofing. I really need to stay up to date to get school stuff lined up. But man, I'm tired. Oh my God, Krista, like that's really awesome what you're doing. I mean, you're working your butt off, and on top of it, you're going to school. That's like, wow. I always really admired people that did that. That's so crazy.
All right.
Crazy cool.
There we go. A little bit in the
Ice cream. Fries work too. Ice cream. Okay.
All right.
Yeah. How much? A minute?
Okay, so show us Shanny. Shanny's gonna look like a movie star now, right? Are y'all ready for this? Drum
no.
roll. Like, come on. Shanny's gonna blow us away, y'all. Just wait.
Yeah. There you go. There. The star.
Ta-da.
The true star. See?
Ken's a grappler. Ken's a grappler. Get him
That's it. Get
Oh my God. Go back. I gotta go back and pause that at the right time.
There you go. There. The star.
Ta-da.
The true star.
Emotional damage.
God.
Look at that.
Let's talk about suffering.
Okay, screenshot.
Okay, that's Shanny for you. There's a little carry break. How about Fada Walter reading Russell Greer's book
Hey everyone,
about
this is
suing
Walter.
Taylor
It's
Swift?
Christmas morning as I begin writing this script, and we're here to talk about our good friend Russell Greer. Because what else would I be doing on Christmas? This man is mostly known for unsuccessfully suing Taylor Swift and a number of other people and entities. In fact, attorney Greg Skordas has offered to defend anyone Russell tries to sue, because it must be fun owning him over and over again. Let's get started with Russell Greer's book, Why I Sued Taylor Swift. Let's begin by reading a few social media posts from around the time. So after a hard night's sleep, I've decided that I won't be shutting down my Facebook, but I will be carefully selecting what I share with people. Also, I'm going to be transitioning from this to WordPress, because that platform is more suitable for my venting
No, I didn't
needs.
see this.
I have also made it to where random people
But
can't
I've read
send me friend
every
requests.
Russell
I do have
Greer
the
post
follower button
already,
for followers.
so
all past posts I have limited
that?
to only friend visibility. As for random losers laughing at every post I write, whatever.
Yes, I did
can't
watch
do anything
the
about that.
the
I have to say that
Lechero
adding the
Christmas
emoticon
special.
button was the worst mistake Zuckerberg and Facebook made. Those buttons devalue serious posts. So he pretty much fled from Facebook because people were giving him the haha react, which just made them want to do it way more. I do like how his profile picture was the one with Ariana Grande, where he eventually decided she looked like she wanted to behead him. I guess you would want to use a picture you paid $1,000 for. Okay, I'm just gonna come out and say it. I have been calling crisis hotlines, texting hotlines, saw a counselor who says I have signs of PTSD. Taylor Swift has messed me up. I invested 2 years trying to impress her. Based on her representation.
Crisis hotline.
I went through slander, and still am. for
Operator,
her.
operator.
Faced threats of violence against me for her. Invested
Taylor
all of my money and
Swift
time
shafted
for
me.
her because of her representations. Became the subject of international news for her, and now I am ruined. No joke. I have insomnia. Her family disability shamed me. Her agents kicked me in the jewels. And Taylor stabbed me in the heart and spit in my face. I've tried getting over the events of October to December 2016, but I can't. I cry when I hear her music. I don't know what to do.
her music.
Don't worry, Russell. I'm sure it's perfectly normal for a grown man to cry when Taylor Swift comes on. And what is it with lolcows and overusing semicolons? I even wrote her personally to her houses, and she sent me a bag of dirt and some sort of glitter bomb / anthrax. So I have decided to file a $50 million lawsuit against
God.
Taylor Swift in federal
She
court.
sent me anthrax.
I sent her agents
she?
a notice today.
No.
While the law may be murky as to duty and disclosure with celebrities, though I certainly have found case law that supports me, I will be requesting a jury to decide the facts. Taylor, I loved you with all of my heart and still do.
I loved
this
you,
isn't some weird
Taylor.
stalker attempt or anything. This is me fighting for what I have lost. I still
This
want to
isn't
work
crazy
out.
or anything.
Lawsuit will be filed end of May, around the same time I release the book about the event. I will keep you updated. Imagine working for a crisis line and having to deal with some guy who claims Taylor Swift gave him PTSD. If they didn't laugh at him, they're stronger than I am. Okay, let's get back into the book here. Last time he told the heartwarming story of trying to sue a sex worker and losing. Now to get back into Taylor Swift. Taking Ken's friendly advice to heart, I ventured through the Salt Lake City white pages of the jungle of lawyers who inhabited the city. Surely there would be a lawyer who could help me. Cold calling and mass emailing randomly selected lawyers left me with cluttered rejections in my inbox and wasted minutes spent on the phone. No, 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 I said impatiently on the phone to one lawyer.
No,
I'm not
no,
drunk.
no,
Well,
no.
you're slurring like crazy, the lawyer said to me, and then muttered, damn drunk, before slamming the phone and disconnecting the call. Another lawyer that I had called listened to my long story of everything already explained thus far in this book and simply replied, that's one for the record. On another call, the lawyer was a man with a thick Middle Eastern accent, whom I could not understand at all. Fair enough, this man couldn't understand me either. It was the ultimate misunderstood phone call. The foreigner with the heavy accent versus the weird-looking guy who can't pronounce his vowels or his own last name. Eventually, we both mutually agreed to hang up. That is, if we both understood each other, correctly agreeing to hang up. One of the last attorneys I had called literally exploded with laughter after I had told him
You
about
literally
my run and what I
exploded.
wanted to do.
It was a fiery
These lawyers are pretty
fireball.
relatable. You'd have to think this was some sort of a
Shrapnel
bit,
and
but
gibbs.
nowadays maybe a TikTok trend. It's funny that Russell seems to think his time is more valuable than the lawyer's, though. This man continued laughing for nearly 5 minutes straight. I know so because I watched the. This man.
Look at
it's
this
funny that Russell.
image. He's like, he's wearing khaki pants, tucked into a belt, and he's like at the gym. He's at Planet Fatness, which makes sense, I guess.
Russell seems to think his
He's at
time
the
is
worst
more
gym.
valuable than the lawyer's, though. This man continued laughing for nearly 5 minutes straight. I know so because I watched the clock on the wall pass by the 12 with 5 full rotations. Ah man, you're funny, the lawyer said as he regained his breath. Now seriously, why are you calling? Seeing the phone calling was not going anywhere, I decided to step into law firms to meet with the lawyers face to face. The first law firm had a very crabby and grouchy middle-aged receptionist. Hello, I greeted the receptionist. Do you have an appointment? She snapped at me. No, but I tried explaining. You need an appointment, she yelled. Okay, can I set one up? I asked. The lady shoved a calling card at me. You must call this number if you want an appointment, the receptionist shouted, turning red in the face. I was mortified. I slowly
Shouted,
backed away.
turning red in the
This is not a
face.
firm I wanted
This
to
is-
do business with.
This is.
I'm okay, I said before she cut.
This is whenever DSP tells a story. Everyone else but him is irrational and cartoonish. They're all just like actual cartoon characters, just satires of actual people. You need to call this number, she screamed at me at the top of her lungs. Yes, that's. Can you imagine DSP ever gets a real job and he comes back to stream and he tells you all about like his work day and he just exaggerates everything to the point where like none of this happened?
Cut me off again?
My boss just started screaming for literally no reason at me. I mean, sure, I fucked up. I put the unsweet tea in the sweet tea urn and vice versa. But what the fuck, man? Why do they care? It's not like they have diabetes.
Can't just walk in here. You have to have an appointment. The lady screamed with a G-force so powerful my eardrums and the glass door almost shattered.
The glass door almost shattered.
Man, everyone is so
yes,
unpleasant to
sure.
him in this book. He must realize that he's the only common denominator in all these interactions. He's either really
The glass
hateable
almost
or embellishing.
shattered.
Possibly both. After a
think?
few more failed attempts at sitting down with lawyers, I finally managed to sit down with an impatient, heavy-set lawyer who kept looking at his
You was
watch as I tried
fat, by the
explaining the
way.
entire incident to him. Being a master at reading facial expressions, his rude
I'm in
gestures
super
made me
good
less
shape
keen on
thanks to my
continuing
time
my
at Planet
explanation to
Fatness.
him, as he clearly thought of me as a rambling idiot.
By the
It's
way, he
not
was
like
fat.
a lawsuit, if you know what
It's
I
like,
mean.
what an asshole.
It's a lawsuit.
This stupid fucking idiot is just like stumbling his way through life, trying to sue celebrities into sleeping with him. And he's, in his mind, he's cataloging all the events because he wants to write just a ridiculous lying book, just fantasizing all the events, thinking he can, if the lawsuit doesn't go well, at least he can sell a book that talks about it and make money. But everyone you encounter, like if you don't just bend over backwards and try and do his bidding, he characterizes you in just the most unflattering way in his book. Like you could just be a perfectly normal looking person, but if you don't help him, all of a sudden you're this ugly, like messy haired, heavy set lawyer I encountered didn't give me whatever I wanted, so he screamed at me, and then as he kicked me out of his office, he farted, and that was funny, right? It's like,
Meant to
fuck
get
you,
Taylor
dude.
Swift's attention
Piece
to an
of
unfair
shit.
situation.
Fantasist.
It's a clear-cut case of negligence and vicarious liability.
And he smelled
I tried
bad.
explaining to the lawyer. For example,
He didn't
Tracy
understand
Morgan
my
was
plights.
recently in the news after a Walmart semi-truck crashed into Tracy's tour van and injured Tracy. Walmart was sued for vicarious liability. Did Walmart do anything wrong per se? No, but the driver was under their employment. Two totally different situations. The lawyer snapped at me. No, they're not, I replied. Oh, so you're the lawyer now? He questioned in a snarky way.
I'm not an idiot,
I'm not an
sir.
idiot,
I have my
I have
paralegal
my
degree.
paralegal
Okay, but you're not a
degree.
lawyer,
I got
though.
straight A's in college,
So you're not a
I
lawyer.
calmly explained. Russell, listing your credentials doesn't change the fact that it's what you're saying that's insane. Imagine walking into a law office and arguing with them over the law like this. And he basically admitted the whole lawsuit is in bad faith and he really just wants Taylor Swift's attention. Why would a lawyer ever accept this client? Well, this isn't a hypothetical scenario on a legal exam where the professor gives you an A for your creative, well-thought-out answer. This is the real world. Any real-world judge is going to look at your case and toss it. The lawyer said heatedly, "Where's the privity of contract? Where's the duty? Where's the fine print that says they have to pass it on? If they pass your stuff on, do they have to pass on everything else for
Hey,
the entire
Playham,
planet?
how's it going? Hope you're doing
Or are
well.
you just entitled?" I don't even want to sue her, I exclaimed, getting annoyed with the
I
man.
don't even want to sue her.
The
I
lawyer
just
blurted
want
out laughing.
her.
Then why the hell are you sitting in my office?
I just want her attention.
This lawyer is spitting facts, and Russell just doesn't see it that way. Because I found myself in an unfair situation, I told the lawyer. Life is unfair. I got cut off by another driver this morning. Unfair. Sally wouldn't date me. Unfair. The lawyer mocked me. Doesn't mean I go sue them. Fuming, I quickly stood up, biting my tongue, and then I left. Don't go harass any more lawyers with this nonsense, the lawyer called out to me as I walked out of his office. Angry, I sat back in Ken's office, explaining everything with passion. It's not that hard to understand. Look, I found a law for this.
It's not that
I
hard to
fervently
understand.
explained. Utah Code
I don't know,
75
Greer.
whatever C.
Listen to you talk.
It says the agent shall act with the care, competence, and diligence ordinarily exercised by agents in similar circumstances. That gives me a statutory claim against the agents. Ken nodded his head, listening.
Yeah,
So how do you tie
sure.
Taylor Swift to their
You're
negligence?
absolutely not insane.
Ken asked quizzically.
Russ.
Simple. This happened on their scheduled work hours, and it is a part of their duties, as prescribed by agreements made with Taylor, like the Tracy Morgan case. Just off the top of my head, maybe also say that Taylor failed to clarify gift policies to her agents. I really don't want to get Taylor in trouble, so I'm mostly focusing on that vicarious part.
I just want to
explained
sue
Ken.
her.
Okay, then how do you establish jurisdiction? Ken asked. Her agents live in Tennessee, Taylor lives in New York, and you're in Utah. I just cite the Utah long arm statute. Her agent made several contacts with me, which would establish the minimum contact requirement for jurisdiction. I replied confidently. Those are just basic things. As I've explained, I don't want to sue her.
Confident fool.
Slowly, a reassuring expression formed on Ken's face.
Oh, yeah.
Before now, I was starting to think you were crazy. Ken
But
bluntly
now,
told me with
you
a
got a
smirk.
point.
But now this all actually makes complete sense.
Yeah, now it makes sense.
Russell is far and away the least reasonable person in his own story. The people he writes in to shut him down are the ones who make sense. Yeah, I think I've established a prima facie cause of action to rightfully bring attention to this situation, I told Ken. This is enough to show that this lawsuit isn't frivolous. Per the law, the
just
agent
makes up
has
these
to let
fake
the
people who
principal,
agree with him,
Taylor,
just like Phil
know of
does.
any legal actions initiated against her. Once she sees this, she will try to fix this situation, and boom bada bing, I'll dismiss it. This is why I've decided to file the lawsuit myself, because I really don't want to sue her. Check this out. I lifted my iPhone and showed Ken research that I had found. The restatement, 3rd, of Agency 2.04 says that suing under the doctrine of vicarious liability reflects the likelihood that an employed will be more likely to satisfy a judgment. This reinforces what I'm saying. If Taylor sees this, she will fix the problem, rather than me sue the agents head on. This is why I file in small claims courts, that I don't have to ask for that much money. I don't want any money. I just want Taylor to see my efforts and the problem. I know Ken is probably a fictional character, but Russell's still lying to him here. He decided not to get a lawyer because they kept laughing him out of their offices. We just read that part, Russ. I guess my only concern is, what if she misunderstands why you're suing her? Ken asked. What if this all blows up in your face? Ken raised
What
an
if she gets
excellent
offended
question.
by your
I sincerely
lawsuit?
believed in Taylor Swift as a person, and believed honestly that she would right this wrong. After all, Taylor was portrayed
She's
by
a
her
good
actions and by
person.
the media as the Mother Teresa of the entertainment biz. Maybe that example doesn't compare well because of age difference. Mother Teresa was 87 when she passed away. Taylor, at the time of this writing, is 27. More appropriately compared, Taylor Swift was portrayed more as the Princess Diana of the entertainment business, who was willing to help those in need. After all, she did pay one of her dancer's niece's hospital bill. What further proof did I need that she would help me out? I wasn't even asking for money. Well, I'll just make sure this doesn't go that way.
Yes, you are.
I confidently told Ken. Before I left, Ken called out to me. Russell's reasoning makes as much sense as ever. Oh, she did something nice for someone she knows, so of course she has to meet some creepy fan off the internet. Those two things are exactly the same. Even though you're filing this yourself, Ken started. And even though I can't give you legal advice, I really do want to hear how this goes. Keep stopping by. And then Ken flashed his trademarked grin. For 2 weeks, I typed and studied and worded the lawsuit carefully to ensure that I was clear the lawsuit wasn't against Taylor Swift per se. The lawsuit was against her agents, and I was bringing awareness to what they did and how they acted. I decided to sue Taylor for $7,000, not because I wanted that money, but so I wouldn't get fined for filing a frivolous lawsuit if I jotted down
Sure, I sued her for
$10
money, but it's not like I wanted the money.
Though that would
I just
be more
didn't
clever
want
and less aggressive.
to not have the money.
In all actuality, I had suffered roughly that amount from all the work I had put into the gift and the mental anguish her agents caused me. If Taylor reached out to me, I was willing to drop this. The what if this pisses Taylor off scenario hadn't really occurred to me, and I didn't really expect that scenario to happen because I honestly believed Taylor was a saint. She seemed to have a love for all people and creatures. She had a light about her that I was hypnotized by. I could imagine her receiving the lawsuit and being astonished at the things I had alleged, and immediately calling me up and asking to hear the song I wrote for her, ashamed at her agent's conduct. It was a flawless plan. Yeah, why would someone be mad that you sued them? I'm sure most relationships start with a lawsuit. And I'm not calling Taylor Swift the worst person in the world or anything like that, but hasn't it always been pretty obvious how fake her public image is? Sometimes I think Russell needs a caregiver or something. The time had finally arrived for me to file the lawsuit. It was mid-October of 2016. Confidently, I walked through the security of the Salt Lake City Justice Court building and made my way towards the small claims filing office. A woman, who was a court clerk, stood on the other side of the counter, protected by bulletproof glass. I explained to her that I was there to file a lawsuit. With ease, I slid my documents under the glass, and she picked them up and skimmed through the papers. To her bewilderment, she saw who I had named as the defendant, Taylor Swift. The court clerk studied me with puzzlement, her eyebrows raised, and then she proceeded to type in the information that was on the cover sheet of my complaint. Tears began to fill my eyes as I watched the information get put into the computer. I felt guilty suing the woman that I loved and cared so much about, but I knew that this was the only way Taylor would see my harm.
This is so sad.
Right then and there, the sparks metaphorically began to catch fire in the forest I was lost in. Figuratively, I could hear the flames crackling with each computer button and mouse click the clerk pressed. And then suddenly the timbers exploded in a ball of flames, engulfing the forest. The court clerk had just stamped my document with a court date, December 8th, 2016. It had begun. The fire had officially started.
Man,
the flames
is he
were
an
slowly
arsonist?
rising, and the smoke would surely be seen by Taylor. There was no turning back. I paid the $150 filing fee, and then took my court documents and left. In a few weeks' time, Taylor would be reaching out to me, and her agents would be scolded by her for their negligent conduct. By law, they had to inform her of the lawsuit, and have her make a decision on her course of action. That's why I was so confident she would settle this matter peacefully, because it would be brought to her attention. God damn, if everyone in the world's always looking at you like you're crazy, maybe the world isn't wrong. Anyway, it's about all the time I have for you today. Thanks for watching, everyone. If you like the video, please give it a like.
Walter.
If you have something to say about Russell or my content in general, let me hear it in the comments. They're good for the algorithm. If you're new here, consider subscribing for more of this series and all the Reddit stuff I usually get up to. Big thanks also to my generous patrons who help by supporting me more directly over on Patreon. Thanks so much. Well, Merry Christmas and all that. Have a great day, everyone, and don't sue women to try to hit on them. Didn't work out very well for Russell.
For sure. Let's see. This far in the video, I still have stuff to do this section, and there's a section near the beginning that I need to do too. And also just this ending here. But making good progress. I should be done with this before the end of the stream. Should be ready to render and upload it, email it off to Gundam before I get fired. Again. Let's see. What about some Cyrax news? Let's check this dude out.
What is up, all you
What is up,
motherfuckers
everybody?
out there? Before I jump into this, I'm about to bring back a classic for y'all. A classic article of my gear to bring back who I once was. You guys know what it is. Let's do this correctly, shall we?
That's a fucking lie, you dumb hooker.
What a weird looking dude.
It's great to see you all made it here today on these most joyous of occasions. The holiday season is nigh, and we are all with family, friends, and loved ones. Well, most of us. We got people like Cyrax who are locked up in their attic doing very bad and questionable song covers, gameplays, and whatever else he decides to do that particular day. As we have been seeing here, this recent Cyrax saga has been an interesting one. Cyrax often compares himself to Ronnie Radke these days. He's like the Ronnie Radke of YouTube. We did a drinking game last time, and it looks like most of the chat was pretty much obliterated by 15 minutes into the video, by just the sheer amount of times he says it. I haven't heard him say it much in this one, so we should be safe for now.
Hey, yo. To the person named Stun Dummy, I'd love to see you get up on the mic and do what I do, man. I would love to see you do metal music, dude. I would love to see you do deathcore, cause you ain't got the skill like I do, baby. You ain't got the talent or the skill, dog. You ain't got shit. And yeah, I just called your ass out. So what? You ain't got skill like me. You ain't got the drive, the talent, the gumption. You ain't got what I got. You ain't a chosen one like me. You think you're so cute hiding behind your little words, but really, you're just a nobody hiding behind his words like a little punk ass kid. That's all you are. Hell, it wouldn't surprise me if you are a kid. No, seriously, it would not surprise me, dude.
It really wouldn't surprise me that Cyrax would be able to detect a child in a crowd of adults, that's for sure. It's unlikely that this troll that's being quote-unquote called out is a minor, but, you know, Chance definitely looks like he gets a little giddy when he starts talking about that. I don't know, Cyrax, very strange behavior, probably not the smartest thing to say with your rap sheet. We all get it, brother, you're the Ronnie Radke of YouTube, in more ways than one. You're not only just a brave fellow who deals with all this hate and infamy, you're also the greatest deathcore screamer there ever was. Your one lung is barely able to encapsulate enough oxygen for you to do a real deathcore scream. But it's okay, Cyrax, we know. Your skill is unmatched. Truly, it really is. That's why you have to have the song 5 notches louder than you, and you whisper into the mic with a bunch of auto-tune and reverb so nobody can hear you.
Because half y'all trolls ain't nothing but kids anyways. Or more or less grown adults that act like kids. So yeah, we're about to take this up a notch. I have just one question for everybody. How is everybody doing today? For all the fans and all the haters out there, man, how's everybody doing today, man? Y'all doing good? And you know we gotta do something special for this next one. You know I gotta do something for this next one. You guys ready? You guys already know what fucking time it is.
You guys know what time it is. It's time to make this performance even more unbearable. I only have one lung. I'm barely articulate. I don't even know how to form a coherent sentence. Don't even know the words of pretty much every song I'm singing to you. But now I'm gonna cover up my little face hole so I can be even more muffled. The song that he does after this, he gets really animated. He gets really hyped up and amped. So my biggest thing is, I think he's just putting this on to cover his mouth and stuff so people don't see his drool and all that, and he can kind of jump around and act a little bit more, you know, confident, I guess. I don't know, Cyrax. It seems pretty interesting that you have to do all of these things, jump through all of these hoops, just to resemble anything that's remotely normal and or at least somewhat skilled.
You know, a lot of people like to talk a lot of shit about me. But you know what? I sit there and I laugh at it. And you wanna know why? Because I'm proud to be different.
What
I'm proud to be the one
is
that
he
y'all
wearing?
picked on. And you wanna know why?
You wanna know
Your
why?
hatred only makes me more famous, motherfucker. And for
I'm the
too
king
many
of hate.
years, I've hid behind a mask, both figuratively and literally many times. But you know what I say to that mask that you trolls made me wear? I say this. I say that mask.
I put it
that
off.
y'all
Take it
forced me
off.
to wear.
What?
So normally I would cut out like these long 30 to 45 second like pauses between sentences, but since Chance is sitting there itching himself and kind of just shuffling and randomly stops after he's talking all this trash, I just thought that it made more sense. You have to see what Cyrax actually is, and notice those two glorious holes still in the wall back there. It's always a nice little trophy for us to see that. And it's actually insane that they haven't fixed that yet. It's really not an expensive fix, and is actually incredibly simple to do.
Now, this last song is going out to every single motherfucker out there that has ever stood by me, that has kept me strong. It's going out to all those that are closest to me, that are like myself, that are warriors. And hopefully if you guys are new to this,
Warriors.
if you guys are enjoying this one's for you guys as well. Because
Straight up
deep down there's
Vikings.
a warrior in all of you, and it's time you drag that shit out of you.
Alright, that's enough of that one. Really very painful to have to cut through those, but luckily I don't have to listen to too much of the screeching and I can kind of just run through it. But luckily enough, Cyrax wouldn't stop there. He would give us much more content in that same day. He's been busy, this Raxmas. Now, we're gonna see him play XDefiant, which is apparently closing down next year, which is sad. I used to play that game a bunch, but to see Cyrax on it, honestly, I would rather watch anyone else stream this game, but good old Cyrax.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. I'm your host, Rax, aka you are now on the Rax Nation channel. Today we are playing XDefiant, man, because as you guys know, XDefiant shuts down next year, man. So I figured, why not get in some matches and have some fun, baby? As you can see, right here is the update. They done started the sunset operation. So as of June 3rd, 2025, XDefiant will no longer be around. So I figured, why not get in as many matches as possible?
Story time. When I was in high school, our school had like this community program thing that you had to do to graduate. It's kind of a weird thing, but you had to rack up a certain amount of hours doing certain things for the community, etc., etc. Well, I chose to do something that would help children coming from third world countries or just from countries that don't speak English, to help them learn English and to help them read. They would read at a more literate and higher level than what Cyrax just did here on this important update. Now, again, it is sad to see XDefiant going, but that game is nothing but bots, and the people who do play that game basically must have amputated hands, because the people I played on that game were dog water. That's why I stopped playing it. It is sad to see the game go, though. It did have a lot of good memories for me.
Now let's get in some ranked matches, baby.
Isn't that
Now
Ubisoft?
you can see we have a whole bunch of new factions. You got the Omega faction,
DedSec.
you got Wolves, you got Assassins.
Assassins.
You got Highwaymen
So
from
obviously
Far
it's
Cry, you got the G5 Commando
Ubi.
from Rainbow Six. You got everything up in here, man. But we're here for this. Now as you can see, each skin comes with a different appearance for Loda, and that is actually really cool that they did that. Wait, go ahead. I got a freaking ray gun. Let's go.
Let's
This
go.
is once again bank off of if the dastardly trolls would just leave him alone. As we can see, he has riveting commentary. He's very insightful about everything. People who might not know anything about the game have definitely gotten a great history lesson. They know a lot. Ooh man, I'm really excited to see this Bronze 1 ranked gameplay we're about to see. Is Cyrax truly going to be any better than playing against bots in Fortnite on this game? Let's find out.
And you know we gotta go Assassin's Creed with it. Let's go. About to rock a ranked match about a bronze? What?
Escort.
Yo, that McLaren's fucking fire, bro. I would rock that, and you rocking the number 3.
What?
Don't let the bad guys push back.
I'd rock that.
Oh,
You
shit.
probably couldn't even reach the pedals.
Sit down, sir.
What?
Oh, man, I got him from, I stuck that dude from behind, but I got clipped by that turret. Oh, yeah, I kind of ran into that one on my own. That was my own stupidity. Ah, dude came around from the side. Okay, I got you.
Chance is a very interesting guy. As we can see, he's always overly confident. Like, he's actually good at what he's about to do. But then when we see the gameplay, it's absolute dog water. No, I take that back. It's warm, been in the bowl for 3 days, got mosquito eggs in it, dog water. It's so beyond bad that when you see him in this next clip that I'm going to show here, he goes up in XP and everything, but he doesn't go up in any RP for the Bronze 1 rank. It's actually the saddest, funniest thing ever, because Bronze 1 is his skill level. He even says himself, well, it's not bad, but it's not good, but it ain't bad. It's like, no, it's just absolutely bad.
Damn. Oh, let's go.
You got a pony. Good for you.
Ooh, okay, I got 16 kills, 6 assists, and 35 deaths. That's not good, but that's not bad. Alright, y'all, that being
That's
said,
pretty bad.
I'm gonna hop off here.
16
Hopefully
kills,
you guys
35
enjoyed this
deaths?
episode of XDefiant Ranked Matches.
I'm really not sure how Cyrax ever thinks he's going to become any sort of important streamer if he can't even stream for more than an hour at a time. He's like, yeah, I hope you enjoyed all these matches when he played 1 match in this whole game. It took him like close to an hour to just get into the game, if I'm honest with you. Bro was talking for quite some time. But even then, it's like, dude, you played some very low tier matches, played very badly, gave us very minimum commentary. I was able to cut down an hour of gameplay into like maybe 10 minutes max because that's all you really did. The rest was just yapping. Not to keep beating a dead horse for nothing, but it really is just abysmal content. I honestly think your content might have been better a couple years back. You're really losing your edge, Cyrax. You know what might help you get that edge back though? Going back on Marty's panel.
What is going on, everybody? You guys already know who it is on it. Explain it. It's your boy Rax. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the first ever Second Chance podcast where I talk about everything going on in my life and friends' lives, where I help people out, all that kind of stuff. I help friends out. You guys know what it is. You guys know what I do, but I don't gotta say it. But today I'm actually joined by somebody very special who actually is a former victim / girlfriend-ish, I guess you could say, of the massive, and I mean massively in both senses of the word, but more or less on the side of, you know, more massively hated troll, Music Biz Marty.
So as we see here, Cyrax started a podcast, and not only is the art clearly made by AI because of the markings and the really weird spelling and the obvious art, he would of course start the first episode of this quote-unquote Second Chance podcast talking about Music Biz Marty. Of course he can't
Second
have a
Chance
show talking about
podcast,
his
'cause-
life, what he's going through, his friends and family's lives for some reason, without obviously talking about Music Biz Marty at least 3 times an episode for at least half of the airtime. So it seems that an ex, allegedly, of Music Biz Marty is going to be the first guest for this illustrious podcast here. So let's see how this goes.
But if you guys don't know, Jamie actually ended up reaching out to me not too long ago, and I just saw the message today, so my apologies for getting to the message super late. I do apologize for that. My freaking Facebook
And his avatar is a goblin?
get filled up almost daily, so like I do apologize for not seeing it right away. That was my bad.
You're good.
But yeah, why don't you just run us through everything, like in your own words, about, you know, how you came across this guy, like, you know, and then, you know, if there's anything that you feel we need to run back, you know, start off by explaining, like, you know, who you are and like how you kind of came across Music Biz Marty to begin with.
Okay, sure. Great questions. So I came across Music Biz Marty because I thought he was kind of funny in the chat. But then I found out, like, after a while, he was not funny. And he was just, like, going for you, like, hardcore. And I'm not about that life, you know? it was pretty fucked up. So
Yeah. So how did you end up coming across him anyways? Like, I know that we talked earlier a little bit briefly about, like, he showed up, but, like, what was it that, like, how did you guys end up talking? And, like, how did you, like, end up finding out about him to begin with?
I know I might be getting up there in years. I'm still younger than you, Cyrax. But my memory ain't that bad. Didn't you just ask the exact same question twice in a row with a few different words? Those are the worst types of interviews to be a part of. The worst podcasts. When you're not prepared, you don't have a list, you're not looking down at your notes, you don't have any research done on this guest, you're just having them on to spite good old Mark Dog. Remember guys, this special evolved version of Smug Rax Radkey, is a lot smarter this time around. He's learned that he's gonna keep the content on his channel. For as long that it can exist anyway. I'm sure it'll be gone any time now.
Well, I had no idea. Like, I really just, I saw, like, his channel. I guess it got, like, recommended to me. But I thought he was pretty funny. He was, pretty charismatic. I don't know how I got, like, what algorithm got me, recommended on his channel. But I thought he was funny. So that's how I got there.
I know that the YouTube algorithm, they recommend some of the weirdest stuff, I'm not gonna lie. Why don't you explain to everybody, like, I know you said that you went there to visit. Like, what happened when you were there? Like, what all went down when you went to visit?
I mean, should I say, like, all that? Like, what happened?
Hey, whatever you feel like you want to share.
Well, I don't know if I should say, like, everything. I shared that with you, but I'm not sure if I should do that.
Yeah, and that's, like I said, whatever you're comfortable with sharing, by all means, go ahead. And if you feel like there's certain things that, you want to kind of skirt around, like, however you want to do it.
Look, you know more than anything. Cyrax definitely wants her to get into those dirty details, and the fact that is the first thing that's even brought up or thought of is giving me some suspicions here. She says in the beginning, Cyrax says in the beginning that she contacted him very recently. And very recently, there has been a drought of Cyrax content over on the Music Biz Marty side of things. I don't know, the connections are starting to all meet the parameters here, if you will. The fact that she would even give details to anything along those lines, sexually driven or similar, to Cyrax behind the scenes, knowing his proclivities to be, a freak, are definitely concerning to me.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure if I want to say what I said to you. That was kind of private. But if you want to say it, like, I didn't say it, so.
Yeah, like, I know that you said that he was doing, certain things, behind closed doors that was not cool while you were asleep, to say the least. Like, how did you find out that he was doing that stuff?
No, I went through his phone, so.
Ah, a little sneaky, huh?
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't?
Right?
So, yeah, that happened. You can't blame me, though,
No, like, the guy's definitely on some other shit, for sure.
True.
You're not wrong. Like, just from what you've seen of him and from what you studied, what's your whole takeaway, from that situation? And, like, if you had any advice for anybody out there that comes across him, like, what would your words to them be?
My advice would be, don't ever fuck with Music Biz Marty, because he ain't shit.
I don't want to act like I'm the podcast police or anything, but Cyrax is so boring, and the worst part is I've cut out so many background noises, but I had to leave in some of them just so you can hear what is actually going on. You know how I do. I'd be cutting down and basically making it so Cyrax is forming coherent sentences, when in reality he usually talks something like a senior citizen who has had severe bouts with CTE and also has Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and many speech impediments.
But, like, whenever you were there and you were finding out all this stuff was going on, and you started to, like, really see, like, what he was really about, like, what was running through your mind at the time whenever you were finding all this stuff out?
I was like, why the fuck am I here? I was like, why am I even here? Like, I need to book my next flight out. Like, this is crazy. This is insane.
Because I also remember you talking about how you had said something about, like, the FBI just leaving there or something like that. Like,
yeah, well, Yeah. So I mean, they they investigated with Woody Beauty, but not with you. So that was majorly fucked up.
This pretty much just confirms that Cyrax and the FBI have actual beef because clearly they chose Foodie Beauty over him. She's much more of an important person with much more celebrity status. It's either that, Cyrax, or maybe, just maybe, all this is some BS. Or on top of that, maybe if you had a little bit more gumption in that little head of yours, you could have probably figured out how to get the FBI to do something similar yourself.
But like, if there's one thing that you could change, like if you could go back and change one thing that you did or didn't do, what would that one thing be?
I'd change back like not going and not gaining 20 pounds. That's what I'd
What's yours? There's a lot of people that say that.
I'd change back and not eat like Chicago pizza.
As far as like being victimized by him like you were and stuff like that, like what's the one thing that that's either positive or negative? Like what's the one thing that you
What a weird individual.
from that situation that you can say is gonna be better?
Well, I'd say like I would not eat deep dish pizza. Fuck Chicago.
I used to do interviews on podcasts myself for some years on YouTube before I kind of got bored because, again, how many times can you ask a question or reword something before it's just like, dang, dude, I've said this 100,000 times. But Cyrax has this tendency, as we've already seen now since the first question, that if he doesn't get the answer he's looking for, he's just going to keep asking her the same thing and maybe switch up a word or two to make it a little different in her answer, potentially.
Which one do we
I'm
have?
a little dubious of this female. I don't really know what her end game is quite yet. It doesn't really feel like she's sharing anything that important, and the things that she is sharing feel very surface level and almost like a joke to her. She do be laughing quite often during things that would be a bit more serious.
She's
and
a
she seems
giggler.
to be taking it very nonchalantly. Now, I'm
She's
sure
a
I'll get
giggler.
plenty of people in the comments saying, hey, some people deal
Wait,
with
hold on,
trauma
stop.
differently. That's not what I'm
Did you
saying.
hear that?
I'm just saying that
It's
it just
giggling.
seems like the actual reason for her being there isn't to be sharing these stories. Maybe I'm just jaded and my eyes have been corrupted by the Goblin, Music Biz Marty, William Glory Hole, etc. But time and time again, this always ends up being some sort of ploy or maybe even secret mission to get something fancy content-wise out of the Goblin. So forgive me if I come off a little insensitive because that's the state of mind that I'm in.
What is up, everybody? It's been a long time since I spoke on some very serious topics that need to be spoke about. You see, 7 years ago I went through hell. 7 years later, 2 months to the day, I made it out. And I have no plans to go back to that fucking hell. But let me tell you something. Over the last few days, I've been seeing a lot of motherfuckers run their mouths, talking about how I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Oh, you do this, but you don't do that. Oh, you say you're doing this, but you ain't doing that. Man, fuck you motherfuckers. You know, I see a lot of people saying that, oh, I got a big ass ego. Do I really have a big ass fucking ego? Or is it just me knowing my motherfucking worth? Because personally,
Big
unlike
ego.
y'all motherfuckers that run your mouths, I know my worth. I know my worth. I know my value.
Aw, Cyrax, I knew you watched the series, I just knew it. This is probably the closest thing I'm getting to a shout out anytime soon, huh, Cyrax? I appreciate it though, that makes me feel great. Anyways, now with all this holiday cheer and warm and fuzziness inside of me out of the way, let's bring up the elephant in the room here. You say that, oh, I just know my self-worth, I know how much I'm worth, and a chance you are literally worth about 3 stale Doritos. You're worth less than that half bottle of used bedbug spray in your closet. The broken door frame on your closet is probably worth more than you. Let's be real here. A man who sits in his attic, does nothing with his life, pretends that he's a rock star, has an ego bigger than Jupiter for no reason, chokes at his grandma. I don't care if it was just one time in 2012, buddy. You still did it. You don't just get to magically not have accountability for that no matter how many times you've said sorry. You definitely did hit Heather too. That's pretty brutal. Doesn't matter what the situation is, putting your hands on a woman or another person just because you're angry is never the answer. All the stings you've been caught up in, doesn't matter how many times you try to discredit them and make them seem like they were just people trying to make you up to be something you're not. It doesn't matter, man. You're the one. I mean, true. Check episode 4 of this series if you really think you're not.
I will not settle to the bottom like little bottom feeder scumbag trolls do to others every fucking day. Every day, I see what y'all motherfuckers do to people, and it's not okay, it's not cool, and I fully intend to use my platform to raise awareness about what you motherfuckers do to people. I fully intend to help those that are like myself that you guys fuck with on a daily basis. I will and fully intend to help anybody that fucking needs it. Just like that scumbag piece of shit who shall not be named, who started all this shit 7 years ago.
Music Biz Marty.
He's a worthless piece of human trash. He talks about how he's got money. Well, let me tell you right now, fat ass, no one gives a fuck.
I wonder who
about
he could
how
be
much
talking
money you
about.
got. That's why your own fan base turned against you.
Cyrax is getting a little froggy in the beginning of this stream here. This is the most recent stream as of me editing this video, and honestly, he says I'm not gonna give any attention to good old Marty, and unfortunately, we get about 80% of what he says for the next 5-10 minutes being centered around Marty and the trolls. You know, Cyrax is perpetually online because he has been perusing Music Biz Marty's Rumble comment section, seeing how people have been upset that there hasn't been any good Raxo content from Music Biz Marty's streams. They don't seem to be happy with the cows that Marty has been playing with recently, and they want their good old Cyrax content back. And I think Marty's aware of this, but unfortunately, it's building up a little bit too much of an ego on this goblin because he thinks he has some sort of leverage, but we'll keep letting him think that.
Don't believe me? Check your chat when you're on live next time, old man. Your whole chat has turned against you while you're out here putting negativity in the world, tearing people down like a psychopathic little. I'm out here putting positivity out in the world, trying to help those like myself that little mothers like you tear down every day. And I, for one, fully intend to shut you down. So if you think you can stop me, fat ass, think again. I made you, and I sure as fuck can destroy you. I've done it 1,000,000 times before, and I have no problem doing it again. Because see, you don't need anything except to get a real ass job.
I will never grow tired of hearing somebody, especially Cyrax, call anybody else lazy and telling them to get a job. Cyrax has never had a real job. He used to help scrap some cans at one point. He got a little cut on his fingy and he's never done it since. Cyrax has never earned an honest dollar in his life. He's never worked hard, never had to work hard. Unfortunately, this little hobgoblin has been privileged by Sally since day one. I couldn't tell you why, I couldn't tell you how, but he's been living off that government assistance his whole life and hasn't had to work a day. Shoot, I'm jealous. I wish I haven't had to work my body down to the bone several times. Shoot, all those 60 to 70 hour work weeks, I wish I never had to do those. But Cyrax wouldn't know anything about that. Cyrax has no idea what character building is. He has no idea what it takes to actually suffer and take care of your family. He has no idea. He just likes to cosplay.
I never needed you or that troll community. I never needed you, fat ass. It's you who needed me. I made you, and I can and will break you. Like I said, you and your troll community, Marty, I never needed you. I never will need you. And I think every single troll up in here can actually agree with that. It's not me that needed you. It is you who needed me.
Now, Cyrax, calm down and suck the spit back in your mouth. You do have somewhat of a point. You and Marty did make your come up off each other, but it was definitely a tandem thing. Teamwork makes the dream work, if you will. It's very symbiotic. You both have definitely leached off each other for some time. Would Marty be where he is without you? I don't know, that's definitely questionable. Would you be where you are without Marty? Definitely questionable as well. Where would you both be without each other? Would it be for the better? Would it be for the worse? In reality here, Cyrax, if it wasn't ever for Marty, his community, and those dastardly trolls, oh, those dastardly trolls, you would literally be an absolute nobody. You wouldn't be this perceived, self-proclaimed rock star that you think you are. You would literally just be some dude in your grandma's attic that nobody cared about. Nobody Marty watched. He would just be another one of those unknown creepazoids online. So, sure, Marty might not be much without ya. At least Marty has enough wherewithal and skill to move on and do things without ya, regardless if they're as popular or not. What have you done, Cyrax? You started off this stream by saying, I'm not gonna mention his name, and you have now said Marty's name probably like 30, 40 times. So, I don't know, Cyrax. I think you might be a little bit more hung up on Marty than Marty is on you.
Without me, you'd be fucking flipping pizzas at a pizza joint right now for the rest of your fucking life. I, unlike you, Nicholas, am a fucking rock star. You are no such thing. You and your little fan base are garbage. Your little tiny fucking militia is nothing compared to the Cyrax Nation. Cause I have a lot more people on my side than you fucking think. Matter of fact, where's my Cyrax? Yo, where's the Rax Nation at, man? Where you guys at right now? Put in the comments, man. Where y'all motherfuckers at right now? But Marty, this song right here is going out from me and the Cyrax Nation to you.
Rax Nation.
And your fucking faggotry people.
Oh no.
This is 10,000 Fists.
So this stream was earlier in the day on Christmas Eve, and Cyrax is really out here saying, where you at, Cyrax Nation? Let me see, drop those comments. Brother, they're with their families. They're with their friends. They're with their loved ones. Shoot, unfortunately, some of them might be working, because that's what adults have to do during these times of year. Where do you think they are, Cyrax? If you have any fans at all, where do you think they are? Do you actually think that they're gonna drop everything, run to their computer, run to their TV, run to their phone, their tablet, whatever source of entertainment they have, and turn on the good old Cyrax stream the second Cyrax decides to hit go live? You're delusional, brother.
Hey yo, to BJ Email, I got a challenge for you, kid. If you can do any better, get up on the mic, make a video. Matter of fact, you ready to take out the trash, big dog? You already know what to do, bruh. Now, we're about to take us back a little bit here to some early 2000s type shit. This right here is a song that's actually very close to me, as this song, in a lot of ways, talks about some shit that I went through back in the day. Coming up through the troll shit, coming up through my own ways, doing what I needed to do to get out to where I need to be, going through hell and back and surviving, opening up to my heart, opening up my heart to those that I thought were friends that ended up tearing me down. This is Scars. And the answer to this little comment about having rematches, let me just tell you right now, never gonna happen. I'm not paying that egotistical, fat fucking loser of a human any mind at all whatsoever. Because that man doesn't deserve the time of fucking day. That man does not deserve my attention or the time of fucking day that he's begging for. You know what's funny? All these years, people said that I wouldn't fucking make it. People said that I would be torn down, destroyed, left to the fucking wayside, that my scars would be the death of me. But in reality, they became my strength. They became the reason why I'm at where I'm at. And everybody that wants to hate, go ahead and spew your hate comments, because they only fuel my success. I made it out of the troll community. I made it out of that shit. And I'm back to who I was 8 fucking years ago.
Cyrax, the walking contradiction himself, is constantly saying, as we see here, that he doesn't need Marty. He doesn't want to associate with Marty. He's been saying that for quite some years. But yet, here he is, all these years later. 7, 8 years, Marty! And he's still talking about Marty non-stop after he said he wouldn't. He wouldn't give him any time of day. He said he's not going to pay attention to the trolls. So negativity is going to bounce right off him. But yet, this whole stream, shoot, all the streams that you've been back have been focused on the trolls and Marty.
And for anybody else out there that's going through what I went through, or anything at all similar or like it in any way, I hope this song is a reminder to never give in, no matter what. Don't give in to the darkness. Keep moving forward, no matter what. This is Scars. Hey, yo, C, I know you know this one, bro. Hey, yo, I do have to bounce. I'll catch you guys here in a bit. I gotta go, guys.
Uh-oh. It seems like Sally and Ed might be home from their Christmas vacation.
Uh-oh.
And now Cyrax has to make sure he gets everything shut down before they realize he turned the internet back on and has been playing his toys. It truly is a broken record here in the Raxiverse. It doesn't matter how many times Chance claims he's changed, how he doesn't need the troll community and they need him, how YouTubers who cover him, such as myself, need him. Without him, we have no content, even though just a quick look at the channel will tell you otherwise. There will always be another cow to go tend to. Cyrax seems to think he's 1 in a million. He seems to think he's the golden goose. While Cyrax may have our attention for the moment, that attention is very fleeting. And Cyrax clearly is starting to realize that all these years in. Because Cyrax, with his passive aggressiveness recently, trying to somewhat make some sort of an amends with Marty here, depending on how you want to look at it, Cyrax is not a normal guy. He's not gonna say, hey man, let's do some panels, let's tango again, let's make some content. No. Cyrax is gonna say, I hate you, Marty. I don't want to see you again. I'm gonna slap you in your face. But please, Marty, let me back on your stream. You know, Cyrax might try to act tough, might try to starve out Marty for a couple weeks, but we're all gonna see the cycle every single time. Chance Wilkins does the same thing. He's not only gonna fall for something dumb from some sort of troll, but he's gonna get caught up in some sort of very unscrupulous event, whether it be sending stuff to minors, or people he thinks are minors, sending death threats to people and their families, or one of the many other infamous things that Cyrax is so often known to do. Thank you guys for watching this episode. Cyrax has been very busy this week, and he's kept me busy as well. I would
Okay.
have this out a little earlier, but I had made the best decision to actually spend time with my family and loved one, and not rack out in the daylight, if you will. So thank you guys so much. Be sure to slap that like button. That helps the series grow. Subscribe if you're new. It helps the channel grow. Leave me a comment down below about these Raxenings going on right now. I'd love to know your theories about what's going to happen next. This season of Cyrax is great. What's even greater is that Cyrax is still wearing the exact same shirt he's been wearing for the past week. Beautiful stuff. Anyways, see you guys soon.
Very nice. Man, it's kind of a weird day. Nobody's really streaming. I'm getting there when it comes to the video I'm editing. Getting pretty close. You can see like that much. Getting pretty close. Then I can enjoy my holiday season. WPIG 24-hour Christmas mouth drool log. The mouth drool log. What do we got here? Sure, there's some good clips. This one.
Basically, I go back and I watch older events and things that I've done from the past. For example, podcasts, playthroughs, game reviews, vlogs, and I will react to those, but I will also do kind of behind-the-scenes commentary. I did an event like this in September. People absolutely loved it and asked me to do another one right away, and I said, sorry, guys, I can't really do it. Too many new games coming out. But now, finally, we're to the point where I'm going to have some time to do another one, okay? So $5 or more pledge to my Patreon this month. You'll be able to nominate those events for us to watch during the event that's coming up in January, all right? Give it a look, patreon.com/darksidephil, and thank you very, very much. Appreciate that. There's also my Teespring store. You guys know all about that. Thanks to anyone who did buy some Teespring merch during this holiday season. It's much appreciated. If you get anything from my Teespring store, you're going to get a really high-quality collectible. I can attest to it because I own a bunch of them, some of them almost for 2 years now, and they haven't worn out at all. It's great stuff, all right? Thanks to anyone who buys anything from my Teespring. It's much appreciated. You'll see the link for that swing through.
Which
here
one
on
is
the pre-stream in
this?
just a moment.
Let's take a look here.
If you're here live on the stream.
What is this? Oh, unmute.
Santa baby, slip the saddle under the tree for me. Been an awful good girl, Santa baby, so hurry down the chimney tonight. convertible to light blue. I'll wait up for you, dear Santa baby. So hurry down the chimney tonight.
It's pretty good. Pretty good, thank you.
Discussion, even though I don't necessarily outright ban those topics from being discussed. I do know that when we do talk about those things, they tend to be dividing and they tend to create disagreements in the chat. So please, today, keep those to a minimum. All right. If it becomes a topic of discussion, that's one thing, but we won't focus in on that stuff. All right. In general, when you're coming out to watch me on a stream, you're trying to relax. You're trying to chill. You're trying to have a fun, good time where you feel safe. You don't feel like you're going to get attacked. You don't want to be bombarded with drama and crap. You're probably
You
want to
be begged at.
World, right?
You want to be put under the pressure that my content is dependent on you giving me your money.
So let's just have a fun, chill time.
Fun, chill times like that.
Festive. You guys
of
will be
course.
having fun. Let's just all chill
You
and
know.
relax and have a good time today. All right. Now, if you would like to see a fun, a fun thank you animation play for your contribution, you can if you either cheer 100 bits or more in a single cheer, if you tip me $5 or more in a single tip, or if you subscribe to the channel and click the share button that will appear after you do. You'll see a fun, festive thank you message pop up. It's pretty cool, especially, the ones for tipping and cheering are holiday theme, and you'll see those until the end of the month, but in particular today, they could be pretty cool. As you can see, we have a stream stats leaderboard, guys. I'll be updating that periodically, checking on sub count, checking on top cheerer and top tipper, and adding that on there. All right. Man, anything else? The only other thing I want to say, guys, right now today, and this is the truth, this is, again, me being honest, right now with the fact that, sadly, this is a really bad time for me financially because
Sure,
of
I'm
what happened in
begging,
October.
but it's just being honest. I honestly need you to give me your money.
If you are feeling generous and you want to contribute,
People don't like it that I'm honest.
choose between methods to contribute. Tipping me today would be the best way to contribute, and it would help me out, in particular, coming up in early January when all my bills are coming due. All right. So, how do you tip me? There's two ways. If
How
you
do
go
I
to the
tip
screen,
you?
button that says tips jar,
I need you to tell me every day.
or if you don't see that button, you can just type in !tip into the stream chat. That will bring up the link. Okay. And, then you could tip me that way.
Then
as
you can
well.
give me your money.
All right. So thank you to anyone who contributes anything. But again, tipping will help me
Ahead
out
of time.
during
I thank you now, so that means you owe me your money now, because I gave you the thank you.
Excuse me. Let's go ahead and do some shout outs, shall we? Do some shout outs for everyone who's contributed already. We've already got trolls in the stream chat, sadly.
Sadly.
Lots of them.
Sadly.
I'll go back to that in a moment.
You'll have them in chat
I-
till
I'm
the
feeling
day
more
you die.
Positive. I want to do shout outs. So let's do shout outs. We start with Golden Colts, who did a bunch of cheers.
Of course you
Overnight.
did.
You get 100 bits, then 100 bits, then 85 bits. Thank you, Golden Colts, for those.
Remember that
overnight cheers.
Golden
And Antichrist
Colts?
Superstar
Wasn't he that
cheers.
fucking loser who just clicked on
That will not
Twitch
happen
ads
today,
for bits?
Although we may do some Minecraft later today, like I said. So, shout out to Darth Through the Corn, who resubbed today for the 4th month in a row and said, "Merry Christmas, Phil. Time to get drunk and play some video games and have fun." Yes, today should be good. I am looking forward to it indeed. Steel Ship did a 500-bit cheer. He said, "This is my jam." He was talking about the pre-stream music. I was playing some 8-bit Christmas music off of YouTube.
Cringe.
All right, so Steel Ship is currently the top cheerer with 500 bits. Thank you very much, Steel Ship, for that. Okay. Let's see. Here we had a troll. Get rid of that. Antichrist Superstar said, DSP tries at decorating your Christmas tree while skunk drunk. Well, luckily, I already decorated the Christmas tree right after Thanksgiving. And no, I was not skunk drunk. I'd probably do a pretty poor job if I were skunk drunk trying to decorate the tree, just saying. So, Hardy Buck cheered. He said, "I'm struggling to play Call of Duty Black Ops 4.
Just putting things on a
It's
tree,
letdown. Would you say it's
but
one
I
of the worst
guess
ones yet?" What I was saying
a
is
look
that-
into how incompetent DSP really is.
Ow, my neck. That has nothing to do with Black Ops 4. That was my neck being stiff. Well, I don't want to say it's absolutely, positively unplayable and the worst game ever. It's not, okay? That's an exaggeration. If I say stuff like that on stream, it's usually an over-exaggeration in the heat of the moment, just being honest. As I take a nice big sip of eggnog there.
God, the fucking lip smacks, man.
Black Ops 4's multiplayer, in my opinion, is a major step back for the franchise.
Lip least
for many
as
years,
shitty as the current noise gate is, you don't hear
more gimmicky,
before and
be more
after every single
flashy,
sentence.
twitchy shooter for kids rather than a serious game.
Fucking
People
stop.
actually want something that's competitive and or even fun. Okay, for me, I'm disappointed because Call of Duty World War II, I thought was a step in the right direction. It was basically a more modernized take on World War II. In fact, I liked the game so much. The only problem I didn't like it was the servers. The actual internet connections and servers were bad. So a lot of the times you'd have a match where it shows you shooting someone 1,000,000 times first, then you instantly die. Then in the kill
None of that
shot
happened.
you first. Like, what the hell? And it was like that through its entire lifespan. The Sledgehammer Games, who made that game, never improved it. They focused on tweaking the game instead of improving the server experience and the online experience.
I highly doubt any of that happened.
Was disappointing not because of what they came up with for gameplay, but because the online experience was so poor. Okay, in the case of Black Ops 4, just the gameplay experience is disappointing. I don't want a game where every 10 seconds there's a new gimmick, a new tool, a new drone, a new gadget that's fucking with the gameplay, and that's the whole game. Oh, someone put down a fucking a wall of microwave energy and it fucks everything up. Oh, you know, here comes a fucking airstrike that kills you 47 times on your spawn. You can't even fucking, take 2 steps out of the spawn.
DSP loves
without getting
Chopper
killed by
Gunner.
a new fucking kill streaker gadget. It's so dumb.
Okay.
And you know why they did it? Because they wanted the game to be flashy for kids. I hate to say it, but the attention deficit disorder kids who they need explosions every moment, right? We need that every moment. I want to fucking.
I need you to give me your money now, sooner rather than later, so I don't have to talk about it later. Give me your money now. This isn't
competitive game. Go back to the ones where Call of Duty originated from. It had none of that crap.
This isn't a need for instant gratification. Just give me your money now, sooner rather than later.
The elements were boring. So, for me, Black Ops 4, ultimately, it equates to the watering down of the franchise. You went in the right direction with World War II and made the game a lot more serious, and then you went like 20 steps back, with Black Ops 4, adding all that crap back in. So it pretty much pisses me off because I like the franchise, but the multiplayer is very frustrating for me, okay? So there you go. Ace A cheered. He says, happy holidays, Phil. The WWE simulations yesterday were a lot of fun. Thank you and have a good one. Thank you, Ace A. Alexander Rossi cheered. He says, I thought you said drinking is bad for your medical condition flare-up. Well, indeed.
Indeed.
Excuse me. Excessive drinking.
Cool.
In combined, with other things. For example, eating red meat, eating other things that are considered very acidic, is not good for my medical condition. That's
Neither is
correct.
drinking alcohol.
However, doing it for one day is not a big deal. It would be one thing if I was doing this every day. If I could be, every day I'm going to be drinking beer all day on stream. Probably a bad idea. But for one day a year, it's totally cool. By the way, last year I
One
did exactly
day
the
a
same
year
thing.
is
Had
totally
zero
cool.
issues afterward. So there you go.
Bleh.
Antichrist Superstar.
I'm
cheers.
so
More and
healthy.
more streams are becoming chill. It used to be all about the rage. What do you think changed about yourself? Do you think chill streams will eventually become 100% of the content? It's a few things. Number one, those streams that used to be rage, or it's all about rage. It wasn't like I intended that. I never said, this is the rage fest. You know what I mean?
No, you did, actually. You did say that.
This summer when I actually did a rage thing.
Actually, there was an exception when I did
that,
do that thing I
I've never
didn't
really done-
say
this
I
is
didn't
meant
do.
to piss me off. I've never done that. The things that piss me off,
Except for when I
genuinely piss me off.
did.
Usually fighting game streams piss me off, okay? But
What the fuck, dude?
yeah, what I've noticed
Mwah.
is, as I've become more of an interactive streamer these past 1.5 to 2 years, it seems to me
Mwah.
that you guys and gals
Jesus
seem to enjoy it a lot
Christ.
more when
Can
we're
you
having
say a
relaxing
word
time.
without going, Mwah.
That's not super duper intense. And it's a game where I can kind of play the game, but also interact with you, maybe even learn about the game by talking and interacting with all of you. And then we have a fun interaction time. Minecraft is the perfect example of this, although there have been many other games. For example, all the Battle Royale games that I played over the last year. The games are so light on gameplay. There's so much running around and looting in those games. It gives me a ton of time to just relax and kind of talk with you guys. Yes, when I get to the firefights, those could be very intense. Outside of that, just chilling with you. And
Yeah,
talking
you
with
just
you.
run around, you hide in
It's a lot of
bathrooms, and
fun.
then
Right.
whenever you run into another person, you get killed
So-
because you suck.
Yeah, what I found is that even though I do still enjoy playing games that have a lot of rage-inducing gameplay moments, in particular fighting games with really bad internet connections, you know, or games, let's be honest, games like Dark Souls.
Let's
and
be
stuff,
honest.
where there's a lot of cheap deaths and stuff. At the same time, games that are more relaxing, I think you guys really enjoy, and I enjoy. So it's a good balance. You know, before I was an interactive streamer, those games were basically a non-event for me. I wouldn't play Minecraft. I wouldn't play a Battle Royale game. I wouldn't play Stardew Valley. I wouldn't play any game where really it's more about interacting, because I wasn't interacting. It was just me playing, and just me playing Minecraft by myself, talking to myself constantly, is probably one of the most boring things you could possibly watch, right? Versus, you know, me talking with you as an audience and interacting with you and having that connection makes those.
Yeah,
those
that's your fault because you have no
And I'll be honest,
creativity. And you're just like, give me
I didn't
money
get it.
to make a thing.
You know, previously, you know,
All
I didn't
greed, no
understand that. I
creativity.
didn't understand that interaction.
Give me money to make a thing in Minecraft.
I didn't understand any of that. And I talk shit about it. And, you know, just like everything, in, you know, when I first started on YouTube, I talked
You know,
shit
just
about
like,
Minecraft,
you know,
I
just,
talked shit about live streamers. I talk shit about this.
I talk shit about, you know.
Then I went to direct capture and abandoned using my camera. And I said, wow, using direct capture is a major step. I don't know why I never did this. And then I talked shit about people who were live streaming and interacting and stuff like that. And then I started doing it. I was like, wow, it's really good. So it's a learning process. And if anything,
Are you noticing
over
a
the years
pattern?
Here, I'm becoming a person much more open to suggestion. And
You say you hate something, you say you'll never do it because you don't do it, and then when you do it, you say it's the greatest thing ever, and everyone needs to give you money for it.
100% live streamer, I probably would have yelled at you and said, how dare you? I would never
You know.
blah, blah, blah. But then all the crap that's happened in the past 2 years,
Good
right?
Lord.
Basically, YouTube becoming almost anti-content creator in a lot of ways, and only promoting the filth
Yes,
that they
YouTube
do.
is anti-content creator. That makes a lot of sense.
You know, at this point,
You know.
I have to say I'm actually happy that I am doing this the way that I am at this point. And I do like the chill stuff. In fact, I'd say, you know, adding on the chill streams
So,
as
you
something
know.
that I do as ongoing has been so much better than the way it used to be. On YouTube, having to constantly put out an entertaining video that by itself in its own encased existence on YouTube has to entertain every single person who watches it, versus this is just an archive of a really fun stream that I did. It's a lot different, and I love it. I love being here with you, guys and gals, every day. I do, you know.
No.
And I'm growing, and I'm constantly learning.
Yeah, you're growing, so is Cat.
Okay. Okay.
Anyways,
Here is that someone in the chat is wondering, can they stay at your house? No, they cannot. Timbo Slice here says, I just got a Switch.
He doesn't have a house.
And I'm toured on Smash. If I'm not a typical fighting game gamer, would I enjoy Smash Brothers or should I not buy it? Smash Brothers is not your typical fighting game. Smash Brothers doesn't really play like your typical fighting game. Even though it's played
It
on
is a
2D
fighting
plane,
game.
it's considered an arena-style party game versus a 2D one-on-one game. And there's chaos in these matches, you know.
It's not an
Even though you
arena
can
fighter.
change the rules to
That's
kind of be a
not
more serious
true
one-on-one
at
experience.
all.
In general, I would say the game
Nobody
does not
calls
play
Smash
like
an
a
arena
serious
fighter.
fighting
That's
game. It's a lot of fun. with
completely
the insane amount
different
of characters
genre
in
of
the
fighting game.
and a lot of
But okay,
variety of
fighting
content
game
and combat
professional. Let's take
because
your
you
word
have
for
different
it.
characters you can play and their play styles, plus, you know, has a lot of offline plus online content. So I would say yes. I would say Smash Brothers Ultimate is a must-buy for the Switch. Okay. Hardy Book Cheers says, Liberty City Stories in your menu. Good memories. When was the last time you used your PS3? When I played God Hand in the summer. It was when I played God Hand.
This guy calls everyone else a mouth drooler, but he can't say a word without going.
And this is part of my rage. Okay.
Fucking
so here we
swallow
go.
your
So
spit.
since August. Now
Drooler.
it's December. I blew up the PS3 again, right? Yeah, because it was, if I remember, I played God Hand and also I finished Persona 3. So that was the 2 times in the summer that I actually played my PS3. Hardy Luck Shooting Games, I'm waiting for the God of War 2 playthrough, hopefully one day. Yeah, you know, I own the rights to the digital version of the God of War HD trilogy that they released years ago. And I think I played God of War 1, but I never played God of War 2. If anyone actually ever wanted to see me do God of War 2, I certainly would be willing to do it. But I remember when I played God of War 1, most people were bored. We're like, wow, this sucks. And I was like, well, you know, I never played it. It's something that I'm interested in playing because I never did it. And, you know, people wanted to see me play it. That's why I started. And within a session, people were bored and didn't want me to do it anymore. So
They didn't even give me their money, you know.
I guess we'll see.
People
ask for different things at different times. Maybe it's something I'll consider for the future. Okay. All right. Steel Ship cheered another 100 bits. Thank you very much, Steel Ship, for your contribution. Not only are you the top cheerer, but obviously, you know, this helps out even more. Antichrist Superstar says, killing time for January sounds wrong. I hope that it doesn't mean that you won't care about what you're going to play. Put effort into making streams great, even if the month doesn't have many new releases. Yeah, I mean, killing time probably isn't the right terminology. What I mean is, there's not a lot of new releases in January. There almost never is. I can barely remember a January that was chock full of new releases to keep us busy, right? January is typically the month where I end up doing some downtime events. And I'm not sure what they'll be this year. I know there's only one real major game in January. In the middle of the month, it's called Ace Combat. It's a flying game, Ace Combat 7, I think. And I don't know if anyone wants to see me do a jet flying game. You know what I mean? Like, it's so different from what I would do. And I'm certainly not going to be good at it. It may be too frustrating for me. I don't know. So I don't know if I would play it or not. Outside of that, I don't really think there's much else going on in January for games. So until the end of the month, when we've got Resident Evil 2's remaster / you know, completely remade, and Kingdom Hearts 3, I'm going to need stuff to do. And the thing is, I've kind of got the night streams down. Like, I could alternate between Street Fighter 5, Minecraft, Call of Duty, Black Ops 4 Blackout, maybe some Black Ops 4 multiplayer, Smash Brothers multiplayer. I've kind of got the nighttime streams settled. I have enough content to take care for those nighttime streams. My problem is, what am I going to do during the daytime? What's going to be the main meat of my main gameplay streams? And right now, I honestly don't know. You know? I just don't know what
I don't know, you know.
For those main gameplay streams.
Okay.
There's really
if you don't know anything, can you just shut the fuck up?
It's a chock ripe time to do a full playthrough of something interesting, but what? You know, I don't know.
You know what? I don't know. You know, meh.
So, I mean, willing to listen to your suggestions for sure.
I don't know, man. Fucking figure it out on your own goddamn time.
Tips goal on stream, it would make things very clear cut. I think a lot of people are so caught with their own lives that we can't really keep up with the life of someone on the internet and how you're closer we should go. All right. I'm going to be very honest again.
He's going to be very honest again.
Listen to when I say stuff, because I've said this a million times and people don't listen to me, all right? Number one,
he's a happy guy who loves what he does.
Of what I'm going to owe for taxes in 2019. I already gave the rough estimate, all right? That's a rough estimate based on what my accountant / tax attorney told me I would have need to pay over the course of this year in quarterly payments, okay? However, what you need to
This is what you love hearing in your gameplay stream. You like hearing about your quarterly tax payments. Woo!
That the money I make this year is exactly the same as the money I made last year. The second contingency is assuming that I made those payments on time. Well, guess what? I can tell you guys two things. Number one, I made different amount of money this year than I did last year. How much?
I made a different amount of money.
Until I do my taxes.
Whoa.
Until I actually sit down.
He didn't make the exact same amount of money? That's crazy. Thanks for being honest.
Number crunch, which I'm going to be doing probably in February, okay? I have no idea what I made in 2018 yet. There's no way I could figure this out yet, okay? I can guess, but I could be totally wrong. That's number one. Number two, I didn't make the quarterly payments this year. I didn't have any money to do it. So
I wonder if he's been doing that this year.
There's going to be fees. There's going to be all kinds of stuff that accumulated over the course of this year that are going to make what I owe to the government even more because I didn't do my quarterly payments. So when I give you guys a ballpark figure of kind of what I'm going to owe next year, that's exactly what it is. And by the way, that's kind of what I said on Thanksgiving when I first revealed this whole issue. Okay? That's exactly what I said. But people want to just make, oh, well, that's all Phil owes, and that's exactly right, and Phil should have a countdown on his streams of how much he's raised towards it. No. Number one, that number could be wrong. And then how dishonest would it be for me to say, this is what I owe, and then we raise it, and it's not enough, and I'm like, you know, that's not right. That's messed up. That
It'd be accurate by your best guess of what it is.
You know, but what it is, people who
you guys would feel betrayed if I ended up putting in the wrong calculation.
It's the people who are jealous. It's the people who want to detract. It's the people who want to
Who
take
could
away
not be jealous
from
of
the stream.
this?
Having a running tally of what's being raised takes away from the fun interactivity.
I agree.
of why you
Keep
guys
tally
are
out
on
of
the
this.
streams to begin with.
Leave her alone.
I don't want
No tallies
the entirety
involved.
of today's holiday stream, which is supposed to be me playing games and having fun and drinking and interacting with you guys in a holiday setting, to be about, oh, here's what we're raising towards a goal. It's bullshit. You know what I mean? That's bullshit. And they just want to distract from us having fun. And that's why I'm not going to do that. I'm just not. I'm not going to fall for the bullshit. Having a running tally on a phantom total that may or may not even be correct is not a good idea. I'm not dumb enough to think that, okay?
He is dumb enough to go
So,
bankrupt playing Candy
no,
Crush.
I'm not
though.
going to do things. 'Cause here's what they really want to do. They want me to set up a goal on stream. Then we raise it, but then I find out it wasn't the correct goal. Oh, you see, Phil lied. Now he took those money and he embezzled that money. He's going on a vacation, or he's flying to Tahiti, or he bought a boat, or he has a fucking metal golden statue in his house of himself, or, you know, all kind of stupid shit.
No
Like
one
an
says
idiot on
that,
stream who
but
says, "Don't
whatever
give-
excuse you
don't
got to
ever
come
give
up with
Phil
to
any
avoid the fact that
contribution
you
because
did
fast
take the
food."
tax money and then went on a vacation. Which
This is the mentality of the
Something
common
that
person
literally
who doesn't
happened.
like me. Okay.
they're
Um,
right about things that I do.
But you see my
That's the
point?
mentality of the people
that's
who
why
don't
I'm
like
not gonna
me.
do it. I refuse.
They make guesses that
It
end up
doesn't make
being
sense.
absolutely correct.
All right. If you guys
They
wanna
lied about.
contribute, I'm incredibly appreciative. All right. It helps me out tremendously. This
How
month, in
dare they.
particular, like I've already mentioned, I'm strapped. If you tip me in the next few days, it would help me tremendously. But
Yeah, all this
I'm not
begging
expecting
was
anything,
to
anything that I get, I'm
go towards a mobile
for.
game.
I'm not going to have a running total of things here.
Instead, I'm just going to take your money that I said I was going to
We're
put
not
towards
doing that.
taxes and
This is
not
supposed to
do
be a
that.
holiday gaming stream, all right? So I'm not gonna fall for their bullshit, and I'm not gonna turn it into that, because that's what they want. They want me to seem like a negative guy and a jerk who's here all about money and all about shit, and I'm not.
He is.
You know, once the stream starts with gameplay, I'm not gonna be talking about that anymore. I'm only bringing
Not
it up now because
true
people were
at
asking about it on
all.
pre-stream. Okay.
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 Bleh.
Shout out to Princess Tweety who did 100-bit cheers
Nah.
at H1Z1 Hype. Yes, in fact, it was Princess Tweety who had nominated H1Z1 to be played today, and it's one of the major reasons why it's being played. So there you go. Tana Mouter did 100-bit cheer. Thank you, Tana Mouter. Android Cheers says, I think the best way to combat trolls is to try and be completely transparent with the tax goal. You have updates on how much you've raised so far and how much more you need.
Oh my
It takes
God,
the information from
dude.
The trolls. I've just explained the whole situation, Android. There's no way that I could explain the situation because I don't know what I owe yet. I won't know what I owe until next year. There's no way I could even know until the taxes are done in February. Actually, that's not even true. The taxes won't be done until April. I'll have my information done in February
damn it.
to give to the tax attorney. He'll do his work and then tell me in April what I owe. But that doesn't change the fact that I need to raise the money by then. You see what I mean? I actually have to raise an unknown amount of money for by April. So all I can do is base it off of estimates. Okay. And I can tell you right
can
now.
you just wrap it
I
up?
am
Because
not
you
even
said
close
this
to
isn't
even
what the
raising
stream was
up
going to be
the-
about.
The estimate of what I thought that I owed. So there you go.
Bleh.
Honor, I already did your shout out. Someone gifted a sub to Android X. Congrats, Android X. Gee, Mr. Dollop was being completely negative in stream chat and insulting. Now tips me $1 and says sorry.
Oh my
Well,
God.
Maybe you
Oh my
should have
God.
thought about
Oh my
that before
fucking
you
God,
do
Premiere.
stuff in the stream chat. And you know, if you get unbanned here, you better behave. You know, I'm just saying. You know, we're not gonna have that kind of behavior. All right. Okay. Let's see. Freddie Ballsy did 100-bit cheer. He says, I love 1v1 in Smash. Why don't you like it? It seems your fans like it too. Because I don't feel that Smash is a balanced fighting game. You know, most fighting games, they at least make an effort to balance the characters to the point where, even
You
if
say
you're a
Street
ranged
Fighter
character
6
with
has
fireballs,
unbalanced
you're
characters.
fighting someone who is weak against fireballs, there's still a chance. I feel that in Smash, the game was not balanced. Every character is very different, and it's meant to be a game where there's a wide variety of combat and gameplay, and it's not necessarily focused on a 1v1 atmosphere. It's just not. It wasn't meant to be a 2D playing 1v1 game.
It
I'm
was
certainly not saying.
meant to be more than 2 players.
I'm certainly not saying.
I'm certainly not saying, you know.
There are people, okay, who
Okay.
have found ways
There are people, okay?
make the game competitive in that way. If you change the rule set, if you find certain matchups, it could be a fun 1v1 game. But it's not for me. You know, it's not. I'm not going to sit here and learn the ins and outs of 72 different characters to learn 1v1 matchups. It's just not going to happen. For me, it's a fun party game that maybe I'll take a little bit more seriously than that and try to learn some stuff about. But I'm not going to go crazy here.
Too late. You've already gone crazy.
A game like this competitively, it's just going to take too much time and effort. And honestly, when you get super serious about a game like this, it takes away from the fun factor of it, in my opinion. So that's why I don't want to do that. Okay. Take a Glow did 100-bit cheer. He says, I think Ace Combat 7 would be pretty chill, sort of like when you played Forza. I don't know. Forza was just driving around doing random challenges and races. Ace Combat is probably going to be pretty tough, like really tough aerial missions. If you guys don't know, I think I played a game called Top Gun, and I think I may have played an Ace Combat in the past, and they were pretty intense, challenging games. Of course, this was a long time ago, but still, like, I remember these games really challenging me. And
bleh.
If it's going to make sense for me to try to take on a game like that. And I don't know. It's up to you guys. Ultimately, I will listen to your input. Okay. I would definitely listen to your input.
God, he sounds so gross. This with the lip smacking and the just water chewing.
Into something good. It's up to you guys, really. Ultimately, all right.
Man, I prefer his new sound gate that sucks and cuts out half of his background noises.
I guess I hate yas. Has subscribed to the channel. Thank you. I hate yas. Antichrist Superstar did a 50-bit cheer. He says, a while back, a lot of people were suggesting you played Carmageddon 1. Have you made a financial decision on that game? Oh, final decision on that game. Excuse me. Not really, because first of all, Carmageddon I don't think is on any console. I'd have to play some kind of a PC version of it, and the game is really old. And by the way, there has been no mass group of people asking me for have not been a big group of people asking me for Carmageddon. So probably not a consideration at this time. Android cheered. He says, Phil, I cheered before. You explained everything with the previous cheer. I understand that it can be used to hurt you. Kind of a rock and a hard place situation. I wish Merry Christmas to you and Kat, in case I don't make it tomorrow. Well, thank you, Android. Appreciate that.
Cringe. Person who doesn't even exist anymore.
Hey, my new guy tipped me $1, and he says, unban me. I got banned.
I love you, Phil.
I don't even know what you're saying.
I'm going to disappear one day.
Never
come back.
Not the way to do it. You can contact me via darksidephil@hotmail.com. You can contact
accurately express my love for you.
We'll look into it and see if we're going to unban you. All right? Doing it this way is not the way to do it. Ace A cheered and said, I'm only buying Ace Combat because it has a PSVR support. It would be really cool. Interesting, but I would not be doing that. It'd probably make me nauseous as hell. And Santa's Butt, which I'll be drinking today, by the way. I will be drinking the Santa's Butt brew later today.
That's what his
$2.22.
Like keeps drooling. He's just thinking about eating Santa's butt, and he's just like nonstop saliva rivering out of his mouth.
You do fan service like DSP tries it. Matter of fact, as we speak, you're drinking my buttocks right now. Actually, I'm not yet. I'm drinking.
Man, that's gay. Man, that's really fucking gay. Holy cow! Can you stop?
Would you guys like to see me drink that?
Drink the butt. You want to see me drink the butt, guys?
You see me drink Santa's butt first as the first thing I drink.
Let me see his fucking.
See what the hell it is.
Start a shotgun,
it's actually been
son.
sitting in my fridge for a whole year. A year.
Fucking nasty. You kept beer in the fridge for a year?
Oh my god. People want to see it. Well, I guess, hold on. Let me get Santa's butt up on the leaderboard.
Cringe.
That's the top tip of the day. So far. As they say, the day is young. We got a long, fun day of gaming streaming ahead of us, guys. So no worries there. Then we got a detractor meme who tried to cheer, and I'm not going to read the message because it's a detractor meme.
What do you mean tried to cheer?
Antichrist Superstar just used it when
tried.
It bag. Does that make the game?
Did the cheer not go through?
Well, no, because people don't necessarily turn into my streams just for the game.
The fuck are you saying?
To see my reaction to the game. They tune in to hang out and talk with me as well. This is one of the main attractions and features of live streaming versus doing on-demand videos on YouTube is the interactive feature. So if you just like Phil, you want to tune into whatever Phil's doing today, you really don't care what he's playing. That doesn't matter what game I'm playing, if it's a mixed bag or not, right? Now, I'll be honest, there are some streams that end up being pretty crappy because the game's crappy. And I end up being upset or bored. And then you guys end up being upset or bored, right?
Yeah, we're all a bunch of babies. Just like you, Phil.
General, these days, streams go well as long as we have a good time. It doesn't really matter what game I'm playing, and that's a good thing, right? AZ cheered and said, this is just an idea. You can have a scheduled genre for each night. FPS Mondays, fighting game Tuesdays, RPG Wednesdays. I mean, I've thought about that.
And then he did that with fighting games.
I've thought about that. But,
Friday Night Bigots or whatever.
Really, ideally, excuse me.
Fucking goddamn, man.
Because there's been
You talk like this, you should not be a
I had a
streamer.
whole week planned out perfectly. This on this day, this on that. Then
Fucking retire,
something
man.
falls through, a game's not available, or a game ends up being way shorter than we all thought it was going to be, right? Or something happens and now I can't do a stream. I like the flexibility to be able to adjust on the fly what I'm doing and still put out an entertaining stream. Versus if I had a set schedule, I have to play fighting games on Wednesday. I have to do an FPS on Friday. It could basically make things too not static. What's the word I'm looking for? Basically too much the same. And now you're locked into this thing that becomes so official and so professional and so you have to do it this way that people end up being disappointed if something goes wrong. Okay? I like having a more flexible,
That doesn't
fluid
make any
schedule where
sense.
on the fly, if I need to change something, I can. Perfect example. I was thinking about I was going to do Deltarune today. I'm not. I'm just going to play it this weekend as a full stream. Makes more sense. People will be more pleased seeing me play Deltarune and focus on it and not be distracted by drinking and the like and doing other stuff versus
Being
doing it
distracted
today.
by
It's only
drinking.
an hour and a half, not getting too far in the game.
Says
not
guy
being
who
focused on
drinks
interacting
all
with
the
guy who's
time,
drinking. You see
every
what I mean?
stream.
It'd be a lot different. Okay?
You know what I'm saying?
However, Asay,
Meh.
being that it is 2018 and I'm a different kind of person
It
now,
is
I
certainly
take your
2018.
suggestion into consideration and moving forward, see if maybe we, this is something that people
See if
like
maybe,
and
you know.
will make sense. Right now, I don't really think it does. I'm not saying it won't in the future. I'm not going to be a closed-minded jerk and say, oh, this suggestion that I don't think works now will never work, and therefore
He only
I
says
will
that to
never
lead
change
people
and never
on.
improve. I'm not going to do that anymore.
He literally just learned to say if anyone suggests anything, he'll say, "Oh, maybe. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Stay tuned. Maybe I will someday in the future. Keep watching me every single day, and maybe the thing you suggest will happen. Maybe." Like, he's just learned to just say that, just to dangle carrots in front of people instead of being like, "Nah, I'm probably not going to do that," which would be honest.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, Android cheered again and said, I want to spread holiday cheer and also thank the mods of the chat.
What a gay retard.
Post Connor, Swaggins, and Kekken, and others who dedicate so much of their time.
Oh yeah,
to make this
Kekken's never going to
stream.
go away. Neither will
So there you go.
Brian.
Thank you to our mod staff. I don't think we ever
Thanks, mods.
really give enough credit to
You're
mod
so
staff.
appreciated.
These are guys and gals who come by of their own free will. They volunteer to help.
I don't pay them anything ever.
They
I
help
yell
with
at them. I berate them.
And
If they don't
even
ban
though,
people for making fun of me, I yell at them.
they're
And,
not paid to do so.
and they turn against me inevitably, one by one, all the time.
I think they do a good job.
They
You know,
try
you
and
have to
charge back their
understand that
donations, and
sadly
they
control
leak
a hell
everything
of a
that
lot
they've
more than
ever
a lot of other people's
been
streams,
privy to.
and they got to put up with a lot.
Why
of
does this keep
shit.
happening? I guess my detractors are so crazy.
But I think they do a really good job, and I want to say special shout out and thanks to my mod staff today, especially anyone who's here today. I know DSP Post Counter, Swaggins, Kekken, Popsicolo I saw in the background there, and a few other
What?
people who
What
made
does that
by
mean?
today. I do want
I
to
saw in the background there?
much props and credit for the great work that they have done all this year.
But no money,
Because,
ever.
man, this was a
Never,
heck of a year.
ever.
Man, the trolls.
Never,
really tried
ever
to
will I give them any money.
Stupid dramatic shit up.
But you're so
that nobody
appreciated.
in this stream gave a fuck about. Quite frankly, and they constantly tried to come in here and bombard us.
Like
with
that
nonsense.
WWE
And
Champions
Mods did a really
meme that
good
I
job.
assure you has
Okay.
no basis in reality.
Thank
It's
you
all a nugget.
very much for
It's all a
of your
nugget of
support
truth.
To the moderator staff and of course to the viewers as well.
I
We
will
understand that
never,
the moderator staff are doing
at
the
any
best that
point,
they
admit
can
that I played WWE
with the amount of
Champions.
nonsense that we get in this stream. Okay, very nice. Alrighty then.
Already.
Well, ladies and gentlemen,
Lip smack.
I just finished my eggnog, which is kind of what I was trying to do before I started with gameplay. Because I'm going to do right now, I'm going to head downstairs and grab a beer.
So he's just wasting
And then we're gonna
time
start with
and
God Hand.
chugging alcohol. God hand. I remember when
So
he
the
played
question
God
is, folks, out of all the beers that I have, what would you like to see first? I'll give you some options. I know I have a cranberry flavored one
Buckshot
that's
beer.
a reindeer beer. I have one that's like hazelnut chocolate.
It's very strong.
I
Blows
have,
out the back of your head.
As I told you, the Santa's butt beer
The butt.
from last year. I have a bad Santa brew beer, and a few others. Out of those, what would you like to see first? What would you like to see me try? Let's see what people have to say here. A lot of people are saying Santa's butt. Golden Cold says bad Santa. Derek says reindeer beer. The one with the highest alcohol content? See, I don't know the answer to that.
Thanks,
I'll
Derek.
tell
Your
you as
input
I
is
try them.
invaluable.
I'll let you know what the alcohol content is. But I don't know what the alcohol content is in each one individually. Chocolate. Yeah, that chocolate one should be good. Hazelnut.
He doesn't have a
chocolate.
sweet
I think
tooth,
it's a blend
you
of two
guys.
different beers. Most people are saying Santa's butt. All right, here's what we're going to do. Let's take about a 5-minute break. Let me run downstairs. I'll grab a beer. I'm going to use the bathroom before we start here. And then we'll get started. It'll be God Hand to start. I'll be drinking Santa's butt while I play God Hand. We'll interact. We'll have some fun. And I'm probably not going to remember how to play this damn game, just being honest here. I'm really not. And then after that, we'll figure out what you guys want to see next. I think I'm going to save Street Fighter V for a little later, but you'll be able to decide between H1Z1 or Home Alone 2 next, after God Hand.
Ew.
We'll see, okay?
Ew,
Andy Crush Superstars
God.
with cat pump hard
Smacking
liquor
his
through a
lips
funnel
after
directly into your
snorting.
throat.
Just
I don't think that would be a good idea.
don't think about what's going on
I actually
there.
like to survive today. See, last year's people gave me shit. They were like, Phil, this is supposed to be drunk side Phil, and you weren't drunk enough. I was like, guys, first of all, I got so buzzed, I couldn't even play the game where I was mopping as the elf. I couldn't even do it anymore. I was so buzzed, I couldn't even figure out how to do it anymore. I was like losing my mind, about to pass out. Number two, do you want me to go to the fucking hospital? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's supposed to be a
No,
fun
that doesn't make
Thursday
any
holiday
sense.
stream. Let's see if Phil gets so drunk that the paramedics have to come and pump his stomach. Yeah, this sounds like a great idea. No, we're not doing that, okay?
If you do that, you're an idiot and you don't
We're not
understand your limits and you're just chugging just
Okay.
entire
so let's take about a
bottles,
5
but
to
of
10 minute
course.
break here, guys.
Has to exaggerate
Everyone,
it just
I
to make you
recommend
sound
you go get a
stupid.
drink or a snack.
Even though he's a
'cause we're gonna
fucking
start with
retard.
actual gameplay just around the corner. Thanks for a fun pre-stream here.
Absolute imbecile.
And oh, hold on. Arctic Surface just cheers said, "Are you completely close to playing Yakuza Kiwami 2 in the future?"
Oh, no, maybe.
Yakuza Kiwami 1 was just a game that sat
Keep
with
your
Kyle
eyes
Blue that
open.
time.
Stay tuned. Maybe someday. I guess we'll see. Make sure you stay tuned. Keep watching.
There was other stuff people wanted to see, and then Yakuza 0.
Mhm.
It was just a really bad timing.
Spoiler, he
If there
never
was a
played
chance
it,
to do
ever.
Yakuza Kiwami 2, I would do it, but
Never
I
did.
think honestly, I'd rather just focus on new Yakuza games rather than playing these old remakes. And you know, just look at the situation with Fifth of the North Star. I finally go to play one, and then I get screwed over, and now I could finish it, but who really cares at this point? It's been 2 months, right? So we'll see. In the
Guess
future,
we'll
but, no,
see.
I'm not
Maybe
doing Yakuza
someday in the future. I will, but not now, okay?
All right, guys. Quick break.
But of
We'll be
course,
back
he
in
never
about 10
plays
minutes.
it.
God Hand.
It's been years and years, and he still
I'll be back. Thanks,
hasn't played
everyone.
it. So why the fuck does he? Of course, he just lies because
All right,
he's
good morning, everybody.
a
How's everyone
fucking
doing?
man-child predator.
Welcome, welcome. Actually, my camera. I think my camera's
I'll play it someday, maybe. Yeah.
We should aim it a little bit higher up.
Nice Zelda jammies, fat fuck.
Nice Zelda pants for today's holiday event. What's going on, folks? So Phil here, and welcome to the Christmas
You too, man.
2020 marathon event. That is right. Once a year, I sit down and I get festive.
What a
with all of
pleasant
you.
stream to
Obviously,
listen
we haven't had
to.
festive stuff all month with all the decorations and the special pop-up messages and everything going on. But today, we just have a good time. It's not about ongoing playthroughs. It's not about being serious. It's about just kind of messing around and getting into the holiday spirit. You know, Christmas is in only 2 days. Today is the 23rd of December, 2020. And
2020. Play.
it's great once a year to kind of just have a good time with all of you, reminisce, hang out, have some fun conversation, and play a variety of games while, you know, I do some fun stuff like drink, which, by the way, no, I'm not drinking yet. It is currently 10:45 a.m. here. I have no desire to start drinking yet. What we're going to do is get set up, and once I start actually playing video games after this pre-stream, then I will begin to drink. I'll tell you all about that in just a moment, because I'm going to tell you all the plans for today and everything, and everything we're playing, and the order and everything. Just so you
shit.
know, okay?
Dude.
So, welcome everyone. How's everyone doing? I hope everyone's doing
Better
well.
than you, man. You sound like you're
Christmas
fucking
week,
dying.
a couple days before
man.
Christmas at this point. I hope everyone is.
Notice how he doesn't do
gonna
the
have a good
look
Christmas,
at
you know, very
whenever he's talking to
different
someone
year
else.
this
Only
year.
when he's on stream talking to his
pandemic
dipshit
and everything going
pay
on.
pig dumbass audience is he just
Safe and
constantly
not
like
gonna keep giant gatherings, and you know, we have so many problems in the world right now. United States only recently getting a little bit of hope from these vaccines that are only being administered basically to the frontline employees and those who are so much at
Oh
risk.
boy, this aged well. Hey,
Either
it's
in the
right.
healthcare industry or those who are like in old people's homes and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
No, not really.
So because of that, at least things may get better in the long term, but I know many of us this year are not actually going to have a normal Christmas, all right? And that sucks. It really does. I hope that no matter what you end up doing, you end up having a good time and you're safe and you're healthy, you and yours, your entire family, your friends, whoever it is you celebrate the holidays with. I hope you have a good time.
Well,
understand
I mean,
that.
we're in a tumultuous time, Phil.
I'm happy to.
We have to make sure the vaccines are safe,
so that we can kind of have a good time.
so the
together.
COVID doesn't kill us all.
This year, I have been privileged to be able to entertain you at
man.
a time when many other people
2020.
were out of work. And at a time when many other things became very inconsistent, I was able to still be consistent. And that was an amazing thing. And boy, did you guys reciprocate with the positivity and the support this year. Holy crap. It was one hell of a positive year for me.
My
on
begging
streams
worked.
And everything kind of turning around when it came to public opinion and all kinds of stuff.
Oh yeah, public opinion totally turned around.
So thank you.
He doesn't
guys
get made
very
fun of
much for that.
anymore.
I really do appreciate that. And I certainly hope that you guys will enjoy today's special event. All right. So let's talk a little bit about the special event because there's a lot to talk about what we're going to be doing today. It's only 10:47 a.m. right now. I'm going to be streaming today, starting now. All right, and probably all the way
Holy
through
moly.
7-8 p.m.
I forgot
All
how
right, all depends on
annoying
many different factors.
these streams are.
How much fun we're having.
Saw the
how many
coughing
games I
directly
got
into the
through,
microphone.
how drunk I am. How I'm
Just
feeling. Am I
right
getting
into the
exhausted by
microphone.
then,
No
et cetera?
attempt whatsoever.
We'll see what happens. How much fun? Obviously, you
Bleh!
guys are having the viewers, right? It all depends on all these different factors. But this is going to be considered a marathon stream because there's not going to be any turning off of the stream for hours on end for me to have dinner or whatever. This is not any continuous game playthroughs at all. This is just going to be some silly fun all day long. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about
Sounds
that.
really dumb
First
and
of all,
gay.
let's talk about
We're
the
just
games
gonna
that
have
I'm
some
playing,
silly
all
fun.
The
It's
Angry
gonna be
Video Game
silly,
Nerd
you
video game.
guys.
This is a game that came out in 2013, and then a sequel was released, I think, a year or two later. And then it was remastered recently this year, actually just a couple months ago, and sold as a collection, both on the Nintendo Switch and the PC. Well, I'm going to be playing the PC version because guess what? It was cheaper. It's that simple. So we're going to be checking that out today. I've never played the AVGN game. I used to be a ginormous fan of the Angry Video Game Nerd before I made content for the internet. I mean, from the years of like 2006 through like
Now he can go fuck
2009,
himself, I
I was
guess.
a huge fan. I was watching his stuff constantly. I used to actually show his videos to my dad, and he would laugh at them too. We'd watch them together. Angry Video Game Nerd is one of the reasons why I was inspired to make content for the internet. Just being very matter of fact here.
Huh.
I saw this guy who obviously he didn't have a production budget.
That's kinda weird.
right? But he had.
That's kinda weird, isn't it?
Because he was funny and he had.
I showed my dad Angry Video Game Nerd videos and he laughed. So I decided I was going to become the Angry Video Game Nerd. That way my dad would appreciate me as much as he appreciated James Rolfe. I mean, your mind can go wherever you want it to go, but think the feeling of just acceptance and appreciation from his father he expected to get whenever he skinwalked the Angry Video Game Nerd. It's because he showed his dad a video and his dad liked it. I don't know, man.
Talent. He was
Seems like a very insecure, low-T beta person all around, so wouldn't surprise me.
to make these little indie videos and films for the internet and we get popularity based off of it. And I said, well, if he can do it, maybe I can do it. And
No, you said
it actually
he can do
worked.
it.
You know
He's
what
an
I mean? Like,
idiot.
it
I'm
actually
smart. I'm
happened. Yeah, I started
valedictorian.
doing this stuff, and it got popularity on the.
And if I don't make it, I'll whine and cry and beg and blame everyone else but myself.
I played his game, and that's kind of weird. You know, you would think
That's
I would have
what
played it. And I
actually
never did.
happened, but
I haven't
okay.
actually seen an Angry Video Game Nerd video in about 10 years. That's how. That's how long. You know, I used to be a super fan watching every piece of content. And now I haven't seen anything in about a decade. So anything he's done in the last decade, I haven't
I'm just
seen.
too cute for you
No
now,
idea of
James.
Any of the references.
I'm the new
Hopefully you have
James.
some of the things
People
from
should be
classic
watching me
stuff,
instead of me
and
watching
I will
you.
understand that. Okay.
Okay, I don't. If you don't understand that,
So
I
that's
don't
gonna be a game
know
we're
what to
gonna
tell
play
you.
today. Minecraft. Yes, we're going to be returning to my Minecraft world for the first time. I think it's since July. I'm almost positive it was July was the last time that we actually booted up Minecraft together. That's a long time. Are we doing anything in particular in Minecraft today? No, not really. It's going to be more like a tour of Minecraft. Many of you maybe have not even seen my Minecraft world before. This is a world that for a year and a half I built continuously on a weekly basis. I would play Minecraft and we would do projects and stuff. And then I'll be honest, two things happened. number one, we got really busy with new releases this year during the summer, which is abnormal. That almost never happens. But because of the pandemic, so many games were delayed this year that so many good things came out in the summer. I just didn't really have time for those kind of downtime streams anymore. All right. And then number two, let's be honest, we kind of got bored of it. Like after doing Minecraft for about a year and a half and basically doing weekly sessions of building, it became a lot more tedious to have to always constantly say, I got to build this, we're going to build that. It kind of lost its spirit of fun, in my opinion. It was, for a long time, it was just about surviving, exploring, every once in a while building something. Then all of a sudden it became every week we got to do a major project. It's like work versus actually enjoying myself. And I kind of just didn't feel like doing it anymore. So we kind of phased it out. But I always said I would go back to it. And I figured today would be a special day to go back to the world, see how it's doing. By the way, I don't even know what's going to happen when I boot this game up because I don't remember where I was last time that I played. And we're just going to play it by ear and go from there. See what happens, okay? Maybe the whole world will explode and that'll be the end of it. Who knows? Okay. Then, later on, we're going to be doing 3 different games on PlayStation 5. All right, we've got completely different styles of games. Fall Guys, the kind of extreme elimination challenge style game. It is battle royale, but not really. It's not that formula. It's a different kind because it's competition, direct competition in mini games. They just had last week their major season 3 update where they added a bunch of new games. I think at least 2 new ones that are winter themed, and they have a bunch of new skins, penguins and stuff. Pretty neat. So I'm excited for that. That's going to be one of the things we're going to do. Then we're going to actually check out a game that people have asked for about a year, Scratch Nutty Adventure. It's an Ice Age platformer. Why on earth they decided in 2019 to release an Ice Age platformer, I have no idea, because I don't think that there was any Ice Age movie last year. Maybe I'm wrong. But I'm finally going to check it out after a year of some people campaigning for me to check it out. We're going to be doing that. And then Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War multiplayer, which is always a fan favorite. You guys love when I play this because a lot of times I rage. Now, here's the forewarning, all right? Incredibly hit or miss right now because it's still part of the free weekend. It's not a weekend anymore, but they're calling it that. What it is over the course of this last week, they made the game free for everybody to play online. So you've got a tremendous amount of people with terrible internet who don't even know how to play, slamming the servers, all right? And this is making the connections god-awful. It really is. It's making the connections, like, so bad. You shoot a guy 10 times, you instantly die, and then you watch the kill cam. According to that, they shot you and you never shot them. I'm like, what the hell? That's, like, the worst. And it's weird, because then I'll get a game, works perfectly fine, and I get insane kill streaks and the fucking chopper gunner and everything. So it's, like, so weird. But anyway, I like the game. I just can't wait for the free weekend to end, being honest, so that it'll go back to normal. Because before this free weekend, it was actually really good, and now it went to shit. So hopefully, this whole thing will fix itself, okay? You know what's funny? Some people in the stream chat are saying, what happened to my beard? What do you mean what happened to my beard? This is my beard. This used to be black. It's all white and gray now. I've told you guys this. People don't believe me. I've told you guys this over the past couple of years.
What do you mean?
This is my beard. It's exactly the same thickness it used to be, but it's all white hairs now. So you can see right through it, or you see all the white. You see that? I'm old, guys.
No, it's just
I'm
patchy.
38 years old. I started doing YouTube when I was, what, 27,
This is very
26?
chill.
I'm trying to even remember.
Very chill.
You know, it's been
Old
over a
man
decade.
yells at
I
people
get
who
older,
say his beard
and
is
things
patchy.
change. You know, both my mustache and
Very
my,
festive and
especially
relaxing.
Any of the
Very
hair on
chill.
my face actually is pretty much great. Now the thing is, usually you guys are staring at a tiny webcam that's 480p. So this is 1080p video now. Well, actually, it's 900p. I'm broadcasting at 900p, but the camera's at 1080p. So now you can actually see that it's all white. Okay, and it's just gonna get whiter as I get
No,
older. So you guys better
it's
get used
patchy.
to it. All right.
Anyways, just got to get used to it.
Use Just for Men on my goatee. Why would I do that? Why on earth would I do that? Anyway, guys, so those are the games we're playing. That's a good variety. Now, I don't know why it wouldn't, because I bought them all and tested them. They seem to work. Or if we do some of these games only for a short period of time, like let's say we play one of the games, oh man, it's not that good. All right, cut it short. We'll do something else, and then maybe later on in the day, if we have extra time, we could maybe do some old school throwback Street Fighter. Okay, or one thing that I have not done at all in Black Ops Cold War is tested out the zombies mode. I don't even know what it is because I haven't tried it. So maybe we can just mess around with that for a little bit. You know, just something to kind of have a in case if something goes wrong or something's not very good and we want to end it early, something else to do. Now, there's also going to be a live DSP Tries It during today's marathon. This is going to be a special holiday-themed episode, and it's not fast food. I'm not going out to get a greasy burger or a stupid sandwich. Or
He would eventually do that later.
Actually, something holiday
every single
It'll be
week.
pretty neat, and I hope you guys will like that because it's something different. I don't do a DSP Tries It like that. All right. Now, the other thing is I'll be in festive holiday attire. I already got my holiday T-shirt on. I have 3 holiday sweaters that I'm going to be swapping out. And I think what I'm going to do is, like, every time that I play a game, when I finish a segment of a game and I'm swapping over to the next and we take a short break, I'll probably put on a different, like, holiday-themed sweater or something like that, okay? Figure it makes sense to do that. And, of course, what everyone's talking about, will I be drinking today? Absolutely, yes, I'll be drinking today. What will I be drinking? I have 5 different holiday-themed beers. I have a bottle of eggnog from Trader Joe's. I've never had
this shit is so ass.
eggnog yet, so I don't know what it's going to taste like.
This shit
and
is
something
ass.
special, but I
Let me
don't
find
want to go
something.
crazy because I don't know between the beers and the eggnog how it's going to be, if I'm buzzed or whatever. But if later on, maybe I could do something special, all right? We'll see if time permits and how things go today, because I don't want to promise you guys the world. And
Decepticon is going to start
Remember,
streaming.
It's about under-promising
About 5
and
minutes.
over-delivering, not vice versa. That's what it's all about.
It's about not delivering
we'll see what
anything.
happens here today, okay?
That's
now,
DSP
I'm not
philosophy.
drinking yet. It's 10:57 in the morning. What we're gonna do is we're gonna do this pre-stream. We're gonna talk with you guys for a bit. Update the leaderboards, give shout outs and everything for contributions as usual. A usual pre-stream. The only difference on this pre-stream is I'm on camera because it's festive, doing something different today. Okay. Once the pre-stream's done, what we're going to do is we're going to set up for the first game, which will be the Angry Video Game Nerd game, and I'm going to be playing that on PC. Now, just to forewarn everyone, to set stuff up on PC takes a while. Now, I did test the game yesterday, and it worked. That doesn't mean shit for today, because whenever I play a game on PC, things tend to go weird, all right? I have to set it up to capture and everything. I have to move my webcam. I have to move my microphone over there, my headphones. It takes a while. So once this pre-stream's over, we'll take a break, and then I got to move everything over there to set it up. It's going to take a little bit, and I apologize in advance, but that's just what happens when you got to move your setup all around and everything. That's how it's going to go. All right. Now, when I start playing the Angry Video Game Nerd game, I'm going to try one of the beers. I got to pick one. I don't know which one to get. I think one is called, like, Abominable Ale, and I think one is called Jolly Roger Christmas.
Okay, you know what? Actually, just shut up. Just be quiet. I'm gonna watch this duty video. I have to BRB really quickly.
Ho, ho, ho. I am the tips of Christmas present.
I am the tips.
Look out, there's a black woman coming. Ah!
God bless us, everyone.
Can I sing any songs by the Police? Name one. Name a song you want to hear, and I'll croon into the mic, because that's what boom mic arms are for. No, it's funny because, just a couple of weeks ago, well, maybe like a month ago, I don't even know. Time flies now, right? I was on this show criticizing Review Tech USA for having a boom mic arm. Now, the reason I criticize Review Tech is very simple. Review Tech doesn't need a boom mic arm. He literally sits in one place the entire show, watching other people's clips and reacting to them. That's all he does. He literally has no reason to ever move his microphone. Okay? Oh, by the way, I have to change the leaderboard. Jasper, you have to go down to the floor now so I can do the leaderboard, okay? Like, he literally doesn't even do anything with it. There's no reason for him to have it. I literally need it. I've needed it for 10 years and never had it. I'm moving back and forth here. I'm playing games. I'm doing a podcast. I'm doing different kinds of content. For me, the boom mic is perfect. It's like exactly what you would want. For him, I mean, he could sit there with his mic up his ass and it wouldn't matter. It would sound exactly the same. So, anyway, that's why I need. So let's see. So right now, as you can see, it's in the shot because of the way that it hangs in. It's maneuverable though. Like I could actually have it just go back. See that? And now it's a little better. I could actually have it go up even further back. So now it's out of the shot. But as you can see, now the microphone's further away and it probably sounds a little different, doesn't it? So I have the ability to adjust at any time, but it's going to change the audio quality as well. Now, of course, there's filters that I can use. There's different levels of audio filters that I can use that would make it sound better or worse, right? So dependent on, what we're doing here. We're going to probably be adjusting it for a while. We're going to get it down to a science. What I think I'm going to do is during the podcast and or me talking to you guys for videos, the microphone will be in one position. But then when I go to game, I'm turning over here. So if I'm about to game, I'll do this. And now the microphone is literally right here as I game, which means you guys should be able to hear me pretty well, right? Like it's probably, I'll do this. And now the microphone is literally right here as I game, which means you guys should be able to hear me pretty well, right? Like it's probably sounding a lot better now that I moved it over here. So here we are. This would be my gaming position.
Nope.
As I'm about to game.
Sounds bad, but
see,
fine.
Now how does this look like this?
At least we can't hear you smack your lips every
pretty good,
5
right?
seconds.
So nice, right?
No. Anyways.
No change. It sounds the same. That's good. That's a good thing. That's an actual good thing if it sounds the same, because that's what you want. You don't want the mic to be stuck in one spot, and then when you move to do gaming, now you can't hear me. So that's perfect. So there you go. You're right. I look like a keyboard player. Like I'm going to start playing the piano. I'll tickle the ivories like Elton John here.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So
gay. Pretty gay.
That's good. This is all good stuff.
No, it isn't.
Back a little bit here.
But keep coping.
All right. So we'll be messing with it. We'll be maneuvering it and trying to get it perfect. The only thing I'm concerned about, okay, every single boom mic arm has to attach to your desk. Well, guess what? My laptop desk, in all their wisdom, when they made this thing over a decade ago when I bought it, has a curved edge because they want it to look stylish, so it's curved. So because it's curved, the clamp doesn't perfectly adjust on it. Like I got it on there real tight, but it might loosen over time. And so it might fall, in which case I'm going to have to readjust it. And there's nothing I can do about it. Like every boom mic is like that. They all say, oh, it works best on a desk that, is like a square end, and I don't have a square end. This new desk is a square end, but this one is the one that I'm moving all over the place. So I don't want to have my boom mic rolling all over the place with the desk. I want it, in a stationary position. So there you go.
Ha. Are we laughing at? Nothing. We're just going ha ha because this is what fun looks like.
So good
we
stuff.
Go ha ha.
Anyway.
Bro, motherfucker, man. What the fuck does he? Why does he do this? And it's so stupid. He takes a sip from his water, and then he faces the camera, looks directly at the face, and then he goes, ah! But his sound gate settings are so fucking shit, it just mutes him. So even as he tries to be the most obnoxious motherfucker, if you saw him in real life, your fist would involuntarily fly into his face, down his fucking teeth. He does this shit as if he wasn't annoying enough. Ah! Go fuck yourself, man. Jesus Christ. No wonder he never leaves the house. He has some self-preservation, knowing that if he runs into the wrong person, he'll get fucking murdered. Jesus.
To fix the food. Can you make it more moist?
Can you make this chicken more wet, please?
Yeah, please. Like he just dumps
Gross.
a bottle of water on chicken now.
On his steaks and shit.
Oh god. Like he has a little bowl off to the side where he dips his steak. He cuts off a little piece and dips it
in the water.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the Filipino food.
I missed
one.
Decepticon. I'm glad he's back.
Yeah, apparently this is the worst dish he's ever had. So
is it? Did he say that?
I think he said this is one of the worst meals he's ever had. Apparently.
Right.
I think. Maybe it was another the oxtail one.
DSP's racist. Yeah, he didn't like the oxtail. He doesn't realize that when they deliver these soup things to you, you have to heat them up yourself. And it was completely
live or a
cold.
premiere?
And it's got some oxtail in there, and he hated it.
Yeah.
He hated it.
It's a premiere,
It probably
okay.
would have been better if
It's not
it
a
was
live
warm.
stream.
Just throw it on the stove. There you go.
Yeah.
Double click,
just
please.
like microwave it, for fuck's sake. Because when you do that, you expect some of it. It's not going to be as hot as it was just cooked. It's impossible to keep it that hot unless you want the driver to put it on his engine while he's taking you.
Right, or to sit on it or something.
Like
Keep it in his lap.
He has like a piece of naan, and then he's just there's the ass cheeks imprinted in it.
like you know when you're going outside and your hands are cold, you just stick them under your armpits. So he's just got the naan under his fucking arms like the whole drive.
Like he's eating. There's like little like curly hairs on.
Ew! God. It smells like Dove or some shit. I don't know.
Smells like man.
Smells like man. That's right. That's what we want our naan to smell like. Man.
Man. Yeah. I like my nan.
I like man.
I swear, it had to be Phil or someone that's imprinted in my memory where they called it nan. And now I can't stop saying it, nan. Yeah.
No, I'm finishing the final touches on this Gundam video, and then I'll render it, and then
when it's like I know it's
and I'll relax,
not,
I guess.
and it fucks with me. So
I'll play more
bad.
visual novel.
I don't think I've ever heard him say nan. So it's someone else.
No one seems to want to do anything today.
Maybe it was
That's fine.
It's
fitting, given the day.
Said it at some point.
These locales are ruining our lives.
It could be just some obscure locale too that just I saw once and just stuck to me. You know. Like the brain.
It was like World of T-shirts.
We're
in New York and I've got nan.
We're in New York.
I got secondhand alcohol poisoning from him.
I got galaxy gas.
I'm going to France and you're not.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
Okay, Josh.
He's looking at himself the whole time he's making that face, by the way.
Yeah, it's like he's looking at.
I'm going to France.
Looking at himself, like you said.
It's like
look how
the most goofy, stereotypical, just character voice.
Like
I'm Josh
Black. Mad-Eye Moody shit, where he's just one's bulging out because he senses some kind of dark magic out there.
Yeah, he can hear someone talking shit about him.
Yeah, like. He has to keep one eye on chat, one eye on his food. It would be really helpful if he had Cobra's eyes where he could split them.
You're just completely wall-eyed. That'd be good.
He has to keep one eye on chat, make sure no one's shit talking him. One eye on his food, just in case Cat sneaks in and tries to take it.
Bitch, no!
No!
It's mine!
No! Ban that douchebag!
Get out! It's mine!
Also, who does this? Who eats it off screen? Who does this for a food review?
Our boy.
Yeah, like look at this. Like what could he be doing? He could.
He's got like that little folding table probably.
Yeah,
like one of those TV tables.
Yes, but it's like why don't you just take the plate up to you and eat? You know.
That's true.
It's like why are you eating off screen? Every other food reviewer like does it on screen. They record themselves doing it, you know?
Yeah, but Phil is special and he doesn't have to do that because he's so important, okay?
It's a pure fish, okay? Here, I'm gonna show you. People are such assholes. They're saying I'm not really eating it. Are you fucking stupid? Look.
I'm not really eating it. Dude, why is there still fish on the fork?
Yeah. Come on. He could be doing anything off screen when he's like eating this. Like he's just tearing off pieces of the fish. He could be sipping on gin. He could be tongue punching Tyrone. I don't know.
No. Tongue punching the fart box.
Yeah, tongue punching the fart box.
Gross.
Well, I'm trying to imagine that this is some kind of animalistic behavior on his part, where it's an adaptation that he's had to do in the environment he's in. So I imagine like when he's eating with Cat, he has to hover over his food, put up his arms, you know,
like he's in prison.
Like in prison, like he's some animal in the kingdom, has to protect his meal because he knows Cat's on the prowl.
Yeah.
She's
mine.
The cat tax. It's mine. He's already afraid of taxes. Now we got the cat as the food IRS roaming the halls of the condo.
Yeah, you know, there's that saying, "Death and taxes." Well, now it's cat and taxes.
Cat and taxes. There's no death for this man. This is his hell. He lives forever.
Yep. Yep.
Can you imagine like getting a midnight snack and you have to tiptoe your way to the kitchen and You have to be very careful when you're opening that bag, and if you like you accidentally crinkle it like a bag of pretzels and some
And
shit.
she just goes,
and then you hear just thump, thump, thump. That's her falling down the stairs. Rolling
boom,
down.
boom, 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 boom,
boom, boom.
Oh my god. There it is.
Is that the chicken he shakes? Is that the
Yes.
legend?
Yeah. Wait. There you go. That's disgusting. That's horrifying. Why
It's
would
like he's
you do
trying to
that?
gross you out.
That is chicken adobo.
Okay.
What is it?
I don't know if you've noticed this, but he smells everything. Everything. Like, I don't know if you saw him recently. He was like smelling the alcohol, which he's done before. But like he has to smell everything that comes into his hands. It's weird.
It's odd. It really is odd. I wonder if it's like a taste aspect because his taste buds are ruined from all the alcohol. You know.
Yeah.
Because that's
yeah.
the same thing happened to Cobra, but he can't smell or taste because he smokes so much. DSP doesn't smoke.
No. Who knows what's wrong with this guy, man? I mean, the alcohol probably. I don't know because I drank a lot when I was younger. It didn't ruin my taste buds. I don't know.
Well, the thing is, when you were younger, he's still drinking like heavily.
True.
For what?
Can
how
that
long?
happen?
For like how long? 20 years? I think we looked it up
Probably.
with Cobra, and apparently alcohol can affect your taste buds or something.
Dude, what's he doing?
Oh, look at this!
He's smelling
Look
it,
at
dude.
the
I told
smelling.
you.
Look at the smelling of this.
I guarantee you, he will smell each and every item of food that we see.
He's putting his nose on it. Like he's
Yeah.
basically putting his nose on it, and it would be amazing if he pulled back and there was like a little smudge right there on the tip of his nose.
Love that. My God, just look at him.
Look, you can tell he's gonna hate this dish simply because his nose is frowning. Look how it curves down. Like when he likes food, his nose gets erect, but he hates it. It's a little mopey.
Oh my God.
That's why he has a little food erection. His nose perks up.
Just like a weird food version of Pinocchio, a little bit.
And then him holding it up to the camera with his hands surrounding it just looks so, I don't know, ominous.
It's like, you know how Cobra makes chi balls? Well, he's just got like a ball of food scent is what I'm imagining. He's just got like food smell ball.
Well, I think of it more of him almost like strangling it. He's choking the chicken right here.
Oh yeah, okay. They did call him Monkey Spank.
Monkey Spank, yeah.
Yeah, chicken choker.
Chicken choker now.
Yeah. DSP, the choker of chickens.
God.
King of hate, choker of chickens, master of gout. Khaleesi of the great grass sea.
No, it'll be like the great ass seat.
Great ass sea. There you go.
Yeah. As long as it's man ass, he'll be Khaleesi of that.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that broth is going to taste like. It's like definitely salty, savory. It almost smells
Salty,
like
savory.
Really? It smells like gravy rather than a soup. Like usually a stew, you'd think, oh,
dude,
a clear broth.
Oh! Sorry. He's only got like a handful of words he can describe.
Yeah, that's what I've been
as.
saying.
Savory, salty. Sorry about the dogs. Tangy. He described something. I can't remember what it was. It was recent though, and I think it might have actually been a pickle. He was talking about being able to taste and I'm not joking. I'm quoting him directly. He said, "I can taste the pickledness." Pickledness.
I kind of love his descriptions because that's what they advertise just food as to sell you on it, you know? Because when they describe a pretzel on the bag, like I swear, the pretzels I have say savory. You know.
Actually, I just got some pretzels at the store today. Let's see. On the back it says crunchy, crispy. I got some dill pretzels. Actually, they're dill flavored. It says irresistibly zesty and flavorful. He says flavorful nonstop.
Yes.
You're fucking right.
So his mind is so brain rotted that he can only regurgitate what he's advertised about. You know, like whatever's advertised.
He's the biggest mark.
Yeah, he can only regurgitate whatever is advertised to him.
Mm-hmm.
Garlic, bay leaf, and whole peppercorns.
That sounds great.
taste
actually.
that.
Definitely garlic.
Definitely garlic.
And
Wow.
this is what it comes down to. He can only use those savory words, savory, tangy, shit like that. Those things that are advertised to him. But then he has to read it out, what's actually in it, and then he'll say, "Yeah, I taste that actually." He can't
One
say-
last bit for this
he can't
video, and then I can
say
start
what he
rendering, and then I can
tasted prior to
relax.
reading what's in it.
No, he cannot.
No, that's it. It's just, let me just regurgitate ingredients now. I can taste that.
Yeah.
I can't taste that. I taste that though.
He doesn't have a mind of his own, weirdly. Like he does, but he doesn't. Everything that he does is dictated by something that he saw in an advertisement.
Pretty much, he's reading the menu at this point. Just what they advertise to you to want you to pick up this dish on DoorDash or something. No.
Yeah. Yep.
God. The weirdest thing is food reviews are typically relatively low effort content.
Yeah.
Typically.
Yes.
Some people put a lot more effort in than others, but his is very low effort. And it's surprisingly how low effort it can be, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's
it's weird how low effort it is, right?
Yeah, and I just want to point that out because one of my favorite things he's ever done of just like how low effort all of it is when he did the big Super Bowl event or some shit, you know?
Yeah.
Super Saturday Bash, and he advertised eating nachos as the big event, and it's like,
whoa,
like homemade nachos, mind you,
dude. That unless like whoever made it is like a nacho connoisseur, nacho master. That's the most boring kind of nachos is homemade nachos. Dude.
Yes,
sorry.
It's a matter of why would you advertise nachos of all things as the headliner as your big eating event? Because like, okay, imagine like eating is a big chunk of your content, you know?
Yeah.
What now? Now it's just nachos?
Yeah, it's just nachos. Yeah.
This is his big event. This is a Super Bowl event that he hypes up. He's looking at his hand like an ape.
Yeah.
Like a
Did you find like a bug in your nachos or something? What's going on here?
Well, it's like, protein.
Like that.
Yeah.
Just he's rabid dog.
Oh, damn, rabid pig.
Rabid pig, yeah.
Yeah. He's one of those feral hogs. Look, he gets like concerned. Like, have you seen those videos of hogs being baited into a trap and like they're eating and they look around, you know, like they're cautious, thinking this is too good to be true. This food's too good to be true, and then the cage drops, and then they just squeal. This is him. This is him panicking. Realizing it's a trap.
It's a trap. God.
Like the IRS finally caught him in one of these cages. You gotta pay your taxes, Phil.
God. This Italian food wasn't real. It's the IRS.
Oh no. These nachos were a trap.
These nachos are no-chos. Get it? Because they're not real. Yeah.
It's so bad.
Explaining the joke makes it better.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. God damn.
That's something else that we haven't really brought up. It hurts to watch him eat. He looks like he's in pain a lot of times, you know?
Yeah, he does. That's something that a lot of people notice is that he just looks like eating hurts.
He's angry when he tried to own the meme at one point, saying, "Oh,
Yeah.
I looks like I'm in pain when I ha 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 ha." But I imagine internally he's screaming like Cobra, you know?
Oh yeah,
Like,
I'm sure there's some pain. Like goddamn.
Broke my fucking cigarette.
Social media doesn't give a fuck.
Stay on the desk. I told you 1,000 times. Fuck you!
Fuck you!
Fuck you!
Never disliked that clip. It's
Yeah,
great.
that's another thing. Is just terrible. Like this is just terrible compared to any real food review. You know?
Right, and I'm not a food review fan by any means. I don't want to watch people
Piece
eat.
of
I really don't.
Yeah, me too. I don't want to
It's bad.
watch. Yeah, I don't want to watch people eat. Typically,
No.
Unfortunately, in preparation for this exact thing,
What'd you watch?
I watched some food reviewers just because.
Oh, really?
I wanted some comparisons.
Look at
'Cause-
you.
Yeah. I prepped for this. You know, I prepped.
Clearly. Oh my gosh.
Yes. So we've gone over how he
Okay.
reviews food. It's just advertising, you know? And it's
Yeah.
very plain where he just repeats.
I think this video is
savory,
finished.
Savory,
Salty,
tangy, salty,
savory, tangy.
brothy,
It's already
brothy,
late.
chickeny.
Frothy.
So I need
Pickledness.
to-
Yeah, pickledness.
I wish you would say that again.
Pickledness. It's just like all
Pickledness.
these things
I'm
that
gonna
he's
export.
like fighting for
I'm
his
gonna render.
life to find something to describe the food, and it's delivered in the worst possible way. It's just very bland because
Then I
Yeah.
can
the food.
have some
Anyone
free
can
time.
do a food review. Anyone. You pick
Anyone,
up, you
yeah.
pick up a camera. You eat in your car. You talk about the food. The thing
My
is,
cousin's 3-year-old son could do it.
yeah. The thing
Boom.
is, like, you need a gimmick at this point, or some kind of
Yeah.
personality or style to your videos.
But Decepticon, he doesn't have personality or style.
I know, but
So what do we do?
we regurgitate the advertisements. So
Ah. Yeah.
you have Review Bra reviewing food and having some jokes and
Mhm.
very posh style to them.
I performed what they call sandwich surgery, and I cut off a section of the sandwich that I thought had the highest concentration of this ghost.
This guy's is like so much more
Here
charming than
goes.
Phil. Like he's more sincere and authentic.
You have Badland Chugs risking his life drinking the ocean. You have
No, that's a
Joey
man.
risking his life eating some wasabi.
Oh no! Oh god!
This one.
And then you have fucking Jeshi smashing
Jeshi.
food.
McDonald's napkins. Daddy McRib.
And then you have this. You have fucking DSP just
Yeah.
eating with his mouth
Just
open.
eating.
Just eating.
And then complaining about the food temperature after he's waited an hour to eat it.
Yes, and he's overly critical about some food.
Overly critical,
he's,
dude.
He's incredibly critical for no reason. It's just and like how I imagine it is it's like Ratatouille where he's that review dude that hates all food.
Yeah.
That's
because he hates his own life and never has sex.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure that's why that guy was so mean. He just never had sex.
Oh yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Oh, the buttery Jack.
Yes.
Yes. Classic.
This
Classic.
is a classic. But
Classic.
compared this review with Review Bra.
Yeah.
Look at this. He does a close up that's really disgusting.
Yeah, it's gross. And he's always got his fucking hand in the shot.
His
And you're
hand-
always, God, it's disgusting.
Yeah. Compared this to Review Bra, who has a very nice setup. He tries to almost bring like some professionalism about it, you know? Like he takes it somewhat serious where it's like, I want to do a good review that's entertaining. I'll crack some jokes. I'll do some funny things. I'll actually try to review the feud. And then you have DSP with his hand in
That's
the
kind
way.
of the faux pas with the cheeseburger.
Yeah.
Look at this. Is once the cheese is
Faux
melted,
pas.
look, I can't move the patty. I'm gonna
Picking
try.
apart
Hold on.
food is
Oh my
not
God.
cute. Don't do that.
No.
This is
He
ridiculous.
It's not meant
manhandles
to
it.
come enough.
He manhandles it. Compare this to Review Bra. He chews quietly, and he's like thinking through his thoughts.
For this
Listen to this chewing.
Oh my! Look at this. All right.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
bad.
Do it. Here we go.
It's rendering now, so there might be some stuttering.
I'm taking psychic damage right now.
Well.
God damn.
Hey,
It kinda makes it
okay.
look like it is. I guess the color adjustment or whatever.
Ew.
Okay.
But
all I could really taste in that first
But he's
bite.
making us stare at his bite.
That's his first thought after he's eating the
The camera's not picking up the color.
not picking up the color. It's not pink. He's not really reviewing the food at this point.
That's another thing. We're being made to stare at the worst parts of it.
And the thing is, his old reviews are shit, and his new reviews are like
Or BRB.
shit in a different way. Where it's like even when it's done in a typical fashion where you have the camera pointed at you, while you're reviewing
Yeah.
food.
None of it's good.
It's disgusting to look at because you're chewing with your mouth open. It's just terrible.
Awful.
Last thing.
Okay.
Cat.
Cat.
The
Yeah.
cat is one big last thing.
Is it because she's fat?
No. I meant big as topic because there's a lot because there's two
There's a
things.
big elephant in the room. Oh,
Yeah,
this was his 40th birthday.
30th
Yeah,
birthday.
forgot about that.
There's this weird thing. There's two things with Cat. There's something he always has to emphasize is that it's homemade.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to show that everything she does is homemade, and that somehow makes it like special. It makes it better. It makes him better.
And it doesn't necessarily mean it's better tasting, but it is, I think, for someone to cook for you, obviously it is more special than going out and grabbing something. Sure, of course. But when you're chained up to the stove in the kitchen being forced to do it, it's not special.
Well,
which is it's happening here.
My point is that it's just a weird point of pride for him.
It is. Yeah, it's strange. It is. I see what you mean. It is strange.
To exemplify how it's all homemade and how he's specifically proud of it, that he's showing it off as if he did it, not maybe not even praising Cat for it, but just like look at how good my life is. I have a homemade cake,
Yeah.
And
I have a wife that cares for me.
So anytime someone else cooks for you, it's special. But
Yeah.
he has to show it off and somehow make it about himself, specifically the cakes on his birthday. No.
Yeah.
Frosting and peanut butter cups on top, all handmade by my wife.
Handmade.
Nothing, no mixed store bought.
Yeah.
The frosting's not store bought.
What?
She made it all.
And that's that's where I have the problem. Is like it's not store bought, but the thing is, I can see this being a box cake, and there's nothing wrong with that kind of thing.
No, and she could have just made the icing. Who knows? But it's really hard to make like a cake from scratch.
Absolute
no small feat.
Scratch. And I don't know why he has to emphasize, hey, handmade, all of it, nothing from the store. And the thing is, I think it probably is a box cake,
Yeah,
And-
it looks like one of those fucking chocolate cakes you get from the baking aisle.
Yeah, maybe not even that. I can with how uneven the frosting is. I think she could have made this look as a box cake. She made the cake itself with like a box mix. She didn't make it from scratch.
No, that's what I was saying. Like,
Oh, okay.
it's not as hard to make frosting. So maybe she just made the frosting, cut up some peanut butter cups, put them on top.
And the thing is, this is a good cake. This is a nice cake that someone made for his birthday.
And that's nice.
But the thing is, he has to point out saying, "Hey, handmade, all from scratch,
Handmade.
nothing store bought." Like as if it's
me.
like it's almost like shaming people if they don't
It
have
is.
like a handmade cake on their birthday or
Yeah.
whatever for some whatever special event.
Right. Like, I'm special. I got this thing. I have a woman that did it for me. Ha ha.
Yes, it's braggadocious on his part. And it's not even him saying, "Look how great she did. Look how good of a cake I get to eat."
Yeah,
this.
look, it's not look how, yeah, you're right. It's not look how well she made this, how great she did. It's look what I get. It's
Yeah,
all selfish. All of it.
Or powdered.
Okay, here he'll describe how it's
Powdered sugar.
That's no
Interesting.
good.
I may have some insight into this.
Okay.
Oh. Do you remember what we did yesterday to do this? Yeah, this had a lot of ingredients. Baking soda, baking powder, flour,
Which is true.
powdered sugar, chocolate morsels, eggs, milk,
morsels,
sugar.
Yeah.
A lot of, whipping it all together, for the frosting. Crazy.
Yeah, see, that's interesting because I recently made some lemon lavender cookies for my family, and the glaze on it specifically takes powdered sugar, and he is describing everything that goes into a cake, but those things can also go in there for like boxed cake mixes. So
yeah,
it's entirely possible that she made it from scratch, but it probably took a while. I didn't hear a thank you.
No, his chat was actually thanking Kat for making the cake, and he was just saying, "I agree."
I say, thanks to Kat for the amazing cake. I agree. Good cake takes a long time, but it's worth it, my friends.
Also, he kind of made it like we did it, that's the big thing.
Yeah.
So even if it's like
Yeah.
handmade by her, he makes it sound like an effort by both of them,
Yeah, when in reality, he just probably stood there and pulled the things out of the bag to give her.
Yeah, because there was that one clip where he tried to talk about making, what was it? It was chicken or salmon, and he burnt it, so he gave her the
Yeah.
burnt piece.
Yes.
So this dude fucked up a piece of meat, and I doubt he can make a cake personally. Like he doesn't.
No, fuck no.
So if
No.
this is handmade, regardless,
It was all her.
If it was handmade or if it was a box cake, regardless, she made it. Like, but he talks about it like they both did it together, and
yeah,
I think his effort was he was in the kitchen while she made it. He supervised her.
Yeah. Well, it's like the supervisor at work that's taking credit for the team.
Exactly. Last thing is how he has to be incredibly nice about Kat. Like, no matter what she makes, it has to be good. Oh, he has to.
Yeah.
Oh, he has to cushion anything negative with something else, or anything she may not
Yeah.
do well. She like it has to be the recipe's fault. It has to be something else's fault,
Yeah.
And
that's fine. Like, if you're trying to let someone down, but obviously, like, if it is good, say that, of course. But if it's not good, maybe say that. Don't lie to people.
Be honest
Don't do
about
that.
it.
Yeah.
Because it's a incredible need to make excuses for everything. Okay, one of my
Yeah, it's
favorite
weird.
things was when he was doing this for his 15-year anniversary. It took me hours to find this. Okay, not hours, but it took me like an hour to find this.
Okay.
And he made a drink, and he referred to it as the space drink.
Oh yeah, that one.
And it was supposed to look cosmic or galaxy-like, and came out looking
oh,
like
yeah, she fucked it up. It was brown, right?
It came out looking like sewage or greenish.
Yeah.
It looked like gray water you get out of an RV. It just looked bad, and he was like, "Oh well, that didn't look like it." and I can't remember if it was like if Kat made it or he made it.
I think he did make it, or not he. I think she did. I remember him saying that.
Well, one of them made it, and he made up excuses saying, "Well, it didn't come out right," and it's like you fucked it
What's
up.
the recipe?
Exactly.
Yeah, you fucked it up. One of yous fucked it up.
Here. Let's see how it looks. Okay, look, it's supposed to look like this glass.
Yeah.
Like these lines of chocolate or whatever.
Mhm.
Okay, look at that. And this is.
I asked him.
Okay, and then let's see how it looks. It's just a mess, and
yeah, it's a drippy mess.
It's a drippy mess, and that's all right. Just say, yeah, it didn't come out right.
when you home make things, it's kind of a given that they're going to come out a mess.
Yes, it's all going to come out right, and that's okay.
No.
It's all right.
Just be like, oh, it looks funny, but it tastes good.
Tastes good, and the thing is, it's like, just say it's not. We couldn't do it. We couldn't make it like the picture because they have professional chefs and shit making those ingredients, and then they're having photographs made of that. You know, but here, listen to his excuse on this.
Tornado sweep milkshake. Here it is. Like I said, we didn't have a good glass, so because of that, it kind of
Oh,
he blames.
That's what it is.
He blames the glass on.
It's the glass.
Fuck.
What else could it be?
And it's like, it can't be Cat's fault. It can't be his fault. It can't be anyone's fault for why drinks didn't come out right. Why any of this like is gone wrong. You know,
it's not necessarily hot, but it's like intense spicy flavor.
Yeah, it's curry.
As soon as I put it in my mouth, it was like
it's usually
boom,
spicy.
My tongue was tingling in every position, and all through my mouth it was tingling. But it's not hot, meaning. It's not permeating.
I feel like it's like
gone.
This is very exaggerated
like
for Cat's
20
benefit.
Seconds,
you know,
my mouth was like, "Woo, spice, baby," and then they're definitely not mushy at all.
Yeah, it does feel very over the top. Why are you smelling it?
Hold on.
Dish. The spice in the curry is like, woo! It's intense. Like I would have to. When you're eating these, you have to kind of wait before you eat the next one. You have to wait for the spice of the first one to cool down before you eat the next one. Because if you ate like 4 or 5 in a row without, your mouth would be like, wah! The overload of spice.
Wow. Oh God, it is very over the top.
It's very over the top. But also, do you think he's saying that just so he can like hold off tasting the next one because it's so bad? It's like, but like it's him stalling. It's like I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to eat this next fish nut. I don't want to eat this fish nut.
I don't want it. You get balls in my mouth. I like nuts.
Yeah, so it's so weird. This goes back to him trying to find something to say about food. This is him covering holiday mince pies.
Oh yeah.
And
I forgot about
he's
that.
He's so desperate to one, say how authentic stuff is, and two, just to say anything about food because he's grasping for any kind of content, you know?
Yeah, he has no actual thoughts.
What? Listen to what he says.
No, overblown. You know, I don't live in the region where this thing is native from. If I did,
he's an alien. That's it.
Live there.
I don't live there. I can't get it.
That's like his like description of the food is like how he's introducing it. I don't live there.
I don't live there. Okay.
So can you imagine Review Bra's first words out of his mouth reviewing a Popeye chicken sandwich? I don't live there. You know where they make chickens.
I don't live there. Yeah, I don't live in Chickenville.
This is how
okay.
desperate he is to like add anything. And it goes back to his obsession of authentic stuff, which is like that deserves its own whole own episode, you know, authentic.
You've known narcissistic people in the past, right? Mm-hmm. It's I've had a few friends in my life that were very narcissistic, and it's something that all of them have done is it has to be the real deal because it makes them special.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has to be the real thing.
And it goes back to that handmade, handcrafted thing. It has to be special.
Yeah, for me.
It was made just for me.
Real thing.
It wasn't a mass-produced cake from a bakery, you know, made and it can't be mass-produced. It has to be made just for him.
It was made in an underground colony of gold-plated horse people. Also Cat's a horse, that make authentic Italian style mince pies wherever they fucking come from, just for this guy. That's where they come from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the thing is, he wants to have like the closest to the real deal. Right? He doesn't live there.
And he doesn't.
Yeah, well, it's like sometimes the real deal sucks, you know?
Sometimes
sometimes it just
Sorry for the stuttering.
sucks. Other times where it's like it's so much better than than what the Americanized version is. But then you go somewhere else and try
shit. You try real dim sum, and it's like, oh, God, that's what happened to me. That's what happened to me.
Something like that. It's like, wow, this is nasty. But the thing is,
it's all wet.
So it's just a matter of just why does it have to be authentic, and why do you have to specify you don't live there?
Yeah, that's it, and I think the authenticity comes back to the narcissism. But why do you have to specify you don't live there? Like, yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, it's like, why? That's the biggest question. Why?
Why? I think
just why.
Yeah, why? I think that just
Why?
adds up to be the end of every episode of this show is going to be why.
Why?
Okay, well, I'm going to call it, saying that's it.
All right.
Let's go.
That was fun.
Yeah, let's go eat some slop.
I am hungry, actually.
Yeah, let's
Jeez,
go-
making content makes me hungry.
All we eat is slop. Let's go.
All in the slum.
DoorDash fiend, delivery queen, hot trash on demand. Have a Burger King anniversary.
Some cool artwork.
California roll, birthday feast, 4 pizzas, but you only eat a slice. Not a chance, piggy. All you eat is slop. All you fucking eat slop.
It's a pretty good song. Okay. Rendering here in the background. I've closed pretty much everything I can close, including the VTuber model, to try and reduce the amount of stuttering we're getting here in the stream, because a lot of processing and GPU power goes into rendering a video, because we use a lot of overlay effects and a lot of layers. So once that's done rendering, then I can upload, I can set up the email, and then I'll play some visual novel. Hopefully if I'm not too tired. Jeez. What do we got here? Is this a 24-hour marathon of just... Is this all of DSP's other Christmases? But they were so bad. Like...
But please confirm. Brady Twitch, no, Lunaba tipped yesterday. We're counting. So let's see if Hiseo responds. I don't know if he's going to respond or not. Let's see what happens. Okay, we got way more.
I hide the video feed and then unhide it in
Rob
order
on Wheels is
to
here today. Good to see you.
get the
Rob.
audio and video back in the
1500
sync.
Here. And he says, dude.
Because if you haven't noticed, when the stream stutters, the audio and the video in the capture feed goes out of sync, but I can fix it really quickly just by hiding it and unhiding it. It'll just unload it and reload it, and everything's back on track.
Hope you're good. Thank you
Pretty
very
cool.
much. I am good. I'm looking forward to today very much. Let's get you up on the leaderboard as the top cheer of the day.
Hey Devin, how's it going?
And as
I'm rendering a
expected,
video.
Hiseo is
I can't
here.
really
I
be
see
on-
no response, so this is probably another fucking bogus tip. If you
I can't even wave.
It gets tiring, doesn't it? I'll give it another minute. If Hiseo doesn't respond, I'm just going to refund it. Hey there, Elon Just Cheers. Have your thoughts on Last of Us 2 changed at all? Don't
Hope
understand why
you're-
you think the game is so bad. I never said the game was.
I hope your Christmas is going well. I celebrate mine this year closer to New Year's, like the 28th, so I'm not really doing anything today. So I was rendering a Gundam video. It's rendering right now. I was editing, now I'm rendering. But I'm streaming too. And I'll stream a game later.
So bad at all, actually.
No,
That's just people
stuttering.
being stupid and not actually listening to a word that I actually said and spinning it in a way that proves that their narrative somehow, is negative about me or whatever. I never said the game was bad. I said the story was bad. The game overall is good. The gameplay mechanics are improved. It has massive accessibility, great graphics, great mocap, good voice acting. The only issue I have is the story. Like, literally, the one thing I don't like
Is he
about
talking
the game
about
is
Last
the
of Us
story
2?
and the storytelling and the execution and direction.
I
of
wonder,
said
you know what? I
story.
wonder actually if
So the
I
game's not bad overall, but the story is a major.
I might
chunk
be
of
able
the
to get
game.
rid of the
That's the
stuttering.
problem for me. If the story were different, this could have been my favorite game of the year by far.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. I get not wanting to hear that. Maybe I can fix it. Instead of running it through the capture device, I can run it on the local system. Let's see. I have to unmute YouTube though.
Like, who the hell wants to get greasy chicken all over themselves when they're playing games, especially if it's
Yeah, that sounds
PC?
better, right?
So it's a joke, but I guarantee you people will buy it for $1 million because people are stupid and buy junk.
Duh.
Timbo Slice Cherry's talking about a new strain of COVID.
Timbo
Guess
Slice,
what,
he went
Timbo?
bankrupt
I don't give
twice.
two fucks. It's the Christmas marathon. We're not going to talk about fucking strains of COVID on the Christmas marathon. Festivities Galore did a 500-bit cheer. He said, I'm feeling the holiday spirit. You seem like a cool community streamer. I'm offering $1,500 for a fun hour or two of Among Us. No, I'm not doing Among Us. I don't care about Among Us, okay?
What if that guy was serious?
Why haven't I said low card? Oops. I put in a D instead of a B. Low card Madman?
No,
He's the knockoff low carb.
I don't play Among Us. I'm better than that game, okay? I play
All right.
grown-up games
Golden
like
Cold Cheers,
Bug
what's the best
Snacks.
brand of frozen pizza? Why is it Trader Joe's? I've never had it. Well, actually, hold on. Let me think about this.
And,
I've had a couple Trader Joe's frozen pizzas. They're
Street
all
Fighter
right, but
2.
They're all thin crust. If you're talking like rising crust stuff, I like the one. What's it called? Freschetta. That's really good. Now, DiGiorno is also very good, but DiGiorno I find is greasier and usually has heavier toppings. If you want a really heavy topping style frozen pizza, go for DiGiorno. Or they even do stuffed
Rendering.
crust, frozen stuffed crust, which it just tastes like string
Mercury
cheese
Playback
inside of the
CUDA.
crust. Okay?
I need a
But
new
I like
computer.
Freschetta has very similar ingredients. In some cases, Freschetta's
Save it
they
up
have
for
like
it.
a deluxe pizza, you know, the one with the works, has like peppers and stuff on it, and DiGiorno doesn't even have that. So basically, I like Freschetta better, and they're cheaper than DiGiorno. So I would say Freschetta.
I have some good ideas for a computer build.
Okay. Stealth Hunter 17 is resale for 5 months. It says big ups Philly and the Hate Army. I hope this holiday season
And the
is a
Hate
good
Army.
time for you and Kat. Looking forward to good chill stream today.
Wow, look at that,
That's all
1,000
today's about,
subs.
chilling.
You see
Chilling
that?
with you guys and just having a good time. It's not about seriousness. We're not rushing from game to game. It's all about having fun. If
1,000
we're not having fun,
subs.
we can move on to a different game because I got many games to go between. I think it's going to be a good day. Thank you for that. Canbar 2 Cheers says, what's up? Your cam looks good. Did you get a new webcam or better lighting? No, this is I put it to 1080p. Right now it's at the highest quality you can record at for this segment of the stream. The sunlight's out right now, which is super bright. It's going to be a problem because when we're going to play Angry Video Game Nerd in a little bit here, I got to move over to the PC, and
Oh,
I'm going to
no.
have to put down the blinds.
This is
and try to block all the
pre-blackout
light, 'cause if
curtain
not, it's gonna be
days.
blaringly bright.
The
on
blackout curtains, they're
camera. So,
useless.
it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Brady Twitch resub for 4 months. Thank you very much, Brady Twitch, for 4 months of support. I appreciate that. Yup, called it cheered, 100 bits, and says, you think for the new year it would be a good idea to collaborate with your fans and find new tips goals since you keep taking the vest and glasses off after reaching the goal? That hasn't happened. Every once in a while, I'll take the glasses
and
off
then
at
it
the end of the
did.
stream, or if my eye is burning really badly, I'll take them off. I think I've taken the vest off twice because it
And now he
was
doesn't even do
I
anything.
showered and I was already overheated. I put the vest on in congruence with the goal, and then I would start
In
sweating like crazy.
congruence.
Like, God, I gotta take this off. But that has not happened. You are completely over exaggerating, probably because you just followed a tractor.
You're a detractor.
For that. So nice try.
You're one of the defectors. Bleh. Okay. He's not paranoid, you guys. Bleh.
All right. Well, let's see here.
Smack. Anyways.
Golden Cold Cheers. So what do you think about ducks? I think they're cute.
I think they're cute. I like birds.
Subscribed for a whopping 35
I wish I could have one.
Happy holidays to you and your family. Hope you're having fun and getting a chance to relax. I would say yesterday was a very relaxing
I like birds.
day.
They're cute.
Today will not be. You know, even though it'll be a chill stream, you got to understand.
He says
that
the word
when
cute a little bit
I-
too much.
Oh, crap.
I don't know, man.
There we go. You have to understand that when I do a marathon, even if it's just chill gaming like it'll be today, it's still kind of tiring for me to be doing it without much of a break or whatever. I got to figure out what I'm going to eat. My wife's going to make just some some stir fry stuff and leave.
Like, sure, like I'm no stranger to saying the word cute, but I'm talking about like anime girls and like
Stop being gay!
really good panels of manga. I'm not talking about like birds. I reserve the word cute for when it's appropriate.
Leave it for me. I got to eat it at some point during one
I
of the
like
breaks
ducks.
between
Ducks
games
are
and stuff,
cute.
you know?
Really?
Okay. Snow Carl tipped $1 and said, "Happy holidays. Can I have an unban for Christmas?" No. But thank you for the $1 tip. Actually, you
Snow
know
Carl.
what? You know what?
I'm a
How about
Grinch.
this? In line with the holiday season.
Uh-oh.
In line with the holiday season.
In line with the holiday season.
All right?
All right.
I'm going to
eat shit
right now, live on stream.
I'm gonna climb into
Pretend
the
to unban him and not do it.
chimney.
No, all right. Did it work? No.
What happened to Snow Carl? He's probably on a sock
Doesn't work.
account. Yeah, like cute penguins or like cute VTuber avatars.
I don't know what happened. I just did it, and I don't even know if it worked.
I don't know.
I just tried. So if it worked, great. If not, I told you guys my laptop is so screwed up at this point that I don't even know if what I typed works or not.
Hey, Steve is in chat. We know how he feels about birds.
So hopefully, if it didn't work, I tried. Anyway, Jethro's main cheer, he says, it's 8 a.m. is actually late for a 40-year-old. Huh? What are you talking about? Anyway. So, this Cypher guy who was trying to get unbanned by tipping me earlier, now tipped again and says, this is from a verified account. Well, let's see if it is.
Is there an Epo
This is
left?
hilarious. If he had a verified account, then why didn't he tip from it before? Right?
Sit down.
Let's see here.
Have on the soundboard though.
I just find that hilarious.
Guess what? Wrong.
No, it's not a verified account. You lied.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, he tried to trick me. First he did an anonymous credit card tip, which is completely
I put
no
Crimson
protection
Gray
at all.
as the game.
Then he just very quickly
in the
made
end.
a fake, a quick PayPal account with no verification.
What?
And he tried to do it through there and said it was verified. It's not verified, boy. Do you see what I mean?
No.
So here's a guy who literally twice now this morning he could have got me and could have not only screwed me over for the money that he tipped, but then he could get me hit with all kinds of other shit.
I mean,
See, unbelievable.
Whatever.
That's
Hey!
hilarious. So now, not only are you not going to be able to get unbanned from the channel because you lied, but I'm also going to ban you from being able to tip me ever again. And I don't have to worry about your bullshit anymore.
Oh my god.
By the way,
Remember this?
Have a Merry Christmas.
Motherfucker.
What an
Piece of
idiot.
shit, idiot.
People are just so dumb. I
You're
swear to God,
dumb.
man. All right,
I swear
anyway,
to God, man. I swear to God, Satan,
Let's refund
Santa,
and get
and
outta
Jesus,
here.
okay?
And then we can get back to
Come on, let's play!
positive support of the stream and get this guy the fuck out of here.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Okay.
Good.
Good.
Stupidity.
Stupid idiot.
O Quad O, or I guess I should call him Quad. Just cheered and he said, I've finally gotten around
not currently.
to playing
Good, cool.
Bloodborne. It's
Hey.
easily
Hey.
one of my favorite games of all time.
Yeah,
Hoping
it's
for
good.
a remaster so I don't have to struggle with the 30 frames per second. Merry early
No
Christmas,
shit.
man. Much love. Yeah, it's funny.
Okay.
Because even though
Everyone's
almost
watching
every
WPG.
game on PlayStation 4, when played on PlayStation 5, to
Is
my
running
knowledge,
better?
it's Bloodborne is capped at 30, and there's no way you can ever have it go above 30.
Okay.
So even if you
Let me
play on PS5, you're like,
upload.
"Man, I've been
Actually,
waiting
do you
for a
wanna
better
watch it?
experience," You're still playing at 30, which sucks. I don't know if it loads quicker. I don't know if it looks better.
it's a pretty good-
But yeah, it is what it is. Battle Duck 9000 is here and has tipped me $10, and it is legit. And I thank you very much, Battle Duck.
I mean,
for that.
Turvin goes back in time all the
Let's get that
time,
up on
so
the
this is
leaderboard.
like a
This is
back in
the top
time
of the
stream,
day.
looking at previous Christmases. This is pretty typical for the Detractor Sphere, I suppose. But, they're bad, man. They're fucking...
Again, if I counted all these fake tips, I probably would have been over $50 already. I'm serious. This is how it is every day.
Need to
So
run
now
this
you
shit
guys are kinda
through
seeing it 'cause you're seeing on
Premiere,
how this
like,
happens with
and
the tips and
auto
everything I'm
detect
doing. This is every stream now. Every stream
pauses
I'm
and just
streaming people are coming in
delete
with
them
fake
and then
tip after
re-upload
fake tip.
them.
And if I counted all that, it completely fucks me over. Business-wise, money-wise, everything. It screws everything over. So can you imagine on a daily basis trying to do this? It's very complicated.
Nah,
It's
man.
not- that's for me. It's like the most unfun part of the thing. I love the gameplay. I love hanging out with you guys. I love the interaction. But having to deal with that shit, it's nauseating. It really is. Okay.
Come on.
Oh well, I just updated the leaderboard, but guess what? Wet Nurse just tipped $11, and that is the current top tip of the day. So let's get that updated on the leaderboard.
I'm sorry that, like... Come on, hurry. It's
Oh,
taking a
by the
while.
way, and it's funny because I didn't even think to mention it, but I'm already in the hole by about $40 because of chargebacks yesterday. So
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
that's what I mean. Like I don't think I go a day without chargebacks. I don't think I go a single day without chargebacks behind the scenes. I just don't talk about it publicly. But yeah, yesterday I was off.
You do
I
a
got like
costume
$40 of
change.
Chargebacks gone. Nothing I could do about it. So Request.
There we go.
Okay, let me refresh everything.
All right, we're back.
Because then there's more tips that came in that I need to verify.
Let me plug my arms in. Why'd the costume change?
All right, so here we go. Is there someone named AquaGlow1 in the stream chat? I don't recognize the name, but they apparently tipped me anonymously like this. I just want to see if it's real or not. So AquaGlow1, if you're here, please tag me and say, yes, I'm here, and that was my tip. If not, I'm just going to have to refund it. Hey there, Elon Just Cheers. I thought the story was lame. I saw a game for
Hey.
Ghost of Tsushima.
Talk about cute.
I thought was super average. And you know what? Fair enough, Elon Just.
It's funny.
That is your...
With my model's default face and sort of the color combination, I just look really tired. The eyeshadow really pops in this one.
right to feel like everyone has a right to feel one
I'm a
game
little
is better
tired.
than another.
TBH.
And if you didn't like Ghost of Tsushima, that's fine. I'm okay with that. I respect everyone's opinion. You know, I personally thought it was one of the best games I've played in years, but someone might disagree, and that's okay. You could disagree with me and
That's
say that
okay.
the plot of Last of Us 2.
That's
Like I
okay.
said, if it weren't for that plot, I probably would have loved the game, but I just hated the plot. You know.
You know.
All right.
All right.
In the meantime, we're waiting for Aquaglow, which does not.
Okay, shut up. Let's do a quick quality pass of this Gundam video. Hopefully everything is good. If not, I'll have to render it all out again. But I'll do what needs to be done. Because I'm a bit of a... Shit! I didn't want that background. Already I'm seeing a problem. Oh, okay. What? Wow, that took a while. Anyways.
Insanely stupid. It's hard for you to wrap your mind.
Sorry, for some reason I got the voiceover mid-sentence. Like it begins in the middle of a sentence. I don't know why.
Another TikToker doing something so insanely stupid, it's hard for you to wrap your mind around it because you're a fully functioning human being with bills to pay and probably some family member that needs immediate attention because they lack the mental acuity to take care of themselves, even after they've left their teen years. It's an absolute nightmare for any productive man in the world. With the advent of the internet, we have declined exponentially as a society. I call it the digital dark age. And none darker than the year of 2020, when Lonely Fans and TikTok came to the forefront. It was at that moment I knew it was all over. The party was done. The American dream was dead.
YouTuber's
Long
fucking
live
out.
the simpleton. Black TikTok is wilder
One, two,
than
one,
a
two, one.
single ant drunk at the Christmas party, looking for affirmation that she's still attractive when we all know that the deed is done. It's over, lady. Buy a dog or some cats. There's nothing left for you.
There.
Well, anyway...
You see, I included the
decided in all
I included the DSP reference there.
attractive when we all know that the deed is done. It's over, lady. Buy a dog or some cats. There's nothing left for you. Well, anyway, this TikToker decided in all of his wisdom the best way to get famous would be to commit a felony. How come it seems like something the black community excels in? Let's see what our bright friend is doing now. You gotta look around, make sure nobody sees you, dog. But while you make sure nobody sees you, film yourself.
Delorio might
doing
like this
something
video.
Dumb.
Black male sprays food items with insect killer spray at supermarket. Yeah, there we go.
As if food isn't just hard enough to pay for, now you gotta make sure there's no poison on it because someone on TikTok wants to become famous. Lord have mercy. I remember when I saw this, I thought to myself, genuinely, like, why would you do this? And since I can't wrap my mind around it, it means I'm not full-blown retarded like this guy is. Well, I hope it was worth it, my dude. You'll probably lose your TikTok channel. You're an influencer that's days are numbered, and you've probably got a lovely bill coming your way.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. Like, I talked about this with Alfred, and he said that plants are sprayed with pesticides all the time, and then it shouldn't be an issue. And I'm just like, I don't know, man. Like, it still seems like a really shitty thing to do. And like I told him about the bananas, and he's like, well, you take the peel off the banana. You don't eat the banana peel, so who cares? And it's like, I don't know. It's still a shitty thing to do.
Oh, no, not the chicken. Lord. This motherfucker woke up and chose violence. Realizing that his prank wasn't really funny and most likely...
DJ Rono shout out. Goose Game.
Instead of not posting the video, he posted another video showing everyone on Instagram that he got rid of all the stuff he sprayed. But he doesn't realize that the pesticide...
But he didn't buy all that. It doesn't look like he bought any of that.
Point being, he took all the food and went to the back of Walmart and just tossed it. So if he didn't pay for the bug spray, I highly doubt he paid for the food because I'm sure he would have filmed himself doing that. But you got to weigh those bananas and whatnot. And he's not putting them in bags, so how are you going to weigh them? This is just a tremendous waste and stupid bullshit. And it just landed him in a whole lot of trouble. But don't worry. The usual types of people on Twitter decided to make themselves known.
Why does this say black male?
I don't know, because dude's black. If he was Chinese, they would have said Asian.
Let me pause and move this over so I can pull up the avatar selector. Because I'm using the default right now. Anyways, we're here.
Male, you know.
If the person in the video was obviously white, would you have written white male or yellow male or red male? Why does it matter what his skin color is if nothing to do with the crime does?
That's stupid. I want to know the skin color of the person committing crime, so I know what to watch out for. Stop him! If you think that's racist, no, that's being observant. I grew up in the hood. You think otherwise if you want to. Oh, here's another great tweet.
Racists always find ways to express their hate for black people. What safer way for these cowards to do it from behind their computer screen? They did not have the nerve to say it to our face.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
What, saying black male committed a crime? That's racism now. Well, just remember, black women are the most educated people in America. Let that sink in, you filthy bigot.
Mesa police investigating video showing man spraying bug killer on Walmart food. Believed to have happened at the Walmart at the Stapley and Baseline Roads.
Up, they caught him. Look at that hair. Oh, Jesus Christ. You could tell this young scholar wasn't going to do anything with his life, so he just opted for the most wild thing he could do. What runs through your mind? You just wake up one day and you're like, I'm going to film myself on TikTok committing felonies. I'm going to spray bug spray on people's food and then post it. Nothing can go wrong.
That's the last thing I did in the video was make these AI generated images. The prompt was, I think, like a silly black man dressed as a clown spraying insect spray on vegetables in a grocery store.
Myself on TikTok committing felonies. I'm gonna.
If for some reason they put bug wings on the tank of pesticide.
Spray bug spray on people's.
There's a clown.
And then post.
That's Chris Rock, literally.
It. Nothing.
That's this is, I don't know, Cedric the Entertainer.
Can go wrong.
A man faces multiple charges after he allegedly filmed himself spraying bug killer on food products at Walmart.
He's 27 years old.
Charles Smith on Saturday, in connection with the incident that happened on Thursday at the mega store, Staple Drive.
27 years old, doing something this stupid.
Mesa police said they found out about the video showing items getting sprayed on Friday.
Yeah, one of the female police officers on TikTok.
Police said Smith entered the store and plans to film social media pranks, but he instead grabbed a can of Hot Shot Ultra bug spray and flea killer without paying.
He didn't even pay for the flea killer. Get him out of here. He's an animal. He belongs in the jail. Now, some people with incredibly low IQs might write this off as, oh, anyone saying something about him doing this is racist, and they just took an opportunity to say something about black people. Like, no, this guy's an asshole. Like, let's look at some of his greatest hits. Get ready for peak black comedy.
And I told him about this, and he's like, well, see, the bacon will probably just be fine, and your clothes will smell like bacon, and all the ladies will want to be with you because you smell like bacon. The eggs, not so much.
Oh, let's see what other one he's got. Here's one where he's at the mall throwing food
eggs,
at
not
from
quite.
The second floor. I think this is actually illegal, at least in New York. But then again, everything's illegal in New York. There we go. Incredibly funny.
Uh-huh.
Let's see another one.
Throw food.
Now, if you say anything about this guy being an
Like a
asshole
monkey.
and filming himself being an absolute nuisance, you're just racist. This is just funny. It's incredibly humorous. He's running with a mannequin's head. All the way to the food court. Damn, those food court people don't put up no struggle. And he throws it in a deep fryer? What? Really, dude? And he just walking all over the counter. Should be arrested for wearing goddamn Crocs at the least. What is he doing now? What is this brilliant scholar doing? He's at Wendy's. Okay.
Yeah, he's like an American Johnny Somali. It's just a nuisance. It's literally his entire thing is just being a fucking terrorist. Like, I don't know, man. I did some crazy shit. But I didn't use it to clout chase.
Wait, there's a fire in the bathroom? Yeah.
I just did it because I was crazy. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Like, just pulling a fire line? That shit's lame. That shit's dumb. That's some, like... That's some kiddie school shit.
When you have no motherfucking talent. Literally, this is comedy. He's like, I'm going to go places and be a piece of shit and film myself doing it. This is how wacky America's gotten. Back in the day, if you film yourself committing petty crimes, you'd see the jail. Now it's like you film yourself on TikTok and get 300K followers, and everybody acts like you're a fucking god. Let's read the comments from that one.
I love harmless pranks.
Oh, yeah, real harmless. The fire department goes out there. There's no fire. Time is wasted. People don't get to enjoy the meal that actually sat in Wendy's for some weird-ass reason. And then taxpayers pay for it. So it's not really harmless. Somebody paid. Bro realized that he has free will. 7 out of 10 use of free will. This is not a crime. This is why the next generation won't have a home. Because they don't even have common decency or understand how the world works. Newsflash, you can be arrested for pulling a fire alarm.
Daniel Larson. That's the footage from the Daniel Larson video.
We can do this. I'm not. I've had it officially. I would say this is fatherless behavior, but I know a lot of dudes that don't have a dad and they're upstanding citizens. It's just culture, I guess. 23-hour lockdown, somebody called, said your little nephew was arrested at Walmart. The culture's involved.
There, you can see the crimson gray there in the ending screen. Usually I put whatever video game I'm playing there. It's a nice little Easter egg. Not usually. Usually it's like all the time. At the beginning it was just Bloodborne, but
Doesn't look real.
the more I did it, the more I tailored it to my own sign off. So I'm gonna upload that video. I'm going to
I received a
shoot
legit
Gundam an
$5
email letting
tip
them know that
from
it's
Mr.
done. Puffy nipples.
Dodelid? I
Oh.
cannot pronounce your name, and I apologize. I don't know how to pronounce that. All right? But he says, been a fan since Final Fantasy 13. Wow, that's a long time to be watching. Love your vids. I wanted to leave you something for Christmas. Not much, but a little something.
Here's something for Christmas.
Best wishes from Germany. Thank you very much. That is legit. Let's get that up on the leaderboard. Another $5 tip. Appreciate that. There we go. Oops, what the heck? There's a Stormlit Aqua in the chat. Yeah, but they didn't tag me, did they? They didn't tag me. So. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Diocletian has dropped a 5 sub bomb on the chat. Very nice. And thank you very much, Diocletian, for the support. Congrats to the following people. We've got Fuchiboy, Versher777, Ack Shorty, or
Oh
AK,
boy, I love the segments of him reading
AG
names
Logang,
off.
1738, and your humble Messiah, who all received a gifted subscription from Diocletian.
God.
Congratulations
No.
to all of you.
All right, give me a minute. I'll try and find a
Gifted
better
subs.
video
Thank you,
than.
Diocletian for the support. Smegma Poo did 1,000.
Ew, God. I hope you guys are excited to give me your money. I'm going to sleep.
Spring Mafu did it.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm so funny.
Spring Mafu did 1,000 bit cheers. Merry Christmas, Phil. Thank you very
Think
much.
I ain't tired. I ain't fucking yawning, bitch. It's bad content.
Cheered. He says, "Thank you, Phil. Did you miss me?" No, not really. But thank you for the contributions today. I hope you'll behave because this is your last chance. And I mean that. Like, if you even like sneeze the wrong way, you're out of here.
Yikes.
That's
what you want in your community.
When I said 8 a.m. is late for a 40-year-old, I'm talking about you saying you have to wake up early today at 8 a.m. That is late. No, it's not for someone who, like me,
Yes, it
has
is.
a schedule that keeps them up late every day. You have to understand something. I stream all day long, and then I have to wait for my wife to get home from work. Frequently, she doesn't get home till midnight.
I have to wait for my wife to get home from work.
I'm not going to bed till like 2, sometimes 3 in the morning. All right? So we're on that schedule, right? We don't even get tired. I don't even get tired until 1, 2 in the morning.
Oh, no,
because
stop
I
it.
have to be up.
Stop it. I'm just
for my
uploading.
wife's
I shouldn't have encoding overload.
So, yeah, I'm on a different
Yeah,
schedule
you're dumb.
than you. You understand that people work different schedules, right? You know, some people even work the night shift and then they sleep all day. Like, this is not rocket science.
You don't work the night shift, though, so it doesn't apply to you anyways. I mean, the guy's point is valid. Like, complaining about waking up at 8 a.m. is kind of ridiculous.
Snow Carl, thumbs up. Thank you for the resub.
Jump, Snow Carl.
Let's see here.
Bro, I'm usually up at like 5 a.m.
Okay. Okay. By the way, I'm gonna refund this tip that I said this Aqua guy was not legit. So we'll get this out of here, and also make sure that that person can't contribute again because it was fake. So we'll prevent any further trolling. There you go.
Okay.
Clean up this place a little bit. Sweep it up. Okay.
Sweep it up like a janitor.
So I received a $5 tip, and it's an interesting situation because this is a situation where someone might actually just have the wrong information, which would explain a lot. Hold on a second here. I have to find this person's tip. Here it is. I think this is it right here.
All right, let me look for a video. I'm uploading.
Yes. All right. So this person's name is Biersch. What a name, Biersch. And they tipped me $5. He said, my nephew trolled me. Must have said something stupid on your streams and got banned a while back. This should be from a verified account. I've emailed you. I didn't hear anything. Is it darksydephil@hotmail.com? But he spelled my name wrong. It's DARKSYDEPHIL. He used the letter I. You did send it to the wrong person. And likely, that's a person who impersonates me and probably made that account to try to troll and get people to email them instead of me. So, yeah, you were off by one letter. You have to get the spelling right.
What a
If you wanna
life.
Be sure you got it right. You could type !email into the stream chat. It'll bring up the actual link with the full proper spelling. That's who you have to email to get unbanned, okay?
What an amazing life.
So thank you for the $5 tip. That's legit. And sorry to hear that you were possibly trying to get them banned here and we're actually emailing the wrong address. That sucks.
Let me check Twitch. Is someone streaming on Twitch?
Okay.
Well, Tevin.
Big D's is here today. Oh wow, we got the
Saru
666
and
bit animation. I haven't seen that in a million years. Look at that. We seriously haven't seen that in so long. My flaming ass.
And GPM.
Well, it's nice on the Christmas marathon. We get to see some fun special stuff. Okay then.
Oh. I like that.
Big D's did 100-bit cheers. Happy holidays, Phil. I've been playing Ni no Kuni on Switch. Loving it. Kind of reminds me of Dragon Quest 8. What do you think of it? Ni no Kuni 1 is interesting. Turn-based combat.
Shut up, Phil. God damn, dude. I wonder what ALT is going to say about running this stream today. Is it going to be like, man, I forgot how boring those streams were? Because you're right, they're just like normal streams, but with different clothes. I like that that costume Saru has on. The weed Christmas tree. This is FF6, if I'm...
No reward. Where's my reward?
Right? 4! Oh, shit. It's 4. I actually played this. Believe it or not, even though I confused it with FF6, I actually did play 4. It was on the DS. Fake fan alert, I know. This is Cecil. He becomes a Death Knight.
Cecil's doing fucking one game.
Yeah, this had a different combat system. It had like multiple attacks per turn. A lot of different things you don't really see nowadays. Yeah, that's what Sarah was checking out.
Man, they turned Yang into stone.
That's about it. Other than GPM, what's he doing?
Not gonna get any
Let's
of
check in
it.
on GPM. What's he up to? He's
2024 was an iconic year.
Oh,
And it
no.
all started with
Ads!
You love
You suck, Guitar Punk Master. Alright, let's look at the sub box. Let's see who to go check out while this is uploading. I could probably run the game while I'm uploading, but just let me send out an email, please. This one. How about let's check out the pizza stream. It's 11 minutes. That should be good.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to DSP Try. Hello, everyone, and welcome to DSP Tries It, Holiday Edition 2024. Every year, I do something different for my Christmas marathon, and this year, man, did I try something different. And to be honest, I'm kind of questioning my judgment. This year, we tried pizza with a twist. What does that mean? It means
didn't
I
see
ordered
this.
from a pizzeria that's local, and it does pizza combined with Indian cuisine. Indian cuisine, curry, tandoori chicken, tikka masala. Boy, please explain. Please explain, because you're making me nervous. And it sounded interesting, and it just arrived. Are you ready for this? I'm literally about to eat this. This is pizza with a twist. Okay? So what do we have here? On your right-hand side, 2 slices of chicken tikka masala. On your left-hand side, what was supposed to be crispy crust, curry style, vegetarian. And on the top is a slice of Hawaiian. Stop this! So
TSP
the
stomach.
crispy crust was supposed to be curry, but not spicy at all. And it was supposed to be vegetarian. So let's try a bite of that first and see how it is, okay? Here we go.
Hmm.
That's really weird. I'm not gonna lie.
Man.
That's really bizarre.
His sound gate
I gotta
really
take another bite
sucks.
before I can even like. There's no, for the record, there's no red sauce on here. It's supposed to be curry on pizza. I'm getting all kinds of sensations that I've never had eating pizza before. Like herbs and spice. As like permeating, it's going up my sinuses.
Whatever you call it.
But it's not pizza. Like, what is that? It's so weird. I can't like I want to keep eating it because I can't stop because it's weird.
What?
PP Pants Boy sent me $3 and your beard is weird. Well, thanks, dude. You're a weirdo too.
What the hell? 0 tomato flavor. 0.
Your
Already
beard is weird.
0. Anything
Your
Italian.
beard is weird.
Can I say curse words in Italian? Affangu. It just tastes like cheese.
Affangu.
And a very
What's an affangu?
like spices that are very like herbaceous spices. I don't know how to say it. Like when you eat a certain spice, it goes up your sinus. It really does. Like, ooh,
Italian
it gives you
swear
that tingle,
words.
right?
Affangu.
Oh. Like I get that eating this, but that's all I get. I taste nothing else. Curry, no.
Nope.
So now moving over to the chicken tikka masala pizza. It's supposed to have seasoned chicken, like tikka masala seasoned chicken with a tikka masala sauce. Also, this one has red chilies on, or excuse me, green chilies on it, which are supposed to be hot. Okay. Interesting. Whoa.
Okay. Bafangu is not a recognized Italian word and most likely is a misspelling or a made-up phrase with no clear meaning in Italian. Okay, so whatever that meant.
Whoa.
Like, whoa.
Maybe it was a quarter correct in Italian.
Whoa.
If it was
No,
only
this
4
is
times more correct,
interesting.
you'd be able to understand
Tasted
whatever he
cilantro,
said.
A little bit of hotness, like spice from the pepper, but not a lot. Just a little bit. A little bit of Bernie tingle. The chicken is actually good. There's, again, no red sauce on here. No tomato flavor at all. It's got a lingering taste of cilantro and herbs. I'm gonna keep eating this one. Okay.
Okay, whatever.
This is so bizarre. But I think I might like it.
I think you're bizarre.
I think I might like this.
Who does this?
I did not like the
Imagine
curry.
someone at like
I
a
didn't.
party doing this.
It had a little bit of herb flavor, but it was like,
Imagine someone at like a house party, like you know, a place where people can invite anyone, and sometimes someone gets invited that you don't know anything about, and he picks up the pizza and he just starts acting like this. It's like, dude, is this guy on like some kind of medication?
not very good. This I might like.
Wow, I might like this.
I'm gonna keep eating this piece.
Okay, I'm gonna keep eating, you guys.
Perry, thank you. Perry just did a huge super chat, and I'll shout that out in a moment. Oh, the peppers just got me. Oh, hold on.
Oh, the peppers just got me.
I got a really spicy pepper right there.
Okay.
Oh, it got me bad.
Should we like slowly
It's got
back
me
out of the
bad. It was
room?
really hot. I'm sorry. Now I want to show you something.
And then just like the room is empty and he's just sitting there eating his pizza, and then
What
looks
kind of
up and
pizza
he's
do you
like,
think this is?
"Where did everyone go?"
That's supposed to be Hawaiian pizza, but you wouldn't know that because they put so much cheese on the top of it that you can't even see the toppings. They just completely covered the top with cheese. So you can't even see what you're eating.
I can
Like,
see
why
actually.
is there so much cheese on this pizza? And I'm not gonna lie to you. We opened up the boxes, right? And I said, hold on. And I grabbed paper towels and I put paper towels down on top of each pie, and I absorbed a full paper towel's worth of grease before we even touched the pizza. It was like sopping in grease.
Oh.
Where are we headed?
That is disgusting. So when you put this much cheese on pizza, that's what happens. Like you get an insane amount of grease. This is like really bad. So this is Hawaiian. This is supposed to be American style. This supposed.
So what are you gonna do? You're gonna write a review calling them insane?
This is supposed to have, red tomato-based sauce on it. So let's see how it goes. Okay?
Okay. Oh my god, it's so weird.
Why are
Okay,
the
sir, can you
pineapples
like
tough?
speak, please?
I don't know.
The pineapple is tough and chewy. Oh, pineapple is supposed to be juicy and soft and tangy and sweet. It's like, oh. And the sauce, like, I'm not even kidding. It tastes like a frozen pizza. It tastes exactly like a frozen pizza.
That's a good thing you spent like $80 on it. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's a good thing your little pay pigs paid you
They used
to
I can
make
tell you
this
right
happen.
now, this is canned pineapple, which is not acceptable for a restaurant you're ordering stuff from. It should be fresh pineapple.
Bro, this dude is literally retarded. Imagine thinking you can tell by biting a pineapple on a pizza whether or not the pineapple was canned or was chopped up there on the spot. Also, obviously, literally every pizza place you go to, the pizza chef is not back there chopping up a pineapple. okay? You're an idiot. You're a fucking buffoon. You are ridiculously stupid. If you think any pizza place hand prepares their own raw pineapple, bro, give me a break. I could tell this is from a can. No pizza preparer who's of authentic Italian merit should take pineapple out of a can. Because when a pineapple is in a can, it becomes less of a pineapple somehow. I don't know. All I know is it becomes less authentically Italian. So there you go. Yes, Phil. That authentic Italian dish, Hawaiian pizza.
Sauce is not sauce.
Such a fucking idiot.
Sauce. This is canned sauce. It's not real sauce at all. It's very bad.
He can taste the can. You get it? He can taste the metallic flavor of a sauce that came from a can.
This game is a joke. It really is. This game is a horrible joke. How do you like this game? This game is fucking so bad.
This game is fucking so
And
bad.
again, if you're gonna eat the tikka masala pizza, okay, that's unique. I'll have something different. You're ordering regular pizza. This tastes nothing like what pizza should be. This is very disappointing.
The fuck?
It tastes like lunch meat. I think it is lunch meat. I think it's lunch meat and canned pineapple. Quite frankly, that's what it tastes like to me.
What does that
It's
mean?
just not good.
What does that mean?
So,
Bro, what does that mean?
the American style pizza.
Bro, how retarded are you? Yes, it is ham. Ham you can get from a variety of sources, including the aisle where they sell lunch meat. Or you can find ham, and then you put ham on a pizza. Ham is a lunch meat. Ham is a key ingredient in Hawaiian pizza. What the fuck does that mean when you say it tastes like there is lunch meat on this pizza where half of the ingredients is literally a lunch meat? How is this a review?
Pizza with red sauce is actually quite bad.
Nom nom nom. So
The
bad I'm
unique
going to keep eating.
Curry pizza is also quite bad. Out of the three I just tried, the only one I like is the chicken tikka masala pizza. And the reason is it's so unique with the flavors of the seasoned chicken, the burningness of the peppers,
The burningness.
and
Usually you would
the
call that
herbaceousness. It tastes so different from what you would
herbaceousness.
normally have on a piece of
That's
pizza.
what we call it.
That I think it's unique enough you would want to try it. All right. So honestly, I'm gonna eat the chicken tikka masala pizza and finish it.
Oh boy.
I don't even know if I want that piece of curry. It wasn't very good.
That piece of
I actually
curry.
do like this. It's so different from what I would eat. It's so weird that I like it. But the one major complaint overall, too much cheese, too much grease, too much cheese.
Oh, you're gonna get salt, 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 salt. And even now, again, my mouth overpowered with salt flavor.
Like the idea when you're doing
His
pizza
taste
is your
His taste is so refined he can tell the difference between northern Italy pancetta and southern Italy prosciutto, and he can taste if it came from a can or not.
combining, a robust flavor of like a tomato.
Guys, he said the
It's acidic,
thing. He said
but
robust.
it's tasty. And you're combining that with herbs like oregano or basil, right? And then a fresh mozzarella, maybe some olive.
Oh, he didn't say
Those are the
mozzarella for
flavors
some
that
reason.
combine to make a great pizza dough, a chewy dough.
A dough you can chew.
Right? This is just cheese, 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 cheese.
Banned, 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 banned.
Gone.
Gone. Forever.
Cheese and grease. Oh, and if we happen to throw an ingredient on top that cuts through that, like the hot green peppers or the seasoned chicken.
Right?
So,
anyways.
And oh man.
Oh,
You
man.
guys really want to know how much I spent on this? I don't think you do. No, I don't think you do.
I think we
I'm
knew
probably
before
not
you
gonna
even
eat a lot
said
of
it.
this, like, oh man.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. $100. Thank you. Okay. Videos are uploading. Email is sent off. Project is ready to go. Probably the day after Christmas, it'll upload. We got a visual novel to play. It is called Crimson Gray, Dusk and Dawn. I'm going to keep playing for a while. It is only 5:30. Perfect timing. We're good to go. I'm liking this game. The main character is legitimately a psychopath. And, I don't know, I haven't made too many choices yet. I wonder how many choices there are, how many possible endings or outcomes there can be. Oh, also, I bought the original Crimson Gray. So the game that takes place before this. Where is it? There. So I got this. And it's not installed, but I can play it later. Alright, load. There we go, this one. Alright. We're back. We're back to gaming. Set game. Crimson Gray. Did I spell that right? Yeah, okay. Refocused. Okay. Pull this up a little bit. Was it just game capture? Nope, no. It's display, is it not? Yeah. It's just display. Okay, make sure you can read all that. I'll move over here. Hide that tree. Move it over a little bit. I want to make sure all the text is visible, because I don't trust my voiceover. That's about right. No, it's wrong. Like that. That's good enough. Should be, right? Let's do a costume change. Hopefully this works. Okay. Alright, Crimson Gray. Refocused, Lizzie carefully loosened... Oh, 2B. Nice. Carefully loosened her grip, then headed home at the highest speed that wouldn't draw attention. When she arrived, she threw herself into John's arms and held him tightly. He looked concerned, but when she just clung to him... he understood... Sorry, the capital letters are throwing me off. He understood and simply embraced her. That bitch was wrong. She was the problem, not Lizzie. Definitely not John. He was holding her and stroking her so gently, helping her return to a better place. Being in his arms always calmed her, and soon Lizzie was closer to what others would consider normal. She did like being this way, happy and peaceful, and she could do more for John like this. It was an unintended side effect, and it stopped her from slaughtering anyone. She stayed in his arms for a while after that, setting aside her guilt over causing him stress and just indulging in his kindness for a while. But the girl had been right about one thing. A normal boy could never have been with her. John was special. That was why they were so wonderful together. I forgot what she said, actually. Even as she regained her full calm, however, one thing didn't change her mind. Maybe it wasn't possible due to the circumstances, but it would have been better to kill the girl. After the incident, Lizzie spent a while sorting through her remaining thoughts. She had completely filled up one notebook, so she started a second and took it with her to boring classes. Math wasn't boring, but she did find herself running her fingers over the edge of the notebook as she worked. Later. For now, she would finish the requirement. Lizzie didn't mind math. It was straightforward, free of judgments. Though she didn't understand her professor's talk about its elegance and beauty, it didn't seem incomprehensible to her. He was alright for a not John person. After class, she floated across campus to return home. That annoying couple tried to engage her in conversation again, but she was able to make polite small talk without committing to anything and keep on her way out without wasting too much time. Then she arrived home and found John looking at her notebook. Uh-oh. Her focus condensed down to a single point, flickering over everything, his posture. His eyes, the exact set of his mouth, the speed at which he looked up toward her. Once, such a thing would have been terrifying. It still made her scared that she might have gone too far this time, added doubt to his mind, and ruined their relationship, and he did have a concerned look on his face, so there would be no simple, easy solution. Lizzie, are these things you felt that you couldn't tell me? What? No, not at all. Okay, I do believe you. Have you been keeping notebooks like these as long as we've been together? She squirmed a little at that, her desire to smooth things over and make him happy, warring with her desire to be completely honest with him. I had books like these a long time ago, but no, I only started again recently. That's the only one, other than the new one I just started. Did something happen to make you more stressed? Is it something I've done? There was real pain in his eyes, and Lizzie hated herself for a brief moment. She'd caused him more pain, just as she'd sworn to herself that she would never do again. But her John never rushed to judgment, and he was strong, even if he was often sad, and she longed to protect him. Their relationship had been through more intense things. This wouldn't be the end, and Lizzie carefully sat down opposite him. It definitely isn't anything you did, John, and it isn't anything specific. I've just been a little anxious lately, and I was worried the speech might be more of a problem. Yeah, I can understand that. He kept leafing through the notebook, leaving Lizzie to squirm uncomfortably. It represented her true thoughts, but some of them felt a little awkward under his gaze, and she couldn't tell him what he was thinking. The fact ate her up inside until she couldn't hold it back anymore. You don't hate me, right? Nothing in the notebook scares you? John looked up at her in astonishment. A moment later, he moved forward to embrace her, and though that was wonderful, it was his honest surprise at her question that meant the most. She had just been paranoid. There'd been no need to fear. Get the other VTuber back up. Oh, Lizzie, of course I wouldn't hate you. I'm just sad that you were stressed and felt like you couldn't tell me. He wrapped an arm around her and pulled her so they sat side by side, then pulled the notebook into his lap. When I read these, I mostly just see you. This is who you are, and I can feel your love for me on every page. Aww. There we go. Turning the page to one of her drawings of killing Spite, his lips twitched in a bit of a smile. These are, I don't know, cute. I've seen you murderous, Lizzie, and this is different. Playful. If this helps you release your feelings, I think it's healthy. Oh, John, I should have known you would understand. I'm not perfect, but I'm always here and I want to understand you. Which is why I have to ask, is it really nothing? Is there a reason you've been more stressed lately? Lizzie sighed and leaned against his chest, considering. It was a difficult question, not just because... Hey, how's it going? Not just because she had to think about what the best answer would be, but also because she wasn't entirely certain herself. In her mind, her thoughts all flowed together, and speaking with him made them feel clearer, but it wasn't always easy. Reassure him it wasn't his fault, or ask him to help with dealing with stressors. I don't know what kind of game this is, even now. I guess reassure him, trying to make him happy, but if the game is trying to teach you that, like, if you're crazy, you should seek help. If I turn away from it, that could be I could suffer a punishment for that. Alright, I'll try and follow what Lizzie would do, which is keep him calm. Let all the torment and everything be on her. John, most things have been wonderful. You're so considerate, and you're working so hard for us. Sometimes I almost worry that I'm not good enough for you, that I don't deserve someone perfect like you. Lizzie, no, I could never think something like that. I believe you, John, it's just that sometimes. I think I understand a little. We can't always control our emotions. He hugged her closer to himself, and Lizzie gladly leaned against him. Though he was dismayed to hear her sadness, he was also happy to help her work through it. And she was glad as well, though Lizzie still felt many negative feelings and thoughts buzzing through her head. Maybe this would help suppress them. But as warm as things were between them, Lizzie felt a bit of hesitance. When she looked at his face, she saw something shift and realized that there was something less pleasant he wanted to bring up. Had something in the notebook upset him? Her heart began hammering in her chest. There is one thing we need to talk about, though. This page, for example. Lizzie blinked in surprise as she scanned it quickly. It was a page of dense writing where she talked about him, largely about her love for him and many other things. What could be amiss there? Do you always write pronouns for me with a capital letter? Yes. It's kind of annoying. Of course, John, you're not like any other boy. You're the only person for me. I mean, I'm glad you love me, but I don't know about this. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with it. What? Why not? She stared at him, hiding the true dismay from her face. Inside, she was panicking. Usually, John was so calm and steady. She loved understanding more about him. When she actually felt confused, it always terrified her, forced her to wonder if she was somehow drifting away from him forever. I know how intensely you feel things, but this just feels like a little much. I want you to be my partner, Lizzie. I don't want you to worship me. But John deserves it. You're wonderful, and I love you with my whole heart. I know that, but since I love you too, I have to be honest with you. This worries me a little bit. This capitalized version of me, is that really me? I'm almost afraid all this is for someone else that represents me, but isn't me in truth. No. It isn't like that at all. She clutched him to her, his head against her chest while she gripped one hand in his hair. But through her dismay, she began to understand. The thought upset her a little, and the idea that she might be worshipping some false form of him was terrifying. But she could understand it. John was still her John. I just refer to you like any other boy. If I just refer to you like any other boy, it doesn't feel right. Like I'm saying that they're the same as you, and I would never betray you like that, John. Lizzie, I think I can understand that a little, but can you understand me too? I do, John, I do. She stopped gripping him so tightly and let him pull back slightly. They stared into each other's eyes for a while and both smiled. Nothing that had been said changed their love for each other, and they both knew it. Lizzie leaned forward to kiss him gently. John was being too humble, but she wouldn't argue over that with him. She understood why he was upset, and she didn't mean to suggest anything like that. Certainly not to him, and now she needed to avoid suggesting it to herself. Maybe she could accomplish the same thing another way. It was only her fear that she was betraying him that made her think that way. If she had no fear, if she loved him, even more utterly and totally than she ever had before, then it wouldn't matter if she capitalized the word or not. Though she wasn't there yet, Lizzie felt peaceful enough to quiet her thoughts and just to enjoy kissing him for a while, and kissing him. Though she was... When they finished, John pulled back and smiled gently at her. Well, this has been quite a conversation. If you want to take a break, I'd understand, but if you want to keep talking, I'm here for you. All I want is for you to hold me a little longer, okay? Of course. He held her like that just for a long time. Even afterward, when they got their textbooks and began reading, he stayed close, letting her rest against him, so they were always touching. By the time they were ready to go to bed, Lizzie no longer felt nervous about him discovering her notebooks, but she also had a feeling that she wouldn't need them anymore. Oh. Life improved after the conversation. Lizzie overflowed with so much positive energy that she was constantly visiting John for extra kisses and showering affection over him. His reaction was more subtle, but she could feel that it had made a difference to him. Though Lizzie wrote in her notebook occasionally, she didn't take it with her anymore and didn't feel too much need for it. In fact, when Aaron invited them to a party with his friends, Lizzie felt so free of stress that she didn't mind them going. To her surprise, the energy overflowed so much that she even enjoyed the party a little. She kept an eye on John at all times, noting his position. He was speaking with a mixed group, casual but not so casual that she worried about him. Since he was fine, she didn't mind spending some time with others. Aaron's friends were usually smart and thoughtful, if a little too passionate about irrelevant things for her liking. At the moment, she was talking to a girl named Rose. She was also hanging out with Aaron, and they acted as if they might be dating, though Lizzie also had a strong intuition that wasn't quite the case. It didn't matter to her, so she didn't pursue it. What mattered was that Rose showed no intent or interest in John, and she didn't like how judgmental their psychology class was either. No alcohol at all, huh? Not judging, I was just wondering if it was a personal commitment or something. Lizzie was drinking water from her cup. Though she hadn't thought about it, she knew the exact reason. Becoming intoxicated reduced her ability to enjoy John's presence and slightly decreased her combat potential, thus was to be avoided at all costs. It's just not to my taste. That's cool. Honestly, some drinks taste so shitty, I wonder if people really like it, or if society just convinces everyone they need to like it because it's refined or whatever. Or whatever. I'll take a sip of my alcohol, though. I do have a little bit of vodka here. Here we go. A little sip. I haven't thought about that before. Society convinces us of all kinds of things, like who decided weddings should be these obscenely elaborate performances, and wearing white is just a vestige of an absurd older custom. I was hoping to wear white for our wedding. Normally, Lizzie would have followed the tone of the conversation and not offered any contradiction, since that would just lead to annoyances. One reason Rose was acceptable was that she didn't get offended when people disagreed with her, which meant Lizzie didn't have to waste energy on such things. It's 100% fine if that's what you want. I just think some people only stumble into it because that's what society expects. And you're about the last person I'd expect to be that way, Lizzie. Huh? Or really? Yeah, it's pretty obvious you don't care about what other people think. I admire that. Oh, thank you. Lizzie gave her a smile that wasn't fake, one of the few real smiles she'd given to anyone other than him. In the old days, it would never have happened, but being together with John was so wonderful that she felt like she had an excess of happiness, enough to share it with people who were acceptable company, when he wasn't there, even. Their conversation didn't continue for too long after that, though, because several of Rose's other friends showed up. She didn't try to press Lizzie to join them, so Lizzie was soon alone again. That was fine with her, though she began to ponder if she could collect John and leave. The company didn't seem to have worn him down yet, so perhaps they could stay a little longer. While Lizzie considered that, someone else ambled up beside her. Aaron, enjoying yourself, Lizzie? Sure, thanks for inviting us. No problem, and glad to hear it. You two are hard to read. Really? Yeah, well, you seem to understand each other on a deeper level, and it's nice to see, honestly. I wish I had a relationship that close. Of course, I don't have one at all right now. Oh, I had thought you and Rose. Aaron stopped for a full second, giving her a bizarre expression. He narrowed his eyes as if uncertain if she was being serious. Lizzie, do you really not know I'm... let's see.
I'm gay, I'm gay, I'm gay, totally gay.
There it is. And he had been laughing and talking with John earlier, and she remembered that he had slapped John on the back. Had his hand lingered too long?
Stop being gay!
Thank you for the raid. Thank you, Soapman XX, for the raid. We're playing a visual novel. And Aaron is gay. Had his hand lingered too long? And not only was he single, but he had said...
I love watching him explain the gay love to us.
That thing about wanting a relationship like theirs. Oh my god, what the fuck? No, I hadn't noticed. Oh no. Huh, you have that look in your eyes. Damn, Lizzie, if you were anyone else, I'd almost be offended. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh, I'm just upset I didn't notice. Like you find a man you love and you two get married? Yeah, okay, I'm not just trying...
Stop being gay!
Why is it like this? Okay, I'm not trying to have a chip on my shoulder. It's just, you know, the Midwest is a pretty conservative place. I mean it though. Put your shirt back down. Fucking lush. It took a supreme effort of will for Lizzie to finish the conversation without giving the wrong impression. Such a thing which would have been impossible for her as she was 3 years ago, but thanks to John, she could do a better job of looking outside herself. Though it couldn't touch anything within her, she could intellectually understand what Aaron was saying to her. People disapprove. Why is he still posed like this? People disapproving of him was very similar to people who might disapprove of her, so her reaction didn't need to be faked. Though he was sharper than most, she didn't think Aaron sensed any of the turmoil inside her. Get out of here. When he finally left, though, she was relieved. How would she miss something so important? Maybe Aaron was a good person, but most weren't. Lizzie had thought she could focus on nothing but her relationship with John, and now she realized that her focus had given her blind spots. There were other consequences, too. Lizzie presumed that John knew and was paying more attention to such things. She had been acting so close to Rose earlier in the party. Had some part of him seen it and worried she might be interested in anyone other than him? She didn't fear that John would feel jealous. That wasn't his nature. But he might find some way to doubt his self-worth, maybe wondering if he wasn't enough for her or something else equally absurd. At his best, he would understand it was false. But if he was depressed... Lizzie realized that instead of taking a drink, she was chewing on the rim of her cup hard enough that she tasted plastic. Better than her fingers, since she was in public, but still a sign that she needed to pull back and reconsider. Slipping out as soon as she could, Lizzie headed back home, trying to integrate the new information. She had thought that the social understanding she had developed over the years growing up would be more than enough for her to navigate any social interaction, but plainly she was too narrowly focused on herself and John. That was where all her attention should be, of course. But her anxiety was creeping upward again, and wouldn't stop until she felt confident in her analytical abilities again. That night, Lizzie decided not to write anything in her notebook. Instead, she just nestled up against John and held him, which he gladly reciprocated. It didn't take her too long to fall asleep after that. Keep going. The days passed freely enough, and they drifted closer to the end of the year. No threat materialized, but not much changed either. Lizzie was happy for each precious day, though, and clung closer to John. Things were easier now. She only wrote in her notebook occasionally, and often showed him what she'd written. Classes remained tolerable, and she didn't have any problems with obnoxious classmates or other people. Despite all the attention surrounding the speeches and the potential overhaul of the FDCA, everything just stalled in committees. Aaron and a few others kept campaigning, but interest overall died down. There had been little tension surrounding Aaron and his group, with John wanting to be involved more, though Lizzie tried her best to hide her anxieties. He still noticed that she was uncomfortable when they were around others, and so wonderful person that he was still willing to withdraw. So they'd spent much of their time together, which was bliss. It could work that way forever, couldn't it? John was an introvert anyway, and she could provide everything he might possibly need. That would be ideal, but Lizzie wasn't certain. It was unfortunately impossible for them to be together every second of every day, and despite her best efforts, she was not perfect. Maybe it would be better to develop some kind of secondary defenses. That would mean giving him up to others temporarily and other unacceptable risks. Lizzie pondered everything as she chopped up the vegetables for that day's meal, enjoying the knife work while she thought. John was casually reading on the couch and smiled when he felt her gaze. Ah, this was bliss. Unfortunately, a moment later, someone pounded on the door. Yo, I won't interrupt you lovebirds, but you want to turn on the news. If he said that, it must be something significant. Lizzie wasn't sure exactly what they had said, but John had spoken to Aaron about needing more private space. Covering for her, of course, which was wonderful. Though Lizzie felt slightly uncomfortable about the whole thing, John had managed to set everything up smoothly. Aaron was already moving on, leaving them to glance at one another. After a pause, John got up and flipped through the channels until he got the one they wanted. Worst rampages in American history. We have just received a report that one of the students in critical care has unfortunately passed away, bringing the total to 11 dead and 2 wounded. Holy shit. Lizzie moved to the couch beside John in a flash, eyes fixed on the television even though she wasn't completely certain why. The news was filled with reports of murders, of course, but the ratio immediately caught her attention. John glanced over to her with a thoughtful look. Why would Aaron call us about this, in particular? The facts of the incident are still coming in. One of the most basic facts must have been relevant. That's a good point. Maybe it's scrolling at the bottom now. I recognize that name. It's a town with a major koi tech factory, just like their hometown. He didn't need to say. Distracted by the exact reports of the violence, Lizzie had not noticed that fact. She didn't know the name in any case. It made her heart warm to think that the two of them complemented one another, but she was still in a state of rigid alertness. With the lull in updates the news program was bringing on guests, there was a Koitek representative, which was incredibly suspicious, even though he was only making a statement of condolences. After that, an academic was brought on. He was introduced as an expert on violent killings, which immediately attracted her interest. After pointless introductory questions, things got more interesting. Until the police decide to release direct evidence, is there anything else we can determine about the crime? What's notable is how few were injured compared to those killed. Regardless of the weapon used, that's an unusual statistic. Bleh. Regardless of the weapon used, that's an unusual statistic. And what does that tell us? It might indicate that it was a crime of passion. The individuals killed were targeted specifically, not randomly. Even those hospitalized were severely injured after all. But what could cause a student to go on such a rampage? Well, emotions are always strong in high school. No, that wasn't right. The death-to-injury ratio had caught her attention as well, and the expert had identified it too, but he was wrong about that. Lizzie didn't want to jump to conclusions, but this is horrible. But do you think it could... Breaking news, the police have released video footage captured during the tragedy to the media. Children and sensitive viewers may not wish to watch the following clip. Thank you. Neither of them blinked. The news switched to grainy footage from a security camera on an empty hallway. For a few moments still. Then a student began crawling across the floor, leaving a trail of blood. Broken arm, cut to the intestines, designed to cause pain instead of death. She couldn't see the student's eyes, but she was sure there was animal fear in them. He was panicking, just trying to get away. A girl appeared on camera. She moved casually, but surprisingly fast. Swinging a baseball bat idly in one hand, the student gave a mangled squawk and tried to crawl faster. It didn't matter. The girl lunged forward and brought the bat down onto his head. Though the blow was pixelated, Lizzie could practically see the spray of blood. Yikes. The girl stared down at the body for a moment, face unclear, then she finally looked up. A mad grin on her face. With a peal of laughter, she lunged away, vanishing from the screen. For a few seconds, the footage was only the corpse, set to the sound of her laughter, then it cut out abruptly. Only then did Lizzie realize that she was on her feet and holding her knife. Her reaction had been instinctive and instantaneous. John looked a little concerned and touched her arm. Lizzie... You're right, She sat down on the couch beside him and carefully set her knife a few inches out of easy reach. Normally she might be ashamed of herself, but her heart was still beating too rapidly. Lizzie did her best to focus on the broadcast. Remind everyone that the suspect was killed by police at the entrance to the school. Her identity and the identities of the victims are still being withheld for the sake of the families. But if anyone has information concerning... John turned the volume to a low buzz, then looked toward her. Her eyes were hard and serious in a way that normally excited her, but given the circumstances, she was too tense. Too tense. I know it's early to jump to conclusions, but she was like me, yes. The words felt strange in her mouth, though. This random girl couldn't possibly be like her, not any more than the other girl in their hometown. She didn't know of another way to say it, though, and she trusted John would understand. Not like you, but the way she moved. You don't think that was natural, do you? No, she used more strength than a normal girl when she swung her bat, and she was almost as fast as me. In the movements they'd seen during the video, at least, which might not reflect her full speed, Lizzie again had the strong urge to eliminate the girl, despite the fact that she was already dead and couldn't possibly harm John. Miss Smythe said there was nothing sinister about it, just experiments gone wrong, but for this to happen here, too. Remember the meeting? Koitek prefers to rush through testing with multiple simultaneous experiments. Oh, good memory. I hadn't realized you were listening that closely. Lizzie smiled at him, a little bit of the tension draining from her. Yes, she was still here beside her John, and there was no threat. She needed to quiet her instincts. That didn't mean they were safe, though. There could be much broader threats due to the changes that would happen. She was certain that she knew much of the information that would come out about the incident, but after that, it looked like John's thoughts had gone in a similar direction, judging from his frown. Do you think this will be the end for Koitek? Will this be what they need to bring reform? I don't think this will change anything. She was surprised by John's bleak tone, but when she looked over to him, she saw that his eyes were calm. Though sometimes he became too depressed and saw the world as dark than it really was. At other times, his vision seemed clearer than many others. We know what really happened. Will the public make the connection? It looks like Koitek is already on top of things. They might even use this as an argument for whether drugs are needed more to stop murders like this. Oh, you may be right, but... You saw that image where she looked at the camera. That's going to be all over the news, I guarantee it. She'll become the new face of any social problem people want to blame on younger generations. Maybe things will take a positive turn from there, but I doubt it. Oh, John, I hope it doesn't go that way, but I'm inclined to believe you. They leaned against one another for a while, John touching his face to her hair and breathing in slowly. They sat there together for a while, watching as the news continued. Meaningful information was coming slower now, but that didn't stop the broadcast from trying to stretch things. Since new information did come out occasionally, she felt like she needed to keep watching. Though it shouldn't have gotten to her, Lizzie found herself more and more anxious as they continued. What would Koitek do if they felt threatened? Could this be a part of some much larger scheme? Even if not, what would happen to them? The incident with her and John had been suppressed and gotten no media attention. But this was a public event. Horror slowly crept up within her as she imagined an army of Mrs. Mice swarming schools around the country, giving out more medication to prevent another such incident. Parents would probably welcome it. She understood human psychology that much. Someone like her might have been targeted. Worse, someone like John would have even less chance. Lizzie realized that she was chewing on one of her fingers hard enough to draw blood, only when John gently pulled it from her mouth. It'll be okay, Lizzie. Whatever happens, we'll get through this together. She nodded and then hugged him tightly, taking refuge in his embrace. It was right, of course, but only if they devoted their full attention to analyzing the potential risk. They stayed together for a while longer, but it seemed like the broadcast had even less new information now. Despite all the emotion, Lizzie found herself strangely blank. She wasn't sure if she wanted to forget this had happened or take precautions. Unfortunately, it seemed that John was similarly uncertain, glancing to her just then. So, what do you want to do now? Take a sip. Forget about it for now. Search for more information. Train to prepare for arrival. Train to prepare for arrival. Search for new information or forget about it. Maybe I should train. Some crazy psycho bitch. It's gonna take my John away. Prepare for arrival. There might be others. Lizzie picked up her knife and gripped it tightly, considering getting up and going for her axe. Her axe! I need to be ready. Ready. Shit. I need to be ready. Lizzie, slow down and think about this. We're nowhere near anywhere that something like this happened. Training montage. No, John. What this shows is that we don't know how many of them there are, and they could be anywhere. And if any of them see you, they'll try to steal you. I can't let that happen. I need to be ready. In the tournament arc of this, like, a bunch of different psycho bitches in, like, a tournament bracket. John didn't stop her, understanding what she wanted. What she needed. This situation might not be what he wanted, but he understood that it was necessary for them to prepare. She got her axe and began swinging it experimentally. Like a fucking spurg, just grabbing her axe and just swinging it around the apartment. Woof! Woof! Wah! It wasn't quite the same as it was once. There was the flicker of slowness from all the happiness in her life. She needed to regain that speed without losing any of the happiness. Practicing with her blade only made her think more about the potential threat. Not today, not tomorrow, but it would come. Lizzie ended up practicing long into the night. Okay. Good. Just building up some muscles, I guess. Those might come in handy. As she fell asleep, Lizzie tried to ponder what this would mean for them. All she was sure about was that she wanted to face it at his side. What a game. Several days later, more information had come out, and everything was far less clear. The facts of the Warnos incident were overwhelmed by rumors, theories, and other chaos that muddled any potential message. Lizzie was absolutely certain in her interpretation. but obviously she was keeping that to herself. The girl's name was common knowledge now, and her face was represented by both a very normal-looking yearbook photo and her grin from the video. The exact order of events when she had killed 12 of her classmates was still argued over, adding to the conspiracy theories. It was unclear why she had done it, and none of the evidence offered struck Lizzie as correct. She was actually a little curious what the girl's reasoning had been, but ultimately it didn't matter. At the moment, Lizzie was writing up some of her thoughts in her notebook. The incident had set her imagination on fire. Sorry, a lot of reading. So she'd used the notebook more lately, but she'd let John see much of what she did, and they'd been able to talk about it, which amplified the soothing effect. Now, though, she was finished and feeling restless. Lizzie glanced at the clock and got up to pace a little. John was currently at the computer lab, another part-time job he'd gotten to try and reduce their debt. This one was usually easy, he said, but tonight, allegedly, he was going to be playing games with some other people, including Aaron, which made her a little uncomfortable. She knew it was irrational, but she hadn't pushed too hard. But John knew that she didn't like it. He'd promised that soon he'd start withdrawing a little more to spend time with her, but hadn't specified exactly when. Lizzie decided that it was time to go visit him, not just to check on him, but because she might as well see what everyone was interested in. Games didn't particularly interest her, and John hadn't played many because they were expensive, but there was a group of on campus setting up something called a LAN party. Demons! She made her way across the campus at speed towards the lab. She was anxious, no point denying that, but was a low-level anxiety she could swallow without doing any harm. Inside, she found things a little different than expected. Each person at a separate computer. Maybe she had been thinking of consoles, with everyone together on the same couch. This was reasonable and seemed like the kind of thing John would like. Though almost everyone was utterly fixated on the screen, John looked up and smiled when he saw her. She immediately moved to stand beside him, one hand on his shoulder. The screen seemed to be from the point of view of someone running through corridors carrying a gun. There were other numbers, presumably the statistics related to the game. So this is the game? Yeah, it's fun playing over LAN, but I doubt I'd want to play too often. Oh my god! What the fuck is going on? Is this what she sees in her mind? That's normal, right? I mean, there are a lot more important causes in the world, but you can't be focused all the time or it'll just end up useless, you know. Lizzie could... Damn it.
Stop being gay!
I know, Aaron. Jesus Christ. We're at a LAN party and you're just acting like this. But it was true for John, at least, and one of the ways she needed to protect him. Sorry if I'm distracted. After the match week, he cut off as someone else approached him from around a corner of his screen, abruptly moving his mouse and hitting keys much faster. Lizzie found herself briefly concerned for his avatar, but fortunately it was the other player who collapsed, the little human image spurting blood. Hehehe, that's not very realistic. That prompted a strange eyebrow from Aaron. Well, it is a game. So the winner is the person who kills the most people? More or less. The timer is... Whoa! Okay, thank you. Oh, wow. Look at Lizzie back there. She is cute. Once again... I say cute. Once again, the game sucked up his attention, so Lizzie stopped distracting him and just stayed behind to watch. If she could play the game, would John like that? Lizzie watched his hands and the gameplay. Reaction time seemed to play a part, and she'd be good at that, but the actions necessary to move and fire seemed very artificial. She wasn't sure if she'd be able to adjust to them. Of course, she wouldn't want to play against John, even if his character was just a little soldier that didn't look like him. She also wasn't sure if she wanted to play with this group. A few were staring at her with a look that made her set her teeth on edge. Only John got to look at her that way. Things went well until John's avatar came under heavy fire. Abruptly, the string pulled back, and he saw the little figure collapse in a shower of blood. John had been killed. He winced and muttered to himself. Raw hatred surged through Lizzie as she realized that one of the people in the room had killed him. He propped back up a second later, but she barely noticed, scanning the other chairs Was there any way to tell which username connected to the person who had killed him? But as things went on, John killed them back several times. He got killed again, and the surges of hatred faded. It was just a simple little avatar, after all. John was fine. If she could kill people in real life and do no harm, would she? The idea kind of excited her, but she decided not to explore it, for now. Before too long, the match ended. If she read the screen right, John did well. In the top third of players, considering he had less time for games than many other people. She was very proud of him, giving him a quick hug from behind. Good job, honey. Oh my... Jesus! Stop it, Aaron. It's going way too hard. There we go. He swiveled around his chair to face her, smiling. You just came to watch, I take it. Do you want to play?
Hell!
Oh, I don't know about that. It doesn't seem quite like my sort of thing. Did you know there are seriously people blaming the Wuornos incident on violent video games? Shaking his head, Aaron swiveled to face them. It's not just a few crackpots either. I hear a lot of people saying that this is because of the violence in our media. Calling for all kinds of societal change, so long as they're superficial. I don't think you're going to overthrow the status quo with a revolution, Aaron, but obviously I agree that campaigning against violent games is misplaced. I don't know, man. I think we're past the point where incremental change can accomplish anything. You saw how the pharmaceuticals just spun this incident to give them even more power, but it was a Koitek town. Who knows how drugs might have made the situation worse. The two of them went back and forth, arguing mildly. It interested Lizzie a little, but was more abstract than she preferred. She drew up a chair and got involved to prevent some of the unpleasant people from coming closer and trying to talk to her. It seemed they were taking a break in between matches, several people taking the time to go to the bathroom or get snacks. For the most part, it seemed like a decent group, so Lizzie didn't mind John spending time with them. The break didn't last long. Not nearly long enough for John and Aaron to resolve the disagreement. John glanced at her. But when Lizzie smiled encouragingly, he participated in the next match as well. There we go. Digital murder. I got an achievement. As she watched, Lizzie got more a natural sense for the game. But that actually took her out of the experience. In the game, there was no way you could tell if someone was behind you. No sense for the environment or easy way to keep tabs on the scenario. And the blood effects really were sort of silly, not realistic at all. Yet she felt a little intrigued. John had mentioned that computer graphics were always getting better. There was a game that looked more realistic and let her use knives instead of guns. She wondered if it could be fun for her. Not the same as killing people, but... When they finished the next match, John got up to stretch while Aaron glanced toward them again and pulled his pants down. Aaron, please. You're watching really intently. You sure you don't want to play, Lizzie? Nah, that's okay. I don't really like guns. Yeah, fair enough. This kind of crazy violence isn't for everyone. I wonder what would happen if she was like, I prefer knives. I prefer cutting people. Finished stretching, John glanced over at her, for a moment just considering, then he nodded. I think I've had about enough for today. You want to head home, Lizzie? Okay. You two take care, okay? Okay, hopefully Aaron's not going to come back. They left the lab and walked back together, taking their time. John seemed to be contemplating something, so Lizzie just kept pace alongside him and let him think until he was ready. Let me check real quick and see if everything has been uploaded. And I can close my Google Chrome tabs. Okay. Let's check the sub box too. Let's see what's going on. Anything going on here, or is everyone just like just taking the day off basically? Except for me. Yeah, nothing new added. They left the lab and walked back together, taking their time. John seemed to be contemplating something, so Lizzie just kept pace alongside him and let him think until he was ready. Aaron is a good guy, but I think we're going to agree on some big things. Everything we were talking about with changing society, you mean? Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we'll see the FDCA change and the entire industry will be transformed, but I kind of doubt it. History would have needed to go differently years ago. I agree with you, John. But maybe that's fine. He'll go his own way and organize protests and things. I'll see if I can't do more within the system. Maybe both approaches are necessary. They'll take us in completely different directions, though. Do you mean you aren't upset that I'm uncomfortable about Aaron, are you? He looked at her, a slight surprise in his eyes. No, not at all. I was trying to say the opposite. It looks like our choices in life will mean that we spend less time together regardless. Yeah, I understand. I'm glad you're not upset. Just thoughtful. It's strange how choices you make at the beginning of life can change things in such different directions. For sure. It's like, is there another version of me who follows Francisca's path and works for the FDCA? Another one where I join protests? One where I forget about all it and just take some other job? That's called a visual novel. Interesting. And it was interesting, but Lizzie didn't like the idea. She liked this John, the one with her. She liked herself and the singular relationship they had. John noticed her slight frown before she could think to hide it, but Lizzie decided that was fine. You seem troubled. I don't like thinking about other versions of myself. A Lizzie who never met you? Or who somehow didn't love you? Or I didn't want to think about those. Oh, you don't have to focus on the depressing possibilities. What about a version of you where we escaped Koitek entirely and just lived happily together? That idea did bring a bit of warmth to her heart, even if it was a fantasy. But a moment later, Lizzie realized the true potential of the concept. She could always just stay with her John and make the best decisions, but she could imagine all the paths not taken and enjoy them too, just adding more facets to their relationship. I like that, John. I really do. I'm glad, and I just wanted to say that even considering every possible future reality, I just want to be with you in all of them. Oh, what a sweet talker. Lizzie latched onto his arm happily and squeezed him for just a moment. Me too, John. All the alternate reality Lizzies want to be with you too. Well, now we're getting into straight science fiction. The two of them explored that topic as they headed back, sometimes speculative and sometimes just silly. Lizzie was happy to discuss it and brimming with happiness by the time they went to bed. There were so many other paths in life, but it would always be John and Lizzie, Lizzie and John. Forever. Forever. Lizzie had been having a good day until she went out to get their mail. It contained her usual financial statement from the college, which normally she looked at dutifully but didn't particularly care about. Nothing was wrong, technically. Their account was in good order and all the payments were as expected. What bothered her was that their debt had only changed by the usual amount. John had been working so much more. Shouldn't it have gone down? To be sure she wasn't making a mistake, Lizzie went to find their previous statement in a box with the others since John was also always so organized. Yes, everything was just as she remembered. Odd. Chewing on her lower lip, Lizzie began looking around their home, checking alternate possibilities. The cash they kept at home was about the usual. There hadn't been any expenses she neglected to consider, and no mid-semester textbooks. Then where had the money gone? Her first thought was the fear that they had been robbed somehow. The second was the university was cheating them. Then she discarded both of those quickly, as they would have had other consequences before now. That left the possibility that John was intentionally hiding something from her. Slowly sinking into the couch, Lizzie chewed on one of her fingers and rolled her knife around her other hand, in an exercise that was usually soothing, but not this time. There was the possibility that he wanted to buy something for himself. He hadn't had his own computer for the game. Maybe it was that. But if that was true, why wouldn't he have mentioned it to her? Why did he think that she would ever deny him anything? It was possible that he was gathering it for some kind of emergency, or even to leave. No, surely not. She couldn't live without him, and her John would never do such a thing. But if not, why? Why? Realizing there was blood trickling down her finger, Lizzie removed it from her mouth. She paused a moment, stilling her knife, then took a deep breath. Let it go. Confront John about it. Investigate. I gotta confront him. Hey. Oh no. I'm crazy. Putting on a normal smile, Lizzie set aside everything she had been looking at and then waited for John to come home. Uh-oh. When he arrived, she gave him her usual smile and embrace. How was work today, John? Boring as usual, which is a good thing. I got a lot read. Are you going to have to do extra shifts this week? I got offered overtime for one of them, but I was going to check with you first. Would that be fine? Where's the extra money going, John? Oh no.
God damn it.
Being just straight up to the point. Just coming out and saying it. It's my kind of girl. His face immediately fell, and for a moment her heart fell with it. But she didn't see fear in his eyes, just a complex mix of emotions that she had a difficult time separating. After a time he sighed and shook his head, giving a rueful smile. I guess I shouldn't have tried to keep it a secret, but I was just afraid you'd think it was too much of a sacrifice or something. John? What do you mean, John? I've been saving funds for our wedding. After plummeting through the earth, her heart shot back upwards. Though she gave John a huge smile, the way his eyes lingered on hers suggested that the whiplash was visible on her face. Oh, John, that's wonderful. But it would have been such a nice surprise, and now I ruined it. Lizzie, don't beat yourself up for it. I'm the one who should have been direct with you. How long have you been planning this? Quite a while. After high school, you were nervous a wedding would go wrong somehow, so I didn't try then. As time went on, you seemed less worried about it. But by then, we already had our college debt. I started thinking about how I talked about money a lot, and I wondered if you wanted to get married, but felt that you couldn't ask because of money, so I decided to save up a decent amount, then I could ask you and show you that money would be no concern. I knew it must be something wonderful. I knew it. Thank you, John. Thank you so much. Let's get married as soon as we can. He smiled at that and helped calm her down a little. While embracing him tightly, Lizzie realized that he was right. It would be wrong to rush into this. They needed their wedding day to be perfect. Half of her was overjoyed that John had been planning for this, but the other half was conflicted. She had doubted him, and because of that, she had caused him pain. He was trying to hide it, but she could see that her accusation had made him unhappy. But both halves were swept away in the circle of imagination surrounding their wedding. Soon Lizzie realized that her imagination was only the beginning. The two of them could discuss all their wedding plans now. She pulled back and beamed at him again. So many decisions to make. Where do we start? Well, do you still want me to get down on one knee and propose? It feels kind of weird given everything, but I wasn't sure if you'd appreciate the gesture. 3 years ago I think I would have said yes, but now I don't think it really matters. We both already know that we want to get married, and as for the romantic gesture, I already have lots of romantic memories, like you helping me clean up all those bodies. Oh, the Santa hat, that's right. Sorry. Oh. That got a chuckle from him, which had been her goal. She meant it, though. John wasn't like her, and he could have been scared. But he had helped her and accepted her even after seeing everything she was capable of. Compared to that, the fantasy of him going down on one knee didn't seem to matter. Getting married, though, she still wanted that and all the memories that went with it. Lizzie put her hand on his knee eagerly. Okay, you were probably thinking about all kinds of plans and details, right? How close are we? Well, that depends. It doesn't cost much to just get married at the courthouse, but I imagine you wanted more than that. The price of most weddings is ridiculous, but I've been looking into ways to avoid the worst costs. They inflate prices for weddings, you see. John explained everything he'd been considering, making it clear just how much research he had done. She agreed with him on almost everything. They didn't need a lot of stupid expensive things for their wedding, just the things that really mattered, which quickly came down to a small list. I looked into renting a tux, but it was actually a little more expensive than I expected. Is a suit fine? I'm sure you'll look wonderful. But I assume you want a unique dress, right? Yes, it doesn't have to be expensive, but I want something that can remind me of the wedding. There are people in town that make dresses for less than I thought. I'll introduce you, and you can choose whatever you want. Okay. She didn't need a fancy dress. In fact, the idea of choosing all the little details appealed less than the role the dress would play in creating their perfect moment. But it was such a nice idea that she didn't even mind having to talk to someone else about it. I remember you saying how pictures were important to you, so I've looked into photographers. It's more expensive than I thought, but I don't think we'll need them for long. No, probably not. John, we haven't talked about if we were going to invite anyone to our wedding. His expression became more serious, though not sad. He nodded slowly. Yes, we need to talk about that. Setting aside everything except what you want, how many people do you want at our wedding, Lizzie? 2! I'm guessing you don't mean the photographer. All that matters is the 2 of us, John. We don't need anyone else. That does simplify things, and since we don't want much of a service, that means we don't need to reserve the venue for as long either. John, do you agree with me? John, do you agree with me? How many people do you want at our wedding? He paused for a moment, but she didn't see any fear in his eyes. He reached out to take her hand, and Lizzie gave it an encouraging squeeze. Honestly, I wish we could have a few people, but right now there's only one I really want to invite. I mean, we have some friends, but... Lizzie considered thoughtfully, both his words and the implication beneath them. So, there's no problem for the wedding, but in the future, do you need more people? You'll always be the only one for me, Lizzie. You do know that, right? Of course, John. She embraced him again, beaming. In fact, she decided to stay draped against him, while he did a quick total on a sheet of paper and showed it to her. So this is our total so far. Pretty manageable. But we haven't talked about rings yet, which could be really expensive. Nope, I don't want any diamonds. Huh? Really? I mean, the rings would be something we actually wear for a long time, and I figured diamonds are traditional. Diamonds are only valuable because of a monopoly. We learned all about it in one of my classes. They're the kind of thing that normal, stupid people think is special. We're much more special than that. Since John wasn't objecting, Lizzie hopped up and ran to get her notebook. She returned with it, flipping the pages rapidly to get to the one she wanted. I remember that page. Is it actually about rings? Yes, I didn't draw any designs, but I've been thinking about materials. At first I thought about using high-grade steel, but the thing about steel is that different grades are better for different uses. The idea of using knife steel was kind of nice, but I realized that it was the wrong material. Our relationship is much more durable than that. Smiling, John put an arm around her and sat back, just enjoying listening to her enthuse about the subject. For a while, I was thinking about having tungsten carbine rings because it has such a good hardness rating, but tungsten is brittle and impact can break it, and that's nothing like our relationship at all, and so I decided that titanium might be best after all. It's a little more common, but it would be strong, and I'd be so happy to see us wearing them. It doesn't matter if it's common. What matters is that they're the rings we want. Titanium rings are fine with me. Also, titanium is much lighter, and while it probably wouldn't make too much difference, I don't want my ring to slow me down at all. You've obviously thought this through. Well, that seems better in all respects, because that means we don't need to pay nearly as much. In fact, we're pretty close to our total. Giving the reservation might be the harder part. That's okay, I can wait. She simultaneously wanted to be married right away and wanted to be able to enjoy this anticipation forever. But one thing she had learned with John is that the anticipation of the thing often paled in comparison to the thing itself, so she was eager for the wedding. That just improved the anticipation, though. For the next several weeks, Lizzie was overjoyed. Even handling the minor details of the event was wonderful, to say nothing of the major ones. It all seemed to pass by in a rush, but she relished it and tried to capture every moment in her mind. The old woman who made her dress wasn't so bad, and helped Lizzie fill in the details of her vague fantasies. She loved what she saw, though even the schedule she wouldn't see the finished dress until their wedding day. Given their rings turned out to be simpler, just a visit to the jeweler's and a wait. Their rings were a perfect match, except for the size. Until the wedding, they each held the other's ring. Lizzie found herself clutching it in her hands often, smiling to herself. Focused on the wedding, Lizzie paid little attention to the news. Didn't matter, all that mattered was the 2 of them. Until one day, when that wasn't true anymore. Oh no. Lizzie was returning home when she heard voices inside. She disliked that, but it wasn't too far out of the ordinary. Speeding up to hear better, she realized that it wasn't anyone inside. It was the television. John occasionally had the news on while he worked, but it was uncommon. She most likely wouldn't even need to tell him to turn it off, so she opened the door with a smile on her face. Inside, she realized that this was not a normal situation. John had a textbook on his lap. But it was forgotten as he stared at the screen. Lizzie hurried to sit beside him and figure out what was going on. Been approved for widespread use. What's going on, Billy? What are you showing from McDonald's? Translate English. 3 burgers driven by fate come together at McDonald's. Evangelion burgers go on sale January 6th. Ah. Is that the Ray burger? So, what, is this... the Shiki? Shinji. Is this the Asuka burger, the chicken one? And the Ray burger is the double? I can't tell which is which. Look good. You're a burger. Okay, anyways. Thank you, Billy. I always like a good burger. Koitek representative said that demand is likely to outpace supply, but the corporation will increase production in an effort to provide the devices at cost to government and educational institutions. John, what's happening? Congress rushed through an act in response to the Woronos incident. They're blaming it all on her, saying that increased measures need to be taken to prevent such people from killing anyone else. A hollow cold began to slide through Lizzie's body. She sat down beside John, but he provided no happy warmth. He was an ally against what she knew was coming. What kind of increased measures? Pharmaceutical lobbyists had their hands all over the act, so it's going to be increased medication, but that's not... He cut off as the news anchor transitioned to something else, which proved to be Francesca Kelsey making a prepared statement. Though all our hearts go out to families of those who died in the tragedy at Woronos, we must be careful not to take the wrong lessons from the terrible event. None of us will ever know what went through the killer's mind, and we still do not know all the facts surrounding the case. Furthermore, many of the suggestions show a troubling over-reliance on hormones and chemical markers, already a failing of many corporations. There is a danger of seeking simple answers instead of finding solutions that will. Her words dissolved into a meaningless hum. Lizzie knew that calm words advising caution wouldn't have any effect, but when others were panicking, demanding action, she felt slightly guilty for being suspicious of Francesca when she was on campus. What does the act actually do? They haven't talked about all of it yet, but it sounds like there will be increased funding for various measures designed to prevent violence, ostensibly. John took a deep breath, and she was surprised to hear the shudder in it. This was hitting him hard, risking increasing his depression. Lizzie drew him closer to her, stroking his hair, but she knew that it couldn't change the facts of the situation. It looks like they're reducing the requirements to move drugs through testing, including on younger populations. Another channel has Kelsey on as a guest earlier, and she was saying it's basically the opposite of what she wanted to do for the FDCA. Is that what you were going to say earlier? Yeah, drink, fries, and burger Evas. Oh, they got toys too, huh? Japanese McDonald's. It's what our McDonald's used to be before it turned into shit. It's a cup. It's pretty rad. No, that's not the worst part. At least not for us. The technology Koitek uses to detect hormonal imbalance has apparently been improved, and they're going to start distributing it more widely to detect problems before they occur, or so they say. Lizzie bared her teeth slightly, eyes narrowing. That technology had been what detected John's depression and made them give him that awful Paxitine. It had also accurately detected that she wasn't like other girls. If she had been tested in a social environment like this, who knows what would have happened to her? It would have been better if we could kill them all. It would have been better if we could kill them all. John glanced at her, but she shook her head determinedly. I don't know, we can't. It's too late for that anyway. They're coming after us. It would be better to eliminate them first. Do you think they'll do widespread testing? Try to test everyone? I don't think they can do anything without someone's express permission. But parents will probably get their children checked. There are still restrictions on medicating young children, but... Do you think it will come here? Probably not. Presumably cities will adopt it first, and it'll take much longer to filter to rural areas, but... It would happen eventually. Many things would be changing, and there was little they could do about it. I feel small. These events all happen so far away, without us being able to do anything. I preferred the last problem. I could decapitate that one. Her joke didn't even get a smile from John, which made Lizzie's heart sink. She understood why it was having a big effect on him. She just wished she could do something about it. I don't know, Lizzie. I just don't know. I think this is gonna get bad. Society isn't gonna change overnight, but this is just the beginning. Things will keep changing. John, are you alright? I'll manage. It's just painful to think about the future right now. Everything we've tried to do here was useless. Lizzie pulled him closer, let him rest his head on her lap, spoke softly and soothingly. She could see the depression descending over him, and though he clung to her and didn't drown in it as he used to, it was the worst incident in a long time. With John like this, she didn't want to force him to go through with the wedding. Not like this. It was only being postponed. She was certain of that, but she wasn't sure when it would finally happen. For now, all she could do was comfort her John. Wait, what? 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 Whoa, whoa. What? Is that it? Was that it? Oh. It just sort of ended. Is there... Oh, man. That was shorter than I thought it would be. Huh. Well, I guess that's it. Alright, I guess I'll play the first game. Eventually. When I have time. Wait. Is it one of those weird things like with the Doki Doki Literature Club where if you start a new game, like things are slightly different and it just gets crazier and crazier over time? No, I don't think so. Doesn't seem like it. There would be more clues to it other than just Lizzie looking happy in the photo. She looked more like this originally, right? Looked more like that. And so it looked at first, and then it changed after I've finished the game, I guess. Huh. I didn't know it was going to be that short. Okay, that's fine. We still got the original game. Psycho is greater than normal smile. I agree. That would be a bad relationship to be in, but sometimes I can't help. Sometimes I can't help it. You know how it is. Nothing new in the sub box, really. This is how you be a mature adult Stellar Blade edition. Nope, nothing new in the box. I don't stream on Tuesdays or Thursdays, so I'll be back on Friday. Thank you, everybody who stopped by and hung out. And let's see, back on Thursday. I'll probably stream. No, I won't. I'll be back on Friday, and then Saturday I'll be busy, and then days after that I'll probably be fine. But my Saturday is gonna be my Christmas. Got Tevin streaming, of course. Indrid streaming. Maybe put it up to a spin wheel. Indrid or Tevin. Tevin or Ingrid. Let's see. Thank you, Kurnox. Thank you, Billy. Thank you, everybody who stopped by and hung out. Oh my god! Oh, it's so close. Holy shit. Thank you for the raid. Thank you, everybody who stopped by and hung out. Of course. Man, I kind of feel bad for Indrid because he doesn't stream. You know what? I'm going to make an executive decision. The spin wheel is wrong. Hope everyone has a Merry Christmas. Let's go raid Indrid. Hopefully I don't have to sit through like 5 minutes of ads. I probably do. Tevin the criminal. Thank you for hanging out in the audience while I edited and watched a bunch of videos. Got all caught up on whatever is in the sub box. So when I come back on Friday, we won't have a whole lot to get caught up on. We saw the pizza eating, saw a bunch of different stuff. It was a troll spin. Year on TikTok. I don't care about the year on TikTok. I did a whole video on stupid TikTok shenanigans.
Sorry, bi is F and in an open relationship. Yes, I think that's actually accurate.
May the good blood guide your way.
Subdistic?
Have a Merry
How
Christmas.
do you deal with her? Seriously.
Even though
Happy
it's
holidays,
not mine this year.
why can't I tip?
Oh, you don't have a tips link, do you?
No, I don't like having a tips link.
Okay, that's why he doesn't have one. That's why he can't tip. You can
I
just
mean, yeah, I don't know, maybe in the future, but I just feel weird at like having a tips link.
I know it's something that I did just whoa, who's raiding? What the fuck? Ludwig, hi.
Ludwig.
Hello.
Sorry,
Hello, world
Ludwig.
orderers. Ludwig. Hello. How are you guys? Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Yeah. I did I just used the same link that we used for Detractor Beam. So.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hi,
I feel weird having a tips link.
I know it's odd.
But it's not like a like judgment on anyone who has one. It just feels.